Volume 4. Chapter 301, Desperate Situation. Chapter 301, Desperate Situation. Under the colossal wave of sword energies, the female Shio enveloped in purple flames looked at Zuo Mo deeply. Zuo Mo had a disquieting feeling that time was pulled extremely long in this moment. Their gazes met. The female Shio moved away her eyes, and raised her face again to look at the sword energies falling down towards her. Pia pia pia. Bursts of blood exploded out from her body. She disregarded them. The blood sprayed out and landed in the purple fire, which was like a blood-sucking monster that greedily absorbed the fresh blood. The purple fire grew, snapping and crackling. The hands covered in fresh blood slowly rose up over her head. She took a position as if she was pushing upwards. The purple fire around her quickly streamed towards her upright arms. It was just a simple movement, but it made anyone watching feel it was determined and grim. Her arms pushed upwards. 2 streams of purple fire flowed from her arms and connected end to end. It formed a purple disk of fire about 10 zhang large. All the fire on the female Shio's body flowed into the purple fire disk without a drop remaining. The purple fire disk spun eerily over her head. Zuo Mo looked on dazedly. The female Shio, who didn't have any trace of purple fire left on her, no longer bleeding from her wounds, but her torn clothes had already become soaked in blood. Only that pair of bare feet was white and left untouched. What shocked him even more was that he could not feel any hint of a presence from the female Shio. She seemed to have suddenly disappeared, like she had died. Looking coldly from the side, Zuo Mo's emotions suddenly rippled violently. His howls were like that of a wild beast being burned. Lava, hard lightning, and golden light furiously burrowed into his body destructively as they headed for the deepest reaches of his body. The ripple of his emotions was like pouring oil onto the fire. His situation became even more terrible. Any place that was slightly weak was completely burned up when the golden light, hard lightning, and lava passed. Even the muscles and bones that had been sufficiently tempered before were wavering under such a brutal baptism. But at this moment, all of Zuo Mo's attention was attracted by the female Shio. A stream of tears continuously flowed from his eyes, yet he did not detect it. The 5-element glass bead in his chest jumped rhythmically like a heart, as though something was going to break through. She definitely had more than a common connection to him. At this point, Zuo Mo was certain of this point. The enchanting purple fire disk spun above the female Shio's head. A power that made people feel trepidation slowly spread. Who are you? Zuo Mo's emotional upheaval became even more violent. He wanted to ask her this question, but his body was completely out of his control. No matter how he tried, he could not reclaim control of his own body. The collapsing sword essence came even closer. Zuo Mo's panic increased. Damn it! Why couldn't he control his own body? His heart had a fierce impulse. He wanted to control his own body. He wanted to ask her why. He didn't want her shield him from the front. Damn it! Zuo Mo felt there was a ball of fire burning in his chest. He had never had an impulse that was as strong as this one. He knew if he took control of his body at this moment, his soul would have to endure the flames. But he wanted. Zuo Mo's body shook violently. His screams became even more furious. To ask her. His eyes were bright red and bloodshot. The tendons in his forehead had bulged out. The blood vessels in his body were like earthworms. The sword essence sped increasingly near the female Shio and was less than 10 zhang from the purple fire disk. The female Shio suddenly lowered her head to look at him. Something seemed to explode in Zuo Mo's mind. Boom! His mind blanked. All of the Ling power, consciousness, every drop of power contained in every bit of his muscles suddenly exploded. His body suddenly created an extremely strong attraction. The lava, hard lightning, and golden light that had been rampaging inside his body were sucked in. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice echoed. Don't forget. Even in death, you cannot forget. Layering and in waves like thunder. In the sky, the colossal sword essence heavily collided on the purple fire disk. Pew pew pew. When a sword energy landed inside the purple fire disk, it was like pouring water into hot oil. Purple wisps of flame spat forth. The sword energies were relentless like a flood as they attacked the purple fire disk. The arms of the female Shio suddenly became weighted, and her body shook slightly. Zuo Mo was like a wild beast at death's door as he furiously howled. The body of the female Shio shook. Zuo Mo's body shook at the same time. He was like an enraged wild beast. Why? His body suddenly started to tremble. An expression of pain came onto his face. His voice uncontrollably became smaller. Why? Even if his consciousness had been cultivated, but the pain from his soul being burned would not decrease due to that. The different kinds of forces inside his body seesawed. Enormous pain came from the burning of his soul. He felt like a shrimp being boiled. Every part of his body was trembling. He wanted to ask her, why? The arms of the female Shio were slowly pushed down. An astounding force passed from the purple fire disk. He gritted his teeth. A stream of fresh blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He wanted to ask her, why? Zuo Mo's entire body shook fiercely, but he didn't shout this time. He had a deathly stare as he bit down on his teeth, a stream of fresh blood coming out of the corner of his mouth. Boom! The flames of the purple fire disk frantically consumed, but there were too many sword energies that forcibly suppressed the flames of the purple fire disk. They continuously pushed down on the purple fire disk. The female Shio shook even harder. With a muffled grunt, her body suddenly sank down. He wanted to ask her, why? Below the female Shio, Zuo Mo raised his head with difficulty. His eyes were entirely red and filled with blood. An amazing change was happening to his body. The silver hard lightning swam across the surface of his body like countless silver snakes. The golden light furiously burrowed into his bones, and the threads of pure earth fire inside the crimson lava crawled into his channels. Having lost their targets, the Ling and spiritual power slowly steadied. Boom, dot. The figure of the female Shio above him sank again. The golden light of the Ling shield of Golden Crow City was burning. When the sky full of sword energy smashed onto it, the golden Ling shield rippled. Everyone knew this was the most crucial time, and put all of their power into fighting. Shu Long led the guard camp and activated the Crow Fiend Mo killing formation again. The battle formations of Vermilion Bird Camp were primary offensive. Defense was not one of their talents. The only thing they could do was to activate some of the simpler defensive formations, and contribute as much as they could. Lil Pagoda spun into a 5-colored afterimage. The Skyring Moonchime formation was pressed to its limits. The Shouja of the eastern and western camps seemed to have gone insane as they furiously switched out the Jingshur. Everyone knew that if the Ling shield broke, no one could escape the calamity. At this time, everyone directly experienced just how strong the female Shio was. With just her own power, she could stop such a terrifying sword essence. It really was hard to imagine. They had to rely on the big formation of Golden Crow City, and were still wavering when they used all their power. The Ling shield could break at any time. Everyone's face was filled with hopelessness. The sword essence coming down seemed to be endless and unstoppable. A nearby mountain peak was brutally destroyed, only leaving behind the bottom half. If they were not personally experiencing it, no one could imagine that sword essence could reach such a terrifying level. Were their lives really going to be lost here today? This thought uncontrollably flashed across everyone's mind. Gongsun Sha called over Xieshan, Ma Fan, and a few others. He said in a low voice, "We probably can't hold out for much longer. Later when the city's Ling shield breaks, you guys take boss and break through it." Everyone's face was sorrowful. Each of them tightly bit their lips and didn't speak. Shu Long's nose and mouth bled blood. He bit down on his teeth and continued to channel the Crow Fiend Mo kill formation. Almost everyone in guard camp were bleeding from their nose and mouth. Boom! The enormous power surpassed the limits that the Crow Fiend Mo kill formation could tolerate. Shu Long felt as though someone hammered him hard. His entire body was thrown into the air. The camp guards behind him were also thrown up. The Crow Fiend Mo kill formation was broken. Everyone's expression changed. Without the Crow Fiend Mo kill formation, the Ling shield of Golden Crow City could not last for long. Just as everyone felt it was hopeless, someone suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Boss." Boss? Many people instinctively moved their gaze. Even if they would die here today, it wasn't a bad idea if Boss could escape. Many people hoped the female Shio could take Boss and escape this place. They were filled with terror and hopelessness, but they were not regretful. With Boss, they had a loud and great run. Compared to the lifeless days they had lived before, it was the difference between the earth and the sky. From the bottom of their hearts, they hoped that Boss could live. So when someone exclaimed, many people couldn't resist moving their eyes. Zuo Mo's body was covered in red, gold, and silver. He was standing upright like a spear. His features were still twisted, but it gave people a completely different feeling. He raised his head and looked at the female Shio. For some unknown reason, a thread of hope rose in everyone's hearts at the same time. Faster, faster. Panic flashed through Zuo Mo's eyes. The rampaging forces inside his body had gradually stabilized. His body had gradually returned to his control. He seemed to have entered an unfamiliar body and slowly recovered his strength. It wasn't a long process, but the timing really made him panic. Countless bits of hard lightning swam across the surface of his body, a golden liquid flowed in his bones, the channels were filled with pure and crimson earth fire, his body that had been tempered again. His body had undergone another breakthrough, but at this time, there was no joy in him. He looked with panic at the figure above him. Without the purple fire, the female Shio looked as weak as a dry leaf in the wind. Boom! The female Shio's figure sank again, her long hair flying. Faster! Zuo Mo's heart suddenly ached. Boom! The female Shio sank once more. Sparks flew off the purple fire disk and it showed signs of collapsing. Mother ******** ing faster. Zuo Mo's eyes suddenly turned red. Boom! The female Shio was like a nail that was being hammered down, and unable to stop. Boom! The purple fire disk finally could not stand it anymore. It turned to countless wisps of purple fire and disappeared into the air. The female Shio seemed to be heavily struck. Her eyes unfocused, her body dropped down at an even more rapid rate. Zuo Mo's mind exploded, his body exploded and suddenly became open. All of his strength suddenly poured into his body like water. He disappeared from his spot. In the air, his figure was arched. His back towards the sky, the female Shio was shielded against his chest. His right hand held a handful of golden thread lightning walnuts. Like he was crazy, he threw them viciously at the howling sword essence. Go away! Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo really has an affinity for fire. His stalagmite fire, the inky black fire, the earth fire on Desolate Wood Reef, the golden crow fire and now more lava fire. So imagine the sky shattering like glass and raining down at you, it's a meteor shower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 302, A New Beginning. Chapter 302, A New Beginning. Boom! More than 10 sonic lightning walnut exploded at the same time. A blinding and scorching light passed through his back. Zuo Mo felt his back was heavily struck. His throat turned sweet and then he spat out blood. Before he had the time to respond, like a meteorite falling from the sky, he and the female Shio smashed heavily into the dirt. Ping! The ground was really hard. That was the last thought before Zuo Mo fainted. Ma Fan looked at the half-collapsed city walls. Thinking about the scene from 2 days ago, he still felt fear. The big formation inside Golden Crow City had been completely damaged, and almost all of the formation battle watchtowers were ruined. Most importantly, Boss had thrown out a huge number of sonic lightning walnuts to save everybody. The simultaneous explosion of the sonic lightning walnuts had forcibly cleared out an empty area 20 mu in diameter. The mountains around Golden Crow City did not have such good luck and had been bombarded and left half standing. Not one mountain peak remained whole. There was no untouched land near Golden Crow City. Everything was in disarray. In the sky, it was possible to see Xiozha from Vermilion Bird Camp patrolling everywhere. After the battle, some Xiozha had nefarious aims and wanted to get rich. They were completely annihilated by the members of Vermilion Bird Camp, who had a whole belly full of frustration. In the defense of the city, Vermilion Bird Camp's utility had been pitifully small. This made them feel especially irritated. They had almost all died, and were even unable to take Boss and escape. To the Vermilion Bird Camp that had been trained through many battles and successfully won, this undoubtedly was a great humiliation. No one had expected that, in the end, Boss had saved everyone. Thinking about it now, it still seemed like a dream. There was not much joy on Ma Fan's face. Boss was still unconscious now. This caused a heavy cloud to settle on everyone's hearts. In this present group, Boss was the true leader. No one could imagine what they would become if Boss wasn't present. Maybe this group that had been so difficult to gather together would face a fate of collapse. Ma Fan chewed on a stalk of green grass as his feet unconsciously kicked pebbles. Old Fan, old Fan. His ears suddenly heard Xia Shan's joyous voice. Oh. He turned his face and dazedly responded. Xia Shan said urgently, Boss woke up. It was as though Ma Fan was struck by lightning. After a moment, he suddenly reacted, and asked hurriedly, Boss woke up? He, just woke up. It was just my turn to stand guard. Xia Shan said with slight pride. That's great. Ma Fan muttered to himself. Isn't it? This is great. The news that Zuo Mo woke up quickly spread through Golden Crow City. Golden Crow City rejoiced, the gloom of the past days swept away. Zuo Mo felt his body hurt all over as though it was being torn apart. He couldn't help but give a deep groan. Looking at the familiar faces, joy at surviving the calamity washed over his heart. His expression suddenly changed and asked Gongsun Cha, "Where's the female Xiao?" Gongsun Cha's expression became strange. "How is she?" Zuo Mo was very alarmed. Even though he did not know the actual situation, but there definitely was a great connection between him and the female Xiao. The scene of the female Xiao sacrificing herself to save him, and that pair of eyes filled with emotion flashed in front of his eyes. "Who are you?" Zuo Mo could find the answer to many of the problems haunting him on her body. She could not die. Seeing Zuo Mo's panic, Gongsun Cha did not joke and revealed, "Come and you'll understand." When Zuo Mo saw the female Xiao, he was dumbstruck. The female Xiao silently sat in the corner of the room, and didn't seem to notice the existence of the two of them. Her cultivation?" Zuo Mo asked in a trembling voice. Gongsun Cha shook his head. "She woke up before you did, but for some reason, her cultivation disappeared." Zuo Mo's heart suddenly sank. He silently walked in front of the female Xiao. When he saw the female Xiao's empty eyes, his heart couldn't help but shake, and his nose felt sore. That pair of clear and joyous eyes. She sat silently. When Zuo Mo walked in front of her, she did not seem to detect it. Zuo Mo reached out and waved a hand in front of her. She still did not respond. "Inspect her body," Pu Yao's voice suddenly sounded. He was quite stern. Zuo Mo tightly pressed together his lips, reached out a hand and placed it on her body. She was motionless like a wooden puppet. Zuo Mo's expression changed. The channels inside her body had all broke, the strange purple power had disappeared to leave behind an extremely minuscule thread of life as though it was a candle flickering in the wind, that could be extinguished at any time. He couldn't even feel her soul. Why was it like this? Zuo Mo's mind rang and blanked. After a long time, he refocused. Looking at the female Xiao's hideous and wooden face, especially when his gaze landed on the empty pupils, a certain chord in his heart was gently plucked. The confused gaze suddenly became determined. He entered the sea of consciousness and looked at Pu Yao. Pu Yao glanced at him and said, "I know what you want to ask. Truthfully, it's very difficult." Pu Yao's voice was deep and solemn without any of the mockery it usually held. Zuo Mo's expression was serious. "Tell me." Pu Yao did not raise any conditions. He looked at Zuo Mo, and threw a ball of light with formation scripts floating on the surface. He said, "This is adversity overcoming scripture. I got it from a Diana Xiao. Maybe it can be of use." Zuo Mo's mind jumped and he hurriedly took the light ball. "Don't be happy prematurely. This scripture can only support this thread of life remaining in her body." Pu Yao said heavily, "If you want to save her, the best method is to get a water cloud embryo." "Water cloud embryo?" Zuo Mo asked curiously. He hadn't ever heard this name before. "An water cloud embryo can nurture souls, and is the best for soul injuries." "Soul injuries?" "And her secret technique is very strange. It burns the soul to create great power." Pu Yao's expression was grave. "It is the first time I have seen such a strange secret skill. Her origins, I'm afraid, are not simple." When he finished, Pu Yao looked at Zuo Mo. He felt somewhat strange inside. Zuo Mo probably wasn't simple himself since he had a connection with such a complex female Xiao. However, he had never seen uncommon qualities in Zuo Mo. Pu Yao gathered his thoughts and continued, "She should have definitely died this time, but fortunately, she had left a soul thought inside your body." Zuo Mo's voice shocked and he interrupted, "She has a soul thought inside my body?" "Her soul thought is inside that 5-element glass bead in your body." Pu Yao secretly celebrated that he had not crushed that bead. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome now. 5-element glass bead, Zuo Mo murmured to himself. "When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you can see some of the mysteries inside," Pu Yao said. "This 5-element glass bead is a very rare treasure." Zuo Mo's hand unconsciously balled into a fist. He was suddenly filled with motivation. For a long time, he had lacked a clear goal, including his time at Wu Kong Mountain. Long days of low-level living had caused his expectations of life to be very low. When his most basic needs were fulfilled, he had been lost. The unexpected encounter between him and the female Xiao now seemed like fate. He knew the female Xiao definitely was very important to him. How important would the connection be that the other would place a soul thought inside his body? He could not think of it, but he knew that no one other than the female Xiao could do this. Just this was enough. Leaving the sea of consciousness, he looked at the female Xiao. Her disfigured and wooden face could not cause any revulsion in him now. Suddenly, he thought of his past zombie face, and laughed. The fate of the zombie and female ghost? In the future, you will be a Gue. The female Xiao was unmoved. Adversity overcoming scripture was extremely cryptic and complex. The main reason was that Zuo Mo didn't know much about many of the things of Diana Xiao. Pu Yao did not know much about Diana Xiao either. According to him, he had taken this from the body of a Diana Xiao he killed. Luckily, Zuo Mo had Zong Ru, who was a much more orthodox Diana Xiao, to help him resolve many of the parts. Pu Yao's judgment was correct. Adversity overcoming scripture was able to help a Gui stabilize the thread of life. Under the Buddha mantra, the deathly presence on a Gui's body dissipated greatly. Zuo Mo was very encouraged and worked even harder. After a few days, Gong Sun Sha led a female Xiao to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo looked with puzzlement at Gong Sun Sha. Shitty, this is? This is Miss Rong Wei. Gong Sun Sha first made introductions and then said, she hopes to work with us. With us? Zuo Mo stilled. Rong Wei bowed and said, this one is from Skywater Jie's house of the Crow Marquis and has been ordered to come to Little Mountain Jie to investigate stars in daytime. This one asks Darren for your aid. She then took out a few talismans. A small token of our intentions, please accept them. Stars in daytime? Zuo Mo's heart jumped. Damn it, stars in daytime, wasn't that caused by him? What were the origins of this Crow Marquis house? Why were they investigating him? His heart instantly became wary. He pretended to be confused and asked, we did see the stars in daytime, but what does this apparition mean? Miss Rong Wei, please teach us. This one does dare to teach. Rong Wei bowed slightly. The old records say that when stars in daytime appear, there are Great Yao and Great Mo healing. Great Yao and Great Mo? Zuo Mo's heart jumped again. He finally understood. It seemed he needed to be careful in the future. If this appeared a few more times, he would be in danger. The Marquis believes Great Yao may have infiltrated Little Mountain Jie, Rong Wei said. This was the most probable guess. A Yao army had appeared in Little Mountain Jie, and now a Great Yao, that wasn't too much of a surprise. But what was there in Little Mountain Jie that made the Yao put so much effort and even be injured? Zuo Mo secretly released a breath inside. He hurriedly shook his head. Miss Rong is joking. We aren't enough if a Yao army comes, much less a Great Yao. We plan on immediately leaving Little Mountain Jie to go to Skywater Jie. Your house resides in Skywater Jie, and we are unfamiliar with the area. At that time, please guide us. Rong Wei was slightly disappointed, but she had expected this. Unless there was a special order, no one was willing to stay for long in Little Mountain Jie. She had come this time with the intentions of making acquaintances. The power of Golden Crow City, even if they entered Skywater Jie, would definitely be a significant force. There were no disadvantages to forming good relationship now. Before, she had the idea of recruiting Gong Sun Sha, but after personally seeing the battle that day, her thought had instantly disappeared. This kind of person was not someone she could recruit. Fortunately, the aim of her visit this time had been realized. She smiled slightly and took out a jade card to hand to Zuo Mo. This one still has duties, and cannot accompany everyone. It is very regretful. If you have any problem, you can take this card to travel to the house of the Crow Marquis. The Marquis would definitely welcome everyone. The two sides chatted a bit more before Rong Wei left. We are going to Skywater Jie? Gong Sun Sha suddenly asked. 1. Friendly reminder from Wandering Gumi of Doom. During the first few interactions between Pu and Zuo Mo angered Pu to the point Pu was going to kill him. The bead attempted to intervene and save Zuo Mo. Pu intended to destroy the bead, but the gravestone stopped him. Translator ramblings, the battle is over. A bit of an anticlimax since it was so short in this chapter, but since the guy made a suicide attack and got ripped apart by it as well, it might be strange if he died really slowly. Zuo Mo was still being haunted by the effects of stars in daytime. Remember, all of this started because he didn't want his Ling grains to die, which meant he couldn't make Jingxia and would get kicked from the sect. Zuo Mo is going to have his own reflections on this fight and it will be in the upcoming chapters, so I'll save my ramblings for that until then. Every so often, I get comments on the initial chapters of the novel which complain about Pu Yao and how they give up on reading because he's terrible. I hope some of you came back after being deterred and have read up to here. Others said they missed the early interactions between Pu Yao and Zuo Mo, so I think Fong Xiang has created a character that you can really hate but still like. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 303, Leaving Little Mountain Jie. Chapter 303, Leaving Little Mountain Jie. We need to leave this place quickly, Zuo Mo said decisively. Little Mountain Jie isn't a safe place. When are we leaving? Gong Sun Sha then asked. Get everyone to pack, then prepare for departure. Let them prepare well. When we pass through the Clear Sky Sect, there may be a hard battle. All right. Gongsun Cha instantly went out to prepare. Everyone in Golden Crow City started to move. Zuo Mo released all of the Outer Hall captives. Clear Sky Old Forefather had been killed, which was a fatal blow to the Outer Hall Xiuzha. At this point, no one would be willing to sell their life for Clear Sky Sect. The Battle of Golden Crow City had shaken Little Mountain Jia. Right now, everyone knew that the sky had changed for Little Mountain Jia. No one was willing to stay in this cage. In the span of a few days, almost all of the remaining Xiuzha from Little Mountain Jia had gathered outside Golden Crow City. They looked with awe at this little town of which only remained half standing. Everyone knew this place held the hope to leave Little Mountain Jia. No one made trouble, they only watched from a distance. When Vermilion Bird Camp's patrols passed, many people bowed of their own initiative. From a distance, there was a spectacularly dense patch of Xiuzha outside Golden Crow City. Will there be trouble? Nian Lu asked worriedly. Who's afraid? Lei Ping was unconcerned. We can kill as many of these as they come. Ha, that's true. Pride flashed across Nian Lu's face. Before, who could have thought there would be a day like this? It's worth it even if I die. Lei Ping rumbled, I don't want to die. Boss still has so much good stuff. Maybe we can cultivate to Jin Dan in the future. You really dare to think? Nian Lu looked into the distance. Suddenly the order to gather came from below. The two exchanged a look. They were going to depart. The Little Mountain Xiuzha who had been keeping a constant eye on Golden Crow City shifted. After a short while, Vermilion Bird Camp was the first to ascend into the air. The Vermilion Bird Camp of more than 700 people was famed in Little Mountain Jia. When Vermilion Bird Camp collectively flew into the air, many of the people watching from afar sighed with admiration. Look! That's Vermilion Bird Camp. The strongest army of Little Mountain Jia. Whoa! That presence is really frightening. I wonder if they are still hiring. Death would be worth it if I could enter such a troop. Chatter rose among the crowd. People were filled with admiration and awe as they looked at this powerful troop. No one dared to underestimate them, even if there were only 700 people. Vermilion Bird Camp quickly spread out after getting up into the air. They were wary and cautious. Following them were the 5 gigantic slave-transporting boats that slowly rose. There were 1,000 black armor camp guards standing on the lead slave transport ship. That was Guard Camp, who became famous in one battle. They were not skilled in flying. The enormous and steady slave-transporting boats were perfect for them. The pressure of 1,000 camp guards standing on the deck gave people was unparalleled. The appearance of Guard Camp caused a small crescendo of murmuring. The Xiuzha that had personally seen the heart-shaking battle described the terrifying strength of Guard Camp to the others. The ferocious killing energy and the ancient battle armor that they wore, which had long disappeared into the river of history, became the topics that interested the people the most. The other 4 slave-transporting boats were used for the Eastern Camp, Western Camp, and non-combat Xiuzha. And the last boat was filled with all kinds of materials. Slave-transporting boats were enormous. In Little Mountain Jia, 5 slave-transporting boats definitely counted as a gigantic fleet. Adding on Vermilion Bird Camp and Guard Camp, this definitely was the strongest fleet of Little Mountain Jia. Zuo Mo looked at Golden Crow City below and was filled with emotion. It just had been a few short days, but Golden Crow City had completely transformed. It was broken and shattered. Possibly in the future, this place would become ruins of an ancient city. He raised his head and looked at the sky filled with Xiuzha in a dense cloud that did not end. He couldn't help but sigh again. After this departure, Little Mountain Jia would become a dead Jia without any people. Maybe this place would become the front lines like Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia had previously been, a paradise of Yama. Oh, he really had no standing to sigh. Thinking about Pu Yao in his sea of consciousness, Zuo Mo grimaced. However, they could finally leave this place. He looked at a Gue beside him. A Gue was sitting silently. He turned his face and said to Gongsun Cha, "Depart." The 5 slave-transporting boats slowly started to fly forward. Many people looked back at Golden Crow City, their eyes filled with reluctance. This little city had given them hope and sunlight. This little city would become a place they would reminiscence for their entire life. The vast troop flew towards the Jia River towards Skywater Jia. Along the way, there was a constant stream of Xiuzha merging with their convoy. The troop became even larger. Each person's face was filled with excitement and exhilaration. They looked with awe at the figure standing on the deck of the lead slave transport ship. There was no light coming from the Ling armor, the not-so-broad figure did not have a grand presence, this normal-looking youth that was outrageously young gave them hope and led them to escape this cage. Not far from their troop, a troop of Yao soldiers watched as they left. Darren, are we not pursuing them? No, we are too exhausted. But the order from the Council of Elders is to take Little Mountain Jie at the fastest speed possible, not to do anything else. Rong Wei entered this convoy along the way. Personally seeing this scene, she sighed inside. After this hard battle, the master of Golden Crow City had become the true king of Little Mountain Jie. If he sent down an order right now, there definitely would be many people willing to sell their life for him. In the remaining Xiuzha of Little Mountain Jie, there was not another person that could be spoken of in the same terms as him. The Xiuzha from Little Mountain Jie had all chosen to leave. Her mission did not have much meaning then. She didn't think that she could investigate and find something in Little Mountain Jie with just the handful of compound guards she had come with. The best choice right now was to leave with the master of Golden Crow City. She held a high opinion of the master of Golden Crow City. With the group of people under his command, the master of Golden Crow City would be invincible wherever he went. From the battle, she had seen how powerful the master of Golden Crow City was. It was a profitable matter to give someone friendship when they were in their most difficult straits. Good day, City Master. Rong Wei went over and bowed. With a smile, she said, we will be traveling with you. Zuo Mo smiled. Miss Rong is too courteous. As he finished, he had his people make room. Rong Wei was not courteous and stepped onto the slave transporting boat. The compound guards all held their head in chests high and shared in the glory. What does City Master plan to do for the future? Rong Wei tilted her head and asked. We'll plan each step when we get there. Zuo Mo was very wary of this female Xiu that was investigating stars in daytime. Sky Water Jia isn't a bad place. City Master could consider it, Rong Wei said. Zuo Mo shook his head. Too dangerous, the Yao army can enter Little Mountain Jia at any time. Sky Water Jia is this close to Little Mountain Jia, it is slightly dangerous. Rong Wei stilled. Upon further thought, she instantly stopped speaking. The other's words were very reasonable. She considered whether or not she should urge the Marquis to move the house of the Crow Marquis to a place further away when she returned. Pu Yao suddenly spoke up inside Zuo Mo's mind, ask her if she has a gem app? Hearing this, Zuo Mo's mind moved. He asked Rong Wei, speaking of that, this one has something to request. Oh, please speak, Rong Wei said cautiously. This one's gem app was lost, and wants to borrow and copy Miss Rong's gem app, Zuo Mo said without blushing or an increase in his heartbeat. Hearing this, Rong Wei's heart settled. She said, no problem, but the markings on this one's Jie River are limited, and hope that City Master will not be too disappointed. Zuo Mo hurriedly gave his thanks, took out a blank jade scroll and copied. After he finished, he gave the gem app jade scroll back to the other and went back to his cabin after bidding farewell. Once he entered the boat cabin, he couldn't wait and took out the gem app to examine. The gem app was filled with the names of all the Jie and the Jie rivers connecting them. Zuo Mo instantly felt his vision broaden. Only today did he discover the general location of Sky Moon Jie and Little Mountain Jie. Sky Moon Jie and Little Mountain Jie were at the corner of the entire Jie map. As expected, it was rural area. He smacked his lips and rubbed his chin as he read intensely, unaware that Pu Yao had also crowded next to him and was examining the Jie map. Such a small Jie map? Pu Yao said with slightly disdain. It's already a lot. There's more than 300 Jie labeled on here. 300 Jie is a lot? Pu Yao seemed to have heard a great joke. Country bumpkin. Zuo Mo ignored him. It was the first time he saw a Jie map and he was very curious. The labels on the Jie map were very detailed. It even included the specialty products of each Jie. He read on with interest. Around the Jie map were large areas of blank space. Those were probably areas that had never been mapped before. He quickly discovered that there was no information on water cloud embryos on the Jie map. Pu, which Jie produces water cloud embryos? I don't know, Pu Yao said irritably, I'm not familiar with your Xiuzha territories. Aren't you a Sky Yao? You don't even know this. Zuo Mo egged him on. Pu Yao tilted his head and smirked coldly. I know of a place, but it is in a Yao Jia, you dare to go? Zuo Mo instantly was speechless. It seemed he had to do a search when he got to Sky Water Jia. When the vast troop reached Clear Sky Sect's base, they found it was completely empty. Zuo Mo, who had been expecting another hard battle, was very surprised. When they found out the Clear Sky Sect disciples had all run away, cheers rang out from the troop. Zuo Mo did not doubt that if any Clear Sky Sect disciple's identity was revealed, and they encountered any Shouja that escaped from Little Mountain Jia, they would die a terrible death. Every single one of the surviving Shouja from Little Mountain Jia hated Clear Sky Sect to the bone. What Zuo Mo felt was a pity was everything good in Clear Sky Sect had been cleaned out. He didn't stop there, followed the Jia River, and flew towards Sky Water Jia. When they arrived at the airspace above the Jia River, many of the Shouja's tears uncontrollably flowed. They finally believed that they were going to leave this hell-like cage. They could finally return to the life they had been familiar with before. This made everyone excited. Cheers, sobs, venting roars. The sky above the Jia River was very busy. Zuo Mo wasn't very excited. He looked at a Gue sitting silently beside him, his gaze determined. The other end of the Jia River was just a new beginning. Translator ramblings, don't worry, Pu Yao hasn't forgotten the golden core yet. It will come up. Zuo Mo getting the Jia map is like those players who just left behind the beginner level. Sky Moon Jia was the tutorial, Little Mountain Jia the beginner village, and now we are off to the real world. The Yao army Juoust allows Zuo Mo to slip through, again. It's a string of coincidences. They are too tired after traveling at full speed and Zuo Mo's convoy is too numerous. Last time, it was that they adhered to the mission and were merciful so they did not to go after innocents. I'm not sure what is plot armor if this isn't. As for a Gue's name, the Guy Washer had a good answer. Is a prefix for endearment, like you would use Shao to say little name. Gue is ghost, hence why he previously called her ghost. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 304, Great Day Mo Physique. Chapter 304, Great Day Mo Physique. The Jia rivers were hard to cross. Every Jia river was very lengthy. Inside the cabin, Zuo Mo was focused on cultivation. Golden core. My golden core. Once Pu Yao spoke of the Jin Dan, he started to become irritable. Fought a Jin Dan and almost lost your little life, and you didn't get me the golden core. Zuo Mo was slightly embarrassed. Before, he had promised to give a Jin Dan to Pu Yao, but that was unfulfilled. Thinking about it now, Jin Dan were not as terrifying as he imagined. As long as he had the right method, it was possible to defeat a Jin Dan. After careful thought, the strongest quality of a Jin Dan was their speed. This caused Jin Dan to have the absolute advantage when facing Ningmai Shouja. For a powerful Jin Dan to kill with a strike was not uncommon, but it was not possible for one strike to kill 10 Ningmai. In comparison, a Jin Dan's defensive advantage was the least eye-catching. Even though the sword energies of a single Ningmai could not seriously wound them, but if dozens of sword energies struck at the same time, even a Jin Dan could not bear it. What was most scary was if the Jin Dan decided to kill everyone at the expense of their life. If a Jin Dan decided to go all out, the power they could release was multiple times what it was normally. Experience was the most valuable. With the experience from last time, if he had to fight with Clear Sky Old Forefather again, he even had the confidence to kill Clear Sky Old Forefather with just Vermilion Bird Camp. Facing Pu Yao's mockery and scorn, he could only grimace inside. The reason the battle against Clear Sky Old Forefather had been so difficult was because he had been frightened by the connotations of a Jin Dan Shouja. Now he knew that being on the defense would cause him to become even more reactive when facing a Jin Dan Shouja. Pu Yao clearly knew this. At this point, his wailing was just to satisfy his mouth. Hearing Pu Yao natter at his ears, Zuo Mo really could not bear it any longer. He stopped his cultivation. Alright. I'll make it up to you. He then muttered, an honored Sky Yao was actually, humph. Pu Yao pretended not to hear. After a while, he could resist tempting Zuo Mo. Actually, Jin Dan are very easy to kill. You didn't have the abilities before, but it is different now. Look, you have so many people under your command, and you also made a breakthrough. Breakthrough? Zuo Mo's mind jumped. Let's talk more about this. It's strange now that you speak of it. Your talent in the consciousness and Ling power doesn't seem outstanding, but you are abnormally fast in cultivating the MO skills. It really is weird. Pu Yao was slightly discontent, but still said, you still remember your MO physique? Of course, Jade Metalhead. Ranked 5th in the captain stage, Zuo Mo answered. Exactly. At the beginning, I assumed you would go to Star and Moonwheel. But with such coincidences, you transformed into another kind of MO physique. Pu Yao seemed slightly helpless but also grave. There are 172 types of kernel MO physiques. Ranked 1st is Mystical Earth, 2nd is Great Day, 3rd is Demonic Fiend Sea. Mystical Earth is not yin or yang, and is the only MO physique in kernel level MO physiques that doesn't belong to either. The biggest reason that it is ranked first is that it can develop into any brigadier physique, including the top 3 brigadier physiques. Great Day is young and unyielding, filled with brutal power. It is the best for developing any kind of yang and unyielding emo physique in the future. Demonic Fiend C is yin and deceptive, and the best for transformations. I have the Great Day emo physique? Zuo Mo seemed to understand. Right. Pu Yao explained, during the fight with Clear Sky Old Forefather, you coincidentally activated the Big Formation. The Big Formation processed your body, the essence of Golden Crow, Hard Lightning, and Earth Fire. All of those are yang and unyielding substances. Under these coincidental conditions, it allowed you to develop the Great Day emo physique. When he spoke to there, Pu Yao rolled his eyes. It's just you. If this was other MO that cultivated to Great Day MO physique, he would already have gone to find a Jindan to feed on. Afraid of a Jindan? Humph. Feed? What is strange about that? The inner core of Yama are treasures to Shouja, the Jindan of a Shouja is also great food for Yama. Pu Yao's vividly red tongue unconsciously licked his lips. You could try. That taste is delicious. Zuo Mo shook, and then swore, Pu Yao, you pervert. Pu Yao was not affected. It's you who is too ignorant. It's very normal for Shouja to use Yama to forge and in dan making. But you say we're perverts for eating golden cores? Zuo Mo was speechless. He decided to not linger on this question. What benefits are there to this Great Day Mo physique? Pu Yao became excited. There are many benefits. Otherwise, how can it match to a Jindan Shouja? The first is in cultivating Mo skills. You practiced Skywave Fist Scripture before, so you must know the crux to fully using the power of this Fist Scripture is how strong your body is. MO skills are even more extreme on this point. In the future, you will discover that any MO skill in the end it is to cultivate the body. Great Day MO physique is innately strong and powerful. It is easier to cultivate those domineering MO skills. MO skills again, you don't have MO skills, what are you excited for? Zuo Mo responded neutrally. Pu Yao almost choked. He decided to ignore Zuo Mo, and continued, MO physiques from Colonel and up have many wondrous abilities. Yama are not skilled in forging, and really cannot stack up to Shouja on talismans. What do we do to compete then? One method is a soul-tethered talisman, but they are different from the soul-tethered talisman of Shouja. The Yama's soul-tethered talisman is a part of their body, like a claw, tooth, or the skin they shed, formed after being forged constantly. The other method is the transformation of the MO physique. Of the Colonel MO physiques, each type of MO physique has its own transformations, but there are never more than 6 transformations. The reason that Mystical Earth, Great Day, and Demonic Fiend C can rank in the top 3 is because all of them possess 6 transformations. Zuo Mo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. What are transformations? Similar to the Abhina of Diana Xiao. Didn't you get Ling Eyes activated? The transformations of a MO physique are techniques that can use the abilities of the MO physique to the greatest degree. You understand the 6 transformations? Zuo Mo looked at Pu Yao with suspicion. Pu Yao said calmly, no. I just knew. What Sky Yao, you don't understand anything, Zuo Mo muttered to himself. A vein throbbed in Pu Yao's forehead but he suppressed himself. I might not understand, but someone does. Who? Zuo Mo was very curious now. That guy, Pu Yao said as he pointed at the gravestone. The gravestone? Zuo Mo stilled. Right. Smugness imperceptibly flashed across Pu Yao's eyes. You only need to agree to a little request from him, and he will teach you the 6 transformations of the Great Day Mo physique, and also pass Mo skills on to you. Little request? Zuo Mo instinctively detected danger. He suddenly remembered the ancient voice that sounded when Pu Yao had entered his body. That damned to abide by my ceremony, to execute my desires, to give my oath, will thou? That had tormented him. The more he thought, the more his anger burned. In the past when GE had been tender, you felt GE was easy to bully, and shit and peed on GE's head, GE couldn't defeat you, so GE tolerated it. Now you want to trick GE. No one could tolerate this. He sprinted in front of the gravestone, and his foot heavily kicked the gravestone. Idiot. You ran into GE's sea of consciousness. Didn't give one piece of Jingshire in rent. Now you scheme against GE. Do you want to live? Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. As Zuo Mo swore loudly, his foot kicked the gravestone rapidly so much the gravestone wobbled. Seeing Zuo Mo turn berserk, his eyes bloodshot, Pu Yao was dumbstruck where he stood. He dared to kick him. Heavens! After a long time, Pu Yao finally recovered. When he saw the gravestone that had almost been kicked over, his face instantly turned pale. You? Just as he opened and said one word, he saw Zuo Mo stop and turned around. On the dark and vicious face was a pair of bloody and murderous eyes. Pu Yao swallowed. He felt he was being targeted by a wild beast. If he took a wrong step, Zuo Mo would instantly leap over. His throat felt tight. When his words reached his mouth, they became, "Let's talk peacefully, let's talk peacefully." Zuo Mo turned around his pot-black face and lifted his foot again. Bang bang bang. After kicking viciously for dozens of times, he finally stopped. Before he left, he did not forget to leave words behind. Idiot, let GE tell you. You dare to scheme against GE will kill you. As he finished, he was finally content and left. Pu Yao looked dumbstruck at the gravestone. The black surface of the gravestone was covered in footprints. After a long moment, Pu Yao suddenly exploded in laughter so hard he fell down. Ha 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 ha. This is the person you picked? He has such a personality. Really has a personality. Even more of a personality than you in the past. Ha ha. How do you feel? It must be great. Ha, I hadn't thought there would be a day when you get kicked by other people. This is so interesting. Ha 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 ha. I like this guy, dot. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao's roaring laughter echoed. When Zuo Mo left the sea of consciousness, his anger had not been completely vented. What great day Mo physique, GE doesn't care. Don't think that if you had stuff like Mo skills that you can get good things out of GE. Good doesn't lack spells. Zuo Mo took out a large bunch of jade scrolls from the ring and arranged them in a row. These jade scrolls had been collected over time while he was in Little Mountain Jia, and were all spells that were unique. The great majority were good 4th grade spells. Among them, there were also 2 5th grade spells. For him, at present, this was enough to use. As to the golden core, it can go to hell. Zuo Mo suddenly had a deep understanding of a rule. Self-reliance was the true path. Back at Wukong Mountain, he was able to break through to the 4th level of the Little Art of Cloud and Rain by relying on the lowest grade jade scroll. Right now, he had this many jade scrolls and their grades were not low. There was no reason that he would deteriorate over time. Deeply stimulated by Pu Yao and the gravestone, Zuo Mo completely sank into a frenzy. Wasn't it just spells? Wasn't it just skills? You think if you hold onto the spells, you hold GE's throat? If the tiger doesn't roar, you mistake it for a sick cat? Go will let you see why you Skyao and old antiques have declined to the point that you couldn't pay the rent, and had to take out the yin beads but couldn't sell them. While GE could hold a place in the outer sect of Wu Kong Sword Sect with just the Little Art of Cloud and Rain, everyone calling out Little MOG, and the Jingxure was rolling in. Translator Ramblings, World of Cultivation has fan art here by ours. I love the crane feathers fan Gongsun Sha has, reminds me of Zhuge Liang. Pu Yao is like a child in this chapter. Gimme my candy, I want my candy, I want my candy. Zuo Mo's upgrade is explained and he, finally, discovers the difference between Pu Yao and the gravestone. Bit of a lighter chapter and more Pu Yao's Zuo Mo interactions, so hopefully people are satisfied. Also, look, no Lil Cliffy. I researched and it turns out people pronounce it differently in English depending on geography and other influences. So the A in Agui seems like A to me because that's how I usually say my A. Some of you might pronounce it like AI or S, so please keep that in mind. Should I stick the ramblings of the past chapters back into the edited chapters? I thought they were distracting between chapters, so I left them out. Do they alleviate the off-putting horror that Pu Yao might seem to be? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 305, Entrance to the Jia River. Chapter 305, Entrance to the Jia River. Of more than 100 jade scrolls, 7/10 were sword scriptures. This made Zuo Mo feel very helpless. Even though he had once cultivated sword essence at Wukong Mountains, which had attracted the eye of the sect leader and the others, but that was relying the abilities of Pu Yao to forcibly make gains. His innate talent of practicing the sword was lacking, and he was more skilled with 5-element spells. So when he saw that 70% of the sword scriptures, he really had a headache. However, he had put the words out. If he didn't do something, wouldn't Pu Yao laugh at him? He was determined to get the 2 old codgers to see something new. Zuo Mo resolved himself. Wasn't it just sword scriptures? He lined up the jade scrolls, and read through each one patiently. However, he did not read deeply, but scanned through all of them first. It took him nearly 2 days to finish reading more than 100 jade scrolls. His head was dizzy and his vision was blurry when he finished, but he felt he had learned a lot. Right now, his cultivation was limited, but of the shoujo of the same age, there were only a rare few as knowledgeable as he was. The spiritual cultivation arts of Yao, the body cultivating Mo skills of Mo, and even though he hadn't seen many high-level spells of shoujo, but in terms of numbers, it was still very astounding. There were rarely people who would do as he did, and like to read all kinds of spells whether or not he would practice them or not. The best benefit of having a vast knowledge was that he could examine these spells from a higher level. Even those Zuo Mo could not cultivate these spells to a deep level, but that did not stop him from finding the main concepts. Of course, understanding was just understanding. Casting these spells required more than just understanding. The spells were of a great variety. It clearly was not realistic to cultivate them one by one. And Pu Yao would completely dismiss these spells. He needed to think of a way to shock this guy. Zuo Mo thought for a long time. His face suddenly lit up. He got it. Is boss okay? Xia Shan had a slightly worried expression. Boss' state was not normal. Anyone that had eyes was able to see this. Boss had been in this state for a few days. Without eating and drinking, he sat on the deck as though he had gone insane, occasionally mutter something. In comparison, a guy that sat silently beside him seemed more like a normal person. Probably, Ma Fan said uncertainly. Yesterday, boss had suddenly cast an unknown spell. The result was the air in the surroundings had suddenly turned chaotic. They had almost been caught in it. After that, everyone stayed far away from boss. Only a Gue sat silently beside him. Ha, you think that it is easy to make a new spell? Pu Yao fanned the flames from the side. Zuo Mo ignored him. Time passed extremely quickly. Without realizing it, a month had passed. Zuo Mo still forgot to rest and eat, but he still had nothing to show for his efforts. The Jia River entrance of Skywater Jia was extremely wide. This place was controlled together by 8 different entities. 100 Flower Alliance was one of them. 100 Flower Alliance entered the path through the flower. Its entire sect was composed of female Shio. The sect leader, Suyu, was extremely adept, and 100 Flower Alliance prospered in her hands. Those that could have a share of the Jia River entrance were all sects with great power. It could be imagined how powerful 100 Flower Alliance was. 100 Flower Alliance had a branch at this place with its own camp. More than 500 people were present. The leader was a Jindan elder called Gao Jianting. It was possible to see how much importance 100 Flower Alliance put on the camp. Gao Jianting was as beautiful as a flower. Her begonia sword scripture was at the level of sword essence manifestation. When she attacked, it was a beautiful scene of begonias flying in the sky. The slave transporting boats that went to Little Mountain Jail last time still haven't come back? Is there any other news? Gao Jianting's brow was creased. Shirshu, no news has come back, a female disciple hurriedly responded. Gao Jianting murmured to herself, did something happen? Just at this time, a female disciple suddenly ran in with panic. Shirshu, Shirhu. Please come out and see this. Gao Jianting's expression changed, and her figure disappeared. In the air, Gao Jiantian looked at the vast army in front of her, and inhaled sharply. The sky above the Jia River was completely filled with shoujo without any visible end. Shirshu, that's our slave transporting boats. A female disciple cried out. Gao Jianting's pupils suddenly shrank. That was right, the 5 big ships at the very center of this large army were the slave transporting boats of 100 Flower Alliance. The other didn't even change the 100 Flower Alliance markings on the slave transporting boats. She was confident that something had happened in Little Mountain Jie. This large procession disturbed all the factions. Sword lights flashed, and large amounts of shoujo flew into the sky. However, when they saw such a large number of shoujo, they were dumbstruck where they stood. Heavens! What is going on? The 5 colossal slave transporting boats slowly flew with a shocking presence like moons buoyed by the stars. Gao Jianting's expression changed. She controlled herself and did not move rashly. Since the other had gotten to this place, Clear Sky Old Forefather had most likely been killed. They were both Jindan, and Gao Jianting knew her own strength was far below Clear Sky Old Forefather. Even more, the troop that was swimming around the slave transporting boats looked extremely strong from a glance. She was not only one. Every person's gaze was attracted by Vermilion Bird Camp. This troop of no more than 800 people gave them a strong feeling of danger. Elite. Only an elite force that gone through many battles would possess such a dangerous aura. The Little Mountain Jeshouja that had just arrived were exhausted, but all of them were excited. They had finally escaped Little Mountain Jia. However, when they noticed the shouja from Skywater Jia looking warily at them, they instantly quieted down. These fortunate shouja that had survived had all gone through blood and fire. Their sensitivity to danger was far higher than Skywater Jia Xiuzha. They unconsciously retreated towards the 5 slave transporting boats. Even more of them took out their talismans. Silence, an abnormal silence. The situation instantly became tense. The expressions of the Skywater Jia Xiuzha changed. They felt as though there was an invisible cord tightening slowly. Gao Jianting's expression also changed as well. The other side had much higher numbers than they did. If a conflict occurred, this place would flow with blood. Their gazes all turned to the 5 slave transporting boats. At this time, many people noticed the 100-flower pavilion marks on the slave transporting boats and looked at Gao Jianting with strange looks. However, when they saw the contorted grimace on Gao Jianting's face, they instantly understood. They all knew what 100-flower pavilion had done in Little Mountain Jia. Looking at it now, 100-flower pavilion probably had not gotten any benefits. However, they were more curious about the 5 slave transporting boats. From the movements of the Xiuzha, it was possible to see the leader of this group of people were on the 5 boats. Gongsun Sha looked at Zuo Mo, Shu Lon looked at Zuo Mo. They were waiting for Zuo Mo's order. The Xiuzha in the surroundings all turned to look at Zuo Mo, waiting for the order from the master of Golden Crow City. When people encountered danger, they were used to looking towards people who could resolve the problem and bring them victory. Zuo Mo was this kind of person in their hearts. Gao Jianting and the others also noticed the change in people's gazes, and unconsciously looked towards the youth sitting on the deck of the slave transporting boat at the very front. The enormous Jia River entrance was silent. At the center of everyone's attention, Zuo Mo didn't feel anything at all. He was arguing furiously with Pu Yao. "This is what you thought of? Ha, nonsense." Pu Yao said scornfully, "I thought you had some ability, but after working for a month, you just have something this far-fetched? Far-fetched? You old codger that's been dead for 1,000 years, you're just like the gravestone, even your mind has rusted. Of course you guys can't understand something this cutting edge." Zuo Mo was not weak as he retaliated. "Don't put me with that guy." Pu Yao raged, "This honored Sky Yao. So what if you're a Sky Yao?" Zuo Mo said disdainfully as he looked sideways, "Out of time is out of time." Pu Yao smiled and said calmly, "Your idea is unique, but your experience in cultivation is too little. You clearly have underestimated the difficulty in this. If you are in Jindan, you may be able to use this move, but you definitely cannot right now. Something that cannot be used has no value. It's useless because you say so? You really are confident." Zuo Mo snorted coldly. "If I can do it, what then?" Pu Yao's eye narrowed like a blade, and he said darkly, "You do not need to provoke me. If you can do it, I will help you get the 6 transformations of Great Demo Physique. But if you cannot do it, then you have to agree to the gravestone's oath." "You promise?" Zuo Mo asked as he tilted his head. "Yes." Pu Yao said coldly. "All right, I agree." Zuo Mo nickered, a cunning smile on his face. "Pu, you got tricked." Finishing, Zuo Mo's hands swiped in forming a sword scripture move. A faint blue sword energy appeared in front of him. His hands continuously swiped. A red sword energy and a gold sword energy appeared. His expression was unusually serious. With a light shout, the sword scriptures on his hands turned and his hand motions changes. The 3 sword energies seemed to change as they were guided by an invisible force. "Pu, this is 3 talent formation, dot." In front of Zuo Mo was a 3-leaf-shaped sword formation composed of sword energies. The sword formation flowed in motion. For cardinal formation. Zuo Mo released another sword scripture. This formation changed. 3 talent into 4 cardinal. The nimble presence turned to a heavy one. 5-element formation. Heaven Light 7-star sword formation. Gao Jianting stared at the sword formation in front of the youth with shock on her face. With her eyes, she could see that every sword energy the youth released was a beginning one, but the attributes of each sword energy were completely different. If it was just this, that only showed that this boy's knowledge was shamefully heterogeneous, and she wouldn't be so shocked. Yet the youth deliberately merged these sword energies of different attributes into a sword formation. She could not completely understand the sword formation in front of the youth, but there were 36 types of sword energies that were put in. When these normal sword energies formed a sword formation, their power grew. Looking from far away, she could feel threads of cold. This skill was to turn what was rotten into a wonder. Powerful. What were the origins of this youth? She did not notice that the tense atmosphere had dissipated. Everyone's attention were attracted by the sword formation in front of Zuo Mo. No matter if it was the Xiuzha of Skywater Jie or Little Mountain Jie, all of them had shock on their faces. At this time, Zuo Mo's eyes suddenly widened as he glared and shouted, "Pooh, look closely." Translator ramblings, thanks for the feedback yesterday, everyone. Zuo Mo needs to improve his awareness of the surroundings. It's not nice to flaunt someone's former property in front of them, the boats are worth a lot. Slave traders meeting their former slaves that were stolen and then freed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 306, Spells Entering Formation. Chapter 306, Spells Entering Formation. Zuo Mo's cheeks ballooned, his eyes were round like a toad expanding its cheeks, and blew out heavily. Whoosh! A red thread of fire emerged from his mouth. Countless small flames landed like raindrops in the sword formation. Boom! The light from the sword formation exploded, countless red sparks floating in the middle. Inside the sharp murderous intent was an explosive energy. At the same time, Zuo Mo's hands flipped and the little art of cloud and rain formed. The glowing rain silently entered the sword formation. Innumerable clear droplets floated inside the formation. The water and fire were clearly divided and extremely pretty to look at. However, no one was attracted by its beauty. The dangerous presence exuded by the water and fire sword formation made everyone's heart speed up. Pooh, look, isn't this it? Zuo Mo smugly showed off. This was the method he thought of. After Zuo Mo had read through more than 100 jade scrolls, he found that while the quality of each was good, there wasn't a spell that piqued his interest. At this moment, he suddenly found that he had become pickier without previously noticing it. However, he suddenly discovered that even though these spells and sword scriptures were not outstanding, they were at least varied. Each jade scroll had its own unique qualities. He had a daring idea. Could he merge all of these spells together? Consequently, he thought of formations. Different sword energies and spells contained an abundance of changes, and thus they were perfect for formations. It was extremely difficult to use different sword energies and spells to create a formation. When this idea jumped out, he knew it was possible. However, he didn't speak of it. He really desired the 6 transformations of the Great Damo physique from the bottom of his heart, especially when he heard Pu Yao say that it could match a Jin Dan Xiuzha. He forcibly stopped the impulse to make a deal, and spent a whole month to sort through every detail that he could think of before he set the trap for Pu Yao. Zuo Mo's face was very smug, but his heart was beating rapidly inside. Only when he finished setting up the formation did the stone in his heart land on the ground. Dearie, he should not frequently do things like this in the future, that was too intense for GE. How is it possible? When Zuo Mo saw Pu Yao's dumbstruck expression, all of the nervousness flew away, and his body felt unspeakably comfortable. Divine Summoning Art. Pu Yao's eyes widened greatly as he stared in disbelief at Zuo Mo. Divine Summoning Art? What is that? Zuo Mo was confused. Pu Yao had a death stare locked on Zuo Mo. His gaze was so strange that Zuo Mo felt his hair stand up. Pu, I have no interest in Yao. Pu Yao's eyes were tightly fixed on Zuo Mo and he did not speak. After a while, Zuo Mo really could not suppress himself. Pu, you can't go back on your word. His finger motions instantly changed. Look, I used Bright Light spell as the foundation, then Black Fire spell, and Lingwood spell so that the wood element would create fire. Then I used the Black Days spell as the connection to create the presence of the fire-tailed tiger, which is highly offensive and vicious. In front of him, a formation that seemed like a ferocious tiger took form. A thread of fire-tail was waving in the air, cold and murderous. Gao Jianting, who saw this, couldn't stop herself from inhaling sharply. With a few flicks of the youth's finger, all kinds of spells fell like rain, and the formation took form almost in the blink of an eye. What finger method was this? With her cultivation and keen eyes, she could clearly see every step Zuo Mo made, but when all the movements were connected together, she could not understand it. However, the high-spirited and vicious presence of this fire-tailed tiger formation rushed at her face. She had never heard of such a fantastical method. In her eyes, the youth sitting on the boat suddenly became deep and mysterious. Was it the disciple of some big sect out on a rite of passage? This was her only rational guess. The highest-ranking commanders of the other factions also had heavy expression at this time. Zuo Mo's move really was astounding and exquisite, stunning the entire place. Even though they didn't know why this youth would show this to everyone, but the factions couldn't help but start to mutter. Why do you know Divine Summoning Art? Pu Yao stared at Zuo Mo and bit out his words one by one. What is Divine Summoning Art? Zuo Mo asked curiously. Pu Yao stared at Zuo Mo for a long time before opening. Then how are you controlling these spells? Spiritual power. Zuo Mo looked strangely at Pu Yao. Of course, it is spiritual power. This is very easy. Look. He flicked with a finger and a thread of fire flew before him. Without any visible action from him, the thread of fire seemed to be pulled by an invisible force to spin around Zuo Mo. You don't know how? Zuo Mo felt it was even more strange. No way. Shouldn't a finger method as easy as this be something that all Yao cultivate? How many threads can you control in total? Pu Yao did not answer but asked in response. A lot. Without another word, Zuo Mo's finger flicked continuously. Threads of fire floated in the air. In a short moment, more than 100 flames were floating around him. Zuo Mo's consciousness moved, and controlled these flames to perform all kinds of moves. Alright. I will give you the 6 transformations to the Great Mo physique tomorrow. Pu Yao said decisively. Zuo Mo instantly had a smile. Pu Yao might have the track record of a con artist, but when he promised something he never went back on his word. You should first resolve what is happening right now, Pu Yao then said. Zuo Mo stilled. Pu Yao's tone actually became slightly friendly. This made feel very unaccustomed. Illusion, this definitely was an illusion. As he warned himself not to forget, he started to examine what was in front of him. When he looked, his body shook. What situation was this? The surroundings were deathly silent and every person was looking at him. Even if the skin on Zuo Mo's face was thick, he still felt his scalp prickle. Had he been embarrassing himself in front of so many people just now? It was over. He wailed inside. However, the skin on his face was truly thick, and he quickly composed himself. Zuo Mo calmly asked, what's going on? When Xiashan, Ma Fan, and the others heard this, they almost dropped from the sky. They stared at each other. Boss had made such a fuss, and now he was asking them what was happening? Gong Sun Cha's expression did not change. He coughed lightly, and said to Zhong Ru beside him, "Oh, the wind outside is strong, I'm going in to rest." He then left for the cabin. Zhong Ru reached out a hand in bewilderment. There was no wind. Seeing no one answer after a while, anger sprouted from Zuo Mo's embarrassment. He pointed at Ma Fan. "You, speak." Ma Fan felt very unlucky. He could hear the muffled laughs of Xiashan, Lei Peng and the others beside him, but he forced himself to fly next to Zuo Mo. "Boss, this, look." He pointed at the sky-water Jia Xiuzhe in the sky. Zuo Mo followed Ma Fan's finger and gazed at the sky-water Jia Xiuzhe opposite them. After tilting his head and thinking for a while, he said, "They are not letting us go across, not." When these words came out, all the little mountain Jia Xiuzhe uncontrollably tightened their grip on their talismans, their gazes became vicious. Gao Jianting and the others had extraordinary hearing. When they heard Zuo Mo's words, their hearts jumped suddenly. If they had been just wary of the number of the little mountain Jia Xiuzhe before, after seeing Zuo Mo's uncanny formation, they were even more wary of his origins. The instinctive movements of the other Xiuzhe subordinates made their hearts tighten when they saw it. They knew that it was not good, but if they spoke and showed weakness now, they felt they would lose face. At this time, Rongwei inserted, "City Master, don't be angry. Everyone must not have known that City Master in your procession would be arriving, and have overreacted. City Master, please allow this one to go forward to speak." Rongwei was very nervous. She had seen the Battle of Golden Crow City. Zuo Mo didn't even respect Clear Sky Old Forefather. If these people infuriated him, this place would flow with blood today. Having managed to escape from Little Mountain Jia after a struggle, Zuo Mo was slightly discontent at being blockaded at the Skywater Jia entrance. He had led this group of people and survived for so long in Little Mountain Jia, and a killing energy had settled on his body. However, he didn't want to enter a conflict with the local factions just as he entered Skywater Jia. He said to Rongwei, "Then we will trouble Miss Rong." Rongwei hurriedly flew towards the people of Skywater Jia. Normal Xiuzhe might not know of Rongwei of the House of the Crow Marquis, but the leaders of the 8 factions recognized her. After Rongwei went over and quietly spoke with them, the Skywater Jia Xiuzhe in front of Zuo Mo retreated. Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. It seemed this House of the Crow Marquis wasn't simple. Thinking about how the House of the Crow Marquis was investigating the stars in daytime, Zuo Mo was very irritated. It wasn't a good feeling that he was being targeted by a force that had a powerful background. Rongwei came back and smiled. "It is done." Zuo Mo had to give his thanks again. The 5 slave transporting boats slowly started and took the vast group of Xiuhua into Skywater Jia. Gao Jianting gazed at this enormous troop, worry rising in her heart. She could only hope now that these 5 slave transporting boats were not spoils of war from a direct conflict. No, she had to report this to the sect leader immediately. She didn't dare to procrastinate and took out a paper crane. After she finished writing, she channeled Ling power into the crane and watched as it disappeared into the sky. At the same time, hundreds of paper cranes flew into the sky and disappeared. As they entered Sky Water Jia, Zuo Mo's emotions totally relaxed. At evening, they reached the first major city of Sky Water Jia, Huangheng City. When such a large number of Xiozha appeared in the horizon, they created terror in the local Xiozha. Fortunately, Rongwei came out at the appropriate time to comfort them and dissipate their panic. Seeing the situation, Zuo Mo established camp at a mountain peak outside the city. There were no gatherings in the world that did not end. Many Xiozha came at this time to Zuo Mo to give their farewells. Zuo Mo did not urge them to remain and gave them his good wishes. The sky filled with sword lights like rain that disappeared into the sky. Their individual power was undoubted after being able to survive in Little Mountain Jia. They would have good lives in Sky Water Jia. After some thought, Zuo Mo gathered everyone together and took the Jinji off their bodies. He looked with emotion at them and suddenly felt a bit proud. Truthfully, I had no choice but to put Jinji in everyone in the past. Fortunately, we have escaped Little Mountain Jia. Starting from today, everyone is free, you can go wherever you want. Everyone can go get 5 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi from Old Bao. The people shifted slightly, but all of them were silent. No one moved. Zuo Mo saw that no one moved, and felt irritated. He waved his hand. I'm letting you go, so go. Finishing, he turned and left. It was night, and the moonlight was like water. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo astonishes Pu Yao through formations and 5 element spells. Zuo Mo and the people of Sky Water Jia are not off to a good start. Mass influx of refugees and a show of great power. I like how Rongwei is trying to prevent bloodshed and is actually afraid of Zuo Mo. Also, 5 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. I actually think Zuo Mo is way too generous this time, but he did enslave them and force them to fight, so reparations it is. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 307, Bright Water City. Chapter 307, Bright Water City. Zuo Mo sat on top of a rock at the top of the mountain. The moon was shining above his head, and a Gui was sitting silently beside him. Gong Sun Sha found Zuo Mo. Seeing him, he could only smile. What are you smiling about? Zuo Mo said irritably, and then asked, where's Chung Shidi? He's still experimenting with his Ling beasts. According to him, he's at a critical time period. Gong Sun Sha found a rock beside Zuo Mo and sat down. He stretched lazily. I can finally rest. In Little Mountain Jia, I didn't have one night of peaceful rest. I had thought that a battle maniac like you wouldn't need to rest. Zuo Mo glanced at him and mocked. Oh, that's because I was just starting. Gong Sun Sha gave a shy smile. Zuo Mo acted as though he was going to puke. Why are you letting them leave? Gong Sun Sha's tone became serious. Zuo Mo rolled his eyes. I can't support them. Do you know how great the pressure it is to feed all these people? Oh, in Little Mountain Jia, we can steal resources, but that doesn't work anywhere else. Those not in charge of the household do not know how expensive food is. To say of nothing else, you know how much Vermilion Bird Camp uses every day. In any case, we have all fought together, it's better to have a good farewell. Gong Sun Sha was the one that knew the most about the expenses of Vermilion Bird Camp. It definitely was not realistic to keep everyone. Sky Water Jia was much more wealthy and prosperous than Little Mountain Jia, but its territories had already been divided up. If they wanted to insert themselves, they would have to act against other factions. Gong Sun Sha did not fear fighting, but this way, they would easily become the common enemy of the entire Sky Water Jia. That would not be good. A lot of people would probably go. Gong Sun Sha smacked his lips as he said, people's hearts have started to change as they arrived in Sky Water Jia. This is also good, Zuo Mo said. The two became silent. After a while, Gong Sun Sha looked at Zuo Mo, and then at a Gui who was sitting woodenly. He asked, where do we go next? And, don't say something like it's dangerous, and you will go alone. Zuo Mo's heart warmed and said, I need to find Water Cloud Embryo. Water Cloud Embryo? Gong Sun Sha looked at a Gui. For a Gui? N. Zuo Mo nodded, I don't know what connection I have with a Gui, but since she became like this to save me, I cannot just sit back and do nothing. That's for sure. Gong Sun Sha had an expression of agreement and then raised his arms, shouting exuberantly, for a Gui. We will find Cloud Water Embryo. Zuo Mo was very moved and a smile appeared on his face. The best is if we can encounter more fighting. It makes me excited just thinking about it. Gongsun Sha said calmly. As expected from a battle maniac. Oh, where are we going to find water cloud embryo? Can we buy it? Gongsun Sha asked. Don't know. Zuo Mo shook his head. He looked at a Gue and said, we have to investigate. His heart suddenly moved and took out the sound tablet from his ring. Gongsun Sha's gaze was attracted and he was very shocked. Shi Xiang has kept this with you. It's been so long since I listened to it. Yes, it's been a long time since we listened. Zuo Mo channeled Ling power into the sound tablet. The calm voice floated out from the sound tablet and was unspeakably intimate. Under the moonlight, Zuo Mo and Gongsun Sha idly listened to the sound tablet, a Gue sitting silently beside them. The morning of the next day. Yesterday night was fated to be a difficult one for many people. The eyes of many people were bloodshot, some of them had heavy expressions. The number of people in the camp had been dramatically reduced. Gongsun Sha's expression was very relaxed. No one from Vermilion Bird Camp had left. The people that left were mostly from the eastern and western camps. Of more than 2,000 people, less than 800 remained. I can fill Vermilion Bird Camp now, Gongsun Sha said with a smile. Vermilion Bird Camp did not leave and Guard Camp did not leave. The departure of the majority of the eastern and western camp was not out of Zuo Mo's expectations. What surprised him was the forging division. None of the Xiozha from the forging division had left. Zuo Mo looked at the pairs of eyes below him and was very moved. He opened his mouth, but when the words reached his lips, he didn't know what to say. What are you all standing here for? Go back to work. Zuo Mo's shout made everyone roar with laughter. The sorrow due to the departures had dissipated greatly. Rong Wei saw the scene and her heart shook. She increasingly felt that she could not clearly understand the master of Golden Crow City. Yesterday, she had been very shocked when she heard the master of Golden Crow City was letting people leave. How could there be someone that would willingly weaken themselves? But today, when she saw the determined looks of the Xiozha from Golden Crow City, she seemed to understand. This troop in front of her was more unified and had stronger morale than the previous group. Even if they encountered greater dangers, they wouldn't easily break up. The master of Golden Crow City appeared to have weakened his power, but in reality, his primary strength had not been damaged, the organization had become purer, and the average strength had actually went up a level, and had gained strong abilities of survival, but... Looking at that outrageously young face, Rong Wei felt it was almost impossible to believe. At a glance, Zuo Mo did not have any outstanding qualities. But the actions this youth took frequently displayed a maturity that surpassed his age. She suddenly realized that even if the master of Golden Crow City did not have that mysterious and powerful sect behind him, he would not be one of the masses with his abilities. Just as she was thinking, Zuo Mo suddenly turned around to face her. Miss Rong, where is the biggest city of Skywater Jie? Rong Wei gathered her thoughts and said with a slight smile, there are 28 primary towns in Skywater Jie. The most prosperous would be Brightwater City. Does City Master have any plans? Oh, I have a batch of items I want to sell, and buy items along the way. If that's the case, Brightwater City is perfect. The biggest merchants in Skywater Jia are all in Brightwater City. Rong Wei then said with a smile, this one's house is located in Brightwater City, and have relationships with those merchants, we may be able to help. Zuo Mo hurried to give him thanks. Many thanks, Miss Rong. So you finished reading the paper crane that Gao Jianting had sent, and a shadow flashed through her eyes. Suyu was very charismatic and attractive. She was still the most attractive woman even among the multitude of beautiful women in Hundred Flower Alliance. She had managed Hundred Flower Alliance for 20 years and had good relationships with all the sections. The disciples under her had mostly married the accomplished disciples from big sects, and she had a deep foundation. Let's not rashly move on this matter. Suyu said deeply, see what their origins really are. Yes. The female disciple respectfully responded. Where are they now? They reached the border of the city last night. The female disciple crisply answered, it was Miss Rong Wei that brought them over. Oh. Suyu was slightly surprised and then had an expression of deep thought. She could not see what connection Rong Wei had with this master of Golden Crow City. The house of the Crow Marquis was as deep as the sea, and hard for outsiders to probe. But Hundred Flower Alliance had countless eyes, and were the most skilled at spying. Suyu could see a hint. Of all the factions in Brightwater City, the one Suyu was wary of the most was the House of the Crow Marquis. The House of the Crow Marquis was usually low-key and did not attend to outside matters. The Crow Marquis himself only focused on cultivation. However, all the hints showed that there was a deep background behind the Crow Marquis. Suyu had detected this a long time ago, but after all these years, no matter how they searched, they still did not find anything. Romway's trip this time was the biggest action the House of the Crow Marquis took in years. Suyu smelt an unusual flavor from this. When they saw Bright Water City, Zuo Mo and the Shitty were slightly shocked. Bright Water City was tens of times bigger than Dongfu. The entire sky was covered in lights that streamed without end. In the sky above the city floated hundreds of islands of various sizes. The houses constructed on the lucky clouds were multicolored from the lights of all kinds of jinji and formations. Skywater Jia was more prosperous than Sky Moon Jia as expected. The other people were alright, but the trio of Zuo Mo, Gongsun Sha, and Chun Yuchang were people that were inexperienced. Each of them gaped, their faces filled with shock. Romway, who had been constantly observing them, felt slightly confused. These three's actions did not seem like those that came from large sections. However, she was not suspicious. Many disciples from large sect never asked about worldly affairs so they could concentrate on cultivation. Some people would never even leave the sect's mountain for decades. She didn't show any signs of scorn and enthusiastically showed them around. Bright Water City is the best part of Skywater Jia. Almost 4/10 of this Jia's Ling veins are located here, and there are the most secret paradises here. If City Master wants to develop here, you could buy a few secret paradises. They are the best for cultivating. Secret paradises did not hold any attraction for Zuo Mo. His Mo physique could automatically absorb Ling power from the world and it could process the impurities. He did not need a secret paradise. The other people also lacked interest in the secret paradises. Romway was even more certain now that the master of Golden Crow City came from a large sect. For normal Xiozha, secret paradises were their biggest love as well as their greatest wish. Many Xiozha worked their whole lives with the goal of owning a secret paradise. Only disciples from large sects did not need to worry about secret paradises. Zuo Mo's procession could truly be called vast. They had camped at an empty area outside the city. What made Zuo Mo depressed was that the empty area outside the city was owned. It had taken Romway coming forward to get the matter settled. Xu Long and the others did not have any interest in touring the city. Having recovered his youth, Xu Long's mania on cultivation was enough to make Zuo Mo sweat. With him as the role model, everyone in guard camp had become cultivation maniacs. The people of the forging division also stayed at the camp with only Sun Bao and Ji Wei coming along. Other than that, Bao Yi was a person that could not be left behind. Considering that they should not be high-key, Gongsun Sha still took along 3 divisions, Sky Peak platoon among them. Even so, this procession was very eye-catching. The killing aura of Vermilion Bird Camp that had been forged through combat was completely different than normal guards. Landing in the eyes of those who understood, they couldn't stop themselves from speculating. Fortunately, Romway knew many people in Bright Water City and people would occasionally come up to exchange greetings. Romway's mind suddenly moved and when she raised her head, a paper crane flew over. The paper crane landed on her palm. She lightly unfolded it. When she finished reading, there was a surprised expression. The Marquis was not in the compound. The compound guard she had sent back to the compound informed her that the Marquis had left half a month ago and had not yet returned. Romway felt slight regret. She had wanted to take the master of Golden Crow City to meet the Marquis. The Marquis was very knowledgeable and might have been able to see his origins. It seemed like she could not do it. She was worried about the affairs of the house and bowed an apology to Zuo Mo, my sincere apologies. Romway did not know that the Marquis had left a fortnight ago, and has not yet returned. There are many affairs in the compound. Romway will bid farewell early. City Master, please give your forgiveness. Hearing this, Zuo Mo hurriedly said, Miss Rong has helped us greatly. We are very grateful, you should hurry. We will just walk around by ourselves. Worried about the internal situation of the house, Romway left. The procession of people hadn't walked around for long when Zuo Mo's expression changed and suddenly stopped walking. Someone was following them. Translator Rammings, sometimes I find WordPress painful. Because I can't find the comments, I'll reply to some here. One person was right on the dot regarding why Zuo Mo is letting the people go, he doesn't have the money to support all those people. To the person who offered donations, I'm happy that you like the translation so much but I won't be accepting any donations at this point. To the reader who mentioned Chun Yuchang, he's alive and still being a mad animal farmer. It would be funny if Zuo Mo and Gongsun Sha just forgot about him but they've been together for at least a year so that's not likely. I know my ramblings are long sometimes but you guys actually get the condensed version. I end up deleting non-essential stuff. Zuo Mo does something to save money and people are thinking too highly of his wisdom. The increased unity is just a side effect of Zuo Mo's miserly nature and pragmatism. Rongwei who thinks of him like this extremely violent person that is extremely intelligent and can be set off easily, which I guess is not an improvement over thinking of him as a lecherous person. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 308, Brute. Chapter 308, Brute. Zuo Mo gave everyone a look. They all understood and purposely walked towards a less populated area. Is there a reason Sir is following us? Zuo Mo looked coldly at this shoujo wearing almond yellow Taoist robes, with white hair yet had a childlike appearance. There were still many people passing by. When these shoujo saw the yellow-robed old Taoist, they all changed expression and hurriedly left. Little baby is pretty clever to have noticed old forefather. This old person's tone was very proud. Facing Zuo Mo's procession, he showed no fear. The 3 divisions of Vermilion Bird Camp silently prepared to fight and could attack at any moment. I urge you to not move. The yellow-robed old Taoist snickered. Otherwise, this old forefather would make you feel it. Zuo Mo rolled his eyes. Why did everyone speak so much these days? However, Zuo Mo didn't want to make trouble right after arriving in Brightwater City. He glanced at the yellow-robed old Taoist. Sir has followed us for this long, it shouldn't just be to chat, right? Hee, little baby, you have a talisman. Since you can't use it, why don't you give it to this old forefather? The yellow-robed old Taoist said cheerfully. Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. He said, talisman? I have many talismans. Which one is Sir speaking of? You have a pile of scrap metal. There's only one that can be considered a talisman, it should be a 6th grade talisman. The yellow-robed old Taoist narrowed his eyes that twinkled with greed. 6th grade talisman. Zuo Mo's heart shook. The number of people that knew the 9-turn sky soil disc had landed in his possession was pitifully few. How could this old Taoist know? Sir is joking. A 6th grade talisman isn't something someone like this one can possess. Zuo Mo refuted. Don't pretend in front of this old forefather. The expression of the yellow-robed old Taoist turned cold and he seemed impatient. Old forefather doesn't want to hear you blab. If you are wise, hand it over. Old forefather naturally won't forget to give you something in return. Sir means? Zuo Mo said lightly, his eyes turning cold. Don't think that old forefather doesn't dare to attack you because you blued yourselves onto the house of the Crow Marquis. Even if the Crow Marquis personally comes, he can't save you. The presence of the yellow-robed old Taoist suddenly grew. The Ling power in the surroundings seemed to become chaotic and become abnormally restless. The faces of Zuo Mo and the others changed dramatically. Jin Dan. This yellow-robed old Taoist was actually a Jin Dan. He. Be wise, and take it out. Don't make old forefather personally act. It won't look good then. The yellow-robed Taoist said darkly. The strong Ling pressure was like lead that pressed down on them to the point of suffocation. Zuo Mo and the others had never directly faced a Jin Dan at such a close distance. Their battle against Clear Sky Old Forefather had been in the air. The feeling now was completely different. In their eyes, the figure of the yellow-robed old Taoist was as high as a mountain. They were as small as insects, and unable to shake him. At such a close distance to a Jin Dan, just this terrifying Ling pressure was enough for the great majority of Ningmai to lose their will to resist. I hadn't noticed that you do have some talent. A flash of shock passed through the eyes of the yellow-robed old Taoist and then he snickered. Pity that it isn't enough in front of old forefather. A light flashed through the eyes of the yellow-robed old Taoist. Everyone suddenly felt their body be pulled down and could not move. They couldn't even raise their arms. Everyone had shocked expressions. Power of the earth. Zuo Mo blared angrily, but his body didn't move at all. He finally knew why the other wanted the 9-turn sky soil disc. The other cultivated earth element spells. What earth element spell was so tyrannical? Xie Shan gave a muffled grunt and forcibly channeled his Ling power to activate his sword scripture. Somewhat interesting. It seems you are almost at Jin Dan. The yellow-robed old Taoist had a surprised expression again. However, he then was unconcerned. It's a pity that your luck isn't good. Phew. Xie Shan felt the Ling power in his chest reverse. He couldn't not stop himself from spraying up a mouthful of blood. Don't struggle. The yellow-robed old Taoist looked scornfully at Xie Shan. It is useless. There is just one line between us, but this one line is the difference between heaven and earth. Finishing, he ignored Xie Shan and turned to walk towards Zuo Mo. Why did you have to force old forefather to act? The yellow-robed old Taoist smiled smugly and casually walked in front of Zuo Mo and slapped Zuo Mo's face. He roared with laughter. Old forefather's luck today is really good, many thanks to you. The Xiozha of Vermilion Bird Camp all glared angrily, furiously channeling their Ling power to struggle. They are pretty loyal to you. The yellow-robed old Taoist snickered and continued to slap Zuo Mo's face. But so what? Ha ha. Zuo Mo bore the pain and asked through his teeth, how did you know I have this talisman? The yellow-robed old Taoist was very proud. I'll teach you a lesson. 6th grade talismans have cognition, and old forefather knows a spell to find cognition. He examined Zuo Mo from head to toe. At the end, his eyes landed on the rings on Zuo Mo's hand. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he laughed loudly. Old forefather is getting a tidy sum today. So many dimensional rings. As he spoke, he reached out to grab at a ring on Zuo Mo's finger. Just as his finger touched Zuo Mo's finger, a change suddenly happened. This motionless hand that was wearing several dimensional rings flipped upwards without a warning, and grabbed his hand. The expression of the yellow-robed old Taoist suddenly changed. You? A terrifying force passed from his hand. He could not control his body and was slammed towards the other. Not good. The yellow-robed old Taoist reacted quickly. He was just going to activate his Ling shield when his eyes suddenly bulged, his figure felt numb, and curled upwards. A punch that could break rock slammed into his abdomen. Zuo Mo's features were twisted. Half of his face was still red as he bellowed, Gu has had to bear with you for a long time already. Bang! The body of the yellow-robed old Taoist shook. The enormous force caused his entire face to deform. After practicing Vajra Profound Sutra, Zuo Mo's strength had increased greatly. The present strength of Zuo Mo, who had a great day Mo physique, had reached a terrifying level. The flesh of Mo were all extremely strong, and how could great day Mo physique, which ranks second of all Brigadier Mo physiques, lack in this regard? It wasn't lacking, and was stronger, much stronger than Zuo Mo had imagined. When his body had been restricted earlier, he had held some power back. He had personally experienced the restrictive abilities of the 9-turn Sky-Earth Disk, and therefore didn't panic. The power of the Great Day Mo physique was much stronger than the time he had been trapped by the 9-turn Sky-Soil Disk. But no one else in his group had the same terrifying strength he did. As a single person, he definitely could not defeat the other. Zuo Mo could only feign weakness to bait the enemy. At this time, he felt satisfaction. He had never felt that his fists were so filled with power, each punch seemed to vent the anger inside of him into the body of the yellow-robed old Taoist. Old forefather. Ha, don't you know GE already killed an old forefather? Bang! Dare to steal GE's treasures. Do you want to live? Bang! Dare to slap GE's face. You're finished. Bang bang bang. Zuo Mo handed out more than 10 punches, each one landing on flesh. When a wallop landed on the body of the yellow-robed old Taoist, it was possible to see his body shake, and his flesh ripple. Zuo Mo hadn't vented his anger yet. Holding the neck of the yellow-robed old Taoist, he threw the other onto the ground like throwing down a bag of sand. Hiss! Simultaneous inhales came from the surroundings, including Xie Shan, who was injured and also looked with abject shock at Boss, who had totally gone berserk. Boom boom boom! The stone tiles on the ground cracked, stone flying with every blow. Pia, the Ling armor of the yellow-robed old Taoist, couldn't tolerate such brutal strikes and shattered. Zuo Mo's hand paused. The Ling armor of a Jindan should be worth a lot of Jinshur. His heart suddenly started to hurt. He suddenly became furious, and continued to slam the yellow-robed old Taoist into the ground a dozen more times before he stopped. He raised his head with satisfaction, one hand holding the neck of the yellow-robed old Taoist, and turned to face the other people. Are you guys okay? Whoosh, everyone simultaneous stepped back. There wasn't any anger left in their eyes. They looked with sympathy at the yellow-robed old Taoist that was being held by the neck by Zuo Mo like a rabid dog. The pitiful yellow-robed old Taoist was not shaped like a person anymore. He was completely swollen from the beating and was unconscious. Pitiful, so pitiful. They had never seen such a pitiful Jindan, one that had been punched to the point of being misshapen. They should never offend Boss. Even a rough man like Lei Pang was pale with fright like a little girl, his heart shaking rapidly. Zhong Ru, who had once taught Boss Fist scriptures, had an ashen face. He dared to guarantee that he had not taught this. What was wild? What was brutish? What was savage? In comparison to using brute force to hit a Jindan to the point of unconsciousness, becoming misshapen due to swelling of the entire body and leaving compound fractures. We are Xiozha, we specialize in techniques in Ling. So when Boss turned with a reddened face, his face ferocious as he panted, they all retreated a few steps. Zuo Mo glanced at the yellow-robed old Taoist that he was holding, and felt very good inside. He finally caught a Jin Dan this time. He had promised to give Pu Yao a golden core. He hadn't expected that he would encounter such a stupid Jin Dan today. At this time, he completely forgot how he was completely suppressed before. Back to the camp. He waved his hand grandly and flew at the front. Far from where they were, Su Yu's face was slightly pale. It was the first time she had seen such a savage and brutish person. When she had seen the yellow-robed old Taoist go to make trouble for Zuo Mo, she had taken note. She wanted to see just how powerful this group was, but there was much to be wary of. The appearance of the yellow-robed old Taoist was a great opportunity. She recognized the yellow-robed Taoist. This person was vicious and cruel and had killed many people. Even other Jin Dan Shouja were wary of him. The beginning of the incident did not deviate from her imagination. Anyone that had a bit of common knowledge knew the difference between Jin Dan and Ningmai. She even felt that Zuo Mo wouldn't dare to rebel, and obediently give up the talismans. When the yellow-robed Taoist had activated his spell, she had secretly shaken her head inside. This master of Golden Crow City really wasn't a smart person. But the scene immediately after struck her dumb. The master of Golden Crow City had suddenly moved and grabbed the yellow-robed old Taoist. Without using any Ling power, definitely without any Ling power like a street-roaming gangster, he had beat down a Jin Dan with his fists. But the fist that had no Ling power actually had beaten the yellow-robed old Taoist to the point of being misshapen. Was he a body-cultivating Shouja? What stage had he cultivated to in order to be able to beat a Jin Dan Shouja to this state? The simple and rough barrage from the master of Golden Crow City made her pale and uncontrollably feel a threat of fear. This was a true brute. Translator ramblings. This only became so one-sided because the Jin Dan was captured when he was off guard, was not able to utilize his speed and got beat up before he could use his spells to attack Zuo Mo. But this does show that Zuo Mo's physical strength has increased and his power-up is significant. Not a lot of plot progression this chapter, just action. This might make up for the melancholy of the previous chapters. Or Fong Xiang is doing one of his abrupt changes in tone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 309, The Greatest Gain. Chapter 309, The Greatest Gain. At the camp. Can't you go faster? Pu Yao impatiently urged from behind him. What are you rushing for? Let me see if I missed anything. Zuo Mo searched the body of the old Taoist one more time in great detail, to prevent anything from being left behind, before reluctantly throwing the old Taoist to Pu Yao. Pu Yao hurriedly turned into a black wind that took up the old Taoist and disappeared. So pitiful. Zuo Mo shook his head in sympathy, but when his eyes returned to his spoils, his face instantly filled with smiles. Fighting against a Jin Dan was a painful process, but inventorying the spoils was the best experience. Whoa! There wasn't much on the body of the old Taoist, but to be seen to have value in the eyes of a Jin Dan, those items naturally were not ordinary. A string of mother and child copper bells, a blue stone about the size of his palm shaped like a mountain, and 3 jade scrolls. Zuo Mo first took out the mother and child bells. The big and small yellow copper bells were strung together with a red string. Zuo Mo found it interesting and swung the copper bell. Don! Zuo Mo seemed to be hit full-on by a wild beast. Before he could react, he was thrown back multiple zhang. After a while, Zuo Mo shook his head as he climbed up and spat out the sand in his mouth. His eyes were bright as he stared at the bells on the ground. Such a powerful talisman. If he did not possess the great Mo physique, he probably would have died right there. It was the first time he saw such a strange sound-type talisman. Most sound-type talismans enchanted the mind, and those that were stronger could directly attack the soul. These mother and child bells could physically attack. Strange. It was too strange. Zuo Mo carefully picked up the mother and child bells, his consciousness prying into it. The best way to understand a talisman was to use the consciousness to inspect it. When his consciousness entered the copper bells, Zuo Mo felt his vision shift and was situated in an empty space. Countless complex and ancient seal scripts swam around him. They seemed to be alive as they spun freely. Even if Zuo Mo could be considered to be knowledgeable, his head was dizzy when he saw these seal scripts. Not far from Zuo Mo was a round ball about the height of a person. It was made from dense layers of complex seal scripts wrapped together. That was a jinji. How many jinji had people put down over the big ball? Staring at the round ball covered in jinji, Zuo Mo suddenly became curious what was being contained inside this round ball. Was the thing inside this round ball of jinji perhaps the crux to controlling these bells? How had the enormous force that had thrown him back been released? These seal scripts? Or what was contained inside? He was a bit uncertain, but he didn't dare to move rashly now. The seal scripts flying in the surroundings were outside of his knowledge of the field. If he accidentally became trapped, he was not certain that he could escape. Withdrawing his consciousness from the copper bells, Zuo Mo still felt fear. He couldn't make a good judgment about the grade of this talisman, but it definitely was above 5th grade. His intuition told him that it was very dangerous. Out of caution, Zuo Mo decided to temporarily put it aside. The old Taoist that he had defeated probably hadn't understood how to use it either. Zuo Mo's attention then landed on the mountain-shaped blue rock. When he held it, he was very shocked. It was very heavy. This rock that was the size of his palm weighed a terrifying 2,000 caddies. Zuo Mo instantly became excited. This was another powerful talisman. He couldn't help but examine it. Countless seal characters could be seen on the surface of the mountain. They were as thin as strands of hair, and displayed the extraordinary skill of the forger. Zuo Mo channeled Ling power into it. On the surface of the blue rock were the words evil subduing in bright cinnabar. The small mountain quickly grew to a height of 5 zhang. Zuo Mo's mind moved, his finger pointing upward as he shouted, "Seal." The mountain suddenly appeared at the location that Zuo Mo's finger was pointing to and slammed down. Boom! The earth shook, and Zuo Mo was almost knocked down. The strong airwave carried the dust as it swept past like a twister. The entire camp was alarmed by such a loud noise, and many figures flew towards this place. When everyone saw this blue mountain that was half buried in the ground and the spiderweb like cracks radiating outwards, they shouted in shock and were dumbstruck where they stood. You can all go. Go! I'm trying out new talismans. Zuo Mo sent everyone away, ran to the little mountain and stared with intoxication at the cinnabar red words evil subduing written on the surface. Good treasure, very good treasure. If this dropped down and hit, even a Jindan Shouja would be turned into a pancake. Even if it just brushed past, that would result in a broken limb at least. This evil subduing peak was a 5th grade talisman and Zuo Mo could not stop caressing it. 5th grade talismans had to have formation techniques. If it was this powerful when used normally, he didn't know what the formation technique would look like. He still put the evil subduing peak back into the ring. The investigation of the formation technique wouldn't be easy and would take a long time. After 2 great talismans, Zuo Mo's curiosity had been stirred to a peak. He was full of anticipation towards the 3 jade scrolls that remained. Taking out the jade scrolls, he read through them one by one. The first jade scroll recorded the spell that the yellow-robed old Taoist had cultivated, Heavy Earth Spell. It was a rare 6th grade earth element spell. This was astounding to Zuo Mo. Higher level spells belonging to the 5 element were very rare in the Kunlun realm, as it was dominated by Sword Xiu. He quickly found the move that the yellow-robed old Taoist had used in Bright Water City. It was called Heavy Earth Restriction. In an instant, it could manipulate the earth element power under the ground and to produce a restrictive effect. Other than this, it had many other abilities that made Zuo Mo afraid as he read. If the other had not been careless today, and been trapped in close combat, it was hard to say who would win. Jindan Shouja that were skilled in 5 element spells were completely different than Jindan Sword Xiu. Even though their attacks were not as powerful as Sword Xiu, but their moves had more variation. Zuo Mo decided that he had to practice the Heavy Earth spell. His talent in the 5 elements wasn't just a bit stronger than his talent in the sword. The second jade scroll made Zuo Mo's mind jump again. It recorded the imprinting and usage instructions for the evil subduing peak. Zuo Mo was entranced as he read and was extremely joyful. This evil subduing peak was made from 130,000 caddies of 3rd grade sky blue rock, and was processed hundreds of times to remove the impurities before finally being reduced to 10,000 caddies of the essence. The jade scroll also recorded the formation techniques of the evil subduing peak. The description was so strong that Zuo Mo's heart itched. Evil subduing peak was a talisman like the Heaven Turn Seal. These types of talismans usually were powerful, but had all kinds of weaknesses. For example, this evil subduing peak had to be held in the hand of the Shouja to be used. But it was a terrifying 10,000 caddies heavy. Even if it was not activated, it was still 2,000 caddies heavy. Those that had weak bodies did not have the power to use it. The yellow-robed old Taoist had possessed this evil subduing peak for a long time, but due to this restriction, he could only leave it in the corner of his ring. But this was perfect for Zuo Mo. His great Mo physique was very strong. Not to mention just 2,000 caddies, even if it was the full 10,000 caddies, he could hold it up. If he also practiced the Heavy Earth spell, and used the two together, the power would further multiply. The Jade Scroll also recorded how to process it further. Zuo Mo swept over it and put it back into the ring to start reading the last Jade Scroll. The last Jade Scroll was a gem app. This gem app was bigger than the one Zuo Mo had copied from Rongwei. This shocked Zuo Mo. He guessed that the yellow-robed old Taoist had gotten this gem app from somewhere else and this was not charted by himself. There were more than 500 jia marked on the gem app, including some jia that were in very far-away locations. Zuo Mo seemed to be able to trace the trips the maker of this gem app had taken through his life. Many of the routes penetrated deep into obscure places. The information written about each jia were also very detailed. Zuo Mo couldn't help but feel respect. To have gone to so many places, this shoujo definitely had been very powerful. Following the gem app, Zuo Mo read the information on each jia one by one with interest. When he found an intermediate jia called Cloud Sea Jia, a note written about it instantly made him freeze where he stood. At the deepest parts of the water cloud sea, it is possible to hunt for water cloud embryo which has the ability to heal and nurture the soul. Water cloud embryo. Zuo Mo felt overjoyed. The previous talismans and spells could not make him as happy as this piece of information. Water cloud embryo was in Cloud Sea Jia. Cloud Sea Jia. Zuo Mo's eyes were bright. He instantly found the position of Sky Water Jia and quickly found a route that led to Cloud Sea Jia. This was a very long route. The route passed through 7 intermediate jia and 26 small jia. He had never thought there would be a day that he would need to go to so many places. But he had no fear or timidity. He needed to find Water Cloud Embryo and heal Ague. Ague sat silently, Silly Bird, Lil Pagoda, and the others were surrounding her as they played happily. Ever since Ague had been injured, the terrifying presence around her had disappeared. Silly Bird and the others did not fear her at all, and in reverse, they were very close to her. Lil Fire liked to roll around on Ague's body, and Lil Black liked to hang on Ague's hair. Lil Pagoda liked to circle around Ague. What made Zuo Mo feel was the least believable was Silly Bird. This bird, for some reason, was extremely good to Ague, and was even willing to let Ague ride her. This was a benefit Zuo Mo could not even imagine. It might have been a delusion, but Zuo Mo felt that after having the four keep her company, Ague's wooden face seemed to have a hint of life. Zuo Mo looked at this scene and felt unusually warm. Suyu soullessly returned to the sect. The scene that occurred earlier in the day was still affecting her mind. She had led the 100 Flower Alliance for more than 20 years, and saw every kind of scheme and plan. But it was the first time she had seen such a straightforward and brutish battle. It seemed that she was only suited to behind-the-scene tactics. She smiled mockingly. Sitting down and taking a drink of Ling tea, her spirit sudden felt slightly better. At this time, a female disciple ran in a panic. Sect leader. Not good. Shimmy was killed by Sky Number 1, and he ran away. Suyu smashed her teacup that she had raised to her lips to the ground, her eyes wide as she lectured angrily, "What are you standing there for? Go pursue him. You crowd of trash. If you can't get him back, all of you don't need to come back." Translator rambling, this was a chapter 1 typed up using my phone so the formatting might be a bit iffy. I do frequently translate on the bus but when it's crowded, I can't type on the computer so the phone is my alternative. As all of you have said, Puyao finally gets his golden core. He's really desperate at this point. Doesn't this chapter of Zuo Mo sighing over talismans bring back memories of being at Wukong Mountain? Zuo Mo has greatly improved from the guy who couldn't haul his ling grains up the mountain. Cloud Sea Jia was also the place that manufactured the cloud formation silk the second elder of the outer hall used in battle. Zuo Mo's plot armor is at work. The map he needed just happened to drop into his lap, after some effort. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 310, The Past Grievances. Chapter 310, The Past Grievances. Shu Long surveyed guard camp and saw everyone was working hard at their cultivation. He couldn't help but have a satisfied expression. He knew very well how lacking their talent and foundation was. Only hard work could make up for their shortcomings. The guard camp was completely made up of Shio slaves. They had encountered countless hardships, their personalities were resilient and exemplified persistence, and they were very reliable. He would try to fulfill any of Puyao's demands, no matter how difficult, and urge the others to meet the demands. Over the span of a few months, the guard camp had comprehended the benefits from the previous breakthrough and now their overall strength had risen a level. The black armor each person wore was even more exquisite, and their shapes had slowly changed. There were now slight differences on each person's armor. Some were broad, others were slender and symmetrical, just like how people were very strong and others were nimble and speedy. After the preliminary stages of cultivation, they had started to develop in different directions. This was an unavoidable result of the intermediate stages of cultivation. Any kind of spell or MO skill would diverge this way. As the one closest to Pu Yao, Xu Long received the most instruction from Pu Yao. No one could rival his strength in guard camp. Even though he had not sparred against the experts from Sky Peak Platoon, everyone secretly speculated that while Xu Long's strength could not match that of Xie Shan and Ma Fan, he shouldn't be far from Nian Lu and Lei Peng. Everyone underestimated him. MO skills were dangerous. The slightest carelessness in one's life would end and their soul shattered. However, if one could overcome that, the speed of progression was not anything that the Xiujia's Ling cultivation or the Yao's spiritual cultivation could rival. Xu Long's entire life had been full of hardship and suffering. These experiences were like fertilizer to the hardship guard, MO skills. As a result, his journey of cultivation was smooth and rapid. Even though he was stern about urging everyone to cultivate, but his actual personality was warm and disliked conflict. Cultivating the MO skill had recovered his youth, but his personality had not changed. The laid-back attitude unique to middle-aged people showed itself on his body. The camp that guard camp made was a long and narrow crescent that shielded almost all of the camp. A light suddenly flashed through Xu Long's eyes. He made a hand motion to the camp guard beside him and then walked towards the outside of the camp. Outside the camp was a dense forest. His ears were very sharp and he heard noise in the woods. There seemed to be many people that were approaching them. Dozens of camp guards tightly followed behind him. The camp guards were wary but not nervous. After the Battle of Golden Crow City, especially after how dangerous and difficult the battle was, it was possible to see their improvement. The sound from the woods became increasingly clear. This time, the other camp's guards also detected it. Everyone stared at the woods waiting for the appearance of the unwelcome guests. Whoosh, a person covered in blood came out of the woods. Xu Long was slightly surprised. However, when he saw the face of this person, his pupils suddenly shrank. Oh, when the camp guard beside him saw the person, he couldn't help but exclaim. The person covered in blood heard the exclamation. His body shook, and he raised his head in confusion. Owen, heavens, is it really you? Owen, you are still alive. Everyone was exceptionally excited. They all recognized this youth covered in blood. The eyes of the youth were confused as he looked at this crowd of people dressed in black armor. Even though he did not recognize them, but they gave him a feeling of familiarity. We can talk later. Tian Mu, take a wind to the back. Everyone else, prepare for battle. Xu Long's voice was steady and methodical. His handsome face was serene, but a sharp cold light flashed in the deepest part of his eyes. When the youth heard the name Tian Mu, his entire body shook. He raised his head to look at the large male in black armor in front of him. Tian Mu, big brother Tian Mu? Tian Mu grinned, but it was slightly murderous. Little one, big brother will help you beat whoever bullies you. A familiar voice and tone allowed the youth to truly believe that this unfamiliar large male in front of him was really big brother Tian Mu. At the end of his strength, the youth fainted in Tian Mu's arms. No one spoke, but threads of black energy came out everyone's armor and wrapped around their legs, waist, and wrists. Looking at Owen's terrible state, there seemed to be a ball of fire burning in everyone's chests. Only Xu Long was motionless without any killing essence coming from his body. Whoosh, whoosh, a crowd of female Xiu charged out of the woods. At the same time, a crowd of female Xiu appeared in the sky. When the leader of this group of female Xiu saw Xu Long, she had a wary look. When she saw one in Tian Mu's arms, her gaze became sharp and she said, "Why had Sir taken this Xiu slave which has escaped from our sect?" When he saw this female, Xu Long could not control his killing essence any longer. Multiple threads of black energy suddenly shot out of his body like fire and covered his body. He recognized this face. Bai Ru Fin. Of the females that had been in charge of the Xiu slaves, this female's temper had been the worst. Just a little bit of unhappiness and she would vent on the Xiu slaves. No less than 50 of Xu Long's fellows had died at her hands. Kill. Xu Long's cold voice disappeared in the air. His figure also disappeared from where he stood. The female disciples of Hundred Flower Alliance never thought the other side would act without even exchanging words. With their guard down, they were instantly at a disadvantage. Not just Xu Long, but the other camp guards also recognized the female Xiu in front of them and their origins. Each of them had blood-filled eyes as their murderous aura grew. Xu Long suddenly appeared next to Bai Rufan like a ghost. His right hand chopped and a black energy sliced towards Bai Rufan's white face like a blade. At the same time, a thread of black energy flew from the tip of his foot and silently wrapped towards the other's right leg. Bai Rufan paled. The other's first attack was a killing move that did not show any mercy. Panicking, several balls of snowy white plum blossom sword energies came from the flying sword in her hand and shielded her. However, the others were approaching too fast and collided heavily with the sword energies. Bai Rufan was overjoyed, but when she saw the plum blossom sword energies passing through the other's body, her face turned snowy white. Not good, it was an afterimage. Her foot was suddenly in great pain. She didn't even have the time to call out in pain when her neck suddenly hurt. She suddenly felt the world in her vision spin. Then she saw a headless body continuously sprouting fresh blood. The wails echoed. When had the female Shio from the 100 Flower Alliance ever experienced such a bloody and murderous scene? In the midst of their terror, they lost their lives. In the blink of an eye, corpses covered the ground. The faces of the 100 Flower Alliance Shouja were all pale. Many people uncontrollably screamed and frantically fled. Shu Long raised his head to look at the sky. He picked up a rock from the ground, his body pulling back like a bow, and threw the rock hard. Hum. A soul-shaking howl suddenly sounded. The piece of rock penetrated a female Shio through the heart and blood sprayed through the air. This female Shio had forgotten to activate her Ling armor as she had been too afraid. Shu Long's throw frightened the other people into fleeing even faster. Shu Long stopped his fellows that were preparing to give chase. The hardship guard, Mo's skill was powerful, but it had a flaw in that it was not good at flight. This weakness would only disappear when they reached a much more profound stage in their cultivation. Returning to the camp, the first thing Shu Long did was to report this incident to Zuo Mo. He knew that this incident was very significant. This time, they had severely offended 100 Flower Alliance, and likely caused the start of a battle against 100 Flower Alliance. After Zuo Mo heard Shu Long's report, he did not give blame, but said, "Was there anyone left alive?" Shu Long stilled. "There is one. Go immediately to find where 100 Flower Alliance is located." Zuo Mo's expression was stern. "We will attack first, we cannot give them the time to recover. Otherwise, we will be in danger." Shu Long was shocked. He had originally assumed that Boss would blame them, but he hadn't expected that Boss didn't assign any of the blame on them, and even decided to attack first. He pressed his lips together and immediately turned around. Gongsun Sha shook his head. "This is great trouble." The local powers of Brightwater City had been wary of so many of Shioja appearing. Now that they had a conflict with 100 Flower Alliance, the situation was extremely disadvantageous to them. "Nothing to worry about, if we don't give them the time to react and finish the fight fast, we can safely leave before everyone else reacts." Zuo Mo wasn't concerned. "You don't blame them?" Gongsun Sha asked curiously. Shi Xiang's decisiveness was unexpected to him. "I don't blame them." Zuo Mo shook his head, and said in a matter-of-fact voice, "Shu Long and the others are our people. They have a deep and bloody grievance against 100 Flower Alliance. Who do we help? Of course we help Shu Long. Also, the people wrong in this incident isn't Shu Long and the others. If it was me, I would definitely have charged all the way to 100 Flower Alliance. However, it isn't too late now." The camp started to quickly move. No one panicked. Even the Shioja from the forging division had calm faces. When they had set down camp, everyone had known that this would only be a temporary camp. The majority of their possessions were still on the slave transporting boats, and hadn't been moved to the camp, which now saved them labor. In 2 hours, everyone had boarded the slave transporting boats. The 5 slave transporting boats slowly rose in the sky and flew into the southeastern part of Brightwater City. Such a big action naturally could not be concealed from the eyes of the local powers, and Zuo Mo didn't plan on concealing it from them. His thought was very simple. With the fastest speed possible, finish the battle. Their grievances with 100 Flower Alliance could not be resolved. A local power like 100 Flower Alliance that was well rooted in this place could gather a terrifying amount of support if they had enough time. To the other powers, they were the outsider. Zuo Mo displayed the decisiveness of a leader. He did not hesitate and decided to attack 100 Flower Alliance first. "So you listened to the report with a dark face?" She could have never thought this mysterious power was so savage. They had attacked without giving an opportunity to speak, as though they had held a deep hatred. She would never have guessed that the entire guard camp were Shio slaves they had transported to Little Mountain Jia. Now that the two sides had reached such a step, there was no room to negotiate. She was wary of this mysterious troop, but she wasn't afraid. As one of the largest powers in Skywater Jia, how could 100 Flower Alliance stand being humiliated so? "How many of the elders are in the sect?" She turned and asked one of her disciples. "Elder Wang, Elder Mei, and Elder Shao are all present," the disciple instantly replied. Su Yu's heart was reassured. "Invite them for a discussion. You shall personally go to ask." Translator ramblings: the foreshadowing had been strong in the last few chapters, so the events of this chapter should not be too much of a surprise. Zuo Mo has only had a few chapters of peace. But even if Shulong hadn't ignited this battle, there is still tension because the locals of Skywaterjia don't like the mass influx of refugees, and especially not Zuo Mo's faction, who seem powerful and might upend the pecking order. There's also more pictures on the novel updates post. Ars made another version of Puyao and 2 for Chun Yu Chang. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 311, At the Door. Chapter 311, At the Door. Elders Wang, Mei, and Xiao quickly hurried over. What matter has sect leader in such a fuss? This old woman is slightly curious. Elder Mei's voice was piercing. Before she arrived, her voice could first be heard. Elder Mei's face was hideous and her temper was the most explosive. Of the three people, she had been the oldest person when she reached Jindan, and her composure was the worst among them. Elder Wang was wearing a blue robe, her face friendly and had a cheerful smile. She looked very friendly and approachable. Elder Zhao's eyes rippled with a seductive look. She was actually even younger than Suyu, and she was a peerless beauty. Yes. It's rare that sect leader will call all three of us together. Has something major happened? Elder Zhao's voice was sweet, endearing and alluring. Elder Wang said warmly, if sect leader has a problem, please tell us. We receive benefits from the sect daily, and won't refuse if it is time for us to help. This disciple thanks the three elders. Suyu bowed gracefully to the three elders, her attitude respectful. The biggest reason that she was in charge of 100 Flower Alliance was that she had the support of the three elders. The three elders calmly received the bow and did not refuse. After standing up, Suyu narrated what had happened today. Sky number 1. Based on our sect's tradition, he shouldn't be lower than 6th grade. Elder Xiao was slightly surprised. 7th grade, Suyu said and then continued, this show slave called a 1 is exceptional and of rare innate talent. He first caught our attention when he showed himself in a group of 4th grade show slaves. This disciple then put him among a group of 5th grade show slaves. In an extremely short amount of time, he outcompeted them. Just a while ago, he won out of a group of 6th grade show slaves. This disciple had been preparing to send him to elders after some more time. No matter if it is as a slave soldier, or as a living cauldron, it would be very beneficial. Elder Zhao's eyes lit up as she laughed lightly. Jiejie cannot steal from me. This meanie just needs a good cauldron, and I can break through the stage of first stratum. This old one has no interest in show slaves, Elder Mei said coldly. Elder Wang smiled and said, then I will wish for Mimi to break through first stratum soon. Maybe Mimi will be the first one among us to first break through to the level of first stratum. Mimi thanks Jiejie. Elder Zhao's expression was blissful. But this master of Golden Crow City could grasp old man Shui, he is not to be dismissed, Elder Wang said gravely. What are you afraid of? They really don't want to live. Elder Mei sneered coldly. He should be a body cultivator, the probability of him being a Diana Shio is the highest. At that time, get Xiao Xiao to go. Her Skyflower Fall is perfect for dealing with those people, but... Good. Elder Xiao laughed prettily as she clapped her hands with a light smile. She was receiving the most benefits this time, and naturally was willing to put in more effort. Do they have any other Jindan? Elder Wang asked. No. This disciples personally saw them, and did not find any other Jindan, Suyu said confidently. Don't even have a Jindan and they dare to be so arrogant, they are looking for death. Elder Mei said hatefully. A disciple suddenly stumbled in. Sect leader. Someone has attacked us. Suyu was suspicious that she had heard it wrong. Someone had attacked them? They dare. Elder Mei was infuriated. This old one will use them to make Dan. As her words landed, she stomped her feet and disappeared. The other two elders had unfriendly expressions as they disappeared at the same time. Zuo Mo looked at the mountain valley below. Hundreds of flowers were blooming, red and purple, to form a beautiful sea of flowers. Even in the air, it was possible to smell the fragrance. This place was the base of 100 Flower Alliance, 100 Flower Valley. 100 Flower Valley produced all kinds of valuable ling flowers. The flower-type talismans and lingdan that they forged were deeply liked by female Shio and easy to sell in the market. Zuo Mo was just going to give the order to attack when 3 female Shio suddenly appeared in the air. Jindan. 3 Jindan. Zuo Mo was not surprised by the appearance of Jindan. If an enormous sect did not have several Jindan, that would be a joke. Compared to Little Mountain Jie when he had felt hopeless at the mention of a Jindan, the halo around Jindan had disappeared. Jindan were just Xiuzha that were slightly more powerful than Ningmai. There was nothing major. After meeting more of them, he could even give a general judgment on how powerful a Jindan was. Unfamiliar the first time, familiar the second. Fighting against Jindan wasn't an exception. Zuo Mo compared the 3 Jindan in front of him with Clear Sky Old Forefather and felt they were very lacking. He couldn't help but sigh inside at the power of Clear Sky Old Forefather. The Jindan that he had successively met were all a far cry from Clear Sky Old Forefather. It seemed that while they were all Jindan, the skill level difference was large. Thinking back to it, the strength of Wu Kong Sword Sect wasn't just strong. Xin Yen Shirshu wasn't lacking in power compared to Clear Sky Old Forefather. Su Yu quickly appeared behind the 3 elders. When she saw Zuo Mo, she instantly became furious. She shouted harshly, "Golden Crow City Master! You have gone too far. To say nothing of stealing this sect's show slave, you actually attack our sect? You really think that my 100-Flower Alliance has no one?" The 3 elders didn't know who had come, but when they heard the person in front of them was the master of Golden Crow City, they were all angry. Elder May's temper was the most explosive as she shouted, "You are seeking death. The heaven has a road that you don't walk, hell has no door but you come. Little bastard, if I don't destroy your soul today, this old one isn't called May." Zuo Mo rolled his eyes. The other was not polite, so he naturally wouldn't be polite. He spat and said scornfully, "Old fart, your mommy is calling you to brush your teeth." Elder May exploded and disappeared in the sky. "This old one will tear your mouth." Woo-woos. More than 10 figures charged towards the empty space in front of Zuo Mo like sharp arrows. The 15 members of Sky Peak Platoon drew out 15 crisscrossing straight lines like an enormous net which covered the area 30 zhang in front of Zuo Mo. This enormous net seemed to suddenly explode. Countless sword essences were like multicolored lines that howled with a soul-shaking sound as they filled the holes in the net. 15 different kinds of sword essence filled the multicolored net with a dangerous presence. Elder Wang and Elder Zhao's faces were heavy, and Suyu's expression changed slightly. Sword essence. 15 Xiuzha who had comprehended sword essence. In the entire 100-Flower Alliance, other than the elders, there were just 8 people among the disciples that had comprehended sword essence. The other side just sent out 15 people that were all Xiuzha who comprehended sword essence. Gongsun Cha's expression was shy, and ignorant of the fact his eyes had turned bright red. He was very excited. Jin Dan. In the battle at Golden Crow City against Clear Sky Old Forefather, the Vermilion Bird camp that he was in command of didn't have any use at all. To Gongsun Cha, who looked shy on the surface, but was proud inside, it was a great humiliation. Facing a Jin Dan straight on this time, how could he not be excited? The moment the large net took form, his eyes suddenly narrowed and flashed with the light of the hunter closing the next. He quickly spat out 2 words. Second Division. Elder May charged headfirst into this enormous net. While these sword essence could not form tangible danger to her, they still put her in her Asari state. She had been somewhat careless and did not activate her Ling armor. When she found where she stood was filled with sword energies, she finally activated the Ling shield. Pia pia pia. 3 sword energies struck her Ling shield. The shield only shook slightly, but her expression was very terrible. She felt she had lost face. Anger exploding, she screamed piercingly, and a plum branch appeared in her hand. This glistening plum was about 3 chi in length. It was old and flexible, the flowers on the branches were in full bloom. Elder May waved it slightly. The tender petals left the plum tree and flew with the wind. In a moment, the plum flowers rained down and managed to cover all of Sky Peak Platoon. It was a dreamy realm of flowers, but a sharp sound howled. Like the tide, the beautiful flower petals became shrap. Every petal contained sharp sword essence. The dream realm instantly became hell. It was Elder May's killing move, Plum Sacrifice. Elder Zhao's eyes flashed as she laughed prettily. Mei Jiejia really is going overboard. What reason is there to use a killing move just as the fight is starting? We can't even get a drink of soup. Elder Wang praised, Elder Mai's sword essence has become purer. This, Plum Sacrifice, is multiple times stronger than last time. Suyu was entranced. As Elder May attacked, the other side instantly disappeared in this beautiful yet treacherous flower sea. The people of Sky Peak Platoon knew the danger. Their expressions changing, everyone retreated. Flee? Not so simple. Elder May felt unspeakably good as she said hatefully. The spell on her hands changed again. Her mind suddenly stuttered, a feeling of danger rising. She instantly was shocked. At this time, the air around her suddenly shook lightly, the sky full of flowers imperceptibly paused. At some unknown time, a troop had charged to within 30 zhang of her. Such fast speed. Her eyes shrank. The other came quickly like a shining blade that made her feel that she could not stand under its sharpness. Elder May was suddenly enraged. The other side was just a charge of more than 100 people, yet she actually had felt fear. It was too embarrassing. As she turned the plum tree in her palm, the sky full of falling flowers seemed to be carried by the wind to move towards the troop coming towards her. The sharp flower petals were like soul snatchers, and the wind pillar that carried them was undoubtedly a meat grinder. This fight is over, Elder Wang said lightly. Even if she was the one facing Elder May's move, she would not be able to escape without injury. Both Su Yu and Elder Shao did not doubt her words. Yet what they never had thought was the other side did not retreat but charged straight at Elder May. Wei Ran felt the battle intent in his body had reached a peak, and his speed had risen to a peak. In order to increase their speed to the maximum, Lil Miss had arranged a position near the back for them. Facing the meat-grinding pillar of wind, Wei Ran showed no fear. Every Shouja of Vermilion Bird Camp believed that when their speed was at maximum, when they completed their charge, no enemy could stop them. This wasn't something that Lil Miss forced onto them, but a belief born from multiple battles. Wei Ran raised the flying sword in his hand. His fellows raised the flying sword in their hands at the same time. He suddenly glared angrily, and shouted, 100 kill, dot. The flying sword in his hand sliced forward with all his power. Everyone in 2nd Division shouted at the same time, 100 kill. The flying sword in their hands sliced forward with all their power. The sword energies were like streams meeting at the sea, 100 swords becoming one. A gigantic sword energy 3 zhang wide rang deeply as it flashed blindingly and collided with the pillar of wind. Translator ramblings. I like how Zuo Mo feels confident in taking on 3 Jindan and a whole sect at once just after killing 1 Jindan after a long period of planning, and then capturing and subduing another Jindan. I like how both Zuo Mo and Gongsun Sha reflected on and changed their tactics after learning how Jindan work. The subject of slaves was first mentioned way back when Zuo Mo was listening to the sound tablet. Jingshi minds are obviously important, and so in this world where the strongest devours the weak, Luo Li's actions are sanctioned by the sect. Remember how callous the paper crane girl was with Zuo Mo's life? Powerful people do not care about slaves, which are the lowest level of society. Zuo Mo was lucky to have been picked up by the sect leader and remained free. Zuo Mo was very pragmatic. He was scared by the bloodshed done by Luo Li, but his opinion was that he could not do anything as he was such an insignificant person and he was already dealing with his own troubles. You may have to say that both of them fall on the selfish side, as Luo Li acted to put down a rebellion that affected his responsibilities while Zuo Mo was trying to maximize the use of Shio slaves. He enslaved people in Little Mountain Jia in order to survive, and he only gave them freedom because he could not afford to feed them all. He's heading towards 100 Flower Alliance because this affects his own interests and he understands what Shu Long and the others are feeling. On the other hand, he doesn't exactly fall in line with the other people. If you look at these Jindan elders, they treat slaves like merchandise or objects. Zuo Mo doesn't do that, and his kindness, in direct contrast to how people treat those below them like Luo Li once did to Wei Shang and Hao Min to Zuo Mo, is enough for Shu Long and the others to feel grateful and swear loyalty. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 312, Zuo Mo's Fury. Chapter 312, Zuo Mo's Fury. Boom! Everyone's vision flashed, the burning light stabbing people's eyes to the point they couldn't remain open. Elder May's sleeves were torn, her hair loose, and a thin stream of blood was coming out the corner of her mouth. She looked in terror at the group of more than 100 people in front of her. What sword scripture was this? She had seen sword scriptures that were combined in an attack together before, but she had never heard of sword scripture that combined attacks of more than 100 people, much less seen it with her eyes. Combined sword scripture attacks demanded high cooperation between the Shouja. The more people there were, the less likely it was that it would succeed. A combined sword scripture attack of more than 100 people was something that could not be imagined. As a Jindan, she could only retreat when facing such a terrifying blow. Looking at the troop that was slightly disorganized in front of her, it was like she had seen a ghost. Wei Ran's body was empty of power. Not just him, but every one of his fellows were panting heavily. But every person's face was filled with battle intent and pride. Jindan, so what? Wei Ran was so excited he wanted to howl. To wound a Jindan with one blow. This was something they would never even dare to think about in the past, but it happened right in front of their eyes now. But he forcibly suppressed the excitement and battle tremors inside. He had not forgotten his duty. Scatter! Like a tide, the Shouja of 2nd Division suddenly divided down the middle. Elder May was shocked and uncertain, but when her gaze landed on the passageway made by the opening, her expression changed dramatically. A light and deep vibrating sound was like the deep bark of an ancient beast. Another 100 people. A charge just like the previous one. Elder Wang and Elder Zhao's complexions changed. Elder May was in danger. The two did not dare to be careless. The mysterious master of Golden Crow City had subordinates of such power. Just a short exchange, but it was coordinated and flawless. From the beginning, Elder May had landed in the other's formation. The enormous sword energy net made by the 15 Shouja that comprehended sword essence had only one goal: slow down Elder May. A Jindan that lost their speed instantly became fragile when facing a strong troop that could complete a combined sword scripture attack of over 100 people. The two also found to their shock that the master of Golden Crow City didn't just have this one troop under his command. Also, the other didn't give Elder May any chance to breath. Their attacks were like waves, one wave after another. If this continued, Elder May would become a fish on the other's chopping block. The two understood the dangers of the situation. At this time, they couldn't attend to anything else, but leapt over. They only needed to create a chance for Elder May to breath, and the scales of battle would become balanced again. Kill! A cold and slightly old voice suddenly rang beside Elder Wang's ears. A feeling of danger floated onto her mind. She was very shocked, her figure disappearing from her spot. A black snake the thickness of a water barrel viciously swept across the position she had just been at. Elder Wang looked gravely at the troop that had ambushed her. A slave transporting boat's deck was filled with standing black-armored Shouja. Heavy armor Shouja? Puzzlement floated into her mind. The clumsy heavy armor had long been eliminated by history. She felt it was incomprehensible that a heavy armor troop had appeared in front of her. However, she was not careless. The thick black snakes coiling above their heads made her sense danger. Darkness, killing, sharpness. Her gaze landed on the young black-armored Shouja at the very front. She could feel the battle intent in the other's eyes, and killing intent that was so thick it could not be resolved. Zuo Mo stopped Elder Shao. Hee, handsome guy, why have you stopped me? Elder Shao laughed prettily. The snowy and fine hand lightly covered the warm and red lips, and was unspeakably seductive. Zuo Mo became super alert. His attitude might have been relaxed when he had been swearing back at Elder May, but when he truly faced a Jindan, he still felt slightly nervous. He didn't say anything, but stared tightly at the other. Different to earlier, any speech was useless. If you keep looking me, I will be embarrassed. Elder Zhao's eyes moved with allure. Zuo Mo did not react, but he didn't understand. If it was something like swearing at each other, he could understand. But did the woman have some scheme to be talking like this? He became increasingly wary. He didn't waste words, one hand pulling and the other drawing. Two young fiendish hard lightning bolts left his hands. You are so harsh to attack me. If I get wounded, could you bear it? The sweet and seductive voice floated in the air. Elder Zhao's exceptional body flickered in and out of view in the air. The snowy and smooth skin, the high twin peaks, the eyes, they all unconsciously attracted all attention. Zuo Mo was puzzled. Could bear it? Why couldn't he bear it? The hard lightning on his hands continued to bomb towards the other like rain. With a pretty bell-like laugh left behind in the air, Elder Zhao's figure was flickering in the air. The air seemed to have a new addition of a sweetly fragrant and tempting smell. Zuo Mo had a headache. The other's movement method was very powerful. He couldn't even touch the other's clothing. The sweetness in the air entered Zuo Mo's nose. He suddenly felt strangely heated and frantic. The speed of the hard lightning increased, but no matter how fast they were, no hard lightning could even brush the other. He did not notice that a blush had unknowingly came onto his cheeks. But Elder Shao noticed it, and she rejoiced inside. Her expression became even more seductive, and her movements even more tempting. The air became even more heated. But at this time, she heard a second grunt from Elder May. Her heart shook. She knew if she could not finish the battle quickly, Elder May would die today. Also, to capture the bandits, first capture the leader. If she could capture the master of Golden Crow City, this fight would be finished, and no one could fight against them for Sky Number 1. Thinking about this, she could not stop herself. She giggled, little villain, come get close to Jie. The snake-like waist lightly twisted, the clothing on her body flew like flower petals. But her expression held an unusual sincerity. Skyflower fall. An unknown length of time later. It was like waking up from a long dream. Where was this? Zuo Mo opened his eyes and examined the surroundings. Countless flower petals were falling down. Among the rain of flowers, beautiful bodies flickered out of view. Some were lazy, others innocent. They were all beautiful. Every moment and every look could stir the most basic desire of a person. The scene in front of him was so real that one could not take themselves away. Boss. They walked in front of Zuo Mo, and bowed to Zuo Mo. The curvaceous bodies revealed large patches of snowy white of the front chest, and made one have the impulse to reach into it. Where is this? Zuo Mo instinctively asked. The females all had puzzled expressions. One of the females stood out. Boss, this is your home. At this time, Zuo Mo finally noticed the floor under his feet was completed tiled in Jingshi. Not just so, the yard, the benches, and the pond were all made from Jingshi. Clitter-clatter ran from the pond, it was all Jingshi inside. The entire yard was made from Jingshi. So much Jingshi. Zuo Mo's heart had never been so satisfied. Was this really his home? Boss, let this servant serve you. A servant said with embarrassment. The tight long dress revealed all of her body. What made Zuo Mo want to spit blood was that the dress had a slit up to her waist and the inside was tantalizing. He, let us serve you. The females in the surroundings giggled and came up to help Zuo Mo change clothes. Zuo Mo jumped in fright. What were they doing? Why did they have to take off his clothes? Seeing the situation, the females giggled even more. Boss is embarrassed. Yes. It's so cute. Then we can undress first. N. As Zuo Mo gaped, the females untied their dresses and revealed their perfect bodies, and looked with embarrassment or seductiveness at Zuo Mo. It was enough for one to spit blood. Zuo Mo felt his nose heat up, but he suddenly seemed to feel the scene in front of him was slightly familiar. He seemed to have seen it before. Oh, where had he seen it before? As he thought, Zuo Mo's body suddenly froze as though he was hit with a bolt of lightning. In an instant, his face was a mix of green and red. He was furious, swearing as he pointed at the female's illusory formations. You group of illusory formations. He finally remembered where he had seen this before. Wu Kong Mountain, the pink paper crane. That damned pink paper crane had once used a similar move against him, but he had seen through it then. An illusory formation that was almost the exact same. The anger inside erupted. In the past, the paper crane female had did that to GE. GE couldn't defeat her, GE endured it. You dare to use this move to trick GE? Go won't tolerate it. The new grievance and the old hate mixed together, especially when Zuo Mo recalled his sorry state in the past, the anger in his heart burned even brighter. Ga hates illusory formations the most. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and brimmed with killing intent. Pia. The naked beauties in front of him suddenly turned into balls of smoke. Before he could react, everything around him exploded into smoke. Inside the thick smoke was Zuo Mo's tragic wail, Jingshi. My Jingshi. The scenery around him changed and Zuo Mo seemed to wake from a dream. Air, he was still in the air, empty air. Zuo Mo's eyes instantly turned red. He felt his heart was dripping blood. Jingshi, so much Jingshi, all gone. He, who had felt so rich just now felt great sorrow rise in his heart and stimulate him. If it was said that illusory formations made him remember his tragic previous days, and made him feel fury, then losing so much Jingshi suddenly could not simply be described by fury. Grievance. Deep hatred. Hatred that one side could not survive. Blood seeped out of Elder Zhao's mouth. Skyflower Fall was invisible as it corroded the mind and was wondrous in its powerful, but if it was broken, her mind would be heavily wounded. Even more importantly, she still did not understand how the master of Golden Crow City had recognized and broken Skyflower Fall. A Skyflower Fall that had never failed before was defeated at the hands of an Ingmai youth. She still could not believe it now. This wasn't possible. Zuo Mo did not care for the shock and puzzlement the other felt. His eyes were filled with blood and his shout like thunder. Give all the Jingshi back to me. The first transformation of the great Zuo Mo physique suddenly materialized. Translator ramblings, poor Zuo Mo, his education was skewed by a powerful female shoujo, one perverse Renyao and one shy Lil Mississippi. So all beautiful and naked women are illusory formations. The paper crane girl really gave Zuo Mo a lesson he will always remember. Elder May's surname is literally Plum, so she is plum and wields a plum tree. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 313, Serpent Transformation. Chapter 313, Serpent Transformation. A blurry golden shadow appeared behind Zuo Mo's back. The shadow had a very indistinct shape. It was like an enormous golden cloud that moved behind Zuo Mo's body. What was that? Elder Xiao was filled with uncertainty, and she felt the youth in front of her was filled with strangeness. Skyflower Fall was based on appearances and was completely the opposite of normal illusory formations. Normal illusory formations used external forces to shake the mind of Xiuzha, while Skyflower Fall woke the innate desires of the Xiuzha. A Dhyana Xiu's samadhi gave them strong minds, and the possibility of them being enchanted was much lower than other Xiuzha. But benefits always came with disadvantages. Dhyana Xiu had strong minds, but their convictions also had to be strong as well. Spells like Skyflower Fall exploited this and were amazingly effective against them. Only when the Dhyana Xiu could cultivate to the higher stage of great freedom and let go of their convictions would spells like Skyflower Fall lose their effect. But the stage of great freedom was a very profound level. The Dhyana Xiu which reached such a level would all be great powers, and wouldn't appear in a little place like Sky Waterjia, much less an my 20-something-year-old youth reaching such a level. The Skyflower Fall that had never failed before had been ineffective. Under the backlash of the illusion, her mind was injured. Up until now, she still did not know how Zuo Mo had seen through it, and what that return all the Jingxi to me meant. Also, this indistinct cloud was eerie and mysterious. A strong feeling of danger made her heart beat rapidly. Her knowledge naturally wasn't ordinary for her to have cultivated to Jin Dan, but she had never heard of such a strange and weird golden shadow before. The golden shadow moved as though it was alive. In the blink of an eye, it collapsed towards its center and rapidly shrank. A pair of half-transparent golden wings appeared on Zuo Mo's back. Great Day Mo physique, first transformation, light void wings. The guard camp that Xu Long was leading was engaged in heavy combat with Elder Wang at this time. Elder Wang learned from Elder Mei's example and continuously changed her position to maintain the initiative. However, Xu Long wasn't dumb and did not attack first. He securely held his position to cut off any opportunity for Elder Wang to give aid to Elder Mei. The Crow Fiend Mo kill formation was in motion. After breaking through last time, the little Mo kill could be used with ease. Threads of black energy turned to thick chains that formed an enormous net to block the path of Elder Wang. This way, no one could gain an advantage over the other. 100 kill. The shouts of 100 people shook like thunder. A gigantic sword and the flower petal wind collided. Elder Mei suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. 2 branches on the plum branch in her hand snapped. The tree was filled with cracks and only had 5 branches left. The ling power of Elder Mei was almost running out of her control and boiled like water. The other side did not give her any chance to recover. The deep sound sounded at her ears like a nightmare again. Elder Wang's expression was heavy, the warmth it usually held had disappeared and was replaced by killing intent. She knew that she could not keep tangling with this group of people. Elder Mei had reached the end of her strength, and did not have the power to even continue for 15 minutes. A thread of regret came into her heart. The power of the master of Golden Crow City was much stronger than they had imagined. Before today, they had never thought there would be a day where they would be left so disheveled and sorry-looking due to a group of Ningmai. It was just a group of Ningmai. No matter how high their numbers, they never even considered Ningmai as a serious threat. From the moment they became Jin Dan, they had the qualifications to look down at Ningmai. This conviction was shattered by the cruel reality of today. At this moment, she did not hope for victory, but only hoped that the 3 of them could survive. As long as the 3 of them could survive, the 100 Flower Alliance would continue to exist. If the 3 of them were no longer here, even if the Master of Golden Crow City did not deal the final blow, the other powers of Bright Water City would swallow 100 Flower Alliance. Xu Long looked coldly at the other. He knew the other was going to go all out. He did not feel any fear, even though the other was a Jin Dan. They were the cause of this battle. They had more reason than any other person to put their lives on the line. Show slavery had existed for a long time, and was common in every jia. Xu Long knew this reality. He was not so delusional as to hope that Darren could save all the Shio slaves and change the situation. That was not realistic. Darren had not blamed them, and even took everyone to attack 100 Flower Alliance. Xu Long decided to put his life on the line. It wasn't just for a win, but more for themselves and himself. He didn't feel any fear at the other's decision to go all out, but felt slightly excited. Elder Wang took out a Begonia Palace lantern. A blue-white flame lightly jumped inside the lantern. As the Begonia Palace lantern was taken out, the air around it paused for a short moment. After a while, an even more strange scene occurred. The air around Elder Wang started to jump in rhythm with the pulsing of the blue-white flame. Elder Wang's figure started to blur in the air. Xu Long's pupils imperceptibly shrank. This Begonia Palace lantern was a powerful talisman. He raised his right hand covered in black armor. His right hand was completely enveloped in a ball of thick black energy. As the wind blew past, the black energy flickered like a wisp of flame. The people of guard camp silently raised their right hands. A ball of thick black energy encased everyone's right hand. The black snakes that coiled above their heads suddenly shattered and turned to tiny threads of black energy. These black energies gathered together with astounding speed and formed a black snake 100 zhang long. The body of this black snake was completely tangible, with all of its muscles and scales intact as though it was alive. The red snake pupils did not hold emotions. It opened its maw and bared its white fangs as it breathed in. The black fire in the sky and the black energies that encased Shu Long and the others' right hands were sucked into the sky and into the black snake's mouth. Woo-ha! The deep long wail was like an invisible wind that swept in all directions. Having absorbed the black fire, the black snake quickly transformed. 2 bumps formed on its forehead. The snake's pupils became even sharper, the scales even blacker and shinier, and the presence even more astonishing. Elder Wang was even more shocked. This black armor troop had very strange battle methods and was completely different from any type of shoujo she had seen before. But she recognized the change in the black snake, serpent transformation. Snakes and serpents had an innate difference, and that was also true of their strength. This black snake that had not finished its transformation into a serpent still exuded a completely superior strength than just a moment ago. Its pupils seemed able to drain away all warmth. Elder Wang's heart tightened. Waves of warmth came from the Begonia Palace lantern. Her heart eased slightly. Yes, the black snake was astonishing, but the Begonia Palace lantern in her hand was not ordinary. She was skilled in forging and especially skilled in making all kinds of flower lanterns. This hexagonal Begonia Palace lantern was her masterpiece. The begonias used in the lantern were 6th grade sky heart begonias, one of the best types of begonias in the world. The rarest was the blue-white flame inside the palace lantern. It came from the center of a 10,000-year blue fire bamboo. It was called Blue Heart Bamboo Flame, and was a rare specimen among 4th grade fires. Without another word, she raised the Begonia Palace lantern in her hand and chanted in a low voice. The petals of the Begonia Palace lantern fell off and flew into the sky. It seemed that there was an endless amount of flower petals, yet the lantern did not change at all. The begonia flower petals danced in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the sky was full of flower petals like a dream. Compared to the plum blossoms of Elder May, the number of begonia flower petals were even more amazing. There seemed to be no end. All of 100 Flower Valley was covered within it. The black snake ignored the rain of flower petals. The black body coiled as its red pupils coldly stared at Elder Wang. The flame of the Begonia Palace lantern suddenly jumped. Boom, the flower petals in the sky simultaneously started to burn. Countless blue-white flames danced in the sky. Blue Heart Bamboo Flame. BZZZT. A bloom of blue heart bamboo flame landed on the shiny body of the black snake, bounced twice, and was extinguished. The black snake did not seem to detect it. Elder Wang's expression changed. The blue heart bamboo flame was actually ineffective. The blue heart bamboo flame, which could burn through everything, could not even leave a mark on the body of the black snake. The icy eyes of the black snake had no emotion. It was made from pure and sharp killing essence. Was it something a measly blue heart bamboo flame could damage? Light flashed through Shu Long's eyes. He shouted in a low tone, "Kill!" The pupils of the black snake suddenly opened, its enormous body twisting and jumping to charge at Elder Wang. Elder Wang was shocked and hurriedly spun the Begonia Palace lantern in her hand. Countless blooms of blue heart bamboo flame blew towards the black snake. Pia pia pia. The sounds were like the popping of beans. Each of the blue heart bamboo flames were the size of a thumb, but it was unexpectedly strong. The enormous body of the black snake was forced to bend down. Elder Wang released a breath. It was good as long as there was a way to stop the other. She channeled her Ling power furiously, and countless flower petals flew into the air. However, the flower petals this time were not tender and weak like they were with the last attack. They were like the sharpest blades with a keen sword essence as they swam around the body of the black snake. Pew pew pew. Scratches appeared on the black snake's shiny body. The black snake felt pain and furiously twisted its body. Yet the blue heart bamboo flame was endless as it bombed the black snake with no signs of ending. A fine layer of sweat appeared on Shu Long's head. His expression was calm, but he was unusually furious. A moment of carelessness, and the other had taken the advantage. How could he tolerate being suppressed? So what if the talisman was powerful? A cold energy flashed through his eyes. Little Mo kill. The black snake suddenly collapsed and turned to a ball of black energy. The center of the black energy spun rapidly. The blue heart bamboo flame and the begonia sword essence covering the sky seemed to be attracted by an invisible force, and uncontrollably flew towards the spinning black energy. Elder Wang's expression changed dramatically. The suction of the spinning black energy was shocking. The blue heart bamboo flame and the begonia sword essence furiously flew towards the black energy whirlpool. What terrified her was that this black energy whirlpool was like a monster that could consume everything. It had not changed at all after so much blue heart bamboo flame and begonia sword essences had flown in. The situation was becoming increasingly worse. A sharp look came into her eyes. She snorted coldly. For the first time, the begonia palace lantern left her hand and flew into the sky. Translator ramblings: so having convictions is a double-edged sword. Some of you were so close with your Diana show speculations on immunity to illusions. What is hardest to resist? Your innermost desires. On the same topic, Zuo Mo's desires are apparently beautiful women in Jingshi. Someone mentioned that Zuo Mo has no libido. He must not have any mental libido because his body does react to what he sees. So he desires beautiful women but he doesn't think about them sexually. Jindan arrogance is shown here again. First the yellow-robed Taoist and now these three. This actually shows how clear Sky Old Forefather is a cut above them. He planned for the event of his death before his battle, and didn't have confidence obscuring his mind to the point these Jindan do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 314, Successive Mo Kill. Chapter 314, Successive Mo Kill. 4th grade talismans and above generally had formation techniques that accompanied them, and as the grade increased, the number of formation techniques a talisman possessed would also increase. For example, the majority of 4th grade talismans had only one formation technique. Only the finest of 4th grade talismans would have 2 formation techniques. 5th grade talismans would have between 2 to 4 formation techniques, and 6th grade talismans would have between 4 to 6 formation techniques. The formation techniques could utilize the talisman's power to its maximum potential. Each additional formation technique was one more killing move. No one would scorn having more killing moves. At this time, Elder Wang understood that normal attacks would be ineffective against the people in front of her. How long has it been since she used a killing move? Elder Wang's thoughts wandered. After she had cultivated to Jindan, she concentrated on her study of forging, and never fought again. She had never expected the first battle for her as a Jindan would result in her being pushed to such a dangerous position. Gathering her thoughts, the begonia palace lantern in the sky slowly revolved. Each flower petal flashed with a glowing light. The pulsing blue heart bamboo flame was like a heart and stirred the Ling energy in the surrounding area to pulse with it. Zuo Mo's consciousness was the largest and he was the first to detect the abnormality. He couldn't help but feel shocked. This begonia palace lantern was definitely not below the 6th grade. The power of a 6th grade talisman in the hands of a Jindan would be terrifying. Elder Xiao also detected it. She was very stunned. Elder Wang was going all out. For some reason, when she knew that Elder Wang was going all out, she didn't feel any excitement, but felt fear instead. The pressure that the youth with the half-transparent golden wings gave her seemed to increase in that moment. Zuo Mo sensitively detected that Elder Zhao's attention wavered. An opportunity. Light flashed through his eyes and his body disappeared. Elder Zhao's heart suddenly jumped, the pink flying sword in her hand rising. Multiple sword energy shields appeared in the space beside her. Before she saw the results, she retreated, but the feeling of danger suddenly rose. Out of shock, her flying sword sliced towards her back. Ping! An enormous force drove into her from the flying sword. Her entire right arm went numb, and her flying sword was ripped from her hand. She bit down on her lips. Not daring to stop at all, her figure successively flashed. A cold essence flashed behind her back, and carried a spray of blood with it. She panted heavily, and looked with astonishment at the youth in the distance. The back of her right hand was bleeding, and there was a curved wound on her back. She had been wounded twice by a Ningmai's attack. She looked at Zuo Mo as though she was looking at a monster. Her gaze landed on the half-transparent golden wings on Zuo Mo's back and furiously trying to determine what kind of abhina it was. What Diana Xiao cultivated was abhina, and in her view, the wings should be a kind of abhina. With such a wondrous abhina, this youth's origins were not ordinary. They really encountered a great foe today. Zuo Mo felt his entire body filled with great strength that was so abundant he wanted to groan. The great Mo physique really lived up to the rumors. At this time, Zuo Mo finally experienced that only the transformations of an Mo physique could truly express the true power of the Mo physique. The light void wings on his back seemed to be rooted inside his body. There were no actual changes inside his body, but many of his muscles, blood, and bone seemed to wake from their slumber. The abundant power did not come from the light void wings but from the depths of his body. Powerful. The power that woke shook inside his body and almost forced his body to explode. In this moment, Zuo Mo comprehended some of the true meaning of Mo physique cultivation. The body was like a treasure cave, one that was unfathomable in its depths. But in the great majority of time, this treasure cave was dormant. The Mo physique was like a vessel that continuously matured and developed to become increasingly more powerful, and so the power that was activated and released was greater. Looking at Elder Shao, who was just barely hanging on, Zuo Mo was suddenly filled with confidence that came from great strength. Facing a Jin Dan, he was not helpless anymore. Glancing at the Begonia Palace lantern igniting in the sky, he decided to end the battle as quickly as possible. The light void wings on his back lightly flapped. A strong force passed over, and his body disappeared in the air again. In the sky, the Begonia Palace lantern started to burn into a ball of blue-white fire and pulsed in a unique beat. Elder Wang chanted lowly, "Blue Heart Begonia Sea." Boom! The empty sky seemed like dry tinder suddenly caught fire. In an instant, the flame spread and the sky above Elder Wang turned to a sea of fire. The blue-white sea of flames covered the sky. Shu Long raised his face upwards. The sunlight was blocked by the sea of fire, and a large shadow landed on his face. Looking at the vast sea of flame, one couldn't help but feel awe. The blue-white sea of fire furiously burned as it spread. Countless threads of blue-white fire fell from the sky like tens of thousands of blue-white hands of fire that shot at the 5 slave transporting boats. The faces of people on the boats, like the forging division, all changed. The furious sea of fire above their head covered everything and felt unavoidable. Only Shu Long and his fellows stood motionless and steady as rocks. But the battle intent in their hearts was stirred by the sky full of fire. The black energy around them became denser. The roiling black energy above their heads formed a snake again. The enormous snake was not lacking compared to the sea of flame. At the same time, Shu Long raised his left hand, the left hand that was covered in black energy. Every person in guard camp raised their left hand that was covered in black energy. The black snake opened its large mouth and sucked with a hiss. The black energy was like fire, and its sparks left their hands and raced into the sky. The blue-white flame came from the sky, just like the fire, like black energy rising up against the flow. Between these white and black flames was a colossal black snake. The scene was filled with power. It was like an invisible hand tightly gripped everyone's hearts. The people on the slave transporting boats dazedly raised their heads in silence. In this moment, they forgot their terror. The dots of black fire in the sky rapidly landed in the mouth of the black snake. The maw of the black snake was like a bottomless pit, and cleanly absorbed every bit of black energy that rose into the sky. The black energy around Shu Long and the others was now much fainter. The sheen on their black armor was much dimmer. The black snake's cold pupils showed slight pain. The 2 bumps on its forehead bulged like something inside was moving, and wanted to burst out. A light suddenly exploded out of the black snake's pupils as it shrieked. Woo-ha! The lines of fire landing from the sky suddenly paused and could not progress any further. There seemed to be an invisible wall between the black snake and the white sea of fire that forcibly stopped the tens of thousands of threads of blue-white fire. Elder Wang's expression changed. She did not notice that she had bitten through her lips and blood was dripping. She had been pushed into a hopeless situation. Even her retreat had been unknowingly sealed shut. If she chose to retreat now, the sea of flames in the sky would explode, and it would be difficult to escape death. Pia, the hairpin in her hair broke. Her long hair fell down and was blown by the wind in a tangle like demons dancing. She did not hesitate. Her last thread of Ling power was thrown crazily into the sea of fire. Fireborn begonia. The sea of fire changed again. Blue begonias grew out of the sea of fire, bloomed, and withered. The withered flower petals landed in the sea of fire and turned to dust. The sea of fire suddenly collapsed and concentrated towards its center. All of the Ling energy in the entire 100-flower valley was pulled in. The Ling flowers that were planted throughout the valley felt this enormous pulling force and left their branches to gravitate to the sea of fire. Suyu saw this and her heart bled. These Ling flowers were the most important source of Jingshi for 100-flower alliance. They were all destroyed today. It wouldn't be possible to recover without 20 years of work. After this battle, no matter if they obtained victory or were defeated, 100-flower alliance's power would plummet, and it was likely they wouldn't even be able to hold on to 100-flower valley. Should we go help guard camp? A threat of terror flashed across Zhongru's eyes. Even he, who had very good composure, felt his heart beat wildly at the sea of fire in the sky. Gong Sun Cha smiled. Don't worry. Shu Long and the others aren't weak. Even though Shi Xiang had never told him who was in charge of guard camp, he knew. When would it ever be his turn to worry about the mysterious person that could annihilate him in war chess? Even he was curious just how strong the guard camp was. Gong Sun Cha suppressed his curiosity and his eyes returned to the battlefield he was responsible for. Looking at Vermilion Bird Camp charge the other side in waves, a furious battle intent came into his eyes. Even if it was that mysterious person that could exterminate him in war chess, he wouldn't willingly admit defeat. Their fight had moved from war chess into reality. Was there anything that could excite him more? It may have been the excitement that caused 2 patches of red to float on his face. This made him look even more shy and bashful. Close the net. The sea of fire was changing, and the black snake in the sky had also reached the most crucial time of its transformation. The 2 bumps on its forehead continuously grew like 2 enormous blisters. Woo-ha! The black snake gave a painful shriek again. The mountain-like body furiously twisted. Everywhere it swept, it created soul-shaking vibrations. Pew, the skin above the bumps on its forehead finally broke. 2 black horns that seemed like dry wood burst out. The 2 black horns continued to grow until they were about 2 chi when they finally stopped. Serpent transformation. This black snake finally completed its most important transformation. Today onwards, it would be called the Black Serpent. A terrifying presence swept across the sky like a hard wind. Everyone, including those on Zuo Mo's side and the 100 Flower Alliance's side, froze in their movements. The only person that was not affected was Zuo Mo. The light void wings on his back shook, and resolved this shocking presence. But Zuo Mo was also shocked by the powerful presence of the Black Serpent. The 20 Zhan long serpent body swam with ease in the air. The pair of pupils were not icy like they were in the past, but were dignified and proud, as well as immeasurably deep. It raised its serpent head. The sea of fire in the air turned to an enormous fire begonia. The begonia faced the black serpent and slowly turned. A hint of mirth came onto Shu Long's face. The black energy on his body was much fainter and caused his slightly smile to look slightly fragile. The other camp guards were pale, but their faces were overjoyed. They had successfully cultivated to the second stage of the Crow Fiend Mo Kill formation. The second kill of the Crow Fiend Mo Kill formation, successive Mo Kill. Translator ramblings, Gong Sun Cha is super competitive. Pu Yao is at a bit of a disadvantage since he is starting with lower quality soldiers to some degree, but since he has much more experience, Gong Sun Cha and Pu Yao are better matched if they fight in the real world. Zuo Mo's speed matches a Jindan now. Think how easy Clear Sky Old Forefather would have been to take down if Zuo Mo was that powerful. Just zip right through that blockade. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 315, Flower Slaves. Chapter 315, Flower Slaves. The Last Gamble. Even the slowest person could clearly feel that the moment that determined life and death had arrived. The black serpent suddenly turned into a ball of thick and vicious black energy, and then it shot towards the fire begonia that was diving towards it from the sky. A cold light flashed through Zuo Mo's eyes. The light void wings shook slightly, and his figure disappeared in the air. The 7th, 9th and 10th divisions of Vermilion Bird Camp attacked at the same time like 3 blades flashing across the sky. With the presence of death, they viciously sliced at Elder May. Boom! Everyone felt their vision darken, the earth shake like the world was ending. And then the sky filled with a blinding light illuminated the sky, formed from countless streams of fire shooting in all directions before disappearing. All of Bright Water City was alarmed by such a terrifying collision. Countless Xiozha flew into the sky and looked with terror in the direction of 100 Flower Valley. The powers that had been preparing to come to the aid of 100 Flower Valley saw this. They were shocked and stopped their movements. This was a collision on the level of Jindan. Compared to the earth-shaking black serpent, Zuo Mo's attack was silent without even a whisper. Like a ghost, he appeared behind Elder Xiao. The glass-like right palm lightly pressed on Elder Xiao's glowingly alluring back. His action was warm, gentle, and without any presence. When Zhongru saw Zuo Mo's move from a distance, his expression changed slightly. He felt awe that boss could cultivate Sky Glass Wave to such a fantastical level. Elder Zhao's figure suddenly froze. She seemed to hear an authoritative low growl echoing throughout her body. The explosive power erupted like a volcano and the channels inside her body were instantly shredded. What made her feel as though she was going to die was the golden core inside her body had stopped revolving. No matter how she tried, the golden core did not move even a sliver. A hand suddenly grasped the golden core. Endless blackness swallowed her like a tide. Everyone in the 7th, 9th and 10th divisions raised their flying swords together. Everyone's blood was boiling in their bodies, their battle intent filled their bodies and almost causing them to combust. They furiously accelerated without keeping anything back. Accelerate! Continuous acceleration. There was only one goal in everyone's eyes. The leaders of the 3 divisions shouted at the same time, 100 kill! 100 kill! The Shouja of the 3 divisions howled angrily, their flying swords slicing down. The 3 sword energies that flashed past at high speed gave off a blinding light in the air as their killing intent locked onto Elder May. Elder May's hair was loose as she glared, blood seeping out of the corner of her mouth. Facing the 3 enormous sword energies, she had a slight smile. Wave after wave of attacks had pushed her nerves on edge. She had long been at the end of her rope, and just hanging on by a breath. The plum tree in her hand had broken into pieces long ago, just leaving behind the bare main trunk. The 3 enormous sword energies headed straight at her face. The present's sharp sword essence was enough to freeze her blood. Was she going to be finally released? This was the last thought that flashed through her mind. The 3 enormous sword energies exploded at the same time. The blinding light consumed her. The Begonia Palace lantern was destroyed. Elder Wang was heavily injured and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. The black serpent swam and coiled in the air, and growled successively. One of the black horns that had just grown had been broken. It clearly was very furious about that. The black serpent had a vicious look in its eyes. It suddenly turned to a ball of black energy and smashed towards Elder Wang. It came extremely quickly. Elder Wang's movement was affected by her injuries and she was struck full on by the black energy. Bam! Like a meteor, Elder Wang was thrown into the ground. The pitiful Elder Wang wasn't a body cultivating expert like Zuo Mo. Such a strong crash was a fatal blow to her weak body. She was instantly killed. Suyu's face was pale white, her eyes filled with hopelessness. The death of 3 Jindan elders was a loss that 100 Flower Alliance could not bear. There was still a troop brimming with murderous intent in the sky. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind, was today the day that 100 Flower Alliance would cease to exist? The light void wings on Zuo Mo's back slowly faded. The rich and explosive power inside his body quickly disappeared like a retreating tide. He looked at the other people. No matter if it was Vermilion Bird Camp or Guard Camp, everyone was furiously panting for breath. It was possible to see how fierce these battles had been. But all of them had smiles on their faces. Only they, especially because they had experienced the battle with Clear Sky Old Forefather in Little Mountain Jia, could feel the difficulty of this battle, could feel the improvement of their strength. This battle had disturbed all of Bright Water City. Countless Shouja flew from Bright Water City towards 100 Flower Valley. Zuo Mo glanced at the battlefield and grabbed Suyu. Suyu seemed to have lost her soul. She did not resist Zuo Mo capturing her. Zuo Mo was slightly reassured and said to Shu Long, "You guys go search and see if there is any more people you are familiar with. We'll take all that you recognize." Shu Long was moved. Without another word, he nodded and left with Guard Camp. Zuo Mo held Suyu and led the group to start looting 100 Flower Alliance. Suyu's last thread of hope was destroyed and she was abnormally obedient. Zuo Mo felt great shock at the wealth of 100 Flower Alliance. It definitely was one of the richest sects he had ever seen. Linging sect which had been famed for its wealth in Sky Moon Jia, but it was very poor in comparison to 100 Flower Alliance. Suyu was skilled in management. After 20 years of accumulation, the wealth of this enormous sect caused Zuo Mo to sink into an extreme frenzy. In the storeroom, 3rd grade and 4th grade materials were piled up in mountains. 5th grade materials were not rare. Zuo Mo even saw a large number of 6th grade materials. His drool almost spilled out. There were all kinds of ling flowers, including the seeds of rare ling flowers. To a person like Zuo Mo who would even pluck the feathers off a goose, how could he pass on such a good opportunity? Everyone in the forging division were sent over to transport the materials to the slave transporting ships. Zuo Mo decided to loot all of 100 Flower Valley. The treasure rooms of the elders gave Zuo Mo joyful surprises again, especially Elder Wang's room which held many of her craftwork. The great majority of these were 5th grade talismans and above. Most of those were various kinds of flower lanterns. Even though there were not many items in the treasure rooms, but all of them were of very good quality. Zuo Mo did not hesitate in sweeping them all into his ring. The Jade Scrolls, including the Jade Scrolls the elders collected, and the ones that 100 Flower Alliance had bought or obtained through other channels were also swept clean by Zuo Mo. Looking at the disciples that fled in fear, Zuo Mo was filled with scorn. After he finished looting, 100 Flower Alliance would truly be dead. If this was a cohesive sect, all the disciples would have started to attack it this time, and not just watch as the elders risked their lives. This had to be said to be the tragedy of 100 Flower Alliance. Shu Long found Zuo Mo. His expression was grave, and his eyes pained and sorrowful. "Boss, come look." Zuo Mo stilled, and followed Shu Long into an extremely deep cave in the mountain valley. When he saw the terrifying scene, his skin uncontrollably prickled. Hundreds of Xiao slaves had all kinds of strange ling flowers tangled on their bodies. The roots of these ling flowers were rooted in their bodies. Their gazes were unfocused, strange smiles on their faces. The ling flowers on their bodies were alluring as they were blooming. However, Zuo Mo, who possessed ling eyes, could clearly see the vitality of these Xiao slaves were slowly being lost. It seemed as though something suddenly exploded inside Zuo Mo's body. An unprecedented anger swept his body like it was burning. He suddenly gripped Su Yu's throat and jerked her in front. Su Yu's face was twisted as her eyes showed pain. Zuo Mo's viciousness and brutality made her feel terror. "You group of scum, dot." Zuo Mo squeezed the words one by one through his teeth. His hand tightened and crushed Su Yu's throat. Su Yu's gaze became muddled. Even until death, she could not understand how Zuo Mo could bear to act against her. Countless people showed goodwill towards her, and used all kinds of methods to curry her favor. She had always assumed no man would willingly kill her because of her unparalleled appearance. As long as she was docile and obedient, they wouldn't bear to. Zuo Mo distastefully threw Su Yu to the ground. "Boss, what to do with them?" Shu Long could not disguise the sorrow in his voice. As someone who had also been a Xiao slave, he felt it even more deeply. He could detect the vitality of these Xiao slaves were slipping away bit by bit into the ling flowers on their bodies. In Zuo Mo's mind, Pu Yao suddenly said to him, "Don't remove those ling flowers. If you move them even one bit, they will immediately die." Pu Yao's voice contained a rare threat of anger. "Flower slaves, I hadn't thought this method would have been passed down. Ling flowers grown on the bodies of flower slaves will take the flower slaves' purest vitality. The ling flowers grown this way will be extremely high in quality. If you want to save them, there is only one method." Zuo Mo finally understood why 100 Flower Alliance had so many high-grade ling flowers. The rage rampaged in his chest. He forcibly suppressed it, and asked in a deep voice, "What method?" "The primary energies of the flower slaves is being taken away, and they cannot escape death. There are only two ways to save them. The first is to replenish their energies using Lingdan and such. The other method is to use reverse absorption." Reverse absorption. Yes. The ling powers can absorb the primary energies and vitality of the flower slaves, so why can't the flower slaves absorb the primary energies and vitality of the ling flowers? Zuo Mo's eyes lit up. "How do you reverse it, dot?" Pu Yao threw a ball of light to Zuo Mo. "I'll give you this, Flower Yao coexistence art." Pu Yao's voice was slightly heavy, and carried an imperceptible sorrow. In the past, during the war between Xiaojia and Yaoma, many Yaoma were like them. After they were captured, they were implanted with ling flowers. They would die after a length of time after they were rescued. In order to save them, this Flower Yao coexistence art was created. I hadn't thought that this Yao art would be used again after thousands after years. Zuo Mo bit his lips and turned to say to Shu Long, "Take them all onto the boat." A hint of joy flashed through Shu Long's eyes. Boss definitely had a solution. He and guard camp hurriedly transported the hundreds of flower slaves to the slave transporting boats. Zuo Mo's mood was extremely bad. He felt there was a fire burning in his heart that could not be vented. He never thought of himself as an ally of justice. However, the treatment of the flower slaves had broken through his bottom line. He could not suppress his fury. Suddenly, he raised his head to glance at the sky and the several troops rolling in. Zuo Mo suddenly smirked coldly. Translator ramblings: Zuo Mo finally gets to loot a sect after missing Clear Sky Sect. Pu Yao gets another golden core but not all three. I'm very curious how many Jingshi is a golden core worth, since they only seem to exist inside Jindan and it is difficult to extract them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 316, Enormous Change. Chapter 316, Enormous Change. Three powers had come, with between 2,000 to 3,000 people. They looked with shock at the devastated 100 Flower Valley. They had clearly seen the great battle of the Jindan just now, and at a closer distance, they could feel the ferocity of the battle even more clearly. 100 Flower Valley was in ruins. The mountain valley that had been prosperous and filled with flowers had disappeared. The people that came looked at Zuo Mo's group with eyes that held shock and fear. It had been these 3,000 people that had erased a sect that ranked in the top 10 of Skywater Jia. Truthfully, they didn't want to be the ones to test the waters, but Sir is really too arrogant in our bright water city, one of the leaders of the group said coldly, then continued, you destroyed 100 Flower Alliance with just a few actions. Great moves, great attitude. We do not want to meddle in the grievance you have with 100 Flower Alliance. Combat is common, but it is too cruel of you to destroy 100 Flower Alliance. The one that spoke was the leader of one of the other groups, and he looked slightly old. If you're wise, give us Suyu, and we will spare your lives. This person's face was cold and indifferent, his murderous intent barely hidden. The three all had calm expressions. They predicted that Zuo Mo's group did not have the energy to fight after experiencing such a battle. Their intentions of taking advantage of the situation was evident. Zuo Mo glanced at Shu Long and the others. He found that they could not disguise the exhaustion on their faces. The great battle just now had expended everyone's energy. However, they were still quick in reorganizing themselves. No one was panicked or terrified. There was only calm on each person's face. Seeing that their words did not cause Zuo Mo and his fellows to panic, the faces of the three people that spoke couldn't help but darken. The strength of mind of the master of Golden Crow City subordinates was greater than they had imagined. In their predictions, if they just slightly pressured the master of Golden Crow City, he would capitulate. They did not want the situation to devolve into a standoff. Just as the three were preparing to increase their pressure on Zuo Mo calmly spoke, Suyu? I killed her. Hiss. Simultaneous inhales of shock rang out in the surroundings. There were hundreds of people that had come to watch other than the three factions. They all were Xiozhia that had been disturbed by the battle and came to watch. Everyone knew Suyu of Bright Water City. Many people's expressions became unnatural at the fact that such a strong local power had been easily destroyed by the mysterious power of unknown origins. What no one noticed was that some Xiozhia exchanged looks among themselves and quietly left the crowd. There were only 20 or so Xiozhia that left, hence they went unnoticed. But it was possible to see with the naked eye that many Xiozhia were quickly flying towards this place from Bright Water City. The city master is in danger. One of the Xiozhia that retreated said with a worried expression. These people clearly want to take advantage. Humph, they are really pulling a just excuse. Another person said furiously. We can't watch as city master lands in danger. This person seemed to have some status in this group of people. He said in a deep voice, everyone cannot forget the favor city master did for all of us, giving us the chance to leave Little Mountain Jia, to see the light again. But there are just so few of us. With just us is definitely not enough. However, there's a lot of people that came from Little Mountain Jia in Bright Water City. The person said with a grave expression, have you thought of how our days in Skywater Jia will be in the future if city master is treated like this today? Those of us that came from Little Mountain Jia, will all of us be bullied like this? Right. They even dare to target city master, we definitely won't hold a place in their eyes. Big brother, what do you suggest we do? Let's go to Bright Water City to get reinforcements, the person said decisively. If we spread the news that city master is in danger, no one from Little Mountain Jia will have any reason to stand aside and watch. The 20 or so people exchanged looks, nodded, and flew rapidly towards Bright Water City. You killed Suyu? The three people had dark faces. Zuo Mo's expression was calm as he silently grasped a sonic lightning walnut in his hand. These people looked very well organized, but there were no Jindan Xiozhia. Zuo Mo released a breath at this. If a Jindan had come, Zuo Mo would definitely take his people and run for their lives. Seeing the other was wary and had not immediately attacked, Zuo Mo was happy to drag on the conversation. The other definitely would not expect that the Xiozhia of Vermilion Bird Camp had formations carved on their bodies that could automatically take Ling power from the air and recover multiple times faster than normal Xiozhia. The recovery rate of Shu Long and his group was even faster. When they recovered, he wouldn't be afraid of these 3,000 people, or even twice that. So what? Do you have a relationship with her? Zuo Mo raised an eyebrow. Laughs rang out from the crowd. The three people's expressions were not attractive. All three of them had lusted after Suyu's beauty. Other than the temptation of great benefits, they had the notion of taking Suyu into their houses. Sect leader Su has a deep relationship with our sect. This one will definitely help get justice for sect leader Su, one of the people said hatefully. The other two did not speak, but their ranks pressed forward. The mood suddenly became tense. As the base of 100 Flower Alliance, 100 Flower Valley was not far from Bright Water City. The procession of 20 people quickly traveled to Bright Water City. They suddenly split up, and flew low through the streets. Channeling their Ling power, they shouted with all their power, "The master of Golden Crow City is being surrounded. Brothers of Little Mountain Jia, if you're a man, stand up." The shouts were like thunder as they rolled in waves. The people traveling in the sky looked over. The leader of the group suddenly swept across the ground, and his eyes lit up. There was an enormous sound tablet about 10 zhang high below that swirled with purple light. A sound tablet agency. He instantly landed, and floated into the agency. "Sir," a Xiuzha came up. Before the other finished speaking, he took out a pile of jingshi and said in a deep voice, "Broadcast a message for me." As the others' ranks moved forward, Zuo Mo did not feel any pressure. The three troops could be called organized, but there was still a great distance from being an elite force. He was used to the great pressure from Vermilion Bird Camp and Guard Camp. Zuo Mo wouldn't feel anything from this kind of degree of pressure. But he noticed the Xiuzha in the surroundings seemed to stir as well, and his heart became wary. The individual power of the Xiuzha at the edges were average, and they were not organized, but in Zuo Mo's eyes, the threat of these people was much greater than the three factions at the front. With just a slight provocation, they would lose their rationality. They would charge up, and then the situation would descend into chaos. That had happened many times before in Little Mountain Jia. Zuo Mo, who had crawled his way out of Little Mountain Jia, how could he neglect this? "Just you guys?" Zuo Mo said coldly. His eyes narrowed coldly like blades, cold and freezing. For some unknown reason, all three people jumped in fright. They suddenly remembered this youth in front of them just killed a Jindan. Their pupils suddenly shrank to pinpoints, and their expressions changed as they stared at the two silver walnuts covered in golden patterns that spun on Zuo Mo's hand. "Sonic lightning walnuts!" An exclamation suddenly came from the crowd. Some that had knowledge unconsciously retreated 20 zhang. All the eyes gathered on the two sonic lightning walnuts in Zuo Mo's hands. Those were sonic lightning walnuts. The terrifying presence that emanated from the two sonic lightning walnuts made one's heart jump rapidly. Sonic lightning walnuts were rare fourth-grade materials. Who would be so wasteful to forge sonic lightning walnuts into one-use talismans? The eyes of many people became extremely heated, but no one dared to move a sliver. When sonic lightning walnuts were forged into one-time talismans, they were things that even Jindan were wary of. However, what reassured them slightly was that while the power of one-time sonic lightning walnut talismans was astounding, but they could only be used once. The two sonic lightning walnuts slowly floated forward from Zuo Mo's palm, and it was possible to see lightning arc across the surface of each walnut. Whoosh, the Xiuzha in front of Zuo Mo simultaneously moved to the sides. They didn't want to be at the front. Their eyes suddenly shrank again. Another two sonic lightning walnuts appeared in Zuo Mo's palm. The two sonic lightning walnuts floated up from his palm and floated in front of his chest. The four sonic lightning walnuts lined up in a row. Everyone's eyes tightly locked onto them, and didn't dare to move away. Many people uncontrollably swallowed. If it was said that the two sonic lightning walnuts had previously made people feel fear, then four sonic lightning walnuts was like pouring a basin of cold water on their hearts that had been shaken. If four sonic lightning walnuts exploded at the same time, the Xiuzha that thought of this shook. When another two sonic lightning walnuts appeared in Zuo Mo's palm, the entire 100-flower valley was silent. 6 sonic lightning walnuts spun and twirled like 6 mischievous children restlessly in front of Zuo Mo. After a short period of utter silence, the Xiuzha that had thought they had some power did not hesitate this time, and simultaneously retreated 50 zhang. The space around Zuo Mo was instantly empty. Where did this guy come from? Everyone felt they were going crazy. One move, and it was 6 sonic lightning walnuts. This extravagance was enough to smash most of the tycoons in Bright Water City. When the number of sonic lightning walnuts in front of Zuo Mo increased to 8, the 3 leaders had ashen faces. The morale of their troops reached their lowest depth. If taking out 8 sonic lightning walnuts in one go could not be considered the mannerisms of a rich sect disciple, then the top 10 sects of Skywater Jia were as poor as street urchins. When the number of sonic lightning walnuts in front of Zuo Mo reached a terrifying 10, everyone was left numb. If 10 sonic lightning walnuts exploded simultaneously, all of them, including the 100-flower valley, would only have one fate: to turn to ash. When the number of sonic lightning walnuts reached 20, the people were not nervous anymore, and they relaxed. Maniac, why are they coming to a small place at Skywater Jia to show off for? These young masters are really boring. All they know is to play dumb. Yes, they think we are stupid. Haha, those 3 factions are stunned now. They've offended a rich young master, just wait to get killed. Did this guy want Suyu? Tried to force himself, Suyu wouldn't comply, so he killed Suyu in anger, and destroyed 100 Flower Alliance. Suyu wouldn't comply? Another person rolled their eyes, who knows who tried to force themselves onto the other person. The tense mood in the sky suddenly became filled with humor. The three leaders were dumbstruck where they stood. Translator ramblings. Yes, some of you noticed that Pu Yao was totally fine with turning the bandits into golden armor guards, which is a form of enslavement, while he was extremely affected by the flower slaves. First, Pu Yao is a Yao. The ones that were affected in the past were Yao who he might have seen, or they may have been people he had known. Also, he has a hatred of Xiuzhe and they were enemies in the past, so Pu Yao potentially has little sympathy for Xiuzhe. Additionally, for both Zuo Mo and Pu Yao, the bandits were their enemies and going to be killed anyway. Pu Yao just found another use for them. On the other hand, they have no grievances with the flower slaves and it is easier to feel sympathy for them. Zuo Mo and Pu Yao are not bleeding hearts/saints that will try to free every slave or right every wrong. That would be contrary to what Feng Xiang has shown for Zuo Mo's pragmatism and Pu Yao's indifferent and disdainful attitude towards most things. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 317, Clouds Gathering. Chapter 317, Clouds Gathering. Fei Shan was working idly and humming as he listened to the sound tablet. The people around him stared at him weirdly. It puzzled them how someone could appear relaxed and pleased when doing such a complex work. Only the Xiuzhe that came from Little Mountain Jie could feel so at ease with such tasks. He suddenly stopped what he was doing and listened with concentration. Friends from Little Mountain Jie, the master of Golden Crow City is being entrapped in 100 Flower Valley in Bright Water City. Please come quickly to help. He listened very carefully. The sound tablet repeated it a few times. He stood up and then started to walk towards the door under the strange gazes of everyone else. Where are you going? The manager's expression was slightly ugly as he lectured sharply, come back. You haven't finished what you are doing. Fei Shan bared his teeth in a smile, but his gaze was slightly murderous. The manager unconsciously shook and he didn't dare to look at Fei Shan's gaze. The words that followed were swallowed back into his stomach. Fei Shan ignored him and left through the door. Walking on the streets, he instantly heard many people shouting loudly in the air. Brothers of Little Mountain Jie, City Master is trapped in 100 Flower Valley, everyone go get them. The City Master is in danger. We shall. All of Bright Water City was disturbed. People continuously flew into the sky. Fei Shan raised his head. The sky of Bright Water City was filled with people. Seeing what was happening, he suddenly recalled the scene of everyone following the City Master as they charged out of Little Mountain Jie through the experience of the months. Something inside his body seemed to have been ignited. He did not hesitate to channel his Ling power, and flew into the sky and entered the flow of people. They dared to move against the City Master. The killing intent inside increased. Every Xiuzhe around him had fury on their faces. This group of Xiuzhe had all experienced the cruel calamity of Little Mountain Jie and survived. They were full of gratefulness and respect towards Zuo Mo who had led them out of Little Mountain Jie. The master of Golden Crow City had led everyone out of the terrifying cage that was Little Mountain Jie. Now that City Master was in danger, how could they stand aside? A group of people were surrounding a sound tablet. Head, should we go? A mousy-looking person hurriedly asked his leader. The head glared. Of course we will go. They dare to even attack the City Master. Would they even leave us a way to live in the future? Kill them all. His subordinates instantly became excited and rumbled, kill them. Humph, they want to make an example of the City Master. They should first look and see what they are made out of. The head's face was murderous. The Xiuzhe that came out of Little Mountain Jie were much more sensitive to danger than normal Xiuzhe. In his view, this incident that targeted the City Master was a sign. It meant that their future days in Skywater Jie would not be good. There were about 50 to 60 Xiuzhe that came from Little Mountain Jie, but all of them were Ningmai Xiuzhe. In Skywater Jie, Ningmai was the most common group. This sudden rush of Ningmai Xiuzhe with battle experience had diminished the power of the local powers. The conflict between the Xiuzhe of Little Mountain Jie and Skywater Jie was unavoidable. The Xiuzhe of Skywater Jie knew this. So how could the Xiuzhe that had experienced even crueler battles in Little Mountain Jie be ignorant? Are we going to be able to get there in time? A subordinate said worriedly. The thoughts of normal Xiuzhe were much simpler. The master of Golden Crow City had led them out of Little Mountain Jie, and unknowingly became their spiritual leader. The great majority of people held a grateful attitude. Hearing that the master of Golden Crow City was trapped, they felt very angry. We're moving now. The head said with a cold snort, humph, they think City Master is weak, he'll break all their teeth. This battle will be a great one. The head bared his teeth and had a vicious expression. He suddenly stood up and glared as he brimming with murderous intent. See how I'll sort out anyone that slacks off today. Don't pack anything, we are moving now. These leaders feared Xiuzha like clear sky old forefather, but they didn't have any caution regarding the other factions of Skywater Jia. Even more, there was also the Master of Golden City there. The power of the Master of Golden Crow City had been deeply embedded in the hearts of these rebellious people. Many people had the idea. Wouldn't it be more tempting if they could persuade the Master of Golden Crow City to take everyone and sweep through Skywater Jia? After continuous urging, the sky above Bright Water City was filled with Xiuzha from Little Mountain Jia. The number of Xiuzha from Little Mountain Jia that were in Bright Water City wasn't much, but there were still around several thousand of them. The Xiuzha from Little Mountain Jia were easy to recognize. The killing energy they had was much thicker than normal Xiuzha. Now each of these Xiuzha had vicious glares. Is that group of people crazy? They dare to move against City Master. Who cares, kill them all. If the tiger doesn't roar, you mistake it for a sick cat? Everyone was very excited as they flew furiously in the direction of Hundred Flower Valley. The Xiuzha of Bright Water City had never seen such a procession before, and were dumbstruck where they stood. Those Xiuzha that were smarter raced back to report. Some older Xiuzha had worried expressions. If the Xiuzha from Little Mountain Jia and the Xiuzha from Skywater Jia had a conflict, the state of Skywater Jia would become tumultuous. What many people did not know was that message broadcasted by the sound tablet had spread through all of Skywater Jia. At this time, many Xiuzha were traveling on their swords as they murderously flew in the direction of Bright Water City. If one looked down from the sky, they would see many sword lights gathering with astounding speed towards Bright Water City as though they were attracted by a magnet. The Master of Golden Crow City was the person of most authority of all the Xiuzha from Little Mountain Jia. Without anyone noticing it, he was influencing the direction the affairs in Skywater Jia would take. In the house of the Crow Marquis, Rongwei saw the compound guard run in with a sound tablet and she was shocked. But when she listened to the message that was being repeatedly broadcasted through the sound tablet, her expression instantly changed. Damn it! Were those people crazy? She knew just how powerful and terrifying the Master of Golden Crow City was. The elite force under his command surpassed any troop in Skywater Jia. She remembered the scene of those Xiuzha bowing in farewell towards Zuo Mo. If the Master of Golden Crow City made a call right now, she uncontrollably shook. That was too frightening. The Marquis was not here. This was not good. Rongwei was like an ant on a hot plate and spun in panic. At this time, a paper crane flew from the sky. Rongwei waved her hand and the paper crane fell into her palm. When she finished reading, her expression changed dramatically. Bright Water City, Sky Immortal Pavilion. These people from Little Mountain Jia are so aggressive right now. In the future, won't they try to climb on top of our heads in the future? A middle-aged Xiuzha's expression was dark. He was the sect leader of the largest power in Bright Water City, Yin Yang of Wood Sword Sect. We need to let them know whose territory this is, a Xiuzha with a waxy yellow face said faintly. He was wearing a golden-threaded long robe, had bright eyes and an authoritative presence. He was the sect leader of Cloud Divine Sect, Hichio. Wood Sword Sect and Cloud Divine Sect were the largest two sects in Bright Water City. Bright Water City was the most prosperous city of Skywater Jia, and was home to 4 of the top 10 sections. Other than the 100 Flower Alliance that Zuo Mo had destroyed, Wood Sword Sect was placed 5th, Cloud Divine Sect was placed 7th, and the other, the Blackwater Sect was 10th. All the other sect leaders present nodded their heads. It had touched many people's nerves that the Master of Golden Crow City had attacked 100 Flower Alliance. Wood Sword Sect and Cloud Divine Sect had marriage alliances with 100 Flower Alliance. Zuo Mo had moved to destroy 100 Flower Alliance before the other sects had managed to react. If he had taken some more time, his victory would not have been so easily achieved. Blackwater Sect does not want to meddle in this matter. That's good, one less person to share in the spoils. Yin Yang's expression was cold. The other sect leaders had joyed expressions. In their view, with Wood Sword Sect and Cloud Divine Sect as the leaders, the Master of Golden Crow City wouldn't be able to make any waves no matter how powerful he was. They had long heard ago that the Master of Golden Crow City was very rich, and the 5 enormous slave transporting boats that were filled with all kinds of talismans and rare materials. They were truly treasure ships. Even more, now there was also the enormous wealth of 100 Flower Alliance added to the spoils. How could people's hearts not be moved? Many sects were jealous of 100 Flower Alliance's flower growing methods. If they could receive the Ling farming methods for the Ling flowers, they would have another steady source of income. So when the 2 big sect leaders called out, many small sects responded. The House of the Crow Marquis, the leader of a small sect, muttered. Hichio's expression was natural. No matter. I have already notified them. I believe they can see the state of affair clearly. Everyone, go back and prepare. Let's set the time for noon tomorrow, Yin Yang said. The sect leaders stood and went back to prepare. After everyone had left, only Yin Yang and Hichio were left in Sky Immortal Pavilion. Hichio asked, "How many people are you preparing to bring?" "I heard that the master of Golden Crow City has 2 elite forces. I really want to see how they compare to my Wood Sword Camp," Yin Yang said proudly. Wood Sword Camp was the most elite troop of Wood Sword Sect, and was famed through Sky Water Jia. Hichio clapped and smiled. "I also had the same idea. How about we each take a troop and see who will win?" The Flying Cloud Camp and Cloud Divine Sect was also an elite force known in Sky Water Jia. "If both you and I win, then what?" Yin Yang looked at Hichio. "The first one to win is the winner," Hichio smiled. The flower slave growth method of 100 Flower Alliance supposedly originated from the 1,000-year battle. How about we use it as our prize? But since the city master of Golden Crow City has no Jindan, if we use Jindan to pressure people, we will not win honorably. You and I cannot take Jindan. What does sect leader Yin think? A light flashed through Yin Yang's eyes. Wonderful. The two exchanged a look, sparks flying, and did not stand down. The atmosphere of Bright Water City suddenly became tense, and the number of shouja that flew through the air dropped dramatically. Many stores that got the news of the battle closed their doors. Tianling Zi and the other 2 people looked at the large patch of sonic lightning walnuts that floated in front of Zuo Mo, and their mouths tasted bitter. They really hit a steel board this time. The other had mysterious origins, and his power was far greater than they had imagined. They couldn't describe the bitterness inside. "Such a big personage like you, why did you run to such a poor gutter like Sky Water Jia for? Can't you give us a road to live?" A paper crane suddenly flew into Tianling Zi's hand. After Tianling Zi finished looking, the shadow on his face was swept away and he roared with laughter. The other people looked with unfriendliness at Tianling Zi. They really couldn't think what could make Tianling Zi so happy in such terrible circumstances. Tianling Zi passed the paper crane to the other 2 people and smiled smugly. Sect leader Yin Yang of Wood Sword Sect and sect leader Hichio of Cloud Divine Sect will be leading their army tomorrow to take this little boy's life. After the 2 finished, they all had joyful expressions. "Haha, we really have foresight. We only need to drag down the master of Golden Crow City, and we will definitely have a mention in the merit record." The 3 looked at each other and laughed loudly. They were completely ignorant that danger was approaching them. Translator ramblings, conflict has arrived. Zuo Mo's attack on 100 Flower Alliance is just a spark that ignited the fire prematurely. You guys have so many different ways of looking at the same content. It's really interesting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 318, Human Wrecking Ball. Chapter 318, Human Wrecking Ball. Zuo Mo and Lil Miss looked at each other and understood what the other was thinking. It hadn't been long, but Vermilion Bird Camp completely finished their recovery. The supplies of Vermilion Bird Camp was generous, and each person carried enough Jingshi so that they could quickly recover Ling power. He glanced at Shulong. Noticing Shulong's nearly imperceptible nod, he had to silently praise the powerful recovery speed of Mo skills. The power inside his body had also silently recovered. The strength of the Great Day Mo physique far surpassed both the guard camp and his imagination. Zuo Mo straightened his spine and looked at the 3 troops opposite him. His heart was filled with the belief that they would win. The silent feeling of confidence had formed between these people without their own knowledge. He shifted his body. Almost at the same moment, Vermilion Bird Camp and Guard Camp started to move. Vermilion Bird Camp was like a gust of clear wind. As the troop gathered and scattered, it was ethereal and nimble, carrying its unique sharp killing intent that was like a blade. While the Guard Camp was like a dense steel flood. They were not quick, but they were a tyrannical wave of destruction. Zuo Mo was at the very front of the troop. He pressed his lips together tightly, his eyes slightly slowed as his body stood straight like a spear. The sonic lightning walnuts that flew around his body drew out threads of silver light. On his left rear flank was Vermilion Bird Camp waiting to act. If one looked closely, they would find the entire Vermilion Bird Camp was like a compressed spring that was silently trembling and filled with the aura of danger. Gong Sun Cha did not sit on the broad green cloud sword like he usually did. He had stood up, his eyes curving into crescents, and a shy smile on his face. A blade-like light flashed through the eyes of the Vermilion Bird Camp Shouja. On his right rear flank, the guard camp was silent and motionless. They were like a troop of battle servants from thousands of years ago. Shu Long was at the very center of the troop, steady and murderous, yet motionless. The black heavy armor encased them tightly, and separated them from the outside. The fiendishness from the slightly lowered eyes made people feel the battle intent roiling away behind this deathly silent flood. Zuo Mo and his people's movements instantly attracted everyone's attention. Tianling Zi's trio changed expression. They commanded their troops to retreat 50 zhang. Zuo Mo's action of taking out 20 sonic lightning walnuts had destroyed their notions of taking advantage of the situation, but the news that came had given them the hope they could share in the spoils. They had made the decision to not provoke the master of Golden Crow City. As long as they managed to keep track of him, then after tomorrow's battle they would receive some merit. They prepared to distance themselves at any moment. Zuo Mo decided to fight quickly. He raised his right hand and then chopped down hard. Kill! A cold light flashed through Lil Mi's crescent eyes. Vermilion Bird Camp, who had been waiting for the signal, suddenly exploded. Hundreds of sword energies tore the air. Howls shrieked through the air. Shu Long gave a low shout, "Kill!" The black energy shifted and twisted. Thousands of black energy threads gathered and formed a black flood in the general shape of a snake. Waves of deep shrieks came from inside. The sky seemed to have suddenly darkened. The aura of destruction and the terrifying killing energy filled the sky. Everyone paled. The trio felt their limbs turn cold. Each of them had pale faces. Only now did they realize how idiotic their ideas were. Regret filled Tianling Zi's heart. At this time, he could only shout at the top of his lungs, "Aridyar." His pupils suddenly expanded. He lowered his head, and saw a hand bursting out from his chest. The Xiozha around Tianling Zi looked at him as though they saw a ghost. The terror inside their eyes spread through their hearts like spiderwebs. A figure with golden wings on its back disappeared from their field of view. This attack was flawless. The light void wings on his back lightly flapped, and a rich flow of power seemed to flood in like the tide. His figure was like lightning and flew out a great distance. Zuo Mo did not feel any panic at being in battle. His mind was unusually serene. He carefully experienced the power from the light void wings behind his back. Under the terrifying power, it was not an easy matter to control his posture. This battle, however, was the perfect chance to learn. As for the sonic lightning walnuts, wastefulness was shameful. The light void wings on his back shook, and his vision blurred. He appeared half a zhang in front of a Xiozha. Oh! Zuo Mo, who had just been very smug, made a strange sound. Before he could react, he smashed onto the other's Ling shield. Ping! The Ling shield instantly broke. Zuo Mo's earlier momentum did not dissipate, and heavily collided with the other. Zuo Mo only heard a wail and the sound of bones breaking. It was like he hit a sandbag. He unconsciously moved the light void wings on his back. A strong force passed over, and his figure uncontrollably disappeared again. He was like a person-shaped wrecking ball that had completely lost control and bounced between the people in the crowd. But his great Demo physique was very strong. Adding on that terrifying speed, bones broke and limbs tore off wherever he passed. The wails echoed in his ears. He saw the others could not wound him and decided to ignore them to concentrate on controlling the light void wings. Only when he could truly control the light void wings would he have the true assets to fight against Jin Dan. Every one of the 6 transformations of the great Demo physique were powerful. If he could adeptly use them, his power would furiously grow. Vermilion Bird Camp used a completely different style. Each platoon was like a blade. They were like butchers dismembering ling beasts, accurate, at ease, and without hurry. Guard Camp was still unmoving at their spot, but the crazily dancing black energy was changing strangely. It suddenly gathered and scattered, sometimes turning into a large snake, and sometimes as countless small snakes. The unpredictability and strangeness of the little Mo kill was fully expressed. However, no matter if it was the waves of charges from the Vermilion Bird Camp, or the little Mo kill of Guard Camp, none of them dared to go close to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's dashes and crashes made everyone in Vermilion Bird Camp feel shock, and distance themselves. If they were accidentally hit, they would end here. Any Xiozha that boss hit had wailed, flew out a long distance through the air like a sandbag, and was smashed to pieces as they crashed into the ground. No one was left alive. No one was left alive if they were hit. Their hearts felt a chill. They could clearly see that boss posture when he hit others was very strange. This sign made it evident that boss could not fully control himself. If they were killed due to being hit while boss moved uncontrollably, that was a true embarrassment. Who could they complain to? The Xiozha of Vermilion Bird Camp distanced themselves from Zuo Mo and traced out a long arc to circle around to kill the Xiozha that wanted to escape. Gongsun Cha's smile had frozen on his face. He was looking with shock at the sky. Compared to Vermilion Bird Camp's avoidance, Guard Camp was even more depressed. When they had seen Vermilion Bird Camp moving aside, they had been slightly proud. Since they were attacking from a distance, they were very safe. But shock quickly came onto Shu Long and the others' faces. The black energy of Little Mo Kill would go crazy and become uncontrollable for some unknown reason if it neared Boss and dispersed in all directions. In this short period of time, the black energy expended on the enemies wasn't as much as the black energy that Boss had scattered. What situation was this? Having met such a strange situation for the first time, Shu Long could only grimace. Out of helplessness, he could only control the Little Mo Kill and attack the enemy from the fringes. An extremely strange scene played out in the battlefield in the sky. Little Mo Kill and Vermilion Bird Camp formed the borders of the battlefield together like a steel wall. No Xiuzha was able to escape. Inside this sphere, the sound of impact continuously rang out. Zuo Mo saw the other was not able to damage his great Demo physique and decided to not care about his posture, and just focus on controlling the light void wings on his back. Therefore, he used all kinds of peerlessly strange positions and astounding speed to hit one Xiuzha after the other out of the spherical battlefield. The people of Vermilion Bird Camp were alert. They were nervous about the enemies that were hit. No one would add another blow to these people. What they were alert about was not getting hit by these enemies. There was an unfortunate Vermilion Bird Camp Xiuzha that had been lightly injured by an enemy that had been sent flying. It was a calamity from the heavens. After a while, the enemies inside the spherical battlefield had completely collapsed. They furiously attacked the outside border. In the sky, the blade-like charges instantly started. Little Mo Kill was activated at full power without anything held back. The wails of the enemy rang in their ears. Flowers spun out in the sky, and like dumplings, they continuously fell down. The minds of these Skywater Jia Xiuzha had been robbed, and their morale was at its lowest point. The entire troop was collapsing at a rapid rate. Having lost the commander, with collapsing morale, without motivation, they were just rabble. In front of elite troops like Vermilion Bird Camp and Guard Camp, they were a group of sheep waiting for slaughter. The merciless slaughter only continued for a short hour before the entire battlefield was cleared. None of the spectating Xiuzha were able to maintain their calm. They looked with pale white faces at the empty battlefield, and looked at the master of Golden Crow City's subordinates methodically looting the battlefield. These people's practiced and crisp actions, these movements that did not have any presence of killing, made the Xiuzha from Skywater Jia smell the scene of blood and fire after such a battle. So weak. Lei Ping jerked a jade pendant from a corpse as he snorted coldly. Just this group of trashy people, and they want to attack us. They really don't know anything. People die for wealth, birds die for food. What's so strange about that? Weren't we the same in the past? Nian Lu did not even raise his head, his movements were clean and brisk. Lei Peng stilled at the words. Tilting his head to think, he nodded and said, "That's true." He then furrowed his brow and said, "But we are no longer the same." But how are we not the same? Nian Lu's hands stopped moving. He straightened his spine and said seriously, "We aren't the same now." But he also could not pinpoint where they were not the same. After thinking fruitlessly for a while, Lei Peng was impatient. Whatever, what are we thinking about that for? Just follow boss. In any case, and was thinking that our way of living now isn't so bad. It's worth it even if we die. Nian Lu made a sound of agreement, his eyes deep. That's right. We lived long enough since we didn't die in Little Mountain Jia. Zuo Mo panted heavily. It was the first time he tried out close combat fighting in a real fight like this. He hadn't felt it before, but when he stopped, he felt his entire body was unspeakably sore. He inhaled sharply. It looked as though this great Demo physique had its limits. He couldn't be so brash in the future. You guys are too vicious. A choked female voice came from the sky. Zuo Mo raised his head and found a female Xiuzha within the crowd was swearing and pointing at his nose. The surroundings suddenly became silent. The faces of the Xiuzha beside Zuo Mo all darkened. What? Do you want to kill me too? The female Xiu proudly flew out of the crowd. Her eyes held tears, and her expression was excited. They weren't even defending themselves. Why can't you give them a road to live? Why do you have to kill them all? Translator ramblings, I was gone for a few hours and it seemed the comments section exploded. That made for a lot of good reading about the stupidity of certain people. There is a mindset the sects have because they have more Jindan than 100 Flower Alliance, they are prepared, and they have trained battalions which outnumbers Zuo Mo's group so they think they will win. They essentially believe 100 Flower Alliance lose due to the factor of surprise and they will be better. The Jindan will be kept in reserve because the sects are prominent ones and they want face. It will look like they bully outsiders if they use Jindan while the other group isn't. On the other hand, Zuo Mo and the others are in a mindset of war, which means their actions are not honorable and they don't care that much about face, not that Zuo Mo cared much about it in the first place. Zuo Mo's armies need hazard pay to help them with injuries from their own boss. Nian Lu and Lei Peng are stand-ins for the rest of Zuo Mo's people. They realize they have changed. Killing Jindan using teamwork is pretty cool, even if they are not the strongest Jindan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 319, If you wanna fight, fight. Chapter 319, If you wanna fight, fight. Zuo Mo rolled his eyes. He decided to ignore her. This kind of woman didn't have a clear head. Since the two sides had started to fight, if one spoke of benevolence, wasn't that just asking for death? Crazy person. Let's go. He turned his head and said. Shu Long led guard camp back to the slave transporting ships. They were able to fly for short distances, but their speed was slow. They liked using the steady slave transporting boats more. The vermilion bird camp swam in the sky as they warily looked at the surrounding Xiuzha. Come on, kill. Kill. The emotions of the female Xiu became increasingly excited. You killed so many people already. You shouldn't be afraid of killing one more. What? You don't dare? You people from Little Mountain Jia come to our Sky Water Jia and the first thing you do is to kill. Go back to your Little Mountain Jia, we don't welcome you. The surrounding Sky Water Jia Xiuzha shifted. The female Xiu's words really struck many of the Sky Water Jia Xiuzha's hearts. They were already very resistant to the Xiuzha of Little Mountain Jia. Many people's eyes became unfriendly. Some of the powers that had been observing started to shift. Zuo Mo's face suddenly became cold. He stopped in the air. Vermilion Bird Camp started to consolidate. Having just stepped onto the slave transporting boat, Shu Long's face darkened. The faces of the other people became ugly. They came from Little Mountain Jia and were abnormally sensitive to the atmosphere of their surrounding environment. They felt enmity. Zuo Mo did not speak. He was not shocked at this scene. To the Xiuzha of Sky Water Jia, they were just outsiders. The arrival of Xiuzha from Little Mountain Jia had already significantly changed the status quo in Sky Water Jia, which was why their enmity was so strong. You won't even have mercy on women? The more the female Xiu shouted, the more sorrowful and angry she became. Didn't you kill sect leader Suyu? What? If you have the guts, then kill me. The voice suddenly stopped. The head that flew into the air, her expression full of disbelief. She seemed to still be unable to believe that Zuo Mo dared to kill her under the eyes of the public. The Xiuzha of Sky Water Jia instantly rumbled. Many people also had expressions of disbelief. Too arrogant. Everyone, let's kill them. The people from Little Mountain Jia dare to come run amok in our Sky Water Jia, everyone, fight together. The crowd was extremely furious. Many people had blood-filled eyes as they yearned to fight. The powers that had been observing from the side were slightly wavering. Their subordinates had already sank into argument. Listen well. Zuo Mo coldly stated. For some reason, there seemed to be a fire burning in his chest. While in Little Mountain Jia, he had assumed that after leaving Little Mountain Jia he would find paradise. Yet what he never thought was that he would immediately encounter something that broke through his bottom line in Sky Water Jia. He thought of those flower slaves with scattered minds and dazed expressions, entirely wrapped in ling flowers. The scornful ruckus in the surroundings entered his ears. He wanted to laugh, but he found that he wasn't able to laugh. There seemed to be a breath stuck at his chest. Savagery and killing intent twisted and roiled in his chest. Therefore, he spoke. The surroundings instantly became silent. I don't care who you are. If you want to fight, fight. His eyes were deep, and his voice seemed to float across from far away. Don't waste words. We can't compare to you, we are much cleaner and in the open. The surroundings were deathly silent. The people looked dazedly at the master of Golden Crow City in the air. No one had expected that the master of Golden Crow City would say such arrogant and tyrannical words at such a time. Was this person crazy? Did he really think he could really do what he wanted in Sky Water Jia with just the people he had? Everyone was shocked by Zuo Mo's words. No one spoke. Zuo Mo slowly looked around. His sharp gaze made many people have the impulse to turn their face away. He raised his right hand in the air. Anyone that attacks, kill them. The voice was like the wind and snow that blew in the winter, not loud, but it was chilling to the bone as it swept everyone's hearts. No matter if it was Vermilion Bird Camp or Guard Camp, everyone, including the Forging Division, all of them felt their blood boil. An indescribable feeling came from their hearts. They couldn't help but shout together, "Kill!" The shouts of several thousand people together were like thunder as it spread. The Skywater Jieshouja that had been wanting to fight were all stunned by this shout. Their slightly heated heads instantly cleared. They had never heard such a fierce and domineering presence from any other troop. The master of Golden Crow City and 100 Flower Alliance had personal grievances. That wasn't a secret in Skywater Jia. Ever since the master of Golden Crow City had led tens of thousands of people out of Little Mountain Jia, he had instantly entered the attention of the large powers of Skywater Jia. The origins of the master of Golden Crow City were mysterious and were hard to find. But the presence of the 100 Flower Alliance insignia on the 5 slave transporting boats gave them a great deal to speculate on. One factor for their attention was that they desired the wealth of the master of Golden Crow City. Supposedly, the 5 slave transporting boats were packed with large numbers of talismans and materials. After defeating 100 Flower Alliance, the spoils would be even richer, and greed made their hearts move. Another factor was the rejection of Little Mountain Jieshouja by Skywater Jieshouja. The factions were especially unaccepting of any power that could destabilize their influence. Just as the factions looked at each other and wanted to discuss, their expressions changed and looked towards the sky. Large patches of dots appeared in the sky. Before they could see clearly, the blinding sword energy that lit up when people were flying on the sword at their fastest speed lit up the entire sky, and forced them to narrow their eyes. City Master! Ha! It's the City Master! The shouts came like a tide. These Little Mountain Jieshouja that had come to help were very excited at this time. All of the surviving Shouja from Little Mountain Jia were Ningmai, and they were in their 40s or above. They were used to the way of the world. However, none of these people could keep their composure. Fei Shan was not an exception. He found he could not calm down. He suddenly recalled the magnificent battles at Golden Crow City. They were deeply embedded in his heart. He still remembered his emotions at that time, especially when the city master had led everyone to swear at the clear sky old forefather. He had imagined how exhilarating it would be to fight under the command of the master of Golden Crow City. He hadn't thought such a day would really come. He was very excited. The master of Golden Crow City looked to be in his early 20s. Among these 50 and 60-year-old Ningmai, he was somewhat outrageously young. But this youth that was outrageously young seemed to have a charisma that made people trust and obey him, and to be willing to fight for him. The Skywater Jieshouja jumped in fright, and hurriedly rode their swords to flee. In a short while, all of the Skywater Jieshouja had left the enormous 100 Flower Valley. This change was so sudden that some Little Mountain Jieshouja were too excited and wanted to chase before they were pulled back by their fellows. Stop shouting! Listen to the City Master! Which of you is more able than City Master? Everyone listened to the City Master. The heads of the little factions in this crowd of Shouja spoke, and those Shouja making a fuss instantly closed their mouths. In terms of command, no one dared to compete against Zuo Mo. At the beginning, Zuo Mo was quite puzzled. When he was informed that these Shouja had all heard that he was in danger and came to help, he was dumbstruck where he stood. He was very moved. Truthfully, he had never thought of these people when he fought with Clear Sky Old Forefather. He just did it for himself. So he had never thought these people would remember this. His heart was very warm. The darkness created by 100 Flower Alliance was swept away. The sun seemed much brighter. He bowed towards the people. This one thanks everyone here. This group of Shouja instantly became panicked. What is City Master doing? City Master saved our lives, this is what we should do. Yes, yes. The people spoke over each other as they returned the bow. After standing up, Zuo Mo swept the surroundings and said with a smile, "Let's go down to rest." The people all agreed and landed on a mountain in 100 Flower Valley. Everyone felt very close upon seeing each other, and they were even noisier when they gathered together. Each person had a sunny smile on their face. Some chatty people had grouped together and started to converse. The heads of some of the factions were circled around Zuo Mo as they held a discussion. City Master, I just received news. Cloud Divine Sect and Wood Sword Sect have gathered more than 10 smaller sects and are planning to attack us tomorrow, a faction head said worriedly. To be able to become a leader, he naturally had his talents. This leader's abilities could not be underestimated as he was able to place spies in Brightwater City so quickly. Seeing many people were unmoved, he hurriedly explained the status of Cloud Divine Sect and Wood Sword Sect in Skywater Jia. After his explanation, everyone all inhaled sharply. Zuo Mo's expression was normal as he raised his folded hands to this leader. I have not asked for this big brother's name. This leader said with some panic, City Master is really troubling this one. This one is Zhang Wei. City Master can just call me by name. Don't say anything more about Big Brother. Zuo Mo smiled. Can Head Zhang give us some more details? Zhang Wei hurriedly narrated the news that he had just received from the beginning, and introduced the sections. After he finished, everyone was silent. The other side's strength far surpassed their imagination. If there really were so many people. Everyone turned to look at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo unconsciously furrowed his brow. He felt shocked at this news. If he had received this news in any other circumstances, he would only do one thing, take everyone and flee. But right now, he would not flee. He was sure that if he fled, the other Xiaojia of Little Mountain Jia would become the targets to vent hatred. The Xiaojia of Skywater Jia would use this chance to weaken the powers of the Little Mountain Jia Xiaojia until they were sure the Xiaojia of Little Mountain Jia were not a threat to them. He previously had not felt these Xiaojia had any connection to him, but now that he knew, he could not just leave and end it. Many paper cranes suddenly flew in from the sky and into the crowd of people. Ha, Li Shaoxi can arrive tonight. I just knew they wouldn't be able to stop themselves. Ha, old man Yang has his brothers and is hurrying over. Several paper cranes flew into Zhang Wei's hands. After Zhang Wei finished reading, he was overjoyed. He said excitedly, City Master, they've all come. Everyone is coming. A blush came onto Gongsun Cha's face. His smile was even more bashful and shy as his eyes flashed with an unusual brightness. Shu Long stood silently beside Zuo Mo, but his heavy breathing exposed the desire for battle inside. Zuo Mo's mood was unsteady. He suddenly stood up as he looked towards Bright Water City. Well then, let's ****ing fight. Translator ramblings, this really isn't a cliffhanger. A battle is coming and Zuo Mo's good deed of killing Clear Sky Old Forefather has really paid off for him now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 320, Move Out. Chapter 320, Move Out. The night came. The mountain peaks of Hundred Flower Valley were filled with light and sound. Zuo Mo stood at the highest mountain peak. The campground below was very busy. His gaze turned to the empty darkness that held unpredictable dangers. He knew that many eyes were staring back at him from the darkness. The people were waiting for tomorrow to come. But thick clouds blanketed the entire sky. There wasn't one thread of moonlight. A hint of mirth floated at the corner of his lips. Ma Fan was sneaking in the darkness like a ghost. His movements were soundless. What was even more astounding was that none of his movements created any ripples of Ling power. Lei Pang and the others that were watching from far away had expressions of admiration. Ma Fan had taught all of them hidden movement spells, but when Ma Fan activated the spells, he wasn't just slightly more familiar with them. His actions were light and relaxed. As expected of the corps that Lil Miss had appointed. Ma Fan crouched as he moved stealthily like an intangible shadow. He was merged into the darkness. The noises from Hundred Flower Valley could be heard from afar, and contrasted against the silence of the surroundings. He suddenly thought of his life in the past, before he had encountered Boss. He had frequently had to do work that required traveling in the night. He did not like darkness. At that time, he had only wanted to find a steady job and not have to fight for his life in the shadows. After the calamity of Little Mountain Jie, his situation had deteriorated even more. Fortunately, he had several good skills and managed to survive, but the desire for a stable life had gotten stronger. He wasn't a person with ambition. Being appointed the corps by Lil Miss had not made him happy. It was the opposite. The training that he had done far surpassed everyone else. He improved very quickly. Even now, he was one of the 2 people that had the most influence in Sky Peak Platoon. He had originally assumed he would quickly feel tired. This life of training every day was not something he wanted. But to his shock, he found he did not dislike it like he had predicted. He had started to accept this troop and gradually started to like this troop. It wasn't for the stimulation of battle, or for those spells and formations, but for hope. This troop, without him noticing it, made him feel hope, feel sunshine. Even if he was walking in the darkness, he didn't have any negative feelings like he did in the past. Every person behind his back made him feel safe and trusted. Thinking about that, his eyes unconsciously glanced to his side. The space there was empty. Usually Xie Shan would appear at that spot. A few days ago Xie Shan had entered secluded meditation, and had not come out even now. He couldn't help but feel slightly worried. After being paired together for such a long time, they cooperated very well, and had great feelings for each other. His expression suddenly shifted. He stopped his nonsensical thinking, and his figure paused. Everyone instantly became nervous. Without any words, everyone spread out and silently advanced forwards. 2 people were hiding in a tree. I want to see how long these people from Little Mountain Jia can be happy for. One of the people said furiously. Daylight will be the time of their execution. The other person said greedily, supposedly, they are swimming in wealth. I wonder if we can get 1 or 2 items. Please, we're just assigned to watch the wind, what hopes do we have of getting anything good? It's already pretty good to get some 3rd-grade Jingshi. Hey, the sect is pretty generous this time. 20 pieces of 3rd-grade Jingshi, that's enough for us to use for a while. 20 pieces? I wonder how much will remain by the time we get them? The 2 people suddenly felt a cold flash against their necks. Their pupils suddenly expanded, but they were not able to make any sound. Several shadows appeared by their corpses. It was Ma Fan and the others. 10th one. Nian Lu said lightly. The other side really had sent out a great number of scouts around 100 Flower Valley. In this little while, they had gotten rid of 10 scouts. It was smooth sailing for these people of Sky Peak Platoon that comprehended Sword Essence to do ambushes. Ma Fan carefully stripped the 2 people clean. Seeing there was nothing suspicious, he raised his head. We need to be quick. It is almost 1 o'clock. Everyone had hurried expressions. Almost 1 o'clock. Ma Fan led everyone to quickly leave and search for the next target. They were silently but rapidly advancing along a path that was very out of the way. Along the way, they occasionally got rid of some scouts. But this road was really far out of the way, and they did not encounter too many scouts. When they came out of a mountain valley, they could see Bright Water City and its lights. Bright Water River was serene and silent in the night. Ma Fan released a breath. It was not yet 1 o'clock. He nodded at Lei Pang and Nian Lu behind him. The 2 understood and quickly disappeared into the night. The remaining people were divided into several groups that disappeared behind the 2 people. Ma Fan looked at the 3 people remaining beside him and said lightly, "Everyone, rest for a while." Finishing, he crossed his legs and sat. The other 3 did not waste words and also meditated. In a deep valley that was once the area that 100 Flower Alliance kept its flower slaves. The location was very out of the way and hidden. Zuo Mo had already looted the entire mountain valley, and left nothing behind. This empty mountain valley was filled with seated people at this moment. Zhongru said in a light voice next to Gongsun Cha's ear. Darren, it's 1. The smile on Gongsun Cha's face grew with a bashfulness that could not be hidden. He opened his eyes that flashed with a pressuring sharpness. Depart. A troop silently advanced along a narrow mountain valley. It was possible to see figures flashing along the 2 sides of the mountain valley. The troop did not slow down at all. Everyone knew that those were the members of Sky Peak Platoon. They had swept this path clean. Guarding at the mouth of the valley, Ma Fan suddenly opened his eyes and saw a shadowy troop. His heart finally landed. They had not failed the mission that Lil Miss had given them. The troop silently streamed and flew out of the valley. The dense woods outside the mountain valley gave them the best concealment. When Gongsun Cha walked out of the mountain valley, he suddenly stopped in his steps and turned to look at the highest mountain peak. He couldn't help but lightly laugh. Xixiang, enjoy getting blown on by the wind. After watching as the troop disappeared in the night, Ma Fan moved away his eyes and said contentedly, "Let's go back." Wood Sword Sect. Master, let this disciple be first tomorrow. A shoujo with handsome features couldn't help but say. He was Yin Yang's beloved disciple, Gao Xiu, and in charge of Wood Sword Camp. Yin Yang looked with benevolent affection at Gao Xiu. He had put great effort onto Gao Xiu. Gao Xiu had not failed his expectations to be in charge of Wood Sword Camp before he was 25. What many people did not know was that Gao Xiu had just received the White-Silver Battle General Jade Medal. To be able to become a White-Silver Battle General at 25, this talent was enough to dominate all of Skywater Jia and no one could rival him. He could understand his disciples' desire for battle. Just having received the White-Silver Battle General Jade Medal, he desired to use real combat to train himself. Don't worry, you can't even avoid the fight if you wanted to tomorrow, Yin Yang said with a smile. Then his expression became serious. But you have to be careful. There are 2 troops under the command of the Master of Golden Crow City. To be able to kill their way out of Little Mountain Jia, they naturally are very strong. You are familiar with Rong Wei. That little girl's eyes aren't bad. If she thinks they are elite, then they are definitely elite. This disciple will definitely fight with everything, and not fail the reputation of our sect. Gao Xiu said. Yan Yang shook his head. You are wrong. My demand of you is not to make great achievements, but to make no mistakes. Gao Xiu raised his head in shock. Then why did I make the wager with He Chiu when I know the other is an elite force? Yang said meaningfully. Wood Sword Camp is like a sword, and it needs to be sharpened before it can show its power. This master of Golden Crow City is the whetstone. But we need to be careful or we may break against it. You need to be especially careful of your safety. As long as you are here, Wood Sword Camp is here, and you will not want for opportunities. Gao Xiu was moved, and he respectfully bowed. This disciple understands. Yan Yang suddenly asked, what is the situation at 100 Flower Valley? Gao Xiu hurriedly said, the little mountain Jeshoja of this area have almost all gathered at 100 Flower Valley. There are also many little mountain Jeshoja that are heading over from all places. The master of Golden Crow City really has skill to have such a high reputation among this group of people. Yan Yang praised, if we give him the time, he may become a warlord. Right, where is he now? Keep track of his movements. He is on the main peak of 100 Flower Valley. Our people have been keeping an eye on him from afar. Gao Xiu said with a smile, supposedly, he has been standing in the wind. He must be having a headache over tomorrow's battle. A strong dragon cannot suppress the local snakehead, you have to securely remember this, and not do as the master of Golden Crow City is doing. This disciple understands. Zuo Mo stood at the top of the mountain as the cold wind blew. He couldn't help but swear, what stupid plan needs GE to stand up here in the wind for the whole night? If this keeps on going, GE will go crazy in the wind. Ague silently sat next to him. Other than when he fought, wherever Zuo Mo went, she would follow him like a puppet. Lil Black was snoozing on Ague's head. Lil Fire and Lil Pagoda were full of energy as they rolled around on her body happily. Silly Bird was silently standing next to Ague. When she heard Zuo Mo's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Somewhat bored, Zuo Mo reached out to Lil Fire. Lil Fire, come over. Hearing this, Lil Fire instantly joyfully flew in front of Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo grabbed Lil Fire. It was very soft, and nice to grasp. Both of his hands were grasping Lil Fire as he put Lil Fire in front of his eyes in curiosity. He tightened and loosened his grip. Why aren't you sprouting fire? Lil Pagoda, who had also wanted to join in, saw the situation and instantly shrank back. The pitiful Lil Fire was kneaded in Zuo Mo's hands until it sprouted a small flame. However, it never could have thought Zuo Mo was even more motivated, and kneaded even more happily. So interesting. Very interesting. Lil Fire became a bag that could sprout fire. With a squeeze, it would sprout a thread of fire. Lil Fire chirped sorrowfully, but no matter how it struggled, it could not escape these demonic hands, and could only sprout fire in humiliation. Lil Pagoda ran to Ague's head, and watched sympathetically with Lil Black at Lil Fire. Zuo Mo's hand suddenly felt pain and uncontrollably relaxed. Lil Fire took the chance and broke free of the demonic hands. Zuo Mo turned his face. What welcomed him was Silly Bird's gaze filled with scorn. Just now, it had been her that pecked Zuo Mo's hand. He looked dazedly at Silly Bird and was astounded. That peck was so strong. He had the great Mo physique, but he couldn't keep his grip under the peck. He looked with disbelief at Silly Bird, but the scene that followed shocked him even more. Translator ramblings, so one sect leader has now explained his motivations. It's an acceptable reason, though it is risky. True combat is needed to gain experience so one can survive in such chaotic times. He's a good leader and master like Tiansong Zi, even if he is underestimating the danger. How many of you thought that Zuo Mo was going to wait with his troops for the other group to come and then have a fight at the arranged time? This is the guy that used formations in a sword test conference, created a great trap when he was the weaker side, and also loves to gang up on opponents. Sneak attacks is a rational path to take. The balance between peace and war chapters is hard to maintain. I'm afraid that Fong Xiang likes to make his peaceful parts peacefully long, and his battles long at the build-up with a short payoff. I would offer the chapter when this arc ends, but it's going to be a secret. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 321, Ambush. Chapter 321, Ambush. Silly Bird suddenly turned her head around, and her bird eyes stared at the thick cloud cover far in the sky. It was the first time Zuo Mo had seen Silly Bird have such a vicious gaze, as though she had seen something she extremely disliked. Just as Zuo Mo was puzzled, Silly Bird suddenly gave a long call, her wings spreading, and then she disappeared. Zuo Mo only saw a shadow fly by. When he managed to react, he saw a shocking scene. Silly bird was like a bolt of gray lightning that entered the thick black clouds. What was this bird doing? Zuo Mo dazedly looked at the clouds, his mind unable to react. Just as he prepared to go and take a look, a shadow flew close and appeared in front of him. It was Silly Bird. There were traces of blood on Silly Bird's long beak. Her gaze was vicious as she puffed her head and chest high, her body wrapped in killing intent. She called out a clear long note that rang into the distance. A shadow suddenly dropped out of the clouds. Zuo Mo saw it clearly. It was a black bat. The stomach of this black bat had been eviscerated, exposing the innards, and it clearly wouldn't live. Black bats were third-grade ling beasts. Their ears were extremely keen and they were mostly used for information gathering. However, it was not easy to raise a black bat. They were very expensive. Normal scouts couldn't afford them. Master of Golden Crow City. You dare to kill my black bat, tomorrow, I will make you die. A male shout came far out in the distance inside the clouds. Zuo Mo ignored it. His eyes were tightly locked onto Silly Bird. The viciousness in Silly Bird's eyes quickly retreated, and she quickly became as proud and aloof as she usually was. If it wasn't for the traces of blood still on Silly Bird's beak, Zuo Mo definitely would have thought what just happened was his delusion. He huddled in front of Silly Bird. Oh, you look very normal. Silly Bird rolled her eyes and ignored him. She raised her bird head up high, strutted her bird walk, and left. When did this bird get so vicious? Zuo Mo rubbed his chin as he said to himself. He wanted to chase, but when he looked at the surroundings and remembered that he still had the mission of keeping the other side's spies occupied, he could only stand on the mountain to be blown by the wind. He shook his head, and decided to ignore the bird. After she had gone out to show off last time, she hadn't been very normal. Ague, do you think we can win? Ague was sitting woodenly. Zuo Mo did not care and sat down next to Ague. Looking out at the dark black sky, he became unfocused. He didn't notice an extremely faint, almost imperceptible purple light flash suddenly through Ague's empty eyes. Brightwater City was surrounded by a large river. This large river was Brightwater River, and it was the origin of Brightwater City's name. In the dark, Brightwater River was so quiet it seemed to be sleeping. There weren't any waves. Suddenly, the water's surface started to ripple and a figure slowly rose out of the river water. This person looked around for a while, saw no one was around, and took out a little black umbrella. The little umbrella flew out of his hand and turned to an intangible black silk that floated onto the sky above the river. A moment later, figures rose up from the river water. In the span of a few breaths, the surface of the river was filled with people. These people silently floated into the sky above the river. This black ling hiding umbrella really lives up to being a fourth-grade talisman. Wei Ran lifted his head to look at the black silk that was floating in the sky. This ethereal black silk covered all of them. They couldn't be seen from the outside. This black ling hiding umbrella was one of the fourth-grade talismans from boss spoils. It could hide people, and more importantly, it could stop ling energy ripples from spreading into the surrounding area. Even as he praised, he took out Jingshi and started to recover his ling power. No one spoke. Everyone silently recovered their ling power. Gongsun Sha didn't need to recover ling power. He examined the nearby Brightwater City, and his lips curved. The powers of Brightwater City clearly didn't think highly of them. Brightwater City almost had no defenses at all. The black ling hiding umbrella was a powerful talisman, but there were many formations and talismans that could detect it. But they hadn't encountered even one of them. The loose defense was full of holes in Gongsun Sha's eyes. He thought it was a pity that they were not here to attack the city. 1 hour later, everyone finished their recovery. The black ling hiding umbrella was put away. It could not be moved when it was activated. That was its only flaw. Vermilion Bird Camp flew 20 zhang into the sky. Gongsun Sha sat on the broad green cloud sword. Gazing down at Brightwater City, the corners of his mouth moved up. A cold light flashed through his eyes as he said lightly, "Start." Hiss. Vermilion Bird Camp suddenly moved. The lanterns on the streets gave off a warm yet bright light. Tonight's Brightwater City was excited yet frantic. Large amounts of Xiozha had gathered in Brightwater City. They were waiting for dawn. The actions taken this time were the most significant ones in Brightwater City's recent history. Everyone was full of excitement and anticipation. Wood Sword Camp and Flying Cloud Camp had already reached Brightwater City and made camp. The other sects were urgently gathering combat Xiozha in order to attend this great banquet. The tea houses and bars were filled with people. People even filled the streets. The passerby on the street suddenly heard a strange sound. They stilled, and couldn't resist raising their heads. Large numbers of figures flashed through the sky, and caused endless howls. Hiss, everyone without exception inhaled sharply. This troop's presence was shocking and were definitely an elite force. Many people started to speculate which sect's elite force had arrived. This grand banquet had attracted the gaze of countless sections. The Xiuzha flashed rapidly through the sky. Before they could react, the people had disappeared. So strong, I don't know which sect had sent them. This really is a great force. Hee, tomorrow is going to be a spectacle. Everyone became more excited as they chatted. Gao Xiu came from the sect leader's place and returned to the vast sun hall. The wood sword camp Xiuzha he encountered along the way bowed to him. Everyone could not disguise the excitement on their faces. They had hurried to Bright Water City in the afternoon and camped in vast sun hall. Gao Xiu's vice commander and a group of Xiuzha came over. Darren, what did sect leader say? We're up first tomorrow. Gao Xiu said with a smile, excitement flashing through his eyes. Great. Haha, we'll let the people from Flying Cloud Camp to see how strong we are. The Xiuzha of Wood Sword Camp cheered excitedly. They were the best disciples of Wood Sword Sect. Hadn't they trained for decades just for this day? Gao Xiu suddenly furrowed his brows. He could hear trembling vibrations coming close to them. He knew what it was. That was the sound produced when a large troop flew by. The other Xiuzha were also alerted to the sound. Which bastard dares to fly above our heads? Someone couldn't help swearing. Camps like Wood Sword Camp were very wary of people flying over their heads, and all the sects would try to avoid flying over other camps. This was an unwritten rule. Has Flying Wind Camp come to Bright Water City? Gao Xiu suddenly asked. They arrived 4 hours ago, his subordinate answered. Gao Xiu's expression suddenly changed as he shouted, enemy attack. The black patch of Xiuzha appeared with astonishing speed in everyone's vision. Boom! Countless sword energies rained down like a storm. The black night was suddenly lit up by countless grand sword energies. The entire vast sun hall was completely covered by the other side's sword energies. The Xiuzha around Gao Xiu all paled, but they were well trained and activated their Ling shields to protect Gao Xiu. Some other Wood Sword Camp Xiuzha gritted their teeth and shouted, kill! Hundreds of figures flew up against the rain of sword energies. Pew pew pew. The Ling shield of a wood sword Xiuzha cracked. He wasn't able to make any response before dozens of sword energies pierced his body. Dozens of blood blossoms formed. Under the rain of sword energies, the sprays of blood were like explosions on these Wood Sword Camp Xiuzha. The grand vast sun hall was instantly destroyed by the sword energy rain and was left riddled with holes. You dare! An angry shout suddenly sounded like lightning. Right after, a middle-aged Xiuzha holding an almond yellow little flag waved out layers of yellow light. When the dense sword energy rain hit these yellow light curtains, they were only able to make ripples. The morale of the Wood Sword Camp Xiuzha increased. Ha, Jean Dan, Lil Miss lightly breathed. Just as the middle-aged Xiuzha appeared, Wei Ran had locked onto the other. What he hadn't expected was the other had moved faster than he did. He snorted coldly, and took his division Xiuzha to fly out in an arc into the sky. Then turned and started to dive. Their speed suddenly increased, a piercing sound roared in the air. Even among the sounds of battle, a howling that caused people's scalp to prickle, Wei Ran raised the flying sword in his hand. The Xiuzha behind him all raised their flying swords. 100 kill! Wei Ran suddenly bellowed, the flying sword in his hand heavily striking down. 100 kill! The second division behind him all shouted, their flying sword striking down. A terrifying sword energy more than 20 zhan long destructively tore through the air as it descended from the sky and landed heavily against the yellow light curtain. Ping! The yellow light curtain suddenly splintered and only half of the enormous sword energy was left. A thread of blood came from the corner of the middle-aged person's mouth. Viciousness flashed through his eyes. He raised his head and saw the half-section of sword energy coming towards him. He said, good attack. He pointed with the almond yellow flag. A blinding yellow light collided directly with the remaining section of sword energy. Boom! Wei Ran only saw a patch of whiteness and was not able to see anything. He gritted his teeth, gathered his last bit of Ling power, and threw what was in his hand down hard. Just as the item in his hand left, a large force passed over him. He couldn't control his body, and was thrown into the air. Up in the sky, almost lacking all energy, he gave a smile, idiot. Boom! Even more powerful explosions came from below. Sonic lightning walnuts. He had just thrown down a sonic lightning walnut. The 12 division leaders had all been given a sonic lightning walnut by boss. Before the 100 kill attack, he had already prepared the sonic lightning walnut. Relying on just 100 kill wasn't enough to kill a Jin Dan, but after 100 kill, even a Jin Dan couldn't escape the sonic lightning walnut. Boom! A rapid series of sonic lightning explosions came from below. At this time, all of the division leaders had bombed down the sonic lightning walnuts that they had held. Before they could clearly see what the explosions did, a voice came from beside their ear, "Retreat." Translator ramblings: people in Sky Water Jia are too used to peacetime. If there was no Pu Yao, there would not be Lil Miss as he is now, full of cunning and honed in strategies for fighting and for war. Lil Miss paid his tuition in pain and defeat, so I'm not sure if Zuo Mo or Gongsun Cha got the better deal from Pu Yao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 322, Victory. Chapter 322, Victory. On the mountaintop, Zuo Mo saw the blinding light appearing above Bright Water City and suddenly jumped up from the ground as he roared with laughter, "Yes!" Immediately after, blinding sword energies lit up the sky like a meteor shower that flew towards Hundred Flower Valley. At this time, Vermilion Bird Camp no longer needed to conceal themselves. The people that had Ling power remaining all channeled their Ling power to draw out blinding lights. The Xiozha of Bright Water City all finally reacted. Sword Xiao continuously flew into the sky and chased after the blinding lights. Soon, a grand scene appeared in the sky. Following after thousands of sword energies were an even greater number of sword energies. Almost all the Sword Xiao of Bright Water City had come out. The most eye-catching was Flying Cloud Camp that flew at the very front. Flying Cloud Camp were well-trained and responded the quickest. After the 12 sonic lightning walnuts exploded together, they had also been affected by the power. Hu Shan's eyes could spit fire. He had never thought the master of Golden Crow City would be so insane and daring to this level. He didn't bother looking down at Bright Water City. After such a terrifying explosion, there wouldn't be anyone left alive at the campsite of Wood Sword Camp. Before this night, he had never thought that Wood Sword Camp would be destroyed in a single night, and be destroyed so completely. The relationship between Flying Cloud Camp and Wood Sword Camp couldn't be called harmonious, but... He gritted his teeth. He felt there was a burst of fire inside his chest that wanted to get out. This group of bastards. The distance between the Vermilion Bird Camp and Flying Cloud Camp remained steady as the chase continued, neither side gaining on the other. Flying Cloud Camp had reacted the quickest and so they tightly followed behind the other. Vermilion Bird Camp had made great expenditures in the ambush just now, and was at their weakest. If they could catch up, Flying Cloud Camp would definitely have the advantage. In the night, the two sides did not have any care, and let all of their Ling power go. One in front and one in the back, they were like two waves of meteorites that flew with astounding speed flying along the bottom of a thick cloud layer. Hu Shan glared with wide eyes. The speed of the other side was beyond their expectations. They had to use all their Ling power and they were just able to keep up. Before, Hu Shan had heard that the master of Golden Crow City that had two elite forces. Looking at it now, they really were elite. Flying Cloud Camp was famous for its speed, and Hu Shan was shocked that the other was even faster than they were. Wait a moment. The master of Golden Crow City had two elite forces. Hu Shan's heart suddenly sank. His limbs felt cold as his face paled. Two elite forces, where was the other elite force? Not good. At this moment, a deep voice sounded out from the cloud layer. Kill. Thousands of people shouted together, kill. Hu Shan felt his vision blur. Countless black snakes suddenly burrowed out of the cloud layer and rushed towards them. Their speed had been raised to the maximum. They didn't even have the time to think, much less dodge, before these black snakes had reached them. Hu Shan could clearly see the fangs of the black snakes. He watched as the black snake penetrated his body. Disbelief and shock remained in Hu Shan's wide eyes. He almost couldn't believe he would die so easily. The moment the black snake entered his body, he felt his body become cold as something icy passed through his body. The channels in his body were destroyed, and he lost control of his body. His body flipped as it fell through the air, and crashed heavily on the ground. Pia pia pia, dot. The sounds of impact were like raindrops that did not end. Each of the black snakes penetrated a body and came out the back, its features twisted. With the remainder of its power, it usually would penetrate between 3 to 5 people. This change happened in a flash, so quick that people were basically unable to react. Flying Cloud Camp instantly descended into chaos. They seemed to have been heavily swatted. The troop was scattered by the charge of black energy, and were left with heavy casualties and injuries. Due to the speed they were traveling at, the distance between the Xiozha in the front and back of the troop was too small. Once the front lines had turned to chaos, the Shouja at the back didn't have the time to respond and they collided together. The sound of bones cracking and flesh tearing, as well as grunts and wails, appeared simultaneously in this short moment. The battle immediately reached its climax, its grandest moment, the time of death. Like a meteor shower, the beautiful sword energies seemed to have been extinguished by this black wind, only leaving behind a few that fled in terror. Sneak attack, baiting, ambush, one tactic after the other. In one night, the two most famous elite forces of Bright Water City were almost completely destroyed. At this time, Xu Long showed his rich battle experience. He did not choose to use the successive Mo kill, which was more powerful, but used the weaker and more easily controlled little Mo kill. The more powerful the Shouja were, the more vicious and cruel the battles between them were, especially large-scale battles like this one. An enormous slave transporting boat emerged from the clouds and appeared in everyone's view. A high-speed pursuit had caused the distance between Flying Cloud Camp and the other Bright Water City Shouja to increase, leaving Xu Long able to leisurely retreat towards Hundred Flower Valley. The Bright Water City Shouja that managed to arrive could only watch the slave transporting boat enter the shadows of Hundred Flower Valley. No one dared to give chase. Many of them did not understand what was going on. They didn't know what had happened in Bright Water City, but the destruction of Flying Cloud Camp had happened in front of their eyes. Just now, the famed Flying Cloud Camp had almost been completely annihilated. They had personally seen the entire process. The ease that the master of Golden Crow City had accomplished this made them feel a bone-aching chill. Terror gripped their hearts like the night. The sky was almost completely filled with Shouja from Bright Water City, but no one dared to move closer. The entire sky was unusually quiet with a deathly silence. "This is a good chance to charge and kill." The first words that Gongsun Sha said to Zuo Mo when he got off the Green Cloud Sword was this. Zuo Mo understood what Gongsun Sha meant. The other side's morale had reached the bottom. If he took the Shouja of Little Mountain Jia and charged out right now, not even half of the Shouja in the air right now would remain. But he shook his head and said, "This is enough." His eyes looked at the camp inside the valley that seemed to be boiling, and began wandering off in thought. Just as he finished saying this, many people flew from the camp onto the mountaintop. "City Master! Let's attack! They are afraid." "Yes. It is a great chance." Everyone spoke over each other as they urged Zuo Mo to act. They were the leaders of the various factions. Zuo Mo smiled, and a rare expression of solemnity came onto his face. "Everyone." Once he spoke, the noisy crowd instantly quieted. "First, there is something that needs to be told to everyone." Zuo Mo looked at the surroundings and said, "After this matter is over, we will be leaving Sky Water Jia." These people were all heads, and were smart people. Some were puzzled, some were dazed, but they all had thoughtful expressions. "But the great majority of everyone will be remaining here. Those people," Zuo Mo pointed at the Shouja in the sky, "are mostly normal Shouja. If they are killed, we can dust off our asses and leave, no problem. But what about you? How will you establish yourselves in Sky Water Jia? It isn't too great of a problem to offend Cloud Divine Sect and Wood Sword Sect, but if you offend all of Sky Water Jia, there will be no place for you in Sky Water Jia. Everyone has come here to seek a chance at survival. No one wants to have come out of Little Mountain Jia and still fight every day." Zuo Mo's words caused everyone to be speechless. This one will remember and accept everyone's goodwill, and is very grateful. This 100 Flower Valley and this victory is gifted to everyone. After today, there will be more Shouja that have rushed here. Why don't you build a city here? If everyone is able to work together, with the precedent of Wood Sword Camp and Flying Cloud Camp, no one would dare to make trouble. This way, everyone can have safe and secure days. In the dark, Zuo Mo's smile was like sunlight, his eyes black and bright as they attracted everyone's gaze. After the dark of the night came the light of dawn. Many Little Mountain Shouja came from all directions to Bright Water City, but before they could hurry to Bright Water City, the news of the master of Golden Crow City's great victory and the destruction of the Wood Sword and Flying Cloud Camp seemed to grow wings and spread throughout all of Sky Water Jia. The entire Jia was shocked. Just as the large factions of Sky Water Jia speculated on the future, the news that a city was being built in 100 Flower Valley spread through Sky Water Jia. The new city was called Little Mountain City. Every Little Mountain Shouja that was hurrying towards Bright Water City was re-energized and traveled day and night to fly towards 100 Flower Valley. In a short few days, almost half of all the Little Mountain Shouja had gathered in 100 Flower Valley. All of the major factions in Sky Water Jia were attentively watching the movements of 100 Flower Valley. They had originally assumed that Wood Sword Sect and Cloud Divine Sect would use their entire sect to exact vengeance, but unexpectedly, both sects maintained their silence and did not act. By this time, almost 8/10 of Little Mountain Shouja had gathered in 100 Flower Valley, and it was very busy. The master of Golden Crow City, who was the subject of great hope, had closed his doors to guests in Cultivated every day. You aren't going to help them? Gongsun Cha asked. This isn't something we should be involved in. Zuo Mo shook his head, and then muttered, Gu feels burdened with just the amount of people there already is. If there is any more people, GE will find a tree and hang himself. Oh, that's right. Lil Nis nodded his head, and smacked his lips. He said regretfully, we didn't gain much from this battle. A little unprofitable. These words poked Zuo Mo's wound. He couldn't help but have an expression of heartache. They had invested greatly in this big victory. Just the dozen sonic lightning walnuts were an astounding expense, but there were no spoils. It was the first time they had a battle with just expenses and no gains. It will count as thanks to them, Zuo Mo comforted himself, but the heartache in his words didn't lessen. Feeling the strong effect this topic had on him, Zuo Mo decided to change the topic. He turned and asked Xu Long, how is Awen? Is he adjusting well? What about those flower slaves? Xu Long respectfully said, Awen's injury should completely heal in about a fortnight. The flower slaves are much better after cultivating the spell that Darren taught them, but their situation will take some time until it can be clearly determined. That's good. Zuo Mo felt his mood was much better. Who said it, doing good deeds made one feel better. Even though it did not feel as good as Jingshi, but Zuo Mo's mood became much lighter. The clouds suddenly started to gather in the sky above 100 Flower Valley. In less than 10 breathes, there were dark clouds. The sky turned dark, and a pressuring mood filled all of 100 Flower Valley. Zuo Mo suddenly stood up, his face full of shock. It's Xia Shan. Translator ramblings, Gongsun Cha's plan is a complete success. Zuo Mo and Gongsun Cha only attacked the two sects and not Bright Water City because the two sects said they would attack, and attacking in response is not exactly unacceptable. The consequences are just the hatred of two sects, which would have been unavoidable anyway since the two sects would have attacked and lost. However, attacking Bright Water City would be unprovoked since Bright Water City hasn't done anything major to Zuo Mo's group. This would mean that Zuo Mo becomes enemies with all of Bright Water City and possibly the entire Jia, which is not something Zuo Mo can face even with the people from Little Mountain Jia. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 323, Core Formation. Chapter 323, Core Formation. The entire 100 Flower Valley started to move. Core Formation. Someone was having their core formation. Compared to entering the Zhuji and Ningmai stages, forming the core made a much bigger spectacle. The sky had just been full of light, but now it was covered in dark clouds. It was possible to see lightning snakes among the clouds, and 5-colored auroras flowing by. Many people couldn't help but have admiring expressions. Everyone caused different apparitions when they were forming their core. The exact nature of the apparition was related to the Xiujia's own spells, and the laws that they comprehended. The changes of the world during core formation was extremely important to a Xiujia because it was the first step for a Xiujia to comprehend the higher levels of the world's rules. Higher-leveled rules and deeper comprehension began with the apparition during core formation. Stepping into this door was a brand new world. This was core formation. The core formation that countless people dreamed about. Every Xiujia that entered Ningmai had a dream, core formation. For the great majority of Xiujia, Jin Dan was the highest target they perused. It meant greater power, higher status, more Jingshi, and a freer life. In places like Sky Moon Jia and Skywater Jia, a Jin Dan was a warlord, and if they didn't want to waste time on mortal matters, any sect would welcome them with the status of an elder. The tempting benefits meant you did not have to worry about materials or Jingshi. You had great amounts of time to do anything you wanted. To get all these benefits, you only needed to become a Jin Dan. The black clouds in the sky roiled. The 5-colored aurora would occasionally become rainbows that then extinguished. It was very attractive. The mood became even tenser. Zuo Mo's mouth was open wide as he looked dazedly at the sky. This was the first time he saw the process of core formation, and it gave him an enormous shock. The black clouds in the sky, the rainbows that were born and died, all of this shocked him. His consciousness was very strong, and his sensitivity to Ling power surpassed any Xiujia inside the valley. He could clearly feel the terrifying Ling power that was contained here. The Ling power within a 300 li radius had suddenly concentrated the moment the black clouds formed. The Ling power had all flowed into this ball of black clouds. If these black clouds exploded, the power it would release would far surpass the power of 12 sonic lightning walnut exploding simultaneously. The entire 100 Flower Valley would turn to dust. Even Zuo Mo, with his great Mo physique, would not be able to avoid this calamity. The pressure that was released by the black clouds was purely caused by the sheer enormous volume of Ling power it contained. Zuo Mo's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. He noticed many Xiuzhi didn't retreat, but went closer. Core formation was a rare event and had a fatal attraction for everyone. If they could see a bit, it definitely would be of benefit. This group of people didn't want to live. Zuo Mo swore inside and stopped the people going forward. It is dangerous. Come back. Everyone, retreat out of 100 Flower Valley. Fortunately, Zuo Mo held great authority among this group of people. Everyone hesitated, but they all quickly left 100 Flower Valley. 100 Flower Valley was very close to Bright Water City. Such a strong flow of Ling power had disturbed all of Bright Water City. Xiuzhi from Bright Water City continually flew out of Bright Water City to look in the direction of 100 Flower Valley. After that night's battle, the Xiuzhi of Bright Water City changed their attitudes towards the Little Mountain Xiuzhi who were led by the Master of Golden Crow City, especially Jindan Xiuzhi. The ambush during the night had completely destroyed Wood Sword Camp, including one Jindan. Up until now, there were 5 or 6 Jindan that had died in the hands of the Master of Golden Crow City. This was a number that no one could dismiss. If it was 1 or 2, it could be said to be luck, but 5 or 6 was not something that could be explained by luck. This was why the heavily wounded Wood Sword Sect and Cloud Divine Sect did not launch a counterattack. In the eyes of normal Xiuzhi, the power of the Master of Golden Crow City was immeasurable. They also found that the construction of Little Mountain City did not affect their lives. These Xiuzhi that came from Little Mountain Jie were not as brutal and evil as they had originally imagined. They were very generous and were deeply liked by merchants. Many merchants planned on going to Little Mountain City and open up a store. Core formation, they have someone becoming a Jindan. In the sky, Yin Yang's expression was dark. A malicious look flashed through his eyes. He chill was silently for a moment before he said, yes, they have become even stronger. When the figures of Vermilion Bird Camp appeared in the sky, Hichio sighed. The name of Vermilion Bird Camp had spread through Skywater Jie. Everyone knew of them. The appearance of this troop meant that the Master of Golden Crow City was still wary of them. Yin Yang did not make a sound. He stared viciously at Vermilion Bird Camp that was swimming through the air. It was this troop that had sent Wood Sword Camp to their deaths, and had taken the life of his beloved disciple. He definitely would avenge this grievance. His gaze was dark. The elders of the sect did not agree to allow him using stronger measures. No elder was willing to fight. This was why he had remained inactive up until now. He did his best to control the hatred in his heart. He was very clear that only an unconventional move could help him avenge this grievance. In the entire Skywater Jia, no sect would publicly stand with him and become enemies with the Master of Golden Crow City. Yin Yang did his best to suppress it, but how could he conceal it from the eyes of Hichio, who had been his opponent for more than 10 years? Hichio instantly knew Yin Yang's thoughts, but he did not speak of it. If Yin Yang wanted to jump into the fire pit, he wouldn't stop the other. At this time, 5 colored aurora lights suddenly light up the thick cloud layer above 100 Flower Valley. It was possible to see the shape of a rainbow-colored Ling beast swimming inside. Zuo Mo's expression was nervous. Xie Shan had reached the most crucial time of a core formation. He could feel Xie Shan was continuously absorbing Ling power from the clouds. That Ling beast that was blurry was very resistant to Xie Shan absorbing Ling power. Xie Shan didn't seem to be in a hurry, and just continuously drew out Ling power. 2 hours passed. Xie Shan was still absorbing Ling power. Zuo Mo was filled with shock. Up until now, he could generally estimate how much Ling power Xie Shan had drawn out from the clouds. Jindan Xiuzhi were definitely monsters. The amount of Ling power in a Ningmai could not compare to what a Jindan could contain. No wonder people commonly say that Jindan and Ningmai were 2 different worlds. Pu Yao appeared out of nowhere. You don't have to be jealous of him. He has a deep base, which is why he has caused such an apparition while he is forming the Golden Core. If you grasp all 6 transformations of the Great Demo Physique, other than some rare powerful Jindan, no other Jindan will be a match for you. Really? Zuo Mo didn't quite believe it. Before today, he hadn't been as fearful of Jindan as he had been in the past, but the powerful apparition of Xie Shan's core formation today had once again shown him the power of Jindan Xiuzhi. To be ranked second among Brigadier Mo Physiques, how could it not have any powerful qualities? Pu Yao smirked coldly. His direction changed. Even if you do not use the Great Demo Physique, you still don't have to be afraid of him. How so? Zuo Mo was slightly interested. After Pu Yao had gotten a Jindan last time, he had become much more energized, and was chattier. What surprised Zuo Mo the most was that this guy was much more generous than he was in the past. He didn't hide things like spells and Yao arts like he had before. If you cultivate great thousand leaf hands and little thousand leaf hands, even a Jindan isn't a threat. Pu Yao said proudly. Please, Zuo Mo smirked scornfully, who are you trying to fool? I've practiced these too, the power isn't bad, but it isn't enough to take down a Jindan. How much have you cultivated? Pu Yao volleyed back with the same scornful tone. It is a waste for them to have landed on your hands. Your brain isn't very good. Just cultivate great Damo physique. That is most suited to people with able limbs and simple minds, but. He then glanced disdainfully at Zuo Mo. Our Yao cultivation has much more to consider than the dumb Mo. Zuo Mo was not willing to show weakness. He said with a cold smile, really? But why haven't I ever seen it from this honored Sky Yao? Pu Yao had a deep hint of mirth at the corner of his mouth. No problem, I can let you see. Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly shrank. A black dot suddenly appeared in front of Pu Yao, a black dot that was bottomless. When the black dot appeared, it expanded and swallowed the surrounding space at a rapid speed. Zuo Mo could only stare as the surroundings were being swallowed. His body could not move. In the black void, Zuo Mo faced Pu Yao. This? What Yao art is this? Zuo Mo gaped as he stammered. He looked in all directions. Everything was a black void. Pu Yao lowered his head slightly, his blood-red pupil narrowing into a line, and the thin lips slightly curved. Night restriction, a very obscure Yao art. Finishing, he gave a strange smile. You are nervous? Cough. Hearing this, Zuo Mo pretended to cough. Nonsense. Just a Yao art that is used for scares, and you want to make GE nervous, you underestimate GE. Zuo Mo then said suspiciously, Pu, you've recovered your power? A little bit. Just a golden core, there wasn't much primary essence. Zuo Mo sweat when he heard this. Pu Yao's tone made it seem like he was saying a mosquito didn't have much meat. Those were Jindan, not lettuce. What do you want to do by bringing me to this dark place? Zuo Mo's expression was righteous. I'm telling you I have no interest in Yao. In the future, I will find a beautiful female Shio to marry. I'm very interested in you. Pu Yao stared with interest at Zuo Mo like he was seeing some peerless treasure. His eye was red and shiny. Zuo Mo's hair rose at his gaze. That. Pu, Xiashan is undergoing core formation. I've never seen a core formation. If I miss this chance, it will be hard to encounter one again. Look. There's nothing to see in a core formation. Pu Yao narrowed up his eyes again, and froze Zuo Mo's heart. Pu Yao didn't seem normal today. Zuo Mo's heart was beating. An abnormal Pu Yao was much scarier than any Jindan. It was out of my expectations that you could cultivate to great Damo physique. Pu Yao glanced at Zuo Mo and said lightly, the great Damo physique is unyielding and powerful. I've only seen one Mo successfully reach it. 10 years later, I discovered he died. Died? How did he die? Zuo Mo instinctively asked. They failed and died during advancement. If Shouja fail during advancement, they fail, and they themselves are not damaged. But the progression of a Mo physique is very dangerous. If it fails, then their soul is destroyed. Pu Yao's words were like the sharp cold wind of the winter, making Zuo Mo's face turn pale white. Translator ramblings, trade-offs, faster growth, higher risk of death. It's nice of Pu Yao to tell Zuo Mo this after such a long time. Xiashan is the first to reach Jindan, and this shouldn't be a surprise considering Fong Xiang mentioned it way back that Xiashan had humongous Ling power stores compared to most Ningmai. Pu Yao said one golden core and I kept it as such since Fong Xiang wrote it that way. It's possible that one was eaten to heal himself and he used the second for other purposes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 324, 10-Finger Prison. Chapter 324, 10-Finger Prison. Pu Yao's words made Zuo Mo's heart beat rapidly, but he quickly calmed down. After he had experienced so much, his mind was much stronger than before. Having dealt with Pu Yao for so long, it was clear that Pu Yao said all this for a reason. Pu Yao saw that Zuo Mo didn't speak, and was not surprised. He said, show spells, Mo skills, Yao arts, the differences between these three are not so absolute and opposed as you imagine. When you reach the higher levels, you will encounter things you cannot imagine now, like an Mo general suddenly attacking with a sword scripture move, or a Shouja casting a Yao art. Everyone has different paths, but they all lead back to the same destination. Oh, this is just idle talk, this has nothing to do with you. Pu Yao's blood pupil flashed with a bloody light like a red and glittering ruby. He stared at Zuo Mo, and had an interested expression as he said amusedly, "What I want to say to you is that I am planning on doing a little experiment." Zuo Mo suddenly had a bad feeling. What experiment? Hey, Puyao, I'm telling you, don't do. Puya's blade-like lips slightly curved. His hands spread out like wings, the 10 fingers seemed to be pressed against water and creating 10 dots of intangible ripples. 10-finger prison, that is a place any Yao with ambition will go to. The 10 ripples spread, and the space surrounding Zuo Mo started to waver. When he opened his eyes again, he was dumbstruck where he stood. Above his head, a river slowly flowed. It was not supported by anything. Zuo Mo could clearly see a rainbow and vivid schools of fish swimming in the river and the threads of black and green water grasses. Below his feet was a piece of rock about 10 jiang in radius that was floating in the air. In front of him rocks, large and small, floated without end. The river curved and flowed between these floating pieces of rock. Some rocks had flowers and grasses growing vibrantly on them. Zuo Mo's mouth was wide open. Looking at this scene that far surpassed his imagination, he was flabbergasted. Oh, this place changed a lot. Puyao's mood seemed to be pretty good as he looked around. After a while, Zuo Mo recovered. He carefully walked to the edge of the rock and looked down. What was below was a blurry space that nothing could be made out. Below is the endless void. Don't fall down. Puyao smiled freely, if you fall down, I can't save you. Zuo Mo's body froze as he carefully shrank back to the center of the rock. He suddenly turned to stare hard at Puyao and gritted through his teeth, you perverse Ranyao. Send GE back. Puyao was not angry. Relax. Right now, you are just a thread of primary soul that has been pulled into the 10-finger prison, it's not like your real body came. Zuo Mo was slightly reassured, but Puyao's next words caused the anger in his heart to erupt. Oh, but if this thread of your soul can't return, it isn't any different than death. Pu, what do you really want to do? Zuo Mo bit each word out as he asked. It is such a familiar smell. Puyao smelled the air of the 10-finger prison and showed an intoxicated expression. A moment later, he opened his eyes. The great Mo physique is unyielding and peerlessly powerful, you know this. But you definitely don't know that compared to the strength of the fleshly body, what the great Mo physique requires most is the strength of the inner heart, the strength of the soul, that is the crux to advancement. This place cannot exercise your body, but it can exercise your heart and soul. Welcome to the first finger prison of the 10-finger prison, vast water clear skies. Puyao bowed his body slightly, and made a very elegant gesture. Zuo Mo quickly composed himself, and started to patiently listen to Puyao's introduction. The more he heard, the more reassured he was. There was a time limit to the 10-finger prison. With the strength of Zuo Mo's consciousness, he could only stay a maximum of 4 hours in here each time. Even Puyao had no way to change this. Just 4 hours. The shadow over Zuo Mo's heart instantly dissipated greatly. 10-finger prison is also called the Yao training prison. Any Yao that has a little bit of accomplishment would basically have come here. The Yao art houses will even form teams and have events to increase the combat abilities of their students. Oh, you Xiuzha have similar places. Like Wu Kong Sword Sect's Sword Cave, but that place is very small in comparison. Large sects like Kunluan have their own training grounds. They are very big, about 10 jia or so. We Yao aren't so extravagant. Oh, we're so poor there's no other way. Zuo Mo found that as Puyao entered the 10-finger prison, his words became more abundant and was almost chatty. However, this matched his wishes. He could get some information from this guy's mouth. Then won't I encounter Yao here? Zuo Mo said doubtfully. He then became slightly excited. In any case, it was just 4 hours. Thinking that way, this trip to the 10-finger prison was more like a vacation. Right, Puyao then twisted his mouth, but this is the first finger prison, they will all just be beginners. Oh. If they all like coming here, then this place should have some benefits. Zuo Mo instantly showed his practical side. The 10-finger prison was supposedly created by an ancient great Yao, and includes almost all the Yao arts. Of course, that's just a boast, you can just listen to it. But it does have a lot of Yao arts. For example, the first finger prison, vast water clear skies, it is made from 13,000 low-level Yao arts. I counted when I was young. Puyao said with interest. Zuo Mo looked at Puyao like he was looking at a monster. Alright, this joke was slightly bad. You were so idle when you were young. When the admiration in his heart reached his mouth, it became scorn. From this, it was possible to see that Zuo Mo was still angry over Puyao pulling him into the 10-finger prison for a 4-hour trip. Yes. Puyao responded emotionally as though he was thinking of the times in the past. Zuo Mo's mind shifted. Pooh, what were you like when you were young? A person as weak as you cannot understand. Pu Yao's answer instantly smashed the remaining good feeling in Zuo Mo's heart. He rolled his eyes. So the powerful you came here to count? Counted all the way to 13,000? Ha ha. Pu Yao laughed freely. Zuo Mo flew among the rocks. He was very careful. Every rock, flower, grass, and drop of water here was related to the Yao arts. Of the 46 pieces of rock Zuo Mo had passed, every one of them had a different attribute. Pu Yao continuously explained the different Yao arts to him, how to use them, and how to deconstruct them. Zuo Mo found that Pu Yao actually did have some skill. Pu Yao could confidently talk about every kind of Yao art, explain it effortlessly, and was simple to understand. Having already learned the great and little thousand leaf hands, Zuo Mo did not have a hard time understanding low-level Yao arts, but deconstructing them still required some effort. What depressed him the most that the 4 hours was spent between these 46 rocks. He had originally assumed that he could see some exotic locations. Zuo Mo was very disappointed. To leave each rock, it required deconstructing them. Did this guy pull in here to destroy rocks? What heart and soul becoming stronger? Zuo Mo was very suspicious this was an excuse this guy made up on the spot. He did not doubt this guy would do such a thing. The power of low-level Yao arts were very limited, and far less than the great and little thousand leaf hands. After learning the 46 Yao arts, there was no actual benefit to his combat abilities. It was just 4 hours, Zuo Mo could only comfort himself so. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw a shadow flying towards him. His mind became alert. Was he going to encounter a Yao? Just as he was filled with admiration, his surroundings rippled like waves and became blurry. Damn it! His vision blurred and Zuo Mo returned to reality. His expression was very ugly. He didn't leave early or late, but returned at the most interesting moment. This made his 4-hour tour of 10-Finger Prison turn into a trip to view rocks. Just after Pu Yao and Zuo Mo disappeared, a figure flashed past the rock the two of them had been on and couldn't help but make a slight sound of surprise. An expression of shock flashed across her face. When her gaze landed on the other pieces of rock, the surprise on her face increased. She seemed to have seen something that was impossible. Zuo Mo shook his head. His head still felt dizzy. Everything in front of him seemed slightly unreal. Darren, are you all right? Shu Long asked in concern. He was slightly worried. Darren's attention had been unfocused in the past 4 hours. Oh, nothing. Zuo Mo suppressed the depression in his heart and raised his head to look in the direction of 100 Flower Valley. Has Xie Shan done anything? Nothing. Shu Long shook his head. Just at this time, the black clouds above 100 Flower Valley started to move forcefully, the 5-colored aurora moving in layers, and the outline of the multicolored Ling Beast became even clearer. Zuo Mo became alert. He felt the rate that Xie Shan was absorbing Ling power suddenly increased. It had come. A rainbow light suddenly lit up in the black clouds like hundreds of rainbow needles piercing the eyes of the onlookers. Even Zuo Mo unconsciously closed his eyes. The rainbow light was visible for hundreds of li. A long howl passed from inside 100 Flower Valley and rang into the surroundings. When everyone opened their eyes, the black clouds in the sky had completely disappeared. There were no clouds for 10,000 li, and the sky was clear blue. A figure shot from 100 Flower Valley into the sky. It was Xie Shan. He looked around and then suddenly disappeared in the air. Sighs rose among the crowd. Only Jin Dan could possess such fast speed. Xie Shan's figure seemed to flash and then appear in front of Zuo Mo out of thin air. At this time, he was like an unsheathed sword with all his edges revealed. The presence of his body continuously smashed against the surroundings. Shu Long's figure waved, and his expression changed to a wary one. Zuo Mo was like a spear and remained motionless. He was not affected by Xie Shan's presence at all. Darren, Xie Shan is a Jindan. Xie Shan respectfully bowed, his presence instantly decreasing. Zuo Mo was stunned, and then a joyous expression came onto his face. He had originally assumed that Xie Shan would leave after becoming a Jindan. In his view, that was normal and logical. Xie Shan hopes to follow Darren like before, Xie Shan said with a serious expression. Good. Zuo Mo pressed his lips together tightly. He didn't know what to say, but his heart felt warm and moved. Ma Fan, who had been nervous, seemed to be relieved of his burden and gave a blinding smile. No matter if it was Vermilion Bird Camp, Guard Camp, or the Forging Division, everyone's mouths uncontrollably opened, their grins reaching their ears. In an instantly, the cheers thundered. Translator ramblings: No, Xiashan is not going to stay behind, and he wants to go with Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo has gone on a nice field trip as Puya shows how much he has recovered by eating that Jindan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 325, this is. Chapter 325, this is. In the night, the 5 slave transporting boats silently advanced. Ague, we are going to Cloud Sea Jia, Zuo Mo lightly said to Ague beside him. The puppet-like Ague was lifeless, appearing so fragile she invoked pity. Whenever he thought of Ague blocking the attack above Golden Crow City, sacrificing herself in the process, Zuo Mo felt his heart tremble. Lil Black was still sleeping as usual, Lil Pagoda and Lil Fire were playing without worry, but Silly Bird was acting out of the ordinary. She stood silently beside Ague, her gray feathers lightly trembling. Gongsun Cha, Shulong, Xiashan, and the others were gathered on the slave transporting boat. After Xiashan entered Jindan, he left the Sky Peak platoon to act as Zuo Mo's personal guard. Ma Fan became the leader of Sky Peak platoon, Nian Lu and Lei Peng his vice-commanders. In this period of time, the effect of continuous battle was very evident on everyone's development. There were 18 more Xiozha of Vermilion Bird Camp that had comprehended sword essence. The number of people in Sky Peak platoon had increased rather than decreased even with Xiashan's departure, and reached a total of 30 people. The forging division hadn't been idle in this time. Due to the fact everyone used Golden Crow Fire, adopting the name Golden Crow Camp had received unanimous consent. Golden Crow Camp underwent further reorganization. The forging division was its most important division. Other than that, the Dan-making division and other divisions were made into separate branches of Golden Crow Camp. Of the 5 slave transporting boats, 2 were especially set aside for Golden Crow Camp to construct specialized Dan-making and forging rooms. As their experience accumulated, everyone gradually created an effective system. Xiashan, who had been resting, suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced in the distance and a light flashed through his eyes. This group of people are really not letting go. From the moment they had departed 100 Flower Valley, there had been people following them along the entire way. Ignore them, Zuo Mo said. Their travel was concealed as much as possible, but it could not be completely concealed from those with the intention to follow. These scouts were very alert, did not come close and only trailed from far away. After flying for another 4 hours, the ground underneath them turned from hills to plains. An enormous formation entered everyone's field of view. Whoa, so big. Powerful. Such a big transporting formation. The people on the slave transporting boats became excited, stretching their necks out to look at the enormous formation at the ground. The Skywater transporting formation was over 10 li in radius and was one of the largest transporting formations in Skywater Jia. In the darkness, the enormous transporting formation flashed with light that made it even more enchanting. Zuo Mo's face was filled with shock. Of all the kinds of formations, transporting formations were famed for their difficulty. It was hard to imagine just how difficult it had been to make such an enormous formation. The transporting formations of Sky Moon Jia compared to this one were like toys that children played with. Skywater Jia was much stronger and prosperous than Sky Moon Jia. This transporting formation was evidence of the difference in wealth. Let's go down. The 5 slave transporting boats slowly landed. Vermilion Bird Camp spread out and went on their guard to stop others from coming close. Zuo Mo impatiently flew off the boat and into the air above the transporting formation. Gazing at the complex seal scripts of the transporting formation, he was full of admiration. Zuo Mo quickly found that this formation had many places that he could not understand. However, he was not rushed, but took out a blank jade scroll to record down all the seal scripts of the transportation formation so he could study it in the future. Such a waste. Yu Xiozha's stuff is just grand yet impractical. Pu Yao's voice sounded in Zuo Mo's mind. He said temptingly, "Little Mo, come learn Yao arts. Yao arts are very useful." Zuo Mo ignored it and asked, "Pu, can you understand this formation?" Pu Yao deflated. "Don't understand," then he argued, "I'm a Yao, why do I need to understand your formations?" "If you don't understand, then shut up," Zuo Mo shot back. A hint of suspicion flashed across his mind. Why was Pu Yao recently tempting him to learn Yao arts? He couldn't help but think at the same time that the golden core had been a very substantial meal. Pu Yao was much more lively than in the past. If he ate a few more golden cores, would Pu Yao become a chatterbox? Zuo Mo shook and decided to guard against this. A person couldn't be overfed. After flying multiple circles in the air around the transportation formation, Zuo Mo landed. Even though there were many details on this transportation formation that he did not understand, but he did not find it difficult to use it. The 5 slave transporting ships flew inside the formation, and Zuo Mo started to bury Jingshi inside the formation. 124 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. Zuo Mo's heart bled at the expenditure. After all 124 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi were embedded into the formation, the Jingshi lit up one after the other like stars being ignited in the sky. 10 breaths later, all 124 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi were lit up. If one looked down from the sky, they looked like stars. The light started from each pieces of Jingshi and flowed following the seal scripts. Looking at the complex seal scripts slowly light up, everyone felt curiosity and novelty. The seal scripts of the entire formation were activated. It was extremely crowded, grand and dazzled the eyes. The light suddenly left the seal scripts and slowly floated towards the sky. Everyone, pay attention, we're leaving. The excited Zuo Mo couldn't help but yell. Before his words landed, everyone inside the formation disappeared. The blinding and grand light turned to countless pieces of light and scattered in the wind like rain. A moment later, 2 people appeared beside the formation. One of them was Yin Yang. Yin Yang's face was unusually excited. When he had learned of Zuo Mo's trip, he knew that they were going towards the sky-water transportation formation. They had hurried to get here first, and silently altered the formation to trick Zuo Mo. Yin Yang suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, and respectfully bowed to the person beside him. Shu, many thanks for doing this. It's nothing. I liked Gao Xiu too. This is avenging him, this person said lightly. However, you shall not move against Little Mountain City. If Skywater Jie is in chaos, no one will benefit. The other sects will not agree. This disciple understands. Yin Yang couldn't help but ask, where will they be transported to? 3,000 Jia are like stars in the sky. Only the heavens know where they will go. This person waved his sleeve, and dots of light flew out. The dots entered the formation and some seal script silently changed. This has ended. Let's go. Yes. Zuo Mo looked in front of him at the sky that seemed to be dyed with blood and suddenly had a bad feeling. Gongsun Sha, Xie Shan, and the others also had serious expressions. Anyone could see that something wasn't right. This isn't Buddhist flower Jie. Zuo Mo said darkly. Skywater Jie didn't have a transportation formation connected directly to Cloud Sea Jie, so they had to first arrive in Buddhist flower Jie. There was a clear description of Buddhist flower Jie in Zuo Mo's Jie map. Buddhist flower Jie's seasons were all like spring, and the climate was mild. But what was in front of them? The air was filled with a stern killing energy. The sky was tinted with a strange red. Nothing grew on the soil beneath their feet. Zuo Mo reacted the quickest. He looked below him and his expression changed. Not good, someone did something to the transportation formation. The transportation formation under their feet was damaged and incomplete. It clearly had been many years since someone had used it. Many places had been worn away. Everyone's expression changed. Traveling among the Jia, this was the most frightening scenario. If they suddenly landed in a strange and barren Jia, there usually would be one ending, being trapped there until they died. Pooh, do you know where this is? Zuo Mo held one last thread of hope in his heart. No. You have to be careful. This place isn't right. Pu Yao's voice held a rare gravity. Zuo Mo's heart continuously sank. Damn it. Without any thought, Zuo Mo could generally guess who had done this. However, there was no meaning in determining who had been working from the shadows at the moment. Zuo Mo couldn't help but be nervous as it was the first time he had landed in a situation like this. In the past, no matter if it was Little Mountain Jie or Skywater Jie, he had never been so nervous no matter how terrible the situation was. He didn't know what was up ahead. Were there people? Were there dangers? He didn't know anything. Ignorance was the terror in the deepest part of his heart. Nervousness and insecurity spread among the people. Zuo Mo forced himself to calm down. He knew he couldn't panic right now. He inhaled deeply and tried to make his voice calmer. We will go forward. Everyone, prepare to battle at any time. Zuo Mo's efforts were not wasted. Everyone saw that he kept his composure, and it was as though they found their spines. Their restlessness instantly disappeared greatly. At this time, Shulong and Gongsun Sha also reacted, and quickly calmed down. The troop methodically started to move. The 5 slave transporting boats rose into the sky again and started to fly forward. As they kept on flying, everyone's expressions became even heavier. Desolate, a desolation that made everyone feel hopeless. After flying more than 100 li, they hadn't seen anything that was living. The ground was burnt black but held a hint of blood red. There was nothing growing. All the mountain peaks were bare and free of any life. Zuo Mo's mind suddenly moved. He channeled his Ling power, and his expression changed again. He turned and said to Gongsun Cha, "Get them to save their Ling power, the Ling energy here is too thin." Hearing this, Gongsun Cha's expression shifted slightly. He knew what this meant. The vermilion bird camp Shouja that had spread out quickly came back to the slave transporting boats. Now that the situation was so terrible, Zuo Mo actually completely calmed down. He said to Shu Long, "You try. See what effects this place has on you guys." Shu Long hurried to activate his Mo skill. He quickly had a joyful expression. "Darren, this place is very suitable for us to use Mo skills. It almost, he didn't know how to explain it. The black fiendish energy here is very heavy." Pu Yao opened again, "and it has benefits for Shu Long and the others." Black fiendish energy? Zuo Mo's mind moved. A type of special fiendish energy. They mostly appear on battlefields. This place is probably an old battlefield. However, Pu Yao suddenly stopped. However what? Zuo Mo asked impatiently. Such strong black fiendish energy means two things. One is that this place should have been a battlefield in the past, a battlefield that is very vast, and was the site of colossal battles. The other is time. It will take a long time to create such thick black fiendish energy. How long? Over 10,000 years. Hiss, Zuo Mo uncontrollably inhaled. 10,000 years. An ancient battlefield from 10,000 years ago, Zuo Mo murmured to himself. The desolate scene in front of him became even more vast and desolate. Xia Shan and Shu Long beside him changed expression upon hearing this. Xia Shan even gave an expression of disbelief. But Pu Yao stopped in his words. "But what?" Zuo Mo suddenly shook and blurted. "If this really is a battlefield, then a world-shaking and great battle was fought here. Such significant battles can be counted on the fingers. It is impossible that I do not know it." Pu Yao said gravely, "But this place doesn't match the descriptions of any battlefield that I know of." Zuo Mo's face was ashen white upon hearing this. Coldness crept up his heart and his limbs. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo falls prey to his ignorance and a whole new unexplored map is in front of him now. This is the end of the transitory arc in Skywater Jia. You can also consider this little arc the conclusion to the major one before this and see it as a showcase for what Zuo Mo and the others have accomplished. But he's had too much of a smooth sailing after killing Clear Sky Old Forefather in a major setback is a good thing to cut Zuo Mo down to size. He fell prey to his ignorance about formations and his lack of understanding of his enemies. Also, Lil Cliffy is back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 326, 10,000-year-old ancient battlefield. Chapter 326, 10,000-year-old ancient battlefield. Can we go back the way we came? Gongsun Cha asked Zuo Mo in a small voice. The ashen pale Zuo Mo shook his head, and said in a low voice, "We got tricked." The other changed the imprint on the transportation formation. This isn't one of the preset transportation formations, but a random transportation formation. You also saw the transportation formation under our feet. It is broken. Gongsun Cha was silent. Zuo Mo raised his awareness. Make sure everyone is careful. We managed to get out of Little Mountain Jia. We can definitely find a way out of this place. Hearing this, Gongsun Cha's expression became better. Xia Shan's expression was stern. He was now a Jindan and he was naturally different in all areas than everyone else. He silently savored the 10,000-year-old battlefield Zuo Mo had just said, and felt that it was possible as he felt the bone-piercing presence in the surroundings. However, since Boss recognized it, he felt slightly reassured. Boss origins were still so deep and immeasurable. After flying for a long time forward, the front lines suddenly shifted. On high alert, Zuo Mo unhesitatingly went forward. When he flew to the front, he was dumbstruck where he stood. It was an enormous and shocking wasteland. Countless mountain peaks that had collapsed, soil that was burnt black everywhere, and there were large craters more than 10 li in radius everywhere. The scarred and charred land was shocking to see. This was a battlefield. Spread among those craters were bones that could not be counted. These bones were already weathered. When a harsh wind blew, the bones crumbled to powder. This scene that had only ever appeared in the legends and tall tales was endless. A vast and ancient presence blew in their faces. Everyone was so shocked they could not speak, including Pu Yao. Ancient battlefield, Xia Shan soullessly murmured to himself. The scene in front of him had given him an unparalleled blow. The marks left behind on the battlefield made him felt the terrifying power that could have destroyed the world at that time. He felt he was so small, like a speck of dust. Zuo Mo was the first to recover. When he saw Xie Shan's expression, he knew it was bad. Xie Shan had just entered Jindan and his cultivation was not stable. The sudden stimulation was too strong, and his mind was still extremely vulnerable to damage. At this time, he couldn't attend to anything else, shouting, "Remain alert." In these words, he used the clear sound incantation. Xie Shan shook and instantly regained his focus. He thought it had been very dangerous. "Shu Long!" Zuo Mo shouted loudly. Shu Long felt embarrassed by his performance just now. His face blotching red, he bowed respectfully. "Darren! We're going down." Zuo Mo's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed past. "Darren!" Shu Long hurriedly urged, "The situation right now isn't clear, going down so rashly." "You don't dare?" Zuo Mo interrupted him. His eyes were cold as knives. Shu Long felt a burst of hot blood rushing to his head. His black armor rattled as he said unhesitatingly, "Shu Long obeys." He jumped up as he finished speaking. Mid-air, Shu Long's eyes glared angrily, the tendons tense and bulging without any of the caution and steadiness he usually held. His thunder-like bellow rang in the air, "Guard camp, to the ground." The 5 slave transporting boats were close together to start with. Shu Long and Zuo Mo's exchange had not been concealed. All of Guard camp heard it clearly. Guard camp, who had sworn to follow Zuo Mo, was being doubted on their bravery by Zuo Mo. The entire camp was blood-rushed as their eyes turned red. "Yes!" Guard camp shouted together as they jumped down. In the air, black shadows jumped down like large birds. The simultaneous shout of Guard camp was like a gust of wind that swept the darkness off everyone's hearts. Morale rose greatly. Everyone of Vermilion Bird Camp that was staying on the slave-transporting boats had shamed expressions. They had also clearly heard Zuo Mo's question. They wanted to be able to charge at the very front at this moment. Gong Sun Sha felt the same inside. When he had arrived here, he had put himself in a box. He really was lacking compared to Shi Xiang. Shi Xiang really was a natural leader. With just a few words, he had restored morale. Xie Shan felt even more shameful. He was a Jindan, but his resolve was not as strong as boss. "We are going down," Zuo Mo ordered with a cold face. The 5 slave transporting boats quickly descended until they were not 10 zhang from the ground. "Shitty, you stay up here to command," Zuo Mo said to Gongsun Sha before he turned his face. "Silly bird, protect a Gue." When he finished, he stepped off the slave transporting boat. Silly bird rolled her eyes, but obediently stood guard next to a Gue. Zuo Mo stepped onto the ground. The ground was as hard as steel with traces of red within the black. Zuo Mo did not examine it closely, but shouted with a cold expression, "Advance." So what if it was a 10,000-year-old ancient battlefield? The troop rolled forward, Shu Long's body shrouded in black energy and brimming with killing intent as he charged at the very front. At this time, people no longer felt any terror. Morale was high. They wanted to see if any monster would pop up from somewhere so they could have a good fight. Zuo Mo's face was cold as the troop advanced. He secretly paid attention to the surrounding environment. 10 li long ditches were everywhere. Zuo Mo was suspicious that those were from sword energies. This place was filled with black fiendish energy. In a short while, the black energy on Shu Long and the others' bodies had become a few fractions denser. Zuo Mo had decided to walk on the ground and not fly in the air after great thought. Due to the existence of the black fiendish energy, Guard Camp had become the primary fighting force. Guard Camp was not skilled in aerial combat, so it was better to advance on the ground. Also, if they encountered something dangerous, Zuo Mo didn't feel the air would be safer than the ground. Zuo Mo glanced at the golden armor guards beside him and suddenly found that the golden armor guards were also absorbing black fiendish energy. At this moment, all of his attention was put in front of him and could not be spared for other matters. What he saw most frequently were bones. When these bones were touched, they would crumble and become dust. There would usually be some damaged items beside the skeletons, but after 10,000 years, they were just like the bones, turning to dust upon a touch. There was no life here, no living beings. On the way, there were only skeletons and scorched earth. They had traveled for a full 20 hours. Zuo Mo raised his head to look at the blood-colored sky. It hadn't shown any change compared to before. Was there no day or night here? Based on their speed, they had already advanced more than 1,000 li, but there was no change in the scenery they passed. Zuo Mo suddenly raised his head. He noticed the black fiendish energy was much denser here than the location from 20 hours ago. Careful, we have been walking towards the center of the battlefield, Pu Yao warned. Everything here was beyond his knowledge. His tone was extremely grave. So that was why. Zuo Mo suddenly spoke, everyone, rest for a while. Hearing this, the fast-traveling troops stopped. Everyone sat down to rest. Shu Long and the others were wrapped in black energy. They did not feel any exhaustion and their energy was abnormally good. Will the black fiendish energy pose any danger to them? Zuo Mo asked Pu Yao. Pu Yao said, no. To them and the golden armor guards, black fiendish energy is the best substance. I have never heard of a place with such thick black fiendish energy. This is the best place for Shu Long and the others to cultivate. That's good. Zuo Mo's heart relaxed. He suddenly thought of a question. Pu, do you think there will be anything living here? The possibility is very low. Pu Yao's tone was very cautious. The scale of this battlefield eclipses any conflict that I know of. I really cannot think of any conflict that has been on such a scale. The black fiendish energy created after such a great battle is unparalleled in its brutality. Normal beings definitely cannot survive. What about Xiozha like us? Or Yao Ma? Zuo Mo said. That is possible. That's great. Zuo Mo seemed to see a thread of hope. Great? I don't think so. Pu Yao said with a cold smile, living long-term in a place with such thick black fiendish energy, one's personality would naturally be affected. Becoming brutal and fast to kill. Other than that, you need to be careful of fiendish soul beasts. Fiendish soul beasts? What is that? At dense areas of fiendish energy, over time, they will create low-level souls. Oh, their formation process is like that of Lil Fire, but they are born from fiendish energy, and are innately brutal and fond of killing. I've never seen fiendish soul beasts nurtured by black fiendish energy. Ha, this is interesting. After resting for a while, the troop departed again. 20 hours later, the surrounding environment still had not changed. If it wasn't that the density of black fiendish energy in the air had clearly increased, Zuo Mo would have been suspicious that they had entered a high-level illusory formation. After this rest, Zuo Mo did not let the troop immediately depart but set up camp. We need to rest? Gongsun Sha ran over to ask Zuo Mo. And, there is possibly danger ahead. I'm planning to get Shu Long and the others to cultivate before going forward, Zuo Mo said. So that's how it is. Gongsun Sha made a deep sound. He said with slight worry, the other people's situations are not good. The Ling power here is very thin. They can only use Jingshi to replenish their Ling power. Zuo Mo didn't have better methods. He could only say, just use Jingshi for now. He rejoiced now that they had taken enough Jingshi along and didn't have to worry in the short term. This was a habit they had formed from being in Little Mountain Jie. They had taken large amounts of Jingshi from Little Mountain Jie and hadn't spent much in Skywater Jie. They had taken all of these Jingshi with them. Pu, do you have any methods? Zuo Mo was slightly troubled. I do know some methods of cultivating with black fiendish energy, but they have to start over their cultivation from the beginning. Pu Yao spread his hands. We can only take a step and look a step, Zuo Mo sighed. He started to search for jade scrolls on formations in his ring. He needed to take a good look at transportation formations. He probably had to rely on himself to make a transportation formation to leave this ghastly place. No formation could remain complete after 10,000 years, it was unlikely that they would find one. What he set up would be much more dependable. He had many jade scrolls in his ring, and jade scrolls on formations were something he was usually very enthusiastic about collecting. He took out all the jade scrolls on formations that he possessed. Piled up in front of him was a little mountain. If he could chew through this little mountain, they would be able to leave this ghastly place. Zuo Mo continued to brainwash himself. Just as he was preparing to start, he saw Cheng Shidi, who had been buried in the nursery on the slave-transporting boats and never showed his face, suddenly jump out of the slave-transporting boats. He stumbled as he ran over, his expression panicked. Shixiang! Shixiang! Come quickly to see! Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo and the others are very lucky they have the black processing meditation mats. For scale comparisons, a li is 500 meters, so there are some pretty big ditches. Zuo Mo would not let Pu Yao take Xieshan easily. He has supported Xieshan's cultivation for a long time through Jingshi, and to make a profit, Pu Yao needs to offer him the value of a Jindan and also what Zuo Mo has invested in Xieshan. There also is the possibility what Pu Yao trades Zuo Mo has hidden shortcomings, so Xieshan with his proven loyalty is a safer bet. Xieshan could also defeat other Jindan or act like bait. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 327, Twin Butterfly. Chapter 327, Twin Butterfly. Zuo Mo raced with Chen Yucheng towards his nursery room. This was the first time he had went to one of Cheng Shidi's rooms. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of shame. There were too many matters he had to attend to every day, and he had not paid any attention to any of Cheng Shidi's matters. Cheng Shidi's husbandry room had been divided into several areas. After he took a close look, he was very shocked. Each section was its own standalone beast pool. When had Cheng Shidi been able to construct the beast pool by himself? Shidi, you don't know. When it came out, it was different compared to the rest of its species. Chen Yucheng's expression wasn't good. His soul seemed shaken, but he felt reassured with Zuo Mo at his side. Shidi, you made these beast pools yourself? Zuo Mo interrupted him. Yes, Chen Yucheng clearly did not pay attention to Zuo Mo's question. The conversation's focus quickly returned to the matter at hand. It is a 9th-generation Ling butterfly. There were 200 that were of the same brood as it. Shidi, this part of the formation isn't quite the same as what I did before, Zuo Mo said as he pointed at a formation script on the beast pool. Did I change it incorrectly? Chen Yucheng embarrassedly rubbed his head. I felt that place wasn't too complete, so I tried to change it. I found the effects are pretty good, so I kept using it, but... Zuo Mo's shock increased as he hurriedly waved his hand. No, you didn't do anything wrong. If Shidi feels it is effective, then use it. So without him noticing it, Chen Shidi's husbandry skills had reached such a high level. Oh, that's great. Chen Yucheng released a breath, but his expression tensed again. He refocused on his original topic. Shi Xiang, when this one came out, it swallowed a Ling butterfly. I was slightly surprised. I've raised Ling butterflies for this long, but have never seen one as savage as this. Chen Yucheng finally was able to pull Zuo Mo's attention to the topic. He couldn't help but follow, then? Then, Chen Yucheng swallowed, it devoured more than 100 Ling butterflies. I thought that it would eat all the Ling butterflies if it kept on going, so I put it together with some poisonous worms. I started to raise these poisonous worms in Little Mountain Jie. They are very vicious, and have great potential. I speculated that if I raised them for a bit longer, after 2 or 3 generations, it may produce a 5th-grade Ling beast. Hearing this, Zuo Mo's curiosity was completely stirred up. And then? When I went to look a few days later, Chen Yucheng's expression was slightly terrified. Those poisonous worms had all died. Their bodies were deathly gray without a hint of life. Shi Xiang, I'm pretty familiar with Ling butterflies, but I've never heard of such an evil Ling butterfly. Looking at the trace of terror remaining in Cheng Shidi's face, Zuo Mo was even more curious. It was a pity to throw the poisonous worms out. I had originally planned on using the husks but didn't expect the exoskeleton, claws, and teeth of the worms had no Ling energy left. Cheng Shidi's voice became filled with anticipation. At that time, I knew this Ling butterfly wasn't a simple one. Zuo Mo knew that if the matter was just like this, Cheng Shidi would not be so nervous. He asked, did something unexpected happen? Worry floated onto Chen Yucheng's face. Starting from yesterday, it suddenly became extremely restless, and kept on charging towards the outside of the beast pool. This Ling butterfly is really powerful. I noticed that the beast pool can't hold it for much longer, and I can't suppress it any longer, so I hurried to find Shi Xiang. At this time, the two of them arrived at a beast pool. Zuo Mo finally saw the Ling butterfly that Cheng Shidi spoke about. At first glance, he was very shocked. The wings of this Ling butterfly were different colors, one black and one white, and were without any blemishes. The most unique part were the 2 antennae. A ball of mist floated at the end of each antenna, also black and white. It was possible to make out the figures of 2 little people within the 2 balls of mist. But what truly shocked Zuo Mo was the faint presence released by the Ling butterfly. This presence was extremely weak, but it was very clear, and made Zuo Mo think of that 5th-grade bloody horned serpent. Was this a 5th-grade Ling butterfly? This Ling butterfly is very unique. Chen Yucheng had a proud expression. I call it the twin butterfly. The twin butterfly noticed Zuo Mo, and instantly had a wary expression. Zuo Mo's mind moved, and he released a thread of the presence of the great Mo physique. The twin butterfly was shocked and shrank back to the corner of the beast pool. Such an intelligent Ling butterfly. Zuo Mo praised inside. He was even more sure that this twin butterfly wasn't far from 5th grade. Thinking about this, he knocked on the beast service card at his waist. The black butterfly flew out. After the rainbow mark butterfly leveled into the black butterfly, it was 4th grade, and 1 step away from 5th grade. When the black butterfly flew out, it noticed the twin butterfly. It seemed to be slightly wary of the twin butterfly. At this time, the mist at the two ends of the twin butterfly's antennae flew out like a bolt of intertwined black and white lightning that accurately struck the black butterfly. The black butterfly froze on its spot as its vitality quickly flowed away. In a flick of the finger, the black and white mist flew back into the beast pool. Hiss, Zuo Mo and Chun Yucheng inhaled sharply. The change was so sudden. Zuo Mo hadn't thought the black and white mist of the twin butterfly could ignore the Jinji of the beast pool. As the black and white mist entered the body of the twin butterfly, Zuo Mo sensitively detected the presence of the twin butterfly had greatly increased. He saw the colors of the black and white wings of the twin butterfly were even purer, and the greatest changes were in the two little people in the balls of mist. The features of the two little people in the mist were more distinct than before. They were the size of a thumb as they floated in the mist. Such an eerie and weird Ling butterfly. Just as Zuo Mo was astonished, Pu Yao suddenly spoke, this yin-yang twin butterfly is a little interesting. Yin-yang twin butterfly? Zuo Mo's reaction was extremely quick. This shitty of yours really does have some skill to be able to raise such a rare Ling butterfly. Pu Yao first praised Chun Yucheng before he said, I've never seen a yin-yang twin butterfly before, so my knowledge is limited. This twin butterfly of your shitties is slightly different than the yin-yang twin butterfly I know of. Take a look with your Ling eye. Zuo Mo hurriedly opened his Ling eye and saw threads of black energy continuously fly into the beast pool and enter the body of the twin butterfly. Black fiendish energy? Zuo Mo inhaled sharply again. It is absorbing black fiendish energy. Your shitty has raised something good. Pu Yao reminded, quick, get it into the beast service card. Remember to first use the Great Mo physique. Receiving Pu Yao's guidance, Zuo Mo hurriedly explained the situation to Cheng Shidi. Cheng Shidi was both surprised and joyful. He hurriedly said, Shixiang, quick, tame it. Chun Yucheng's cultivation was too low. There wasn't a problem when he was raising Ling beasts, but he did not have the power to tame a powerful Ling beast like the twin butterfly. Even Zuo Mo needed to use the power of the Great Mo physique to tame the twin butterfly. Zuo Mo did not hesitate and took out an empty beast service card. Activating the Great Mo physique, the light void wings on his back appeared. The husbandry room was filled with a tangible pressure. All the Ling beasts in the beast pools curled up in balls as they shook. The two little people on the tips of the twin butterfly's antennae trembled. It seemed to have realized something, but the powerful pressure of the Great Mo physique made it lower its wings. Seeing the situation, Zuo Mo unhesitatingly cut his finger to squeeze out a drop of blood to throw at the twin butterfly as he cast a spell at the same time, calling out, in. The black and white wings of the twin butterfly shook, and it did not dare to dodge. The drop of blood in the spell quickly permeated it when it touched the wings like water sinking into sand. In a moment, a bloody crescent mark appeared on each of the black and white wings. The twin butterfly turned into a light of intermingling black and white and entered the beast card. Two little people, one black and one white, floated onto the surface of the beast service card back to back. 5 stars lit up the back of the beast service card. Chun Yucheng and Zuo Mo both had joyous expressions. This twin butterfly was a 5th grade Ling butterfly. I raised a 5th grade Ling butterfly. I raised a 5th grade Ling butterfly. The ecstatic Chun Yucheng murmured, unable to say anything else. It had been his dream to raise a 5th grade Ling butterfly. He had talent in husbandry, but he was from a small sect. Compared to the disciples from the large sects, the resources he could receive were limited. Raising a 5th grade Ling butterfly was his limit. He had always worked towards this target. But today, the goal that he thought he would need to struggle towards for a lifetime had already been achieved. He felt he was dreaming and it was unrealistic. Among the joyfulness was a thread of confusion. The greatest goal of his life had been completed so easily. Looking at the excited yet bewildered Cheng Shidi, Zuo Mo smiled. He understood Cheng Shidi's mood very well. He shoved a jade scroll into Cheng Shidi's hand and then left the husbandry room. Chun Yucheng was excited for a long time, after he finally calmed down and found a jade scroll in his hand. He reflexively inspected the contents and became dumbstruck as though he was struck by a bolt of lightning. Zuo Mo walked out of the slave transporting boat and found Bao Yi to tell him to not short Cheng Shidi on any materials he requested. Bao Yi hurriedly agreed. Inside, he celebrated his carefulness. He had always tried to satisfy all of Chun Yucheng's requests. In his view, Chun Yucheng did not ask about matters, but he was boss Shidi. It seemed that he had acted correctly. The jade scrolls Zuo Mo had given Chun Yucheng included all of the content on the beast pools. The modifications Chun Shidi had made to the beast pool caused him to realize his Shidi's exceptional talent in husbandry. He decided to give everything about the beast pool to Cheng Shidi to study. The present Chang Shidi needed a completely new goal. He summoned the twin butterfly and examined this unique Ling butterfly. He had to admit that only a maniac like Chang Shidi could raise such a unique Ling butterfly based on the disorderly and fragmented jade scrolls Zuo Mo had given him and his own knowledge. However, he then creased his brow. If Chang Shidi wanted to progress another step, he would face a problem: cultivation. Chang Shidi would find it difficult to suppress any action of a 5th-grade Ling beast. The twin butterfly had been a very lucky incident. Another with the same problem was Gongsun Shidi. Zuo Mo had learned more about battle generals, and knew that battle generals had a system of unique cultivation spells. The demands on cultivation of beginner battle generals were not high, but as they progressed, the demands on cultivation increased. This was really a troublesome problem. Zuo Mo frowned and sank into deep thought. He did not notice the actions of the twin butterfly. Translator ramblings: Chun Yucheng finally gets a chapter focusing on him. Ling butterflies have really short generation times compared to everything else. 9 generations from Desolate Wood Reef to now, or in even less time. I feel that this might end up being more profitable than being a Ling plant farmer. Today is also a pretty nice day, except I have discovered listening to music to make me focus is not working anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 328, Upheaval of Sword Cave. Chapter 328, Upheaval of Sword Cave. Inside the Sword Cave, Lin Qian finished reading the Jade Scroll and said with a sigh, "Just passed by, what a pity, what a pity." Wei Shang raised his head to look but did not say anything. His time in the Sword Cave could not be called pleasant. It wasn't that it was dull to stay in the Sword Cave every day. He cultivated the sword and had gone through hundreds of hardships. What was in front of him now didn't amount to anything. What made him feel dislike was the inability to mesh with this group of people. Truthfully, Lin Qian thought highly of him, and was very courteous in tone and speech, and never lost his manners. The Shouja under Lin Qian's command did not try to find trouble with him, but the distance in their backgrounds would lead to subtle and unconsciously slips. Wei Shang wasn't dumb. How could he not feel it? He didn't find it strange. He had started as a sword servant. What kind of attitudes hadn't he been subjected to? He just disliked it. What he disliked even more was that Lin Qian would always target Zuo Mo Shidi. He usually wasn't a chatty person. After entering the sword cave, he became increasingly reserved. Lin Qian handed the Jade Scroll to Wei Shang. Wei Shang was slightly puzzled as he took the Jade Scroll and started reading. After he finished reading the Jade Scroll, Wei Shang's expression was normal, but enormous waves of emotion started in his heart. Taking the name of the master of Golden Crow City, killing multiple Jindan, tens of thousands of Shouja gathering at his call. Was this Shidi? Wei Shang didn't quite believe it. In the Jade Scroll, Shidi's appearance had changed greatly, but Wei Shang had instantly recognized the attitude and movements. He also recognized Gongsun Cha and Chun Yucheng. After Shidi had been sent to Desolate Wood Reef, Wei Shang had especially investigated the Shidi of the sect that had gone with Zuo Mo Shidi, and he had a general impression of these two people. Shidi really was Shidi. Wei Shang was filled with an unspeakable joy. He felt peerlessly happy knowing that Shidi was alive and living well. Excitement unconsciously showed in his eyes. Shidi was so powerful now. As the Shixian, how could he be left behind? Lin Qian had been staring at Wei Shang and suddenly spoke, "Do you know what secret technique is this golden pair of wings on Zuo Mo's back? Does it originate from the sect? Wei Shang opened his eyes and said solemnly, "Zuo Shidi usually has great luck. It wouldn't be strange for him to have fortuitous encounters." Lin Qian looked with pity at Wei Shang and said faintly, "Really? This one is familiar with the records and feel the pair of golden wings on Zuo Mo's back matches the supposed transformations of an Mo physique." Wei Shang was not moved. "Oh, really? But based on what Wei knows, the Dhyanas of Hina have similar ones. Xin Shirshu has passed on Vajra Profound Sutra to Shidi. Shidi is exceptionally talented, and was just a step away from forming an Abhina." Lin Qian took back his gaze and said calmly, "Brother Wei, why argue with me? I already have people guarding at Buddhist Flower Jia. Sect leader Pei is righteous and just, and has agreed to this one to investigate this matter. The result will naturally be clear at that time." Wei Shang's hands fisted together, his eyes angry. The Shouja around Lin Qian shifted and stared with murderous eyes at Wei Shang. Brother Wei has no need to be nervous. If Zuo Mo really has achieved an Abhina, this one will be happy. Even if Zuo Mo is being threatened by Yao Ma, this one will save his life. Lin Qian raised his head, his eyes deep and serene. The battle between us Shouja and Yao Ma is like water and fire, and cannot be avoided. Brother Wei is exceptionally talented. You should remain neutral. Do not fail the hopes of your sect leader. As he finished, he turned and ordered, everyone prepare. We are returning tomorrow morning. Wei Sheng shook upon hearing this. The snippets of conversation he heard when the Xiuzha had chatted floating into his mind. The Xiuzha in the surroundings looked coldly at Wei Sheng and scattered. In the deepest part of the sword cave, Wei Sheng traveled here alone. His eyes scanned the surroundings and was filled with reluctance. He knew that Lin Qian and his fellows were going to completely abandon Sky Moon Jie. When the group of Xiuzha had been chatting, he heard that the upper ranks were planning to completely seal the Jie River from Sky Moon Jie to Bright Wave Jie. Supposedly, almost all of the Jindan experts of Bright Wave Jie were being gathered to set up the formation. They didn't plan to recapture Sky Moon Jie. The atmosphere in the Dark Sword Cave seemed to become more agreeable at this time. Thinking about how he would be unable to return to Sky Moon Jie in the future, Wei Sheng's heart was dark. He silently walked to the deeper parts of the Sword Cave. He had killed his way through all 18 levels of the Sword Cave. Thinking about it now, it seemed like yesterday. The Shixiang and Shidi of Wukong Mountain seemed to be right in front of him. Thinking of the complex fighting inside the sect, his heart felt irritated. He hadn't increased his cultivation one bit in this past year. He knew why that was. He had already planned it out. After returning this time, and the matter of Zuo Shidi was cleared up, he would go out to travel. He only wanted to cultivate the sword. He didn't want to manage the matters of the sect and he couldn't manage them. For some reason, he wasn't too worried about the matter of Shidi. Thinking of Zuo Mo, he smiled. Shidi's cunning could only be understood by those who felt it. None of the people that had targeted Shidi before had ever gotten away. Lin Qian's origins were extraordinary, and had astounding power on his hands. Wei Sheng was very clear of that. But if Lin Qian thought he would be able to pin down Shidi so easily, then he was too naive. Thinking about it, mirth unconsciously came to the corner of Wei Sheng's mouth. As to Lin Qian's talk about Yao Ma, Wei Sheng felt disdain. He was clear that Yao Ma and Xiuzha were mortal enemies. He didn't have any good feelings about Yao Ma, but did not hold negative feelings. The conflict of Xiuzha and Yao Ma at its core was the conflict over resources. Xiuzha cultivation required large amounts of tincture and all kinds of talismans. Where would these things come from? There was a system for the production of materials, but it was far from being able to satisfy the demands of those great sections. The discovery of new Jia had never stopped. Each Jia's discovery would be accompanied by rivers of blood. What did the battle of Yao Ma and Xiuzha have to do with him? Those big sects weren't good entities. He missed the past Wu Kong Sword Sect. Unknowingly, he walked to the deepest level. The Yin fiends along the way had not recovered, and didn't dare to come near Wei Sheng as they knew his power. The deepest level was empty. In the past, there had been a very powerful Yin fiend here. He had killed it at the expense of heavy injuries. His gaze landed on the ground. There was a thick layer of copper tile beneath his feet, and along the stone wall was a copper table. There was a jade box on the copper table. Wei Sheng's complete version of Void Sword Scripture had been taken from this jade box. Everything here had not changed compared to when he had left. After tomorrow, everything here would be sealed forever. Wei Sheng was very emotional. His hand caressed the copper table. A wave of coldness passed back. He suddenly made a slight sound of surprise. There was another weak presence among this wave of coldness. This presence was very weak. If it wasn't that he was much stronger than when he had previously been in the sword cave, then he would not have detected this presence. There was something strange. His mind jumped. Closing his eyes and calming his mind, this weak presence slowly became clear. He opened his eyes and sent out his sword essence to swipe a few times on the copper table. The surface of the table flashed with light and revealed a jade box. Wei Sheng had a surprised and joyful expression as he hurriedly opened the jade box. Inside was a damaged jade pendant and a jade scroll. Wei Sheng carefully picked up the jade scroll. As he read, he became even more shocked. Remaining in the jade scroll was a thread of thought that the sect's ancestral master had left before death. It told the history of this jade pendant. This pendant was a talisman the ancestral master had serendipitously received when he was young, which had a unique presence that lingered on it. The sect's Void Sword Scripture had been comprehended by the ancestral master from this presence. When he read this, Wei Sheng's heart beat wildly. A presence was enough for the ancestral master to comprehend a 6th grade sword scripture. This presence should have been so powerful he couldn't imagine it. The ancestral master spent his entire life studying this jade scroll, and finally gained something before the end of his life. However, he had no power to personally uncover the mystery of the pendant, so he had carved what he knowledge had gained on the underside of the copper tile. But considering that while the presence of the jade pendant was weak, but it was vastly immeasurable and pure, he was afraid it would cause a calamity. The ancestral master decided to hide it. If a disciple from the sect had the fate, he naturally would receive it. This was an opportunity. Putting down the jade scroll, Wei Shang's gaze moved to the damaged jade pendant. His heart beat hard. A presence that was complex enough that the ancestral master took a lifetime to comprehend, it definitely was exceptional. He carefully picked up the jade pendant. The jade pendant was very nondescript. One corner was damaged, and its style was very old. Holding it on his hand, he could feel the mysterious presence even more clearly. Suppressing his strong curiosity, he did not dare to use his mind to touch this weak presence. A presence that even the ancestral master had to study for a lifetime wasn't something he could touch with his present cultivation. He gravely hung the jade scroll on his neck, and then his eyes landed on the copper tiles. He started the core scripture of Void Sword Scripture and pressed his hand to a copper tile. This copper tile instantly became light as air and was easily taken up. There was something. A strange pattern was revealed on the ground. Wei Shang's mind jumped again, and he picked up the tiles one after the other. In a short while, all of the copper tiles on the ground were removed to reveal the ground below. The ground was as smooth as a mirror. An enormous formation appeared below Wei Shang's feet. This was... Wei Shang's eyes flashed as he carefully examined the formation under his feet. However, the complex seal scripts made him dizzy. He thought it would be wonderful if Zuo Shidi was here. With Shidi's skill in formations, he definitely would know what this formation did. He did not notice the jade pendant hanging on his neck started to imperceptibly light up. When the light covered the entire jade pendant, and Wei Shang noticed it, the formation under his feet lit up with a bright bloody light, so bright that Wei Shang could not open his eyes. The dazzling blood-colored light formed a pillar and shot upwards. The rock over his head turned to dust in front of the pillar of light. On the highest level of the sword cave, Lin Qian's expression suddenly changed. His figure suddenly leaped to the side. A blinding bloody pillar of light shot out of the ground and brushed past him. Some of the Xiozha that couldn't react in time didn't even have the time to wail before they were reduced to dust. The pillar of light destructively penetrated the Jinji of the sword cave with its lingering energy, went through the thick rock and rose into the sky. Lin Qian's expression was extremely ugly. At this time, he could not do anything else but shout, "Leave! Leave immediately!" The erupting pillar of bloody light was like an enormous sword of blood that pierced the sky. The Yao army camped on Wukong Mountain looked in shock at the thick pillar of light. Mu Shi reacted the quickest. Her expression tightened with shock. "Go investigate what is going on." The deepest level of the sword cave was empty of everything. Translator ramblings. After the two Shidi with Zuo Mo, it's time to focus on the Shixiang of Zuo Mo. Things are not what they appear to be, and Wei Shang has his own struggles. He's burdened by the expectations of the sect, while Zuo Mo only needs to meet the requirement, "Don't shame us." It's a simplification, but there is a system of debts and repayment. Wu Kong Sword Sect put more resources in Wei Shang and expects more out of him. You can think of it as Luoli being the blood child of the masters, Wei Shang being the child they adopted, and Zuo Mo the one that was a freebie when they went shopping. Luoli also has his own burdens and struggles. I don't think I actually wrote that the black butterfly is dead. It just lost a lot of life force. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 329, The Name of 10th Grade. Chapter 329, The Name of 10th Grade. The twin butterfly slowly waved its wings. The black fiendish energy continuously flowed into its body like a whale swallowing water. The black miniature figure hanging on the black antennae slowly became clearer. The features became more and more defined out of the blurriness, becoming more detailed. The little miniature black person on the antenna was about 3 cun tall. Black clothing and black hair, his face was cold, his eyes holding killing intent as he stood aloofly. When Zuo Mo raised his head from his thoughts, he coincidentally saw the formation of the little black person. He was very surprised. This twin butterfly was really unusual. The little black person glanced at Zuo Mo but had no intentions of paying attention to him. He suddenly raised his arms, his hair standing on end, his eyes lighting up as he said in a crisp voice, "In." A strong twister suddenly formed around the twin butterfly with wind, sand, and rock. Hiss. Zuo Mo inhaled sharply with amazement. The view within his Ling eye, the black fiendish energy was furiously flowing towards the arms that the little black person was raising. The noise caused by the little black person was too loud. The entire camp was disturbed. Everyone thought they were under attack and flew into the sky. The first to react was Xie Shan, the second to charge over was Shu Lon. He was extremely sensitive to black fiendish energy, and instantly detected the change. When they ran over with nervous expressions, and found the culprit was a strange black and white-winged butterfly in front of Zuo Mo, they were stunned. Zuo Mo looked dazedly at the little black person. The black fiendish energy within 5 li of here had all been moved. In the Ling Eye, the black fiendish energy within 5 li formed an enormous black and red whirlpool. At the center of this whirlpool was this little black person not even 3 cun tall. The little black person had a stern expression as it focused intently on absorbing the black fiendish energy. The entire process took a whole 2 hours before the little black person contentedly stopped. At this time, he clearly looked different. The black hair now was blood red like a burning flame. The black pupils were deep as the night. Its handsome little face wore a cold expression, the killing intent between the brows even more evident. The twin butterfly stopped absorbing the black fiendish energy, and the restless air gradually calmed down. Just as Zuo Mo was dumbstruck, the twin butterfly flew in front of him. The little black person raised its little face filled with sternness and killing intent and gazed at Zuo Mo. When it spoke, it was with a crisp and childlike voice, "Please, master, bestow a name." Oh, it seemed alive. His face filled with disbelief, Zuo Mo seemed to have seen a ghost and put his face near. "You are alive, dot." The killing intent on the little black person's face froze. The corner of his eyes twitched. The little face had also darkened, but was also helpless. Yes. Interesting, Zuo Mo was excited. He suddenly raised his right hand, and poked a finger in curiosity on the body of the little black person. Oh, it's soft. Murderous intent rose on the face of the little black person. The little face was dark as it said, "A soldier can be killed, but cannot be humiliated." It was a pity that the crisp childish tone neutralized the effect of all of the murderous intent. However, Zuo Mo still took his finger back guiltily. He rubbed his chin in pretension. Naming, his eyes suddenly lit up. Inviting wealth. How about this? Is it mighty enough? The features of the little black person convulsed. Suppressing his anger, he gritted his teeth. The warrior can only be killed, but not humiliated. Ooh, how about Jingshi, dot. The warrior can only be killed, but not humiliated. The crisp childlike tone showed signs of collapsing. You don't like Jingshi either? This habit isn't good. It seems we need to teach your taste. The common saying is good, Jingshi can even move ghosts. Ooh, all wealth belongs to me, how about this? The warrior can only be killed, but not humiliated, the little black person weakly objected. The first treasure in the world? The warrior can only be killed, but not humiliated. Xie Shan and Shu Lon looked with sympathy at the little black person that was tortured to the point of death by Zuo Mo. They exchanged a look and rapidly left the scene. Zuo Mo looked contentedly at the drooping figure of 10th grade. That was right, just now, the little black person that was being endlessly tormented finally agreed to the strange name of 10th grade. 10th grade, don't feel that this name is common. Zuo Mo said with a solemn face. 10th grade, it represents the highest grade. This twin butterfly is just 5th grade. 10th grade, it means the highest and the strongest. The strongest in the world. What, isn't this what you are pursuing? The depressed little black person's eyes suddenly lit up. He straightened, filled with battle intent, and said gravely, "Thank you, master, for giving me a name." Zuo Mo's expression was very stern, but he was laughing in his heart. Oh, 10th grade, how much Jingshi would that be? 10th grade was just 3 cun tall, but he was 5th grade. 5th grade Ling beasts had space shields. 10th grade space shield was even more unique and had hints of the black fiendish energy. Zuo Mo had never heard of black fiendish energy before, but after these days, he had some understanding of the uniqueness of the black fiendish energy. For Shu Long and the others, black fiendish energy was a great nutrient, but for Shouja, black fiendish energy was akin to a powerful poison. Black fiendish energy was usually created from brutal battlefields, it was and had the utmost vicious nature. If it met another entity, if it did not completely destroy it, it would not rest. A 5th grade Ling beast was as powerful as a Jindan. Even more importantly, 10th grade was very intelligent. When a Ling beast or talisman had more intelligence, it meant that it had greater room to grow. The most powerful quality of 10th grade was that it could learn spells. This was something that Zuo Mo had never heard of. He instantly taught Hardship Guard to 10th grade. Hardship Guard could absorb black fiendish energy and was suitable for 10th grade to practice. Zuo Mo planned to get a stronger Mo skill out of Pu Yao and the gravestone at a later time. Even though 10th grade's power was not strong now, but Zuo Mo was full of anticipation about 10th grade's future. After a temporary rest, the troop departed again. The vast ancient battlefield was covered in marks. Over time, even these terrifying marks had become blurry. After advancing for more than 10 days, the scenery still hadn't changed. They hadn't discovered anything. This ancient battlefield was so large that one couldn't imagine it. The twin butterfly danced in flight, 10th grade sitting cross-legged on the black antenna as he cultivated. His progress made all of guard camp sweat. In just 10 days, he had created black armor. He could also take it on or off based on his will, while Shu Long and the others' black armor could not be taken off. 10th grade was a cultivation person, was a cultivation wild beast. He didn't like to stay in the beast service card, and stayed on the antenna all day motionlessly cultivating. Lil Pagoda and Lil Fire were full of curiosity about 10th grade and would occasionally come over to look, but 10th grade would just ignore them. It was strange to speak of it. The great majority of Vermilion Bird Camp stayed inside the slave transporting boats. The thick black fiendish energy was extremely bad for them, so Zuo Mo had set up formation inside the boats to separate the black fiendish energy to stop it from corroding everyone. But the little ones, including Silly Bird, did not react at all to the black fiendish energy. Lil Pagoda and Lil Fire had the most energy and spent every day playing. Lil Black was unusually sleep, and spent more than half the days lying on a Gue's head. What puzzled Zuo Mo the most was that a Gue did not respond at all to the black fiendish energy. A Gue's complexion was much better than before, and seemed to show some signs of life. After inspection, Zuo Mo found that a thread of the strange purple light had appeared in a Gue's body. This purple power was extremely weak, but it was unusually valuable to a Gue's crippled body. A Gue's situation turning for the better made Zuo Mo's mood better. However, Zuo Mo was still filled with worry. They hadn't found anything in more than 10 days. They hadn't encountered any living being, and did not see one stalk of grass. This ancient battlefield was so desolate that it made people feel hopeless. Nothing could make a person feel as terrified and hopeless as this deathly cold and empty vastness. Even if they encountered a danger, or a Yao beast, that would be much better than this. If it continued like this, after just a short while, the people would go crazy. Had they really come to a death ground that had nothing? Suddenly, Zuo Mo stopped in his steps. He had a joyous expression in his eyes. Water, there was moisture in the air. He closed his eyes, spread his right hand, his fingers lightly wiped. Little art of cloud and rain. After 10 breathers, a faint white cloud the size of an infant's face floated on Zuo Mo's palm. Now, it wasn't just Zuo Mo, but everyone had that joyful expressions. The moisture in the air was higher than 10 days before and higher than the places they traveled through. Water, that meant there was life. What people were most afraid of was not hardship, but not being able to see hope. Morale rose greatly. The advancing speed of the troop increased. The black fiendish energy in the air became thicker. Zuo Mo became even more careful. According to Pu Yao, the direction they were heading in was towards the center of the battlefield. After traveling another 5 days, everyone saw the first water pond. The shallow water pond was just a puddle, but for everyone, it was a salvation. But at this time, the troop had to stop because Shu Long was having a breakthrough. The black fiendish energy was like fertilizer for the hardship guard, MO skill that Shu Long and the others cultivated. Their progression speed was astounding. The other people of guard camp progressed quickly, but no one surpassed Shu Long. The mood of the camp was nervous. If Shu Long could successfully complete his breakthrough, it would be a fortunate matter for them. The 3 golden armor guards lined up in a fan shape. The blinding golden scaled armor was now covered in black patterns, and looked extremely terrifying. The black patterns on the golden armor guards was formed by the black fiendish energy that they had absorbed during this time. According to Pu Yao, this was due to the fact that ancient dragon bone had been used to make the golden armor guards. Pu Yao also said that if they were lucky, the 3 golden armor guards may even level up. However, what Zuo Mo was concerned with now wasn't the golden armor guards, but another problem. Pu, what spell could prevent Xiozha from being corroded by black fiendish energy? Or process black fiendish energy? One that doesn't need them to start cultivating from the beginning, Zuo Mo asked. Pu Yao glanced at him, and dawdled, of course there are spells, but... Zuo Mo rubbed his hands, and said, then can you give me a copy? What can you give me in trade? Pu Yao raised his eyebrow. Zuo Mo swore inside, this damned Ren Yao's attitude was fickle and really hateful. But he also knew that Pu Yao definitely would not let him have it easily. Pu Yao would get his pound of flesh. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and said, what do you want? Pu Yao's bloody pupil narrowed as he smiled darkly. Translator ramblings, naming fails Zuo Mo, poor 10th grade, he doesn't know what his master is thinking. Pu Yao's not giving anything more for free now that there is no life-threatening danger. He has aims he wants accomplished. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 330, Shulong Black Halberd. Chapter 330, Shulong Black Halberd. In the past, I had a nickname in the Yao world, Pu Yao said, but he seemed to realize something and switched the topic. Oh, let's not mention what is in the past. The people you have don't have bad personalities, but their talent isn't great. Pu Yao had a face full of helplessness. Zuo Mo knew he had more to say, and didn't interrupt. You have been practicing the 6 transformations of the Great Demo Physique, and you have let go of your Yao arts. There hasn't been much development in your study of formations. Pu Yao's expression darkened. Humph, that guy took all the benefits. Zuo Mo knew that Pu Yao was speaking of the gravestone. He rolled his eyes. Don't say that I'm not cultivating the Yao arts. Who made it that your little thousand-leaf hands isn't as strong as the Great Demo Physique? You can't have me lose my life. Pu Yao stopped speaking. The Great Demo Physique was domineering and unyielding. It really wasn't an easy matter to find a Yao art that could rival it at this stage. The few that he knew were extremely rigid in their cultivation. Actually, the progression of Great Demo Physique was extremely difficult, but Zuo Mo had muddled through it and succeeded. Pu Yao felt very surprised at that fact. Was Zuo Mo fated to cultivate Mo skills? Pu Yao felt even more discontent. Ha, I don't care about that. Pu Yao smirked. Don't you want spells? No problem. Here, this is the little Yao art record. It is a very simple thing. 500 types. When you can cultivate all of them, I will give you a spell. Finishing, he threw a jade scroll at Zuo Mo. Ignoring the gaping Zuo Mo, he disappeared. This guy was crazy. After a while, Zuo Mo's first thought was that Pu Yao was crazy. He then was furious. This guy didn't look at the time. In such a dangerous place, he had the idle time act passive-aggressively against the gravestone. Pu. Come out. Idiot, GE is telling you. If you don't want to live, don't pull GE along. No matter how Zuo Mo swore, Pu Yao did not respond. After swearing for a while, Zuo Mo was tired, and sat down. Scanning the jade scroll, his expression instantly became bitter. He had once been troubled by the lack of spells. He had never thought there would be a day where he would be troubled by having too many spells and Yao arts to practice. The power of the 6 transformations of the Great Demo Physique was out of his imagination. He liked them a lot. He naturally would practice such life-saving moves every day. The 6 transformations didn't have many changes, but each transformation was vast and profound. It wasn't an easy matter to master them. He had just familiarized himself with the 2nd transformation, Golden Crow Feet. How couldn't Zuo Mo be angry about Pu Yao doing this at such an important time? If he could master all 6 changes, Zuo Mo's power would rival that of a Jindan 3rd Stratum Shouja, but Zuo Mo suddenly swearing made everyone else still where they stood, their faces puzzled. Shulong's entire body was covered by thick black energy. In the last 3 days, he was motionless like a statue wrapped in black energy. The entire guard camp was on their guard. Shulong was the first to make a breakthrough among them, and had attracted all of their attention. The black energy roiled like countless snakes slithering about. 2 balls shocking red light suddenly lit up among the thick inky black energy. The bloodthirsty savage eyes of a wild beast were Shulong's eyes. Ping! Shulong's right hand rose in front of his chest, then his right hand pressed against the air as he made an extremely strange posture. He suddenly made a hoarse and deep roar. The black energy around his body seemed to be stimulated and started to furiously flood towards his hands. Large volumes of black energy flowed on his arms like a black snake. In the blink of an eye, the black energy on his hands was so thick it seemed tangible. The inky black energy dripped and flowed down to form a black stream about 1 zhan long. The black energy on Shulong's body continuously flowed towards the slender black flow. The shocking red eyes revealed a hint of pain. The black energy around Shulong's body suddenly shook, and showed signs of dissipating. The surrounding people exclaimed in shock. But the light of the red eyes brightened, and the slightly unsteady black energy seemed to be steadily attracted by an invisible force. Everyone in the surroundings released a breath. Between the 2 hands, the slender black flow slowly flowed and became even thicker and more viscous. The speed of the flow became increasingly slow. Even Zuo Mo ignored his headache and ran over. The other people didn't even dare to blink. They all knew that Shulong's weapon was about to form. The black energy of the black slender flow suddenly grew. At the same time, Shulong's eyes brightened. His two hands that had been grasping at air suddenly tightened. Pia! The two large hands were like two pincers that suddenly gripped the black slender flow. The threads of black energy spreading around the black slender flow dissipated. A long black spear appeared on front of everyone. Hiss, the black energy around Shulong's body burrowed into his body, and revealed his black armor. Shulong has fortunately succeeded. Shulong suppressed his excitement, and came in front of Zuo Mo to bow. After leveling up, the authority that Shulong exuded was even more stern, and his power had clearly gone up a stage. Good. Zuo Mo was very happy. On one hand, he was happy that Shulong had made a breakthrough. On the other, the success of Shulong's breakthrough created a great increase in morale. Zuo Mo's eyes quickly landed on the long black halberd in Shulong's hands. The long halberd was about 1 zhan long, with a crescent curve and a point. The shape was old-fashioned. The body of the halberd was as thick as a goose egg, smooth and glowing. It was extremely fine. At the blade of the halberd was a hint of eerie red like the fangs of a wild beast tinged with blood. Deep thick killing essence came from the body of the halberd. Looking at it from afar, it definitely was a vicious weapon. Shulong didn't just get the addition of the black halberd in this breakthrough. His armor had also changed greatly. The thick black scales of armor became much thinner, the black color even purer. The thick clumsy feeling had disappeared, and it seemed to become nimble. The other people in guard camp couldn't resist any long and flooded over. Seeing the situation, Zuo Mo smiled and stepped to the side. Lei Peng looked from afar at the joyful guard camp and muttered, Shulong's bunch is really weird. They can even use black fiendish energy. We are unfortunate. We have to stay on the boats every day. It's enough to suffocate us to death. Blue-white sword lotuses bloomed and died among Nian Lu's fingers. He said without raising his head, if you have the energy to complain, spend some time practicing your saber scripture. Lei Peng's expression became even more depressed. Cultivate my ass. And isn't like you, if one cultivates that saber scripture, this boat will break. Nian Lu's sword scripture did not lack exquisite and small sword moves, but Lei Peng's saber scripture was wide and broad. If he left the slave-transporting boats, under the corrosion of the black fiendish energy, it wasn't just dangerous but the rate that Ling power was expended was also multiple times what it usually was. He would run out of Ling power after just a few moves. Ma Fan coincidentally passed by the two. Hearing this, he stopped and stared at Lei Peng. At the beginning, Lei Peng didn't care, but after being stared at for a while, and seeing Ma Fan still remain silent, he said self-consciously, What, why are you looking at him? Ma Fan thought and then said, Your saber scripture is powerful and domineering, but if you could get it to become finer, its power will definitely go up a step. Lei Peng stilled and then started to ponder it. He looked rough, but he wasn't dumb. If he was dumb, he couldn't have comprehended saber essence. Ma Fan's words caused him to sink into deep thought. Ma Fan prepared to leave after speaking, but Nian Lu hurriedly pulled him back, and said fawningly, Head, how can you be so cruel? I'm also your vice commander. Teach me something. Ma Fan had an expression between smiling and crying. Two vice commanders, Lei Peng's temper was explosive, but he was a chatterbox, while Nian Lu was warm, but he was a show-off. He lowered his head to think. Your Blue Lotus Sword Scripture has many complex transformations, but if you want to progress, don't linger on these transformations. You have to make the complex simple, using sword essence at the core. Sword essence at the core, Nian Lu murmured unfocusedly. Ma Fan silently left, but he also looked outside the boat and felt dejected. Xie Shan becoming a Jindan had been a great stimulus to him. His talent at cultivating the sword was exceptional, and he had progressed very quickly when he focused, especially in the area of sword essence. He had touched the border of sword essence manifestation. The only thing limiting him was his cultivation. But who would have thought they suddenly landed in this ghastly place? The Ling energy was thin, and that horrid black fiendish energy made it even worse than Little Mountain Jie. While Little Mountain Jie was thin on Ling power, but there was Jingshi. They had Jingshi right now, but everyone didn't dare to use it to cultivate. Who knew how long they would stay in this ghastly place? If they encountered danger, these Jingshi would be life-saving. Stuck at this point, how could his mood not be terrible? But his mentality was much more stable than Nian Lu and Lei Peng and he could suppress it. Zuo Mo stared in a daze as he held the records of Little Yao arts. Little Yao arts were another name for basic Yao arts. They weren't anything profound, but the contents were something every Yao had to practice. As he flipped through, Zuo Mo found that the difficulty of these Little Yao arts were not hard. He didn't immediately start cultivating them, but pondered on what Pu Yao's goal was. Pu Yao was whimsical and ever-changing. Zuo Mo had learned this countless times before, but he had a strong feeling this time, this was just the beginning of something. This was the part that Zuo Mo really had a headache about. He didn't know what was going on in Pu Yao's mind, but it seemed he was very determined this time. What would happen after would definitely affect his practice of the 6 transformations of the Great Demo Physique. At this time, these 6 transformations were the basis of his life-saving measures. Zuo Mo rubbed his forehead in a headache. He had to think of a way to satisfy both. Zuo Mo suddenly thought of the matter where Pu Yao had gotten him to study Mo matrices. His mind moved. Was this Pu Yao's true goal? He remembered very clearly how much Pu Yao had cared about formations. Even though he had eaten a Jingdan's golden core, and Pu Yao looked to have recovered greatly, but upon deeper thought, if Pu Yao could be healed with a single golden core, he definitely wouldn't have been so nervous back then. Was it the study of formations? Zuo Mo was slightly unsure. After leaving Little Mountain Jie, Zuo Mo had been rushed by the series of events and hadn't had the time to calm down to study formations. Zuo Mo was very clear about the value of formations. If he slacked off right now, it was a pity. But right now, he didn't have the time to personally work on it. After thinking for a long time, Zuo Mo still couldn't get Pu Yao's goal, but he still decided to restart his study of formations. This time, he decided to make it a big move. Translator ramblings, in the middle of Pu Yao's plot. Zuo Mo can't do anything except go along when he has no leverage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 331, Disseminating. Chapter 331, Disseminating. Zuo Mo sat cross-legged as he recalled everything he had learned. Formations, forging, fire manipulation, dam making, he had dabbled in all of them, and formed his own knowledge over time, but he had never systematically examined his knowledge. Having a moment for self-assessment today, he unexpectedly found that what he learned was extremely heterogeneous and the great majority of things were not systematic. How could he work with this? He thought with a furrowed brow. Wei Changbin concentrated on reading the jade scroll in his hand. After leaving Little Mountain Jie, all of Golden Crow Camp had been very idle. There were no missions and everyone could study topics that they were interested in. Some people were very interested in conversing with others. The present environment of Golden Crow Camp was extremely positive. Everyone had went through hardship together, and had formed deep relationships. They had long thrown the ideals of sect and family away. The 2 masters, Jiwei and Sun Bao, would occasionally hold lectures. Wei Changbin would attend each one of them and would learn much. It was a pity that they couldn't cultivate at present. Darren had allowed them to access great numbers of jade scrolls, and there were many 4th-grade core scriptures suitable for production shoujo. Everyone had originally been filled with motivation and planned on working hard on their cultivation in the hopes of reaching Jindan as early as possible. Who could have thought they would end up in this place where they couldn't even cultivate? Everyone could only put their attention on the jade scrolls, and content themselves with study. Shang Bin. A male popped his head in. This male was called Wan Tian. His features were unusually ugly, but his fire manipulation skills were uncanny and ranked first in the entire camp. Even the 2 masters, Sun Bao and Ji Wei, praised it endlessly. What terrible idea do you have now? Wei Changbin helplessly put down the jade scroll in his hands. Hee, Wan Tian snickered, and whispered, I want to get a bit of black fiendish energy to study, but... Black fiendish energy? Wei Changbin's heart jumped as he said with a serious expression. Old Wan, don't mess around. Black fiendish energy is extremely dangerous. It isn't anything that people of our cultivation can touch. I know that. Wan Tian knew how dangerous it was. I just want to get a thread, and see the mysteries of this black fiendish energy. This is a rare chance. We probably won't ever encounter black fiendish energy again in the future. Wei Changbin was persuaded. It would be false to say he was not curious, but his personality was a cautious one. He thought, and then said, this probably needs the approval of the 2 masters. Of course. The masters usually rely on you. If you go to ask for it, there definitely wouldn't be a problem, Wan Tian was overjoyed as he hurriedly said. Just at this time, Master Sun Bao's voice suddenly boomed out from above, everyone, come to Golden Crow Hall immediately, but... Wei Changbin and Wan Tian exchanged a look and were both shocked. There was a hint of excitement in Master Sun Bao's voice. Golden Crow Hall was the largest room in this slave transporting boat, and had been modified by the 2 masters to be the place they held their lessons. When the 2 arrived, Golden Crow Hall was filled with people. The 2 masters sat at the very front with barely disguised excitement. After everyone had gathered, Master Sun Bao slowly swept a look across the people and took a deep breath before saying solemnly, Today, Darren has given us a jade scroll. Recorded within it is Darren's knowledge and insights, including the Great Golden Crow Formation, how to making fire beads, the fire paper method, a chapter on the seal scripts of the formation battle watchtowers, the seal scripts for the body formations, and so on. Boom, it was like an explosion occurred. Some were dumbstruck, some were unable to speak, some were breathing heavily. Every name that came from the mouth of the master was a blow that was like lightning streaking over their bodies. Wei Chungbin and Wan Tian gaped as they were dumbstruck where they stood. Wei Chungbin felt his head was ringing. He felt like he was dreaming. Was this real? Was this real? Each name was a kind of lost knowledge, a bit of lost knowledge that should not be easily passed on to others. For example, the Great Golden Crow Formation that could gather sunlight to form Golden Crow Fire. If a sect knew someone had this formation, they would try to obtain it at any cost. Each person had uncontrollable joy on their faces, but gradually, the joy on their faces disappeared and became serious. The entire Golden Crow Hall was completely silent. The gravity of the situation showed on everyone's faces because this jade scroll was like mountain that weighed on everyone's hearts. The usually warm Master Ji Wei's expression was cold and serious. When he spoke, his tone was stern. Everyone knows the value of this jade scroll, there's no need for me to say more. Darren led us out of Little Mountain Jia and did not abandon us. Now, he is imparting these rare and lost knowledge to us. Let me ask, which sect can do so? No one said a word. That was right, which sect could do so? No sect would be able to do so. They had all been members of large sects before. Lost knowledge like this was unavailable to anyone except the core disciples, no matter how much an individual contributed. In just a few words, Master Ji Wei's words made everyone's hearts feel heavy. So, Master Ji Wei's heavy tone paused, his eyes lighting up and flashing across the people present. I and Master Sun Bao have discussed and agreed that anyone who will learn from this jade scroll must first make a killing heart oath. Our Golden Crow camp will become its own sect loyal to Darren. Zuo Mo did not know what effect his actions created. After putting in large amounts of effort and producing the jade scroll, he sunk into frenzied cultivation. But what made Pu Yao discontent was that Zuo Mo did not just cultivate the little Yao arts but practiced them together with the 6 transformations of the Great Mo physique. Was even this method useless? Pu Yao wondered, but then he understood when he changed his way of thinking. Zuo Mo had experienced the power of the Great Mo physique and thought it was stronger, which was why he was working so hard on it. Pu Yao's eyes looked towards the sky. Threads of black energy floated in the blood-tinged sky. His eyes lit up. He snickered, and instantly felt unhurried. Then his figure disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the 10-finger prison. Pu Yao was like a ghost, those Yao art Jinji had no effect on him. His speed was wondrously fast as the scenery flashed by. She suddenly stopped in his steps, his hair was red and his features were masculine like a lion, and looked with shock towards the sky. Teacher? What is it? The students beside him hurriedly asked. Oh, nothing. Chi turned his gaze back and pretended to be calm. Everyone, be careful. It is your first trip to 10-finger prison. Vast water clear skies should not have any dangers for you, but still be careful, especially of provoking other Yao. The students beside him all agreed, their faces full of anticipation. They had all gotten to the soul planting stage and were starting to try out real battle. Chi did not speak. His gaze uncontrollably went back to the distance. Just now, he had barely detected that a peerlessly powerful Yao had passed by. This feeling wasn't clear, but it made him feel fear. Was it a sky Yao? I can't find it? That place is a bit strange. Pu Yao murmured to himself, his brows tightly locked. Zuo Mo's legs were glittering with golden light as though they were made from gold. The pattern of each muscle was clear and distinct. Dong, Zuo Mo was unable to control it well, and like a knife carving into tofu, his right leg was deeply embedded into the earth up to his hamstrings. At the side, Shu Long and Xie Shan's jaws gaped. The earth here had been tempered by thousands of years of black fiendish energy, and was as hard as steel. But in front of Zuo Mo's legs, they seemed to be made of tofu. If they were hit with that leg. Shu Long and Xie Shan reflexively turned their eyes away. Zuo Mo's forehead was covered with sweat. He pulled his right leg from the earth, but he lost control of his left leg. Pew, that also sank into the earth. His figure lost balance and fell on the ground. His body wasn't as strong as his legs, and he bared his teeth in pain. The troop maintained a constant speed as it traveled, so Zuo Mo decided to cultivate using this method. Light Void Wings was meant for speed, and Golden Crow Feet was for power. Before this, Zuo Mo found it hard to understand how those Mo that focused on strength could rival the Xiuzha that had powerful long-distance attacks. He only started to understand as he started to cultivate Golden Crow Feet. Any kind of power was extremely terrifying when it reached a certain level. When pure strength reached a certain level, it would form a boundary in the surroundings to make a force boundary. Any other power that entered this area would be fiercely attacked. It was possible to imagine how a flying sword of a shoujo would have to break this force boundary before wounding its target. Entering the force boundary, what the flying sword would face was a collision of power without any finesse. Zuo Mo was still a long way off from forming a force boundary, but he wasn't in a hurry. The beautiful feeling of pure power intoxicated him. He used the time on the road every day to practice the 6 transformations of the Great Daimyo physique, and when he was resting, he would cultivate the little Yao arts. As to the dangers in front, was of little concern to him, but his cultivation took up all his time. Compared to the difficulty of Zuo Mo's cultivation, the cultivation speed of 10th grade was astoundingly fast. He now had a black crescent flying blade beside him. This black flying knife was like a black butterfly that danced and circled around 10th grade without exhaustion. Even Shu Long was jealous. He had overcome great hardships to form his weapon, yet 10th grade had cultivated his weapon in a month. Lil Pagoda and Lil Fire curiously floated around 10th grade. The two little ones clearly were filled with curiosity about this little black person. 10th grade didn't even bat an eye. He concentrated on cultivation. Of course, he also knew the connection between Lil Pagoda and Lil Fire to master, so he did not act. But 10th grade, his goal was to reach 10th grade. With such a high and grand goal, how could he live a life of idleness with these people that only knew how to play every day? 10th grade raised his eyelid a crack and imperceptibly glanced at the two little ones as he thought proudly. Who knew that Lil Pagoda and Lil Fire found the black crescent blade flying around 10th grade was very fun. They started to chase the black crescent and twirled around 10th grade. 10th grade that wanted to focus on cultivation felt very irritated. He could not resist any longer. Opening his eyes, his murderous intent brimmed. Go play somewhere else. Stop bothering me. Lil Pagoda and Lil Fire shook and flew far away in fear. Silly bird who had been dozing suddenly opened her eyes. The bird eyes narrowed and flashed savagely. Her figure suddenly disappeared from her spot. 10th grade felt alarm, but he was unable to muster a response before a powerful force whipped his body. Bam! He was like a rock that had been kicked and landed head first in the ground. Who? The dizzy 10th grade tried to struggle up, his heart brimming with killing intent as he wanted to attack. An enormously big bird claw came from the sky. The enormous shadow covered 10th grade. Pew! Limbs spread out, 10th grade was splayed out and pinned to the ground by silly bird's claws. He was unable to move. In 10th grade's eyes, an enormous bird head with a pair of vicious eyes came down and stared at him. 10th grade's body froze as he was dumbstruck. Translator ramblings: Zuo Mo is jade of all trades, master of none and worse off than being master of one. He needs time, lots of time, Ling power needs time to accumulate, Mo physique needs to be exercised and he needs to study and memorize Yao arts. Golden Crow Camp takes control of their own development. 10th grade needs to learn the pecking order, which is silly bird at the top. 10th grade might be a 5th grade Ling beast, but he's just born and silly bird is stronger and more experienced. Who knows what silly bird has eaten has affected her. I also realized something about the black butterfly. Since Zuo Mo kept the butterfly in the card, it hasn't had much interaction with the rest of the pets, and so Zuo Mo doesn't seem to care about it the way he cares about other pets, even weaker ones like Lil Black. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 332, Fiendish Mist. Chapter 332, Fiendish Mist. Who finally finished learning the 300th Little Yao art. Zuo Mo exhaled deeply. Little Yao arts were not complicated at all, but there were so many kinds it was a headache. If it wasn't that his consciousness foundation wasn't bad, it probably would be much harder. He suddenly raised his head. A disturbance was occurring at the front. There was a situation. Zuo Mo was not frightened and was happy. After so many days that he couldn't even remember clearly, they hadn't encountered anything ever since entering this damned ancient battlefield. His figure shifted and he appeared at the very front of the troop. Not far away was a spread of thin bloody mist that seemed to have things moving inside it. The bloody mist was very vast, and showed no end. Out of caution, the troop had stopped. Pu Yao came out and looked gravely at the bloody mist up ahead. Careful, this is fiendish mist. Inside are fiend soul beasts. It wasn't the first time Zuo Mo had heard Pu Yao mention fiendish soul beasts. Every time Pu Yao spoke of them, his tone was very grave. He couldn't resist asking, are those things very powerful? Pu Yao looked at the bloody messed-up head, amazement unable to be disguised in his bloody pupil. In any battlefield that has souls that have not transcended after death, the souls of those dead would roam the battlefield. If the fiendish energy of the battlefield is heavy, these souls will not dissipate, and will absorb fiendish energy to form fiendish souls. Over time, fiendish souls will become fiendish soul beasts. This fiendish mist is a size never heard of before. The fiend's soul beasts inside will also be great. Pu Yao's words made Zuo Mo feel hesitant. If it really was so dangerous, going into this bloody mist. After a few moments of thought, he ordered for camp to be set. Golden Crow Camp had completely transformed. Golden Crow Hall was filled with people that gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to discuss their studies. It was very noisy. This was an unique habit that they had formed during their time in Little Mountain Jia. Everyone had come from small sects and were limited in their knowledge. Many of the problems that they encountered were not ones that could be resolved by themselves. Out of helplessness, consolidating everyone's strength became the only choice. Over time, this became a unique habit of Golden Crow Camp. The unique open environment of Golden Crow Camp and the trust built up due to persevering through hardship together was the most fertile ground to grow these relationships. Zuo Mo's Jade Scroll was like a spring rain that instantly created vitality. But today, they had not gathered to discuss problems of formations. The fiendish mist is in front of us. Even though Darren has decided to temporarily make camp, we need to prepare for entering the fiendish mist, Sun Bao said seriously. Everyone listened careful. After they had all sworn the killing hard oath, they became much closer. If before they were more like partners working together, then now everyone was of the same sect. I don't want to interrupt everyone's cultivation plans, but the situation is an emergency, Ji Wei continued. Our Golden Crow Camp must not drag Darren down, and needs to do our best to help Darren. Otherwise, aren't we useless? Everyone nodded their heads with expressions of agreement. Sun Bao nodded his head inside, and said in a deep voice, so, I and Master Sun Bao have decided to gather all the strength of the camp to forge a talisman. The 500th type. An exhausted Zuo Mo collapsed onto the ground. Zuo Mo had furiously cultivated the little Yao Arch just so he could get that spell from Pu Yao as soon as possible. If they entered this fiendish mist, the ones in most danger were Vermilion Bird Camp and Golden Crow Camp. Entering the fiendish mist was truly stepping into the inner span on the ancient battlefield. Even though it was dangerous up ahead, but Zuo Mo saw more hope than in the desolation that he had seen these previous days. Pu Yao also supported this. The closer they were to the center of the battlefield, the more likely he could recognize where they were. Unless they could find a working transportation formation, finding the general position of this Jia was their only hope of leaving this place. The bean-sized beads of sweat gathered in streams that flowed down his face. Zuo Mo didn't wipe them off, and said in a hoarse voice, Pu, spell. All right. Pu Yao did not waste words and briskly handed over a jade scroll. Grabbing the jade scroll, Zuo Mo felt he had recovered some energy and forced himself up to run towards Vermilion Bird Camp. Behind him, Pu Yao's eyes flashed with an unusual light. He imperceptibly murmured, Divine Summon Art, really makes me anticipate. In front of Gongsun Sha, Vermilion Bird Camp finished their organization. Everyone was silent and their eyes were full of anticipation. This was the first time they had gathered after entering this ghastly place. Was there a mission? Many people couldn't help but feel excitement. These battle maniacs felt moldy after spending every day on the boats. From today, all of your training missions are temporarily cancelled, and changed to cultivating this spell. Gongsun Sha smiled slightly, and then Zhong Ru and the others beside him quickly handed jade scrolls to every person. Everyone had a puzzled expression. Cultivate a new spell? But they suppressed their curiosity and remained motionless. Take a look. Only when Gongsun Sha said these words did they hurry to read the jade scroll in their heads. Fiend Ling. Gongsun Sha saw the shock and joy on all the faces, and smiled. With this spell, the combat abilities of Vermilion Bird Camp would not drop but go up a level. However, his own strength. His gaze turned to Zuo Shixiang, who was cultivating in the distance, and suddenly smiled. After some more time, maybe he could give Zuo Shixiang a surprise. The troop camped down at the border of the fiendish mist. The entire camp was busy. Even Zuo Mo was cultivating. With the fiendish mist in front of their eyes, there was nothing else that could motivate Zuo Mo even more. If he increased his strength by a fraction, then his chance of surviving would increase by a fraction. Motivated by the looming threat of impending doom, Zuo Mo uncovered his own potential and progressed quickly. Right now, he had cultivated to the third transformation of the Great Day Mo physique, Day Script Palm. He felt very excited at the power of this move. This move would gather an enormous golden palm over 10 zhang in size. Under a palm strike, half of a mountain peak would disappear. Even Xiashan and Xu Long couldn't help but turn pale when they saw Zuo Mo perform this move. Xiashan rejoiced greatly now that he hadn't let achieving Jindan go to his head. He didn't know where Darren had learned this strange moves from. Each move was enormously powerful. He was certain if he fought against Darren, he had no chance of victory. The longer he stayed with Zuo Mo, the more respect and awe Xiashan felt. In his eyes, Zuo Mo was filled with mysteries and enigmas. Zuo Mo's face was dusty. The palm of his hand hurt like it had been sliced with a blade. 3 golden lines could be made out on his palm. Relative to the power of the day script palm, was its cultivation difficulty. Zuo Mo needed to cultivate to the point that his entire hand was covered in golden lines that formed a network. At that point, the day script palm could be considered somewhat complete. Each transformation of the 6 transformations of the Great Day Mo physique was vast, profound, easy to learn but hard to master. Puya was unusual in that he did not disturb Zuo Mo's cultivation of Great Day Mo physique. Did this guy also know it was dangerous up ahead? Zuo Mo was slightly reassured. If Puya went crazy, no one could stop him. He raised his head and saw that everyone else was focusing on their cultivation. He was instantly filled with motivation. So what if it was the fiendish mist? With this group of brothers, even if it was places more dangerous than the fiendish mist, he was not afraid. Having understood something, Zuo Mo said to 10th grade that was playing with Lil Pagoda and Lil Fire, 10th grade, you have to work on your cultivation, and do not slack off. 10th grade felt humiliated and his little face dropped. He looked with trepidation at Silly Bird, and coincidentally saw a cold light flash through the small crack of Silly Bird's eye as she was resting. 10th grade's body froze, and fully felt the impact of Lil Pagoda's nudge. Lil Pagoda was so excited it spun, and Lil Fire chirped happily from the side. Silly Bird glanced at 10th grade and then closed her eyes. 10th grade felt coldness shoot up from his spine and turned back to docilely play with Lil Pagoda and Lil Fire. Zuo Mo did not detect the strangeness of it. In his view, it was normal for 10th grade to play with Lil Pagoda and Lil Fire. He turned his face and looked with concern at Ague. Grabbing Ague's hand, a thread of consciousness was put into her body. Zuo Mo frowned. The purple light inside Ague's body was very weak and showed no signs of strengthening. However, what reassured him was that the black fiendish energy had no effect on Ague. Zuo Mo marveled at this point. Ague's spells and secret techniques were strange and profound. Even Pu Yao, who thought himself as knowledgeable, did not know of its origins. However, Zuo Mo did not care about all that. Ague, we will definitely get out. Zuo Mo's voice was not loud, but was filled with determination. 10th grade was filled with humiliation. To him whose goal was to become 10th grade, it was a great blow to submit to Silly Bird's power even if it was done out of helplessness. He had originally assumed he was Master's strongest Ling Beast, but he hadn't thought there would be one even stronger. Truthfully, 10th grade did not like Silly Bird at all. This narcissistic and show-off bird had a cold attitude towards Master, and should be executed for. He had the thought multiple times of taking care of this Silly Bird for Master. He hadn't expected he would be taken care of first. He wasn't just taken care of, but like an idiot, he had to play with these children of low intelligence. Such a dark life. Lil Pagoda didn't know 10th grade's depressed mood. It was playing very happily. Having successfully nudged 10th grade just now, both it and Lil Fire were greatly motivated to continue playing. That was the first time they had managed to catch 10th grade. Without noticing, the 3 little ones gradually neared the fiendish mist. 10th grade was enveloped in his low mood after being dominated while Lil Pagoda and Lil Fire had completely gone off playing. No one noticed the arrival of danger. A dark red light suddenly flew out of the fiendish mist, and accurately struck Lil Pagoda. The happily playing Lil Pagoda suddenly froze and dropped down like dead weight. This dark red light rolled up like the long tongue of a monster and pulled Lil Pagoda to burrow back into the fiendish mist. This change happened without warning and was lightning fast. Another dark red light leapt out at Lil Fire, and was going to strike Lil Fire. 10th grade finally reacted by this time. The dark little face filled with killing intent, the 2 eyes glaring angrily as the flying black crescent blade turned to a black light and struck the red light. The red light hissed and fled towards the fiendish mist. Silly Bird suddenly opened her eyes, viciousness flashing through both of her eyes. With a call, her figure disappeared. Translator ramblings, the easy piece has been broken, peaceful arcs are much easier to translate. The little one aka Zuo Mo's quasi-son is now in trouble. I'm sorry you didn't get to see the Yao arts even though Zuo Mo has mastered all 500 little Yao arts, but that will come in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 333, Fiend Soul Tide. Chapter 333, Fiend Soul Tide. With an explosive sound echoing through the air, Silly Bird darted off like a grey bolt of lightning and headed into the fiendish mist. A piercing wail came out of the fiendish mist as the red light that 10th grade wounded suddenly exploded into dots of red light. Among the red dots, Silly Bird stood with murderous eyes. Yet Lil Pagoda's figure had disappeared. The killing intent in Silly Bird's eyes grew. The grey feathers on her forehead stood on end. 10th grade flew next to Silly Bird, his face heavy. The black crescent blade danced around his body, killing energy spreading outwards in threads. Even if he was at odds with Silly Bird and the others, but they were all Master's Ling beasts. Even more, the change had occurred right in front of his eyes. How could he not be angry? Without any hesitation, Silly Bird's large eyes narrowed, and like an arrow, she charged into the fiendish mist. 10th grade's face froze. He jumped up, turning into a black light, and entered the fiendish mist. Everyone else was alerted and prepared to enter the fiendish mist. Do not go in. Zuo Mo's voice came from behind them. They saw Zuo Mo's face full of suppressed pain, and he sat down cross-legged immediately after saying this. Everyone stared at each other. Many people had panicked expressions. Zuo Mo's present situation was not very good. Lil Pagoda was his soul-tethered talisman, and was connected in mind with him. The moment that Lil Pagoda was attacked, Zuo Mo felt it. The injuries that Lil Pagoda had taken also affected Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo felt his mind was shaken and had almost shattered. Shocked, he instantly sank into his mind. A thread of his mind connected him with the distant Lil Pagoda. Zuo Mo's consciousness was not weak, and his mind was strong. Even though he shook, he quickly steadied, and the connection with Lil Pagoda cleared up. But Zuo Mo was not happy at all and felt terrible. His connection to Lil Pagoda had not been cut off, but no matter how he called out mentally, Lil Pagoda did not respond. Gritting his teeth, Zuo Mo put a thread of his mind, he entered Lil Pagoda's body. When his mind entered Lil Pagoda's body, Zuo Mo finally understood how terrible the situation was. The balls of pure 5-element energies inside the pagoda had stopped moving and hung motionless inside the void of the pagoda. Usually, the pure 5-element energies would be in balance, creating and subduing each other, as they spun endlessly to form a simple yet wondrous little 5-element world. Zuo Mo was clear on the wondrous process of the 5-element being created and destroyed within the pagoda. How could he not be shocked finding that the pure 5-element energies inside Lil Pagoda's body had stopped moving? The amount of pure 5-element energies inside Lil Pagoda was hundreds of times larger than when Zuo Mo had first bought it. This enormous amount had come from Lil Pagoda's continuous deconstruction of talismans and materials. Zuo Mo could see the 5-element marrow that was being formed out of the 5-elemental energies. Eventually these 5-element marrow would reach a critical mass and it would form small amounts of 5-element base source. Every bit of 5-element base source was unusually valuable and powerful. Lil Pagoda's body was filled with abundant pure 5-element energies, and even contained a small amount of 5-element marrow, but it had not created any 5-element base source yet. Zuo Mo took a deep breath. He had no way to push the gigantic balls of pure 5-element energies floating above his head. He was the owner, but it had always been Lil Pagoda itself that had always controlled the circulation of pure 5-element energies. The most effective method was for Lil Pagoda itself to recover. However, he still did not know what Lil Pagoda had been wounded by. He could feel the existence of Lil Pagoda, could enter Lil Pagoda's body, but was unable to communicate with Lil Pagoda. Pu Yao suddenly appeared next to Zuo Mo. It is a fiend's soul. Pu Yao stared at the 5 balls of 5-element pure energy in the void, and said faintly, this 5-element pagoda is filled with intelligence, and is irresistible to fiend souls. Fiend souls? Zuo Mo didn't have the time to ask how Pu Yao could come in and hurriedly asked, what does this have to do with fiend souls? Fiend souls are born from the fiendish mist, and over time, they will form a slight intelligence. When they become more intelligent, they will start to process fiendish energy and become fiend soul beasts. Pu Yao looked back and said gravely, fiend souls love materials and talismans that have intelligence the most. They can slowly corrupt it and make it their own so they can quickly progress to becoming fiend soul beasts. Zuo Mo's eyes turned cold. They usually kill each other to capture the intelligence and to continuously become stronger. Not just fiend souls do this, fiend soul beasts also do this. Pu Yao reminded him, you have to be careful. I've never seen a fiend mist cloud of this size. The number of fiend souls contained in it should be astounding. As Pu Yao's voice landed, Zuo Mo's expression suddenly changed. Because he saw 3 red lights. It was the first time Zuo Mo had seen a fiend soul. They were like balls of mist covered in a layer of blood-red fiend mist. From afar, they looked like curving red worms of various sizes. The longest was 1 chi, and the smallest was not even half a cun in size. The vicious and destructive presence that each one had was like the dark wind from hell that filled every part of the void. Zuo Mo could feel the primitive and innate viciousness killing intent in the fiend's souls. Suddenly, Zuo Mo thought of being at Wukong Mountain and using Art of Aged Gold to kill worms inside the Ling grains. The presence of those pests could not compare to these fiend souls, of course, but he was far more powerful than he was in the past. After experiencing so many battles, would Zuo Mo become timid and panicked by such a little scene? Zuo Mo was preparing to activate Light Void Wings to smash these 3 fiend souls when he suddenly remembered that he was just a bit of soul at the moment. How could he activate Light Void Wings? However, he reacted quickly and raised his hands for 3 bolts of young fiendish hard lightning. Pia pia pia. The 3 bolts of young fiendish hard lightning accurately hit the 3 fiend souls. The 3 fiend souls didn't even have the time to wail before they were destroyed. Zuo Mo released a breath. So these fiend souls were paper tigers. They made a lot of noise, but they weren't even worth a single blow. So when he saw 6 fiend souls burrow in, he did not hesitate to continue casting yang fiendish hard lightning. Fiend souls continuously crawled and so Zuo Mo continuously cast yang fiendish hard lightning. After a few dozen bolts, his expression became ugly. The fiend souls did not amount to much individually, but their numbers continuously increased as they burrowed in. Zuo Mo was just being supported by a thread of consciousness at the moment. The young fiendish hard lightning was strong, but it expended a lot of spiritual power. If it continued like this, he wouldn't be able to continue for much longer. Use the little Yao arts, Pu Yao reminded idly from the side. Zuo Mo's hand shook, and he was instantly furious. Pu Yao, what do you mean? Are you just standing aside and watching? Pu Yao spread his hands and shrugged, his face full of helplessness. It isn't that I don't want to help, but I can't. This is your soul-tethered talisman. You who can use Ling power here, but no other person can. It wasn't easy for me to come in. If I acted, it won't be the fiend souls, but these 5 big guys above will instantly attack me. Pia pia pia. Large amounts of multicolored light flew out of the 5 balls of 5-element pure energy. These 5 colored energies were like sword energies and were very sharp. When they hit a fiend soul, the fiend's soul would instantly be destroyed. In the blink of an eye, a large patch had been cleared. Seeing the situation, Zuo Mo was overjoyed. The pressure on him would lessen if these 5 balls of 5-element pure energy could automatically defend themselves. Pu Yao naturally understood what Zuo Mo was thinking, and poured cold water. Don't be prematurely happy. The number of fiend souls in this fiendish mist is much higher than you can imagine. As he said, the number of fiend souls that crawled in increased dramatically. Zuo Mo's heart beat wildly. The fiend souls were like an endless tide. The defense of the pure 5-element energies were still just as sharp, but Zuo Mo could see that the pure 5-element energies were smaller than before. If it continued like this, Zuo Mo instantly felt panic. The fiend souls that burrowed in covered all the spaces as they furiously leapt at the pure 5-element energies. Some even leapt at Zuo Mo. Damn it! Just as Zuo Mo was stuck on what to do, Pu Yao's reminder sounded at his ears, use little Yao arts. Pu Yao's voice was not idle like before and was full of panic. Inside the fiendish mist, an enormous blood-colored twister was forming. The fiend mist seemed to suddenly wake up and became restless. Countless fiend souls came from all directions and furiously charged at this twister. At the center of this blood-red twister, Lil Pagoda rolled among countless fiend souls. This fiend souls furiously tried to burrow into the pagoda, but there were so many fiend souls that no more could enter. The countless fiend souls formed a terrifying tide that pulled the flashing Lil Pagoda deeper into the fiendish mist. Such a large noise disturbed even the stronger fiend soul beasts inside the fiend mist. Countless pairs of eyes opened and flashed viciously. Silly Bird charged recklessly in the fiendish mist. For some unknown reason, the fiendish mist that was like poison to others couldn't come within 3 chi of Silly Bird. Everywhere she passed, the rolling red fiend souls seemed to have been frightened and rushed to dodge. Silly Bird's vicious eyes showed signs of panic. She charged in all directions and looked around to search for Lil Pagoda's figure. 10th grade's little body was like a fish in the water in the fiend mist. Inside the fiend mist, the black crescent blade that expanded to more than 10 jiang large. With a long black energy, it was like a powerful axe. What was most strange was that this enormous black axe seemed to have a powerful magnetism that stopped fiend souls from struggling and sucked them in. 10th grade's expression was serious. The blood-red hair floated up like a ball of flame. Little Yao arts? Which type? Zuo Mo's hands did not stop moving as he rapidly asked. Number 76 and 313, use interlocking gold form, Pu Yao hurriedly said. The damned Pu Yao. Making GE play with high difficulty moves at this time. Zuo Mo wanted to spit blood, but he didn't have the time to swear at Pu Yao now. The situation was becoming more dangerous. Several fiend souls had almost charged into the pure five-element energies. He gritted his teeth and his hand movements changed. Number 76, number 313. Zuo Mo's eyes widened greatly. Gritting his teeth, his left hand was like water flowing that created threads of light, his right hand seemed to weigh 30,000 caddies, moving slow and heavy without sound. Zuo Mo tried to maintain the Yao arts on his two hands. The two little Yao arts alone did not pose any difficulty, but he instantly felt burdened when he casted them at the same time. The left hand that moved so rapidly it was blurring with light, and the quiet, snail-slow right hand was abnormally fitting, and strangely reached the front of his chest at the same time. Interlocking gold form. Zuo Mo boldened his heart and channeled all his consciousness. At the same time, his hands crossed, the left hand covered in thread of light like water flowing into the motionless right hand and tangled together. Pu Yao's bloody pupil suddenly widened. Translator ramblings, we get to witness Lil Pagoda's gluttony. I wonder how many Jingxia is the equivalent of talismans and materials it has consumed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 334, Archaic Wasteland Sacrificial Art. Chapter 334, Archaic Wasteland Sacrificial Art. Time seemed to suddenly slow at this moment. The threads of flowing light were like sprouting branches of light that slowly crept and wrapped around Zuo Mo's empty right hand. Pu Yao's mind was suddenly pulled into his memories. Some blurry and distant scenes seemed to overlap onto what was happening in front of him, as though they had occurred yesterday. Teacher. With the imperceptible murmur, the edges and coldness within the bloody pupil disappeared. All of Zuo Mo's attention was focused on the change occurring on his hands. He could feel a strange transformation taking formation in this short moment. What was this? This was just combining two kinds of little Yao arts. Compared to the yang fiendish hard lightning that came from the little thousand leaf hands, it wasn't just simple and low level, there was no way to compare them. Little thousand leaf hands contained all kinds of Yao arts and was created by a sky Yao. It was vast and profound. Even a person with his eyes at the top of his head like Pu Yao praised it. But little Yao arts? 500 kinds of little Yao arts. They were the essential contents every Yao had to cultivate. Any Yao must finish learning the 500 kinds of little Yao arts within their clan before they could enter the Yao art houses. In other words, little Yao arts were the most rudimentary knowledge of Yao cultivation. But the power that exploded between his hands. The last bit of light flowed from Zuo Mo's left hand and wrapped onto his right hand. Hiss crack. Zuo Mo suddenly felt blinding light burst forth in front of his chest. A power filled with destructiveness formed on his right hand like an ancient and wasteland great beast breathing an aged presence as it reared up and authoritatively gazed down upon those it tread beneath its feet. All of the fiend's souls seemed to be paralyzed. Time seemed to stop inside the chaotic pagoda. As extreme movement turned to extreme calm, Pu Yao stared soullessly at Zuo Mo's right hand, his murmur clear to hear. Archaic Wasteland Sacrificial Art. Zuo Mo didn't hear any of Pu Yao's murmur. He was shocked by the light and terrifying presence on his hand. He had completely lost the ability to think. He seemed to unconsciously move his right hand. He saw his right hand lightly sway easily like the flick of a fish's tail. Among the blinding light, an extremely faint shadow flew out of his right hand and suddenly grew. It was like a monster that suddenly opened its bloody maw and swallowed all the fiend souls inside the pagoda. In the fiendish mist, Lil Pagoda that was completely surrounded by fiend souls suddenly shot out countless blinding rays of light. An enormously strong suction force came from inside the tower. Tens of thousands of fiend souls were unable to run away and were instantly sucked into the pagoda. Just at the same time, a simple and bleak presence came from inside the pagoda. The fiend souls that had not been sucked in seemed to be frightened. They instantly scattered like there was a frightening monster inside Lil Pagoda. In the deeps of the fiendish mist, those fiend soul beasts that were higher on the food chain wore frightened expressions in their faces. All of them laid on the ground and didn't dare to move. Zuo Mo felt very terrible now. The fiend souls were completely eaten, but he was stuffed full right now like he had eaten too much. What caused him to panic even more was that these fiend souls hadn't died, and were just restrained in a layer of this strange power. If this power lost control of these fiend souls, they would charge out again. Little Yao Art number 1 and number 500, use straight pass-through form. Pu Yao's voice coincidentally arrived. Zuo Mo's hands paused slightly. His first feeling was that it was not possible. Of the 500 little Yao arts, it encompassed almost all of the basics of Yao arts, and many of them had incompatible characteristics. Number 1 and 500 were the two Yao arts that had the most incompatible and conflicted attributes of almost all antithetical Yao arts. How could two antithetical little Yao arts be cast at the same time? But time did not permit him to think. After pausing, his hands uncontrollably moved according to Pu Yao's words. Number 1, number 500. A peerlessly strange feeling came. Zuo Mo felt unspeakably awkward. He had felt awkward when he had cast number 76 and number 313 at the same time. Compared to that, his feeling of awkwardness was multiple times stronger. What method was this? Zuo Mo endured the peerlessly awkward feeling and managed to cast the two little Yao arts together. Pu Yao's bloody pupil stared unblinkingly at the coiling light that formed in front of Zuo Mo, and unconsciously stopped breathing. He appeared as though he feared his breath would frighten this enchanting and grand light. The two hands that he usually liked to hide in his sleeves unconsciously extended outwards. His expression was also very strange. It was filled with anticipation, but was also as though he was facing a great enemy. The strong feeling of awkwardness increased as the light rose. Zuo Mo felt as though his body was being twisted from the left and right in opposite directions. He knew this was a false feeling. At this time, he was just a thread of soul. What body was there to twist and contort? But he also knew this feeling of conflict actually existed. This was the conflict between laws. As soon as he casted them, he knew it wasn't good. Under the effect of two extreme laws, if he wasn't careful, he would be ground to powder at any time. Under the conflict between two basic laws, this bit of his consciousness was as weak as paper. His mind was being supported on this thread of consciousness. If this was destroyed, his outcome would not be any different than death. The hardest injury to heal was an injury to the soul. Ague was wounded in the soul, and was left like a puppet. Was he going to become like her? With the stimulation of death, Zuo Mo got a burst of energy from somewhere and forcibly calmed himself down. However, how could two such opposed Yao arts be combined using the straight pass-through form? Not possible. It was completely impossible. In a flash, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but he still did not know what to do with the two little Yao arts in front of him. The two little Yao arts were simple and straightforward. Any change in the two were noticed by his awareness, but due to this, he increasingly felt it was impossible. The two were like two carriages that were rushing in opposite directions. Right now, he had to pull them together. How was it possible? Impossible, impossible. Zuo Mo panicked. The two little Yao arts started to conflict. He was able to feel every conflict that happened between the two forces. The feeling of danger grew like there was a sword hanging above his head. He was unable to move, and right now, there was a mouse gnawing on the rope holding the sword. Calm, he had to be calm. Zuo Mo's breathing almost stopped. He told himself repeatedly to be calm. He forced himself to calm. What to do, what to do? Suddenly, it was like a bolt of lightning from the sky. He suddenly recalled the spell formation that he had created in the past. In that variety of spells and sword scriptures, there were also conflicting and incompatible spells and sword scriptures, but he had successfully merged them together. That heterogeneous spell formation was what he had bet on with Pu Yao to win the 6 transformations of the Great Demo Physique. It was a pity that he had thrown that set of spell formations to the side when he got the Great Demo Physique's 6 transformations and concentrated on cultivating the 6 transformations. Zuo Mo had no time to regret why he hadn't kept on working with the spell formations. He worked his brain and tried to remember how he had merged those incompatible spells and sword scriptures into the formation at the time. He thought of how he had controlled those conflicting spells. His mind moved. Ignoring the ever-increasing feeling of danger, he patiently felt every bit of conflict between the two little Yao arts. His consciousness suddenly split into two like two thin whips, and used two completely different powers to insert into the light of the two little Yao arts. A strange transformation occurred. The two powers that had been furiously conflicting with each other used a strange form and started to spin in opposite directions. Light lit up in Zuo Mo's eyes. The conflict between the two little Yao arts decreased and the distance between the two lights decreased. There was none of the enmity and conflict seen before. They were like twins that gathered together. Moving naturally, Zuo Mo's hands seemed to be controlled by something and used the straight pass-through form. A force that was not strong accurately passed through the center of the two little Yao arts. Zuo Mo instantly understood. The light of Pu Yao's bloody pupil was as deep as the ocean. He looked dazedly at the strange yet familiar power in front of Zuo Mo and lightly breathed 3 words. Divine Summoning Art. The shape on front of Zuo Mo's chest was like that of a millstone. The light clearly divided into black and white suddenly created a strong suction. This suction was so strong that even Pu Yao was affected. His black robe flapped as it was pulled. Pu Yao's bloody pupil lit up, his figure remaining motionless. The strange power that had been enveloping the fiend's souls was like a cat that smelled fish, impatiently chasing the countless fiend souls towards the strange black and white millstone. The black and white lights were like the upper and lower parts of the millstone. With astounding speed, it silently crushed countless fiend souls. The fiend's souls did not even have the time to wail before they were completely crushed. Dots of white light floated off the millstone. Zuo Mo's mind moved and he started embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. The dots of white light gathered from all directions like raindrops and entered his body. At the same, the white light that Zuo Mo did not absorb entered the 5 balls of 5-element pure energies. Zuo Mo's entire body was enveloped in the white light to the point his figure was indistinct. Pu Yao's black robe flapped. His bloody pupil stared without movement at Zuo Mo. He just stood there silently without a word. Silly bird who had been running around in the fiendish mist suddenly turned her head. The vicious eyes slowly became gentle until she resumed her usual lazy and proud state. She idly turned and strutted her bird walk. There was none of the killing energy that had just been present. Riding the black crescent blade that was like a huge axe, 10th grade's little face suddenly stilled. Feeling it in his mind, he did not hesitate to ride the black crescent in turn. His speed was suddenly raised to its limit as he cut through the heavy fiendish mist, howling by. In the fiendish mist, Lil Pagoda was covered in a layer of faint white light. The fiendish mist in the surroundings was separated out. Just at this time, Zuo Mo opened his eyes within the pagoda. Translator ramblings: "Oh Pu Yao, if you just want something, ask for it. You went around in such a roundabout way, doesn't it waste time? But this way, it is free since Zuo Mo was forced to do it and Pu Yao didn't have to pay him. Also, I should be in the middle of my road trip at the time this chapter is posted if I haven't screwed up scheduling. I'll return home within the next 10 hours or so if everything is according to plan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 335, Gains. Chapter 335, Gains. Opening his eyes, joy flashed across Zuo Mo's eyes. The richness of his gains this time far surpassed his imagination. Each fiend's soul was refined to powder, leaving behind only the purest thread of soul-based source. Soul-based source like this was so valuable that every shoujo dreamed about obtaining it. The thread of consciousness that was Zuo Mo at this moment was forcibly expanded at an exponential rate. Savoring the intoxicating taste, Zuo Mo seemed to have just tasted gourmet food. Other than satisfaction, he wanted to taste it again. However, this thread of greed spun once in his mind before disappearing. He cared more about Lil Pagoda's situation. Of all the little ones, Lil Pagoda was the most obedient and the one that Zuo Mo liked the most. However, when his gaze turned to the 5 enormous balls of pure 5-element energies above his head, he couldn't help but release a breath. There was none of the slowness and stiffness from before. The pure 5-element energies spun continuously. A simple yet profound 5-element power was displayed in front of him. Before he could examine it closely, a 5-colored light suddenly flew in front of him. It was Lil Pagoda. Seeing Lil Pagoda was uninjured, Zuo Mo instantly smiled. He grabbed Lil Pagoda and said in concern, "My good son, you are all right." He found that Lil Pagoda seemed to have slightly changed. Other than becoming more round in shape, the feeling was much softer, and the 5-element marrow were much rounder than before and twinkled with light. Lil Pagoda snuggled in Zuo Mo's hands and rolled around to prove it was fine. A lively and fawning thought was communicated into Zuo Mo's mind. Zuo Mo couldn't resist grinning. Zuo Mo quickly found to his shock that Lil Pagoda was more lively and smarter than before. The thoughts that Lil Pagoda passed to him were clearer and it had a wider variety of emotions. It seemed that he wasn't the only one that had benefited this time. When he looked around, Zuo Mo made a sound of surprise when he looked at the pure 5-element energies. His mind was connected with Lil Pagoda. In his eyes, the pure 5-element energies were transparent. There were basket-sized inner cores within the pure 5-element energies. This was 5-element marrow. Such large balls of 5-element marrow. Zuo Mo drooled when he saw them. 5-element marrow was a very rare kind of marrow. Even the tiniest bit was very valuable. Feeling the desire in Zuo Mo's heart, the 5 large balls of 5-element marrow instantly floated in front of Zuo Mo. Seeing the 5 enormous balls of 5-element marrow, it would be a lie to say he didn't covet it, but when Zuo Mo saw the obedient and adorable Lil Pagoda beside him, his heart warmed and the greed disappeared. Zuo Mo rubbed Lil Pagoda's head and said with a smile, "All right, put them back. They are for you." Lil Pagoda seemed puzzled that Zuo Mo wanted them, yet he refused. Only with 5-element marrow can you create 5-element base source in the future. When you have 5-element base source, our Lil Pagoda will be very strong, but Lil Pagoda didn't quite understand, but it could feel Zuo Mo's happiness, so it happily flew around Zuo Mo. Bam! Zuo Mo felt the world shake. His heart shook. Had they come again? When he spread out his consciousness, he found it was Silly Bird that had created the disturbance. Silly Bird seemed to know Zuo Mo was watching her. She rolled her eyes and ignored him. Holding Lil Pagoda in her beak, she raised her wings and headed straight for the camp. Along the way, she encountered 10th grade. When 10th grade saw Silly Bird holding Lil Pagoda in her beak, his little face eased slightly. But his expression quickly became extremely ugly. Silly Bird was like a bolt of lightning that flashed by him and disappeared. That's speed. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the Black Moon to its limits and chased the whole way, but he still couldn't see Silly Bird's back. Last time, 10th grade had not accepted his defeat at Silly Bird's claws. But the speed that Silly Bird displayed today made him feel suffocated. Detecting the difference in ability, it did not discourage 10th grade but lit up his motivation. If he couldn't defeat a bird, how could he reach the peak of 10th grade? On the Black Moon, 10th grade balled his fists, pressed his lips together, his tender face was filled with determination. At the same time Silly Bird carried Lil Pagoda back to camp, Zuo Mo woke up from his meditation. When the enormous thread of consciousness returned to his body, it was like an abundant stream of water flowing into a deep pond. The level of water in the pond instantly exploded. Zuo Mo was so comfortable he wanted to groan. 3 times. The consciousness in his body had grown 3 times over. This was a number that almost drove Zuo Mo insane. When he opened his eyes, he felt as though he had a fantastical dream. Multiplying 3 times in one night. He had never heard of such an impossible matter, and it had happened on his body. He rushed to find Pu Yao. Pu, what happened? Pu Yao's expression was calm and he did not look any different than usual. He twisted his mouth. Nothing, you have good luck. Seeing the enthusiasm on Zuo Mo's face, Pu Yao, who hadn't prepared to say more, suddenly saw the scene of Zuo Mo casting the little Yao arts in front of him. He thought and then said, Fiend souls are created from remnant threads of soul. You absorbed their soul base source. It is the first time I have seen something like this. He did not lie. Only a fiendish mist of such scale could form such a large number of fiend souls. Everything here was far out of Pu Yao's imagination. So fiend souls can nurture the consciousness. Zuo Mo's eyes lit up. Good thing. Good thing. Pu Yao saw Zuo Mo and knew what he was planning. To other people, these fiend souls were very dangerous, and their minds would be easily corroded if they were not careful. It was not a simple matter to forge fiend souls into pure soul base source. Yes, fiend souls were created by that thread of soul, but these soul remnants were the convictions of those that died, and contained all kinds of negative emotions. Over long periods of slaughter and fighting, they became even more vicious and dangerous. Would it be an easy matter to process them? Unless. Pu Yao looked dazedly at Zuo Mo. Even though he had speculations and anticipation before, but when he saw Zuo Mo cast the archaic wasteland sacrificial art with his own eyes, the blow of shock he received was stronger than anyone else. He suddenly turned and glanced at the gravestone. Many of the previous incidents had just been him acting rashly in anger against the gravestone, but now the gravestone seemed to detect Pu Yao's thoughts. The black energy suddenly grew. Immersed in his wonderful dreams, Zuo Mo noticed the abnormality of the gravestone. He pointed with shock at the gravestone and asked Pu Yao with a curious expression, "What is it doing?" Pu Yao's mood suddenly became good. Glancing at the gravestone, he snicked, "Oh, he saw your consciousness improved greatly and is happy for you." Oh. Zuo Mo understood and then asked, "Right, Pu, what are the 2 moves you taught me today called?" "They are very powerful." Looking at Zuo Mo, Pu Yao felt even better and looked, with mirth at the corner of his mouth, at the gravestone. "Before, I did not compete with you, but now." The mirth at his lips disappeared. He turned his gaze to Zuo Mo, and raised an eyebrow. "How is it? Nice to use? Not lacking compared to the great Mo physique?" Not lacking, not lacking." Zuo Mo rubbed his hands and snickered. "Have you not clearly seen the true quality of this person? This person would call anyone that gives him milk mother?" Pu Yao was very smug. "But my path overall has more of a future than your road. Teacher, are you happy?" Countless thoughts flashed through Pu Yao's mind. Zuo Mo found to his surprise that Pu Yao's expression had become stern. "It is called the archaic wasteland sacrificial art." Pu Yao's voice was deep. "Just like little thousand-leaf hands, it is an entire set of Yao arts, and was created by another Sky Yao, my teacher." "Your teacher?" Zuo Mo was very shocked. Pu Yao would rarely speak of the past. This was the first time Pu Yao had spoken of his own history. Yes, my teacher. Pu Yao had an reminiscent expression. His expression was stern without any of the nonchalance he usually had. He looked focusedly at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo, are you sure you want to learn? Pu Yao's complete shift in attitude caused Zuo Mo to feel the unusual nature of this matter. He didn't agree immediately and asked cautiously, Pu, to learn this set of archaic wasteland sacrificial art, are there any requirements? Very simple, you accept the succession of this branch. Can you be more concrete? Zuo Mo carefully asked. Concrete? Pu Yao stilled. He had never thought about the problem of accepting students. Being asked by Zuo Mo now, he didn't know what to say. He tilted his head and thought back to when teacher had accepted him. Before you accept students, you must travel to the first Yao art house of the Yao realm and enter your name into the Sky Yao Pavilion. Thinking about it, Pu Yao suddenly felt ashamed. He remembered the hopes teacher had for him. Even though he had become a Sky Yao, but due to other reasons, he had not realized teacher's hopes. This demand surprised Zuo Mo. Oh, you don't need me to swear an oath? Not necessary. No rules? No. No restrictions? No. The more Zuo Mo asked, the stranger he felt the situation was. This sect, in his understanding, it was a sect. The requirements for acceptance for this sect was really low. As to being entered in Sky Yao Pavilion, Zuo Mo didn't think of it as an important matter. Accept students? That matter had nothing to do with him. Sky Yao Pavilion, who even knew what that was? But as long as he did not accept students, that had nothing to do with him. By the end of the inquiry, Zuo Mo still didn't quite believe it. Were Yao sects so easy to enter? In Xiuzhi sects, every disciple had their duties, each needed to contribute to the sect in order to receive benefits. Yet Pu Yao's sect didn't need any service and he could get benefits. It was so strange. After thinking for a while, Zuo Mo felt there was only one possibility left. Pu Yao's sect was definitely a pitifully small sect. Only the lowest and smallest sects would be so indiscriminating. Spat spat spat. Zuo Mo found that he was now a part of the sect, and hurriedly stopped. However, he had found the differences after such a contrast. The gravestone had something like oaths to abide by and probably originated from a large sect, which was why it had so many rules. Pu Yao's sect was so loose and definitely was a small one. Oh, if I learn the archaic wasteland sacrificial art, can I still cultivate the great Dayamo physique? Zuo Mo shamelessly asked. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo, always asking for a mile when he's given an inch. Some things have to do with talent, but there are also complicating factors. The 500 little Yao arts are little, so in this case, it means they are elementary and for beginners. They are not powerful enough to affect the world. In fact, it is probably going to be a disappointment if you have the expectation that laws are hugely powerful and understanding grants you a magical power or ability. Understanding something doesn't mean you have the power to change or affect the world even if you understand how it works. So they are more limited than what other stories depict. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 336, Try. Chapter 336, Try. Pu Yao stared at Zuo Mo without speaking. Zuo Mo felt uncomfortable under the gaze and smiled weakly. It would be a pity to not cultivate the great Dayamo physique. After being stared at while, just as Zuo Mo thought Pu Yao was going to be angry, Pu Yao suddenly spoke, I have to think about this. Even though Pu Yao didn't immediately answer, Zuo Mo still saw hope. He hurriedly left the sea of consciousness. Once Zuo Mo left the sea of consciousness, large amounts of black mist came out of the gravestone. Figures flitted across the surface of the stone. Pu Yao seemed to not see them, and spoke to himself, cultivate Yao and Mo together, this idea is quite interesting. The relationship between Yao and Mo was much closer than with Xiuzhi, but the two of them had never heard of a person cultivating Yao and Mo at the same time. Pu Yao was a knowledgeable Yao, and the archaic wasteland sacrificial art was a lost and great knowledge. But the great Dayamo physique was also a high-ranking Mo physique. If Zuo Mo had not successfully cultivated it, Pu Yao definitely wouldn't rack his brains over the issue. But since Zuo Mo had successfully cultivated the great Dayamo physique, it would really be a pity to throw it away. Yao cultivation was the most free and liberal of all three cultivations. Education methods like the Yao art houses were much more liberal than the sect succession of the Xiuzhi or the clan succession of the Mo. Figures flashed across the gravestone. You feel it is possible to try? Pu Yao raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. He sank into thought. He had all kinds of anger and dissatisfaction with the gravestone, but being the one to guard the gravestone for tens of thousands of years, the other was a significant factor. The gravestone had many places that he felt were stupid, stubborn, and too conservative, but he was familiar with the accomplishments and knowledge the gravestone had. Pu Yao became unusually hesitant. Since Zuo Mo could comprehend the divine summoning art on his own, he was perfect for cultivating the archaic wasteland sacrificial art, and was the best successor. If Zuo Mo focused on cultivating the archaic wasteland sacrificial art, there was a high possibility that he could reach the stage of a Sky Yao. But if he cultivated the Mo physique and the Yao art at the same time, it was hard to predict the outcome. The journey of cultivating a Mo physique was the most dangerous of the three paths. His soul would be destroyed due to the slightest carelessness. The flashing shadow of a person on the surface of the gravestone silently waited for Pu Yao's decision. Pu Yao glanced at the gravestone out of the corner of his eyes. Its silence, and the events that happened in the past flashed across his mind. His bloody pupil suddenly became deep, and an imperceptible sorrow floated at the deepest part of his eye. In a moment, his expression turned normal. He smiled mockingly and said, "What? Afraid your line of succession will end? Your set of stuff is so old its teeth is falling out, it should have been thrown into the trash a long time ago. Humph. If he wants to cultivate, then cultivate. I'm also slightly curious. TSK, Yao art, Mo physique, spells, formations, what kind of weirdo will this boy cultivate to become?" A hint of insanity flashed across Pu Yao's bloody pupil. In the camp, after Zuo Mo opened his eyes, everyone's hearts finally landed. However, this incident rang the alarm for everyone. This ghastly place was more dangerous than they had imagined. The people of Guard Camp worked even harder on their cultivation. The black fiendish energy had benefits for them. The black fiendish energy inside the fiendish mist was even denser and harder to process. They had to carefully control the rate at which they absorbed fiendish mist. Otherwise, the fiendish mist would corrode their minds and they would gradually turn to fiend soul beasts. However, this was a good place to cultivate hardship guard. All of them progressed quickly. Another person cultivated and formed their weapon. This person was an unexpected surprise to everyone. It was actually a Wen. After a Wen healed completely, he stayed with Guard Camp and started cultivating hardship guard with everyone else. In Guard Camp, a Wen had spent the shortest time cultivating hardship guard, but his progression rate was amazing. When Zuo Mo was informed that a Wen had formed his weapon, he also jumped in fright. This talent was too outrageous. A Wen's weapon was a spear. Its entire body was black without any light. A dark red tassel hung below the head of the spear like a dark flame. Once this black spear formed, a Wen hugged it and sank into meditation. What also surprised Zuo Mo were the 300 flower slaves. After these flower slaves were rescued from 100 Flower Alliance, Shu Long had been taking care of them as they cultivated the Flower Yao mutual existence art. This Yao art was very wondrous. In a short period of time, they regained their clarity of mind and managed to suppress the ling flowers planted on their bodies. The flowers that 100 Flower Alliance picked to grow on these flower slaves were all rare and valuable ling flowers. These ling flowers were all 5th grade, and by themselves were rare ling objects that could automatically absorb the ling energy in the surroundings. However, this place was thin in ling energy and was filled with black fiendish energy. The ling flowers on their bodies had all turned to absorbing black fiendish energy instead. It had to be said that everything in the world had their own abilities. The brutal and dark black fiendish energy was not dark at all after being absorbed by the ling flowers, and became warm and lively. They progressed quickly. Compared to the Guard Camp being fishes in the water, the situation of Vermilion Bird Camp was not too good. Even though Zuo Mo had given them the scrolls of Fiend Ling, so they did not have to fear black fiendish energy as much as before, they still needed to cultivate it to a certain stage to regain their full combat abilities. Among them, the 16 Seal Xiu led by Gong Liangwei were the worst off. After they were captured in Little Mountain Jia, they had been put into Vermilion Bird Camp by Gong Sensha. However, due to their unique cultivating methods, their position in Vermilion Bird Camp was very awkward. At present, the combat tactic of Vermilion Bird Camp depended on speed and sharpness. This was the tactic that Sword Xiu were most skilled in. What Seal Xiu were more skilled in was support. Adding on that the spells they cultivated weren't anything profound, the increases they could provide were limited. To date, before they could act, the battle would be finished. Even though Gongsun Sha Darren put importance on them, it could not change the fact that they were in an awkward position. Their cultivation was at the bottom of Vermilion Bird Camp, and the Yifin Ling had high demands of cultivation. They found it even harder. "Why don't we ask Gongsun Cha Darren to move to Golden Crow Camp?" one of the people said with his head down. Gong Liangwei was silent. He was over his 40s, his talent was average, but due to his steadiness, he was the Shixiang of this group of people. He also knew that Golden Crow Camp was more appropriate for them at this time. They were skilled in all kinds of seal, and one among them called Li Shuo was able to make second-grade seal soldiers. This was a great achievement for Ningmai-level Seal Xiao. Seal Xiao were skilled in all kinds of seals, were skilled in formations in making all kinds of seals, and to attack through use of seals. In a Seal Xiao's normal cultivation, they needed to use all kinds of formations and seals. This was the point that they differed from other Xiaojia. This place was thin in Ling power. The formations that they needed for their cultivation could not perform fully, and their cultivation was not enough that they could cultivate Fiend Ling. As they spoke, Zhongru walked towards them. Gong Liangwei hurriedly stood and went up to welcome Zhongru. Zhongru was the leader of the Shield Guard platoon, and was responsible for Gongsun Daren's safety. He had a high position in Vermilion Bird Camp. Gong Liangwei was skilled in interaction, and did not show any of the trouble on his face. He said with a smile, "It is rare for Zhong Daren to come here, is there something you wish to order?" Zhongru smiled warmly and passed over several jade scrolls. Gongsun Daren has asked me to deliver some things to everyone. Gong Liangwei took the jade scrolls with slight puzzlement. What is worth Daren personally making a trip? Everyone will know after reading. After Zhongru spoke, he raised his folded hands and left. Zhongru's cultivation deepened by the day, and was increasingly warm and subdued like he was a normal person without any sharp edges. After Zhongru left, everyone crowded over. Gong Liangwei's consciousness swept the jade scroll, and his body uncontrollably tensed. The jade scrolls on their hands were the jade scrolls Zuo Mo had sent to Golden Crow Camp. The content on formations made everyone's eyes lit up. Gongsun Sha was immersed in playing war chess every day. That mysterious person did not appear, so he studied by himself. Ever since he heard that battle generals had their cultivation spells, his thoughts started to wander. He was completely enchanted with the highly difficult profession of battle general. Since he did not have the spells that battle generals cultivated, then why couldn't he explore by himself? Gongsun Cha's personality was a bit insane to begin with. He was always filled with interest and enthusiasm towards matters that normal people would find irrational. Creating battle general spells, another person wouldn't even dare to think of it, but he had no fear. However, in terms of knowledge of cultivation, he had a good grasp of his own limitations, but he also had his own solution: war chess. The craftsmanship of these war chess games were exquisitely detailed, and they closely mimicked to reality. The person that designed them definitely was a great battle general. Of course, the possibility it was a Yama general was great. However, this difference wasn't major in Gongsun Cha's view. He tried to find hints and clues in the war chess games. He was curious how true battle generals cultivated. He had been immersed in this highly difficult pursuit recently. He had made discoveries. Pu Yao, who had been teaching Zuo Mo, suddenly raised his head, shock flashing through his bloody pupil. Zuo Mo stilled, raised his head and asked, "What is it?" "Oh, nothing." Pu Yao's expression turned normal. He looked at Zuo Mo. "You can continue to practice the great Damo physique. The condition is that your Yao art cultivation meets my demands." "What demands?" Zuo Mo weakly asked. Pu Yao gave a teeth-baring smile. "When I was in the Yao art house, I had a nickname, but..." "Nickname?" Zuo Mo was dazed. "What nickname?" "They like to call me the Encyclopedia of Yao Arts." The faint voice came from Pu Yao's shadowed face. A sharp smile flashed. "As my successor, you need to maintain this great tradition." A bad feeling washed over Zuo Mo's mind. "From today onwards, immerse yourself in the ocean of Yao arts." Pu Yao's arrogant voice threw Zuo Mo completely into hell. There were many kinds of Yao arts, and could not be counted. Just basic little Yao arts had 500 kinds, so the true scale could be imagined. Also, Pu Yao had no intentions of passing archaic wasteland sacrificial art onto Zuo Mo, and started to explain things beginning with little Yao arts. Zuo Mo found to his shock that the little Yao arts that he learned were more complicated and intricate than he had previously imagined. A completely different world started to reveal itself to him. Pu Yao had never spoken of Yao arts like this before. He was confident with each type of Yao art, free and high-flying. The person and Yao were immersed and completely forgot the flow of time. After an unknown number of days, they were suddenly disturbed. It was Golden Crow Camp. Translator ramblings: "There might be some ambiguity which is probably deliberate, but you guys are really good at picking at the details, so I'm going to clarify about the gravestone." When Pu Yao talks about the gravestone, it is usually as though the gravestone is a person which is communicating back to him in this chapter. However, the gravestone is also an object, and the gravestone or he that Pu Yao refers to is not the gravestone as an object. "Poor Zuo Mo, you are a little lab rat. Pu Yao is crazy enough to risk gambling with his own life on Zuo Mo being able to cultivate the 3 different methods at the same time, since if Zuo Mo dies, he will as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 337, Crimson Fiend Cauldron. Chapter 337, Crimson Fiend Cauldron. The center of the slave transporting boat had been completely transformed. The rooms on multiple floors had been completely torn down. Right now, what stood in their place was a double-handled red cauldron about 5 zhang tall. The crimson red cauldron appeared to have been just taken from a strong fire. The shape was simple, but the presence was heavy. If one went to closer, they would see that the body of the cauldron was covered in formation scripts written in the size of ants. The complexity would make one faint. If a shoujo skilled in forging saw this cauldron, they would be very shocked. Such small and complex formation scripts could not be completed even if a Jindan forging shoujo worked for 3 to 5 years. This enormous Crimson Fiend cauldron was the effort by all of the people in Golden Crow Camp. The body of the cauldron was made from a mixture of fire element materials like crimson fire rock. The great majority were 4th grade materials. The forging method to make the crimson fire cauldron was different than normal methods. After the plan had been confirmed, the large cauldron had been divided into 326 pieces. There had been clear discussion regarding the size of each piece and the seal scripts carved into them. Due to the fact the sizes of the parts were relatively small after being dismembered, the forging difficulty was much lower. Each piece was repeatedly forged, and each line on the seal scripts had been exquisitely planned. In other words, the large cauldron was a puzzle that was pieced together. The entire assembly process took 7 whole days and nights. Members of Golden Crow Camp forged without sleep and rest to finish. After that, the entire camp used Golden Crow fire to forge it for 14 days to melt it into one body. Today, the large cauldron took form. When every Golden Crow Camp member looked at this astounding large Crimson Fiend cauldron, their eyes were filled with head and pride. 5th grade. The grade of this large cauldron was 5th grade. When the masters announced this result, all of the camp cheered. 5th grade, that was enough for every person of Golden Crow Camp to feel proud. Golden Crow Camp did not have one Jindan in its ranks, all of them were Ningmai. Only Jindan Shouja, of at least the 2nd stratum, had the ability to forging 5th grade talismans. But Golden Crow Camp that had no Jindan at all did it. However, the cheers only continued for a short period of time. Everyone's expression turned serious because an even more crucial step was arriving. Black-red fiendish mist flowed towards the slave transporting boat like a tide. Inside the slave transporting boat, the mood was nervous, and the loud voices of the 2 masters could be heard. Pay attention and control the flow rate of the fiendish mist. Maintain the Golden Crow fire, keep it up. The fiendish mist that was absorbed turned to a slender black-red flow and entered the large cauldron. The Golden Crow fire within the cauldron seemed to have had a bucket of oil poured over it and grew. Everyone uncontrollably stopped breathing. The fine seal scripts on the Crimson Fiend cauldron suddenly shot up with gold light. A vast ling power wave filled every corner of the slave transporting boat. The formations on the boat lit up at almost the same time. Only now did the hearts of Golden Crow Camp members land. Cheers suddenly exploded. Master Ji-Wei's face was covered in tears. Sun Bo was also very emotional, swallowing hard and unable to speak. He felt it would be worth it even if he died now, thought. Before Wan Tian had been urging Wei Changbin to get some black fiendish energy, he and Sun Bo had already started to study the black fiendish energy. The jade scroll that Zuo Mo had sent over had resolved many problems they could not overcome. Even though they had done this through the combined effort of the entire camp, but being able to forge such a cauldron when they were just Ningmai was enough to make them famous throughout the entire world. It wasn't just the 2 masters. The people of Golden Crow Camp came from small sects, and most were those that did not have great ambitions. Everyone was uncontrollably excited at being able to complete such an amazing work. Many people couldn't stop themselves from crying. When Zuo Mo rushed over, this was what he saw. Then his gaze was securely attracted to this 5 zhang tall Crimson Fiend cauldron, and was dumbstruck. You forged this? Zuo Mo pointed at the large cauldron and asked disbelievingly. Sun Bao said respectfully and with pride, yes, Darren. Zuo Mo was shocked. That was right, he was completely shocked. He couldn't be called skilled in formations, but his understanding of formations was far above everyone else. However, he was still amazed at the clever thinking behind the forging of the Crimson Fiend cauldron. The forging of the Crimson Fiend cauldron used Golden Crow fire, and what Zuo Mo hadn't expected was that they actually put the Great Golden Crow formation onto this cauldron. This way, the Golden Crow fire inside the cauldron would be maintained for a long time and could gather Golden Crow fire from sunlight. In the future, there would be no need to worry about the supply of golden crow fire. As the amount of golden crow fire inside the cauldron increased, it was very likely that it could produce even higher grade flames. In other words, the crimson fire cauldron still had room to improve. But this wasn't what shocked Zuo Mo the most. What gave him the greatest shock was the crimson fiend cauldron could process fiendish mist and turn it to Ling power. Wasn't this the method of Fiendling? Fiendling could transform fiendish energy to Ling power. Vermilion Bird Camp was furiously cultivating this spell, but who could have expected that Golden Crow Camp would walk ahead of them? A pretty good talisman. Pu Yao couldn't help but praise. The rich and lively Ling power inside the slave transporting boat made a person feel comfortable. In this place, black fiendish energy was in endless supply. With the Crimson Fiend Cauldron, they did not need to worry about the problem of Ling power at all. Their Jingxi supply could also provide Ling power, but there would be a day when it was all used up. The members of Golden Crow Camp all floated in this direction. Darren's shocked expression made them feel very good. Can you make a few more? Zuo Mo asked Sun Bao. Sun Bao showed a difficult expression. It isn't hard to forge, but I'm afraid we cannot find suitable materials. In order to forge the Crimson Fiend Cauldron, all the rare materials from Bao Yi's stores had been swept clean. If it wasn't that Sun Bao and Ji Wei had both personally gone to demand them from Bao Yi definitely would not have given the materials up. Zuo Mo was slightly disappointed, but he was not surprised. Low-grade materials could not endure such powerful Ling power and the domineering Golden Crow fire. I'm really greedy, Zuo Mo said mockingly. He then said to Sun Bao and Ji Wei, good work. In the future, if you need any materials, go to Bao Yi to get them. If that bamboo stick won't give them to you, come find me directly. Sun Bao and Ji Wei were overjoyed. Thanks, Darren. To people that enjoyed forging, this promise made them happier than anything else. Golden Crow Camp gave Zuo Mo a big surprise. With the Crimson Fire Cauldron, the pressure placed on him instantly decreased. They could be at more ease while exploring this strange place. Coming out of the slave transporting boat, Zuo Mo was in a very good mood. He looked around. The camp was very busy. Everyone had not sunk into a depression but worked harder on their cultivation. Seeing the situation, Zuo Mo started to cultivate himself. Becoming stronger was better than anything else. Pu Yao said that he had a nickname of the Encyclopedia of Yao Arts. Zuo Mo felt that this nickname was a bit of an exaggeration. It wasn't the first time this guy liked to boast, but this guy really displayed his aptitude when he started to explain Yao Arts. 500 types of little Yao Arts. After Pu Yao explained them to him again, Zuo Mo had a completely different perspective. However, Zuo Mo cared more about the archaic wasteland sacrificial art. Pu, teach me another 2 moves of the archaic wasteland sacrificial art. Zuo Mo raised his face and said fawningly. Pu Yao replied absent-mindedly, oh, don't try to always get free benefits. It's a dream to think that you can combine 2 little Yao arts to get something powerful. Then you can teach me some powerful Yao arts? You understand all of the little Yao arts? Pu Yao glanced at him. Pretty much. Zuo Mo had some confidence about this. Really? Pu Yao had a slightly smile. Then let's test it. Test? What test? Zuo Mo became alert. Before he finished asking, the scene in the surroundings seemed to retreat like a wave, and turn to a dark void. This was 10-finger prison. Damn it! Zuo Mo didn't have the time to swear. His vision blurred and pushed the swear words at his mouth back. Your consciousness has become much stronger, and you should be able to stay for 12 hours now, Pu Yao did not waste words and said crisply. Walk forward using the method I taught you last time. I don't demand anything too highly of you. 12 hours, walk 30 li forward. Ooh, this demand is just 1/10 of mine when I first came here. Finishing, Pu Yao did not allow Zuo Mo to speak and disappeared. Vast water, clear skies. Zuo Mo had come last time and wasn't unfamiliar with this place. According to Pu Yao, the entire vast water, clear skies was constructed from 13,000 low-level Yao arts. Just 30 li, you think this will trouble GE? Provoked by Pu Yao's disdainful tone, Zuo Mo did not procrastinate. He lowered his head and started to deconstruct the Yao art under his feet. Every bit of soil, every piece of rock, every stalk of grass here was made from Yao arts. His consciousness made a close inspection. The Yao arts here were completely different in Zuo Mo's eyes than the ones from last time. Last time, if it wasn't for Pu Yao guiding him continuously, he couldn't have even advanced a single step. But right now, even facing low-level Yao arts he had never seen before, he could think of solutions. It was a great help to him that his consciousness was stronger than in the past. No wonder they said that the consciousness was the basis of Yao arts. Comparing the two visits, Zuo Mo gave a direct and deeply ingraining experience. The Yao arts borrowed all kinds of powers from within the world. The consciousness was like a level that leveraged the power of the world. The first Yao art did not take Zuo Mo long before he deconstructed it. Walking one step by one step, deconstructing one Yao art by one Yao art. This feeling was somewhat familiar. Zuo Mo suddenly remembered why he found it familiar. In Wukong Mountain, he had also studied the questions of the preliminary formations, Jade Scroll from Kunlun. The feeling now was slightly similar. This was a little bit interesting. Zuo Mo did not find it dull, but found it interesting. He gradually found some patterns, and his speed became faster. These low-level Yao arts had many transformations and he did not recognize the great majority of them. However, he found that if he used the right method, they were all able to be deconstructed using little Yao arts. Immersed in deconstructing Yao arts, he did not notice the scenery behind him that he just deconstructed was changing. Even more so, he did not notice a pair of eyes staring at him from nearby. Translator Ramblings, Golden Crow Camp is a think tank coming up with new ideas. Zuo Mo's very lucky that Sun Bao and Ji Wei are smart and dedicated to him. Otherwise, he will be having a much harder time. Pu Yao got tired of negotiating and not getting anything paid. So the brute force move is now used. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338, Nan Yu. Chapter 338, Nan Yu. Nan Yu looked with curiosity at the male in front of her. To be able to enter vast water clear skies in the first year of entering a Yao art house, she had some fame in the art house, even though the Yao art house that she belonged to was not a famed one. Even though she was very young, she was very experienced in vast water clear skies. Last time, she had accidentally found there was a place that showed major marks of damage and instantly took note. Only today when she saw this unfamiliar male did she instantly realize she found the culprit. She did not go up to warn him. She had stayed for a long time in vast water clear skies, and naturally had no problems with basic knowledge. The 10-finger prison was completely constructed from Yao arts. It included almost all the Yao arts. Due to this, it also became the place the Yao learned Yao arts. She had once learned 3 relatively powerful Yao arts from vast water clear skies, and many places in vast water clear skies that were filled with danger were good places to gain experience. Nan Yu had encountered incidents of destruction before, but that was mostly when some Yao that destroyed the area after finding a good Yao art to prevent it from landing in another person's hands. This kind of destruction had no effect on vast water clear skies. Vast water clear skies was completely constructed from Yao arts. Any grass or art that was destroyed would be recreated. It was always kept at an equilibrium. 10-finger prison had existed for many years, and countless sky Yao had come through, but nothing had ever happened to 10-finger prison. What Nan Yu found curious was that the other strange actions looked more like a kind of cultivation method. But, what effect would it have? She sank into thought. It was not hard to destroy the grasses and plants of vast water clear skies. They were constructed out of Yao arts, and other than some rare defensive Yao arts, they were usually easily destroyed. Was this person a destructive maniac? She laughed. These days, there were all kinds of strange Yao. There were some weird Yao in her Yao art house. Supposedly, there were even more of these people at famed Yao arts houses. She really had too much free time that she would spend it on such a boring matter. Was it that she had good results in the recent tests that caused her to be slightly proud? She couldn't help but feel ashamed. She instantly warned herself to not be proud. Just as she was going to leave, she suddenly saw the process of the rock collapsing in front of the unfamiliar male. Her heart shook and paused mid-step. Just now, that rock had turned to powder without any warning and disappeared into the air. This was. Nan Yu's mouth was opened wide, her face written with disbelief as she looked dazedly at Zuo Mo. Without any sound, another entire piece of rock collapsed at the exact same moment to the smallest bits of powder that dissipated into the air. After 3 whole breaths, Nan Yu finally reacted, and couldn't help but yell, "Deconstruction!" When the words came out, she frightened herself. She hurriedly covered her mouth in fear of alarming the other. However, the other fortunately had not been disturbed and was still in a trance. After observing for a long time, Nan Yu was certain the other was deconstructing these Yao arts, and was not destroying them. If he used brute force to destroy these rocks made from Yao arts, the rock will just turn to a ball of light and then disappear. Deconstruction and destruction were 2 completely different concepts. Destruction was to damage from the outside, and deconstruction was to dismember from the inside, and cause it to be destroyed. The difficulty of deconstruction was far higher than destruction. It required a deep understanding of Yao arts. Vast water clear skies was only the first prison of 10-finger prison, and there were only low-level Yao arts here, but the Yao arts here were innumerable. How could one be familiar with all of them? The more Nanyu saw, the more shocked she was. The speed the other deconstructed it made her heart beat wildly. The ever-changing Yao arts did not seem to be an obstacle to this male. His movements flowed without hurry. Everywhere he passed, the plants and grasses turned to dust and disappeared from beside his feet. He did not look, and he did not stop in his steps. Nanyu was dazed as she watched. At the beginning, she had doubted if her guess had been accurate. Even those high-level students in the Yao art house wouldn't be so smooth and quick. This was a Darren. Darren was the general term for those powerful and profound Yao. Maybe this great Yao was trying a certain Yao art? Or he was trying to comprehending some secret technique? This was the only possibility that she was able to think of. Vast water clear skies was the first level of 10-finger prison. Most of those who came here were little Yao that had just entered the Yao art houses. There were only low-level Yao arts here, and were not of help to those powerful Yao. But the strength shown by this person far surpassed them. Nanyu quickly realized this was a rare chance. She instantly thought rapidly how she could go up and initiate a conversation. In the Yao art houses, everyone liked to call situations like this wild wondrous encounters. The Yao arts houses publicly passed on many Yao arts, but these were the basic Yao arts of each Yao art level. As to the skills of each teacher, those were secret. Using the Purple Lotus Yao art house that Nanyu belonged to as the example, they took in 2,000 students annually. After 5 to 7 years of education, they would graduate with results based on each person's consciousness and skill in the Yao arts. In these 5 to 7 years, those little Yao that studied hard and were talented might receive the favor of a certain teacher and become their student. Only these students had the possibility of receiving their line of succession. The teachers had the freedom to choose their students. Normally, the teachers only had to teach basic Yao arts to all the students. The best way to learn more profound Yao arts was to become the personal student of a teacher. However, the competition inside the Yao art house was very fierce. Every teacher was being targeted by countless students that wanted to enter their doors. Nanyu's talent was not high. The reason she had the achieved grades she did was due to her hard work. The teachers of the schools were perceptive. How could they not see this? Right now, the teachers all hoped to pick students with talent. Students like her only had the tiniest of chances. Maybe this Darren was an opportunity. At this time, she had to be shameless. Nanyu thought of the stories and experiences that her elder classmates had passed on to her. Gritting her teeth, she went next to Zuo Mo. However, she did not speak, but silently stood and did not make a sound. Zuo Mo felt a threat of exhaustion. He stopped because he found that when he was tired due to manipulating his consciousness, his rate of deconstruction would quickly decrease. He turned his head back to look at the path he had just walked. In 1 hour, he had advanced about 2 li. Based on this rate, he would only make 24 li in 12 hours. There was quite a distance to the 30 li that Pu Yao set down. But Zuo Mo was not in a hurry, and took the time of rest to recall the experiences. As the number of Yao arts he deconstructed increased, his speed moving forward had increased. He could clearly feel that the time he spent on the last li was much shorter than the time he spent on the first li. Even though each type of Yao art was different, he still understood and gradually became accustomed to the process. These Yao arts changed greatly, but they did not leave the area of little Yao arts. Thinking back to when Pu Yao had spoke of the little Yao arts to him, he suddenly understood. These Yao arts were just constructions made up of different combinations of little Yao arts. He instantly understood Pu Yao's intentions. Pu Yao wanted to use this method to give him a deeper understanding of little Yao arts. Thinking about what he had felt just now, Zuo Mo instantly became excited because he felt this was an effective method. Pu Yao wasn't useless after all. After criticizing Pu Yao out of habit, Zuo Mo decided to rest and recover his spiritual power. When he raised his head, a stammering and nervous voice suddenly sounded in his ear, Elder. Elder? Zuo Mo stilled and found Nanyu standing nearby. However, his first response was to look around. When he found that no one was standing next to him, he finally realized this little girl was calling him. He rubbed his head and watched as the other was in a trance. This term was slightly weird, and he didn't know them. Oh, the other was a Yao. Wait, Yao? Zuo Mo stilled again and curiously examined the other. This Yao looked very normal, and didn't have any of Pu Yao's presence. Oh, compared to the Yao soldiers that he encountered at Desolate Wood Reef, she seemed much weaker. An interested expression came onto his face. This little Yao should be the most normal little Yao. Truthfully, he had never seen a normal little Yao before. So normal Yao looked like this. Nanyu had faint green hair, her eyes were also faint green like a transparent olive stone. Her chin was slightly pointed and didn't look any different from any other person. She was dressed in a short robe and looked very capable. Nanyu felt uncomfortable under Zuo Mo's gaze. She couldn't help but panic inside. Was this Darren a perverted Yao? Yao were very liberal about sexual matters. Most Yao came from Flora, and the process took a long number of years. The combinations between Yao would strengthen the clan. The Council of Elders encouraged reproduction. Adding on that Yao were born with long lifespans, they were very uncaring regarding the matters of sex. If it was a female Yao that had some experience, they would have instantly shown a seductive posture immediately. But Nanyu clearly could not do it. Compared to Nanyu's caution and discomfort, Zuo Mo was much more casual. He was young, but he had seen much. Right now, he even had a large group of people under his command. If he was still in Sky Moon Jia, he definitely qualified as a warlord. Additionally, he purely thought of this event as broadening his visions. The Yao world didn't have a jingsher of a connection to him. What are you called? Zuo Mo asked curiously. Nanyu, the slightly nervous Nanyu instantly replied. Oh, what kind of Yao are you? Zuo Mo asked. He had a pitiful understanding of Yao. The way that this Darren asked questions was really very strange. Nanyu's nervousness disappeared greatly. Is Elder asking about Nanyu's birth? Nanyu comes from the Wisteria clan of the South Sky. Wisteria clan of the South Sky? Zuo Mo was confused. He could understand the individual words, but he did not understand what they referred to when put together. Wisteria clan of the South Sky. With a light sound of surprise, Pu Yao suddenly popped up. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo's so curious. It's not like he's never seen a Yao before. This is the second person to think that Zuo Mo is a pervert on first impression, but she's got the wrong plotline. Zuo Mo only wants a harem of Gingshur. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339, Origin? Chapter 339, Origin? Hearing Pu Yao's voice, Zuo Mo instantly realized that this Wisteria clan of the South Sky had some significance. Before he could ask, he heard Pu Yao say to him, ask her if it is the Wisteria clan of the South Sky at Purple Arrow Jie? Zuo Mo could only listen and ask, is it the Wisteria clan of the South Sky at Purple Arrow Jie? Nanyu was very shocked. Does Elder also know the Wisteria clan of the South Sky at Purple Arrow Jie? Her expression then dimmed. We migrated from Purple Arrow Jie to Core Wind Jie 600 years ago. Pu Yao did not make a sound for a while. Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. It seemed that Pu Yao really knew this Wisteria clan of the South Sky. After a while, Pu Yao said to Zuo Mo, ask her how many people remain of the Wisteria clan of the South Sky. Zuo Mo obediently spoke. Nanyu's expression became even dimmer. There is only 11 people left in the clan now. 11 people, Pu Yao was dumbstruck. As the situation of the clan was spoken of, Nanyu felt very bad. The Wisteria clan of the South Sky had been in decline for a long time. She had no memories of the glory they held in the past. Ever since she could remember, the clan's living conditions had been very harsh. She hadn't thought that this elder would know the Wisteria clan of the South Sky. She was quite shocked. There were not many teachers in the school that knew of the Wisteria clan of the South Sky. Do you practice the South Sky arrow art of the Wisteria clan of the South Sky? The elder's question made her pause, but she shook her head. South Sky arrow art was lost 1,000 years ago, but Zuo Mo could clearly feel these words made Pu Yao shake. Nanyu was also very shocked. The elder was very familiar with the Wisteria clan of the South Sky. If it wasn't that she liked learning and had worked hard, she wouldn't know much of the clan history. If it was her other sibling of the clan, they probably wouldn't even know what South Sky arrow art was. Did this elder have a history with the clan? Hope suddenly rose in her heart. Even though Elder looked very young, but Nanyu would not underestimate him for that. The age of Yao had nothing to do with their appearances. The smooth deconstruction that Elder had performed just now had amazed her. As her thoughts grew, her mood became unconfident. What made her feel even more insecure was that Elder was silent for a long time and did not speak. Her heart continued to sink. It seemed there was no hope. Suddenly, Elder's voice came. I will pass South Sky arrow art on to you. In return you will follow me for 100 years and will be free after that. Nanyu seemed to have been struck by lightning. Her mind was blank. South Sky Arrow Art. Elder knew South Sky Arrow Art? Her face was filled with disbelief. The records of the clan said that South Sky Arrow Art was the most powerful Yao art treasure of the Wisteria clan of the South Sky, and the ultimate skill of the clan. But the records of the clan also did not leave any mention behind except how powerful South Sky Arrow Art was. She had even doubted the validity of these records and if they had been exaggerated. South Sky Arrow Art, so this world really had South Sky Arrow Art. Just as Nan Yu's emotions changed, Zuo Mo pursued Pu Yao and continued to urge Pu Yao in a suspicious tone. Pu, you really know that South Sky Arrow Art? You really know? Don't fool little kids. If you don't know, and you can't follow through with the lie, it will be embarrassing. Pu Yao, who had been immersed in his emotions, instantly felt conflicting emotions. Nonsense, of course I know. You sure? The suspicion on Zuo Mo's face did not decrease. How come I never heard you say so? There's a lot you never heard of. Pu Yao rolled his eyes and said in a negative tone. Ooh, right. A gentleman is open, the little person hides his schemes. You are usually hidden very deeply. Zuo Mo nodded his head, and then snickered. He raised his face and said, then let's add another century. We cannot be unprofitable. Pu Yao looked dumbly at Zuo Mo. At this moment, he lost the ability to talk. Zuo Mo had no hint of shame. He was very smug. Pu, as a Yao, GE isn't as good as you, but in business, you are far less than GE. After a beat, Nan Yu refocused. She did not hesitate in kneeling on the ground. Teacher. Yao usually had long lives, and a century was not a long time for them. Also, the conditions were really too good. In Nan Yu's view, this elder definitely had a deep history with the clan, so he would use this method to help her. In the Sea of Consciousness, Zuo Mo sighed at Pu Yao. It's over, can't increase the price. Nan Yu knelt on the ground motionlessly. After a while, she heard Elder say gravely, stand up. I do not have the qualifications to accept students and cannot be your teacher. This is a transaction to pass on, South Sky Arrow Art, to you. You can call me Darren in the future. Zuo Mo pretended. Nan Yu was slightly disappointed. Darren was still unwilling to take her as his student. It must be that Darren was very rigorous in accepting students, and she did not meet his requirements. She secretly made a resolution to cultivate and work hard to satisfy Darren as early as possible to be accepted. Also, Darren had promised to pass South Sky Arrow Art onto her. This Yao art, which had been lost for so long, was it as powerful as the records said? She was full of anticipation. What to do next? Zuo Mo spread his hands and asked Pu Yao. Pu Yao said seriously, you will first teach her little Yao arts. Zuo Mo stilled and then stammered as he pointed at his nose, me teaching? Is there a problem? Pu Yao tilted his head to look at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo forced a smile and said, you are really too irresponsible to that little girl. He was slightly unconfident. He wasn't afraid at all about explaining spells or formations, but Yao arts. The other was a true Yao. He was a Shouja teaching a true Yao how to cultivate Yao arts. It was too ridiculous. Just teach whatever, Pu Yao said irresponsibly and then disappeared. Zuo Mo stood dumbly in the empty sea of consciousness. Coming out of the sea of consciousness, Zuo Mo looked at Nan Yu, who had an yearning expression on her face and instantly had a headache. A beat later, he emboldened his heart. Since Pu Yao said to teach her whatever, if he didn't teach her well, it couldn't be blamed on him. He coughed lightly. Let's first start from Little Yao arts. Little Yao arts? Nan Yu stilled. She hadn't thought what Darren would teach first were Little Yao arts. Didn't every Yao know Little Yao arts? Zuo Mo ignored Nan Yu's puzzled gaze and started to talk to himself. Luckily, Pu Yao had just taught him Little Yao arts recently and he remembered them clearly. He thought back as he talked. As he talked, he couldn't help but add in some of his understandings that he had just gotten through deconstruction. At the beginning, Nan Yu's expression was filled with puzzlement and curiosity. But her expression gradually became stern and focused. The Little Yao arts that Darren talked about were different in many places than what she understood. Those Little Yao arts that seemed so simple in her view actually contained a very abundant number of permutations. She had never thought the permutations of Little Yao arts could be so plentiful and complex. There were such deep connections between different Little Yao arts. For the first time, the Little Yao arts were so profound in her eyes. A bottomless and borderless ocean appeared in front of her. Zuo Mo finally stopped talking. He released a breath. His talk was not as detailed as Pu Yao, but there was nothing incorrect about the main concepts. Seeing that Nan Yu had fallen for his con, he was slightly reassured. But after the talk, what to do next? His mind shifted, and he instantly thought of a good idea. He pointed at the flowers and grasses and said pretentiously, "From today onwards, you will start to learn how to deconstruct the Yao arts of vast water clear skies. There are 13,000 Yao arts in vast water clear skies. If you can deconstruct all of them, your understanding of little Yao arts has just begun." Zuo Mo felt he was like a conman at this time, especially when he saw Nan Yu's gaze filled with respect. He felt even guiltier. He immediately got Nan Yu to start learning how to deconstruct Yao arts. At this time, Nan Yu realized why Darren had been deconstructing little Yao arts all this time. She happily started to learn from Zuo Mo about deconstructing little Yao arts. Seeing the situation, Zuo Mo instantly relaxed and started his deconstruction again. The person and Yao buried their heads and started to make damage. After 2 hours, Nan Yu took a break. When she raised her head, she was very shocked. Darren was 1.5 li in front of her. The shock in Nan Yu's eyes faded and was replaced by awe and respect. As expected of Darren. She definitely had to work harder to reach Darren's qualifications for taking students. Nan Yu balled her fists and made a decision. Ma Fan did not cultivate Fiend Ling. He was the only Shouja of Vermilion Bird Camp that did not cultivate Fiend Ling. Even Xie Shan had taken Fiend Ling to study. Ma Fan was studying Clear Sky Sword Scripture. This 5th grade sword scripture was the sect establishing ultimate skill of Clear Sky Sect. Zuo Mo did not have much interest in sword scriptures, and after experiencing so much together, everyone had deeper bonds, so Zuo Mo made this public for everyone to study. However, Clear Sky Sword Scripture was profound and hard to understand. Many places were unclear, and those that were just the slightest bit lacking had no ability to understand it. All those of Vermilion Bird Camp that cultivated the sword desired this sword scripture, but there were only a few that could persist in studying it. Ma Fan was one of them. The sword scripture he cultivated had no name, and was incomplete. Other than the power of illusory shadowless sword of destruction, the other moves were scattered sword moves that he had gathered from other sword scriptures. For other people, Clear Sky Sword Scripture was too difficult, but for him, it was a treasure. He was one of the first to comprehend sword essence. The stage of his sword essence rivaled Xie Shan after he broke through to Jin Dan. He was used to taking the best parts from other sword scriptures to use for himself. His sword moves were gathered from a scattering of scriptures, but this allowed him to quickly adjust to using a brand new sword scripture. The destruction caused by Clear Sky Old Forefather while using the Clear Sky Sword Scripture frequently crossed his mind, and reinforced his decision to cultivate this sword scripture. As he comprehended more of the scripture, many places he did not understand instantly flowed. Everyone only saw him in meditation daily. No one knew that his understanding of sword essence increased every day. The silently sitting Ma Fan suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes lit up, and his presence suddenly changed. Translator Ramblings, Zuo Mo, the swindler of young and innocent Yao. Teaching someone when he's just started out himself. A little bit of Pu Yao's history is now revealed. Day 2 of another road trip. I'll have enough internet to read your comments, but I'm not sure if I want to log in on an open Wi-Fi network to respond and do other stuff. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 340, Going Fishing. Chapter 340, Going Fishing. Even sitting cross-legged on the ground, Ma Fan was like an unsheathed sword exuding sword essence. He didn't seem to move but disappeared. Xie Shan, who was cultivating Fiend Ling, suddenly felt his heart move and stopped to look at the sky. At the same time, Xu Long also raised his head to look at the sky with a shocked expression. In the air, Ma Fan silently stood in the fiendish mist. The poisonous fiendish mist was being repelled by an invisible force, and unable to go within 7 chi of Ma Fan's body. Ma Fan's clothes flapped, but what was strange was that while he looked to be of great presence, people only felt the faintest Ling power vibrations from him. Sword essence, Xie Shan's eyes suddenly widened and lit up. His expression changed slightly. Ma Fan's arms were spread out like a great bird in flight. The fiendish mist seemed to retreat in fear. In the blink of an eye, there was nothing within 30 zhang of him. Such a presence made the people of Vermilion Bird Camp below full of admiration. Boss Ma Fan was really Boss Ma Fan. Vermilion Bird Camp was primarily sword shio. Everyone's cultivation was not high, but their eyes were not lacking. They understood that Boss Ma Fan had gained a new comprehension of sword essence. The one that saw the most clearly was Xie Shan. The reason the fiendish mist would retreat was because that there were countless invisible and ethereal sword essences in Ma Fan's surrounding space. These sword essences were silently moving as though they were nurturing something. Xie Shan seemed to be suddenly struck by lightning. His mouth was wide and his eyes full of disbelief as he looked at the stern Ma Fan. Manifestation. Sword Essence Manifestation. Impossible. Wasn't Sword Essence Manifestation a stage that only Jindan Shouja could reach? He found it hard to accept what was happening in front of him. A beat later, the dumbstruck Xieshan gradually regained focus. The taste in his mouth was bitter. He was a Shouja in Jindan who hadn't cultivated to Sword Essence Manifestation, but Ma Fan who was a Ningmai comprehended it first. Ma Fan's entire body was covered in uncountable sword essences, these fine, transparent and intangible sky sword essences. Sky. Sky. Ma Fan tightly closed his eyes and seemed to understand something. A vast and greatly vicious presence gathered from all directions. Ma Fan seemed like a leaf boat floating precariously in the storm and rain, to be destroyed at the next moment. This was... Xieshan instantly understood. Ma Fan was cultivating clear sky sword scripture. He instantly furrowed his brows and had a worried expression. Looking at the crimson-tinged sky, the uncertainty in his heart increased. The sky here, it wasn't a good place to cultivate clear sky sword scripture. The crimson-red sky became even more terrifying. Black clouds rapidly formed. At the center of the storm, the environment Ma Fan faced was even worse. When he realized that there was a problem, he already had no avenue of retreat. The sky here was filled with black fiendish energy. They originated from the ferocious battle of 10,000 years ago, and after thousands of years, they could easily corrode one's mind. The sky here had too many elements that did not belong to the sky. The fiendish mist that had been trying to avoid him just now suddenly roiled fiercely. Dozens of tentacles made from the fiendish mist leapt at Ma Fan and sealed him off in all directions. These fiendish mist tentacles were quick like arrows that pierced towards Ma Fan. Just as Ma Fan was going to be entangled and taken away, pia, the fiendish mist tentacles that approached Ma Fan exploded. These tentacles were destroyed by the sword essence around Ma Fan. But this was just the beginning. Countless red-black fiendish mist tentacles rose from the fiendish mist and leapt at Ma Fan. Explosions continued. There was too much fiendish mist that had exploded. A while later, they formed a thick fiendish mist. The sound of explosions did not stop among the fiendish mist. A red-black egg-shaped fiendish mist ball hung high in the sky. Everyone couldn't help but have worried expressions, but they could only look. They could not help at all. Vast water, clear skies. Nanyu looked at Elder who had collapsed onto the ground. Her eyes were filled with respect. She had worked very hard in the Yao art houses, but when she saw how Elder cultivated, she instantly felt her hard work was nothing in front of Elder. I will come back after some time. Elder threw out these words and disappeared. Nanyu was not too puzzled. At this time, she was filled with motivation. Elder had used his actions to explain to her how to cultivate. She wasn't in such a hurry to get South Sky Arrow Art now. The things she learned today were enough for her to cultivate for a long time. She left vast water, clear skies. She needed to digest what she had learned today. Zuo Mo felt very good, very good. He only took 10 hours to go 30 li, 2 hours shorter than Pu Yao's demand. If he subtracted the time that he had spent explaining little Yao arts to Nanyu, he only took 9 hours. When Zuo Mo caught the shock and surprise in Pu Yao's eye, he felt very good. In reality, his spiritual power had almost been exhausted. After 9 hours of high-speed deconstruction, his response this time was much stronger than the first time around. Unable to slowly savor his pleasure, he hurried into meditation to recover his spiritual power. After a whole day, Zuo Mo finally woke up from his meditation. His spiritual power had only half recovered. It was a pity there were no stars in the sky here, so he could not absorb the power of the skies. His consciousness had exploded in growth from last time. The number of stars in the void above his sea of consciousness had not grown, but each star became even brighter and sparkled in the void. Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness had completely changed. The ice sword river from the past had almost completely disappeared. This made Zuo Mo sweat. Those enchanting black flames had no longer rampaged like they had in the past. The black flames had almost disappeared in the area around the gravestone, and shone the black steel-like ground. The black energy that shrouded the gravestone seemed thicker than before. According to Pu Yao, the path he walked was star spiritual cultivation. The star spiritual sand in his consciousness contained star power. Zuo Mo didn't feel anything like star power. However, the 10 stars had grown, and his spiritual power recovery rate was stronger than before. Each star spread its light, and the sea of consciousness was bathed in starlight. When Zuo Mo saw the enormous fiendish mist ball in the air, he was astounded. He hurriedly grabbed Xieshan to ask. When he was informed that Ma Fan was cultivating clear sky sword scripture, he couldn't help but worry. However, he did not have a solution. Of everything he cultivated, his sword scriptures were the weakest at this moment. Right now, the strongest was his great Mo physique. The next was his Yao arts. He couldn't help but grimace. As one that originated as a shoujo, there wasn't really much to be proud of. Ma Fan's matter wouldn't end anytime soon, so Zuo Mo did not go to observe. He turned around his face and found to his shock that a Gue was looking at him. Usually, a Gue was always steps away from him. "Are you better?" Zuo Mo probed. A Gue did not respond. Zuo Mo shook his head. He really was fantasizing. He grabbed a Gue's hand and his consciousness went into her body to make a close inspection. His brow quickly furrowed together. A Gue's body was a mess, so withered there was no life. From this point, it didn't seem any different than usual, but Zuo Mo found there was an extremely small patch of purple on a Gue's heart which had not been there before. Zuo Mo would examine a Gue every 2 or 3 days, and was very familiar with the condition of a Gue's body. There was no purple mark in his last inspection. It was possible to see that the purple mark had formed in the last few days. Zuo Mo's body suddenly dropped down. This meant that new changes had happened in the last few days to a Gue's body. He couldn't help but become worried. If it was a good change, then that naturally was very fortunate. But if it was a bad change, he did not have a measure to deal with it. Zuo Mo suddenly felt a strong sense of urgency. He had to find Water Cloud Embryo as soon as possible. But he also knew if he rashly went into the depths of the fiendish mist, his bones wouldn't even remain. Everyone was working hard at this moment, and this was not the best time to enter the fiendish mist. Zuo Mo's heart suddenly became restless. He walked out of the campsite. The campsite was at the border of the fiendish mist. It was possible to see threads of thin fiendish mist float by. His eyes turned to the deeper parts of the fiendish mist. What would it be like in there? "You can fish," Pu Yao suddenly said. "Fish?" Zuo Mo asked with shock. "Oh, you can take an intelligent talisman, and it will naturally attract many fiend souls," Pu Yao explained. "You can practice your little Yao arts, and also..." "Also what? Do you remember the soul base essence you swallowed? If you want to strengthen your consciousness in the short term, this isn't a bad method." Then Pu Yao sighed. "You have pretty good luck." Zuo Mo instantly became alert. In his view, fiend souls were food. The main reason that he wanted to learn archaic desolate sacrificial art was to get fiend souls to strengthen his consciousness. With his present strength, entering the deeper parts of the fiend mist was too dangerous. As expected, Pu Yao was cunning. Zuo Mo thought and took out a talisman. This was the only 6th grade talisman that he had, the 9-turn Sky Earth disc. He didn't dare to use Lil Peogda as the bait. The trouble last time was too much. There was a thread of intelligence on the 9-turn Sky Earth disc. Even though it wasn't as intelligent as Lil Pagoda, it was perfect as bait. The 9-turn Sky Earth disc that could make many jealous was thrown onto the ground. Zuo Mo stood nearby and widened his eyes. A short while later, a red light suddenly charged out of the fiendish mist and headed straight for the 9-turn Sky Earth disc on the ground. Zuo Mo snickered. The little Yao art that had already been prepped on his hand was thrown out. Hiss crack. The little Yao art was not powerful, but Yao arts could subdue fiend souls to start with. This fiend soul didn't even get the time to shriek before it was destroyed. Zuo Mo casually opened his mouth and sucked it in. That thin strand of base source entered his mouth. Fiend souls continued to come over. Zuo Mo quickly found that little Yao arts were perfect for dealing with fiend souls. Right now, he was very familiar with little Yao arts, and didn't even need to think before he could successfully cast. What he actually needed to be careful of was that the soul base sources did not slip away. He felt it even more clearly this time. The soul base sources absorbed into his body all entered the stars in the void of his sea of consciousness. Compared to last time, there was a much less number of fiend souls. Zuo Mo was very unburdened. "Shi Xion, what are you doing?" At some unknown time, Gong Sun Cha had come over and asked curiously. Zuo Mo's hand shook. Several strands of soul base source drifted towards Gong Sun Cha. Translator Ramblings, Day 3 of Road Trip. I might have secure internet, but it doesn't matter. Zuo Mo is a terrible shoujo, dishonor. Dishonor on you. Dishonor on your sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 341, Shitty Spell. Chapter 341, Shitty Spell. The threads of soul base source was very faint, as though they would dissipate in the air at any moment. What is this? Gongsun Cha had a curious expression. He opened his hand and the threads of soul-based source flew towards his palm. The soul-based source flew into his palm. Before he could study it, they entered his skin. 3 shocked exclamations sounded out. The curiosity on Gongsun Cha's face turned to surprise. Zuo Mo was also very surprised, and the last sound of shock came from Pu Yao inside Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness. Gongsun Cha closed his eyes and savored it for a while. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and said joyfully, "Shi Xiang, what is this? This is really good." Of course it was really good. Zuo Mo muttered inside, but he was also happy. He could see that the soul-based source of the fiend's souls were of great benefit to Gongsun Cha. His mind suddenly moved and he asked, "Shitty, what spell are you cultivating right now?" Gongsun Cha's face blushed shyly. He said embarrassedly, I just randomly made a way to cultivate. I don't know if it is useful. I was just thinking of asking Shi Xiang to help." Zuo Mo looked with shock at the shy Gongsun Shitty like he was seeing a ghost. Seeing Zuo Mo's expression, Gongsun Cha's pale face became even redder like a mature peach. I heard that battle generals have specialized cultivation spells. Since I didn't have any, I thought about making something close to it. His words became smoother as he spoke, and his eyes flashed with excitement. I found later that there are many battle generals in the war chess games. Even though they are Yama battle generals, but I could use them as references. So I got some stuff. Shi Xiang, help me take a look. He ignored Zuo Mo's strange expression and spoke of his idea. At the beginning, Zuo Mo was unconcerned. If it wasn't Gongsun Shitty, and it was any other Zhuji Xiuzha that ran to him and said they were going to create their own cultivation spell, Zuo Mo would definitely put his feet on their face. Zuo Mo's expression slowly became grave. It was very clear that Gongsun Shitty's idea was much more developed than he had predicted. When he finished listening, the first thought he had was, it was too crazy. He looked dazedly at Gongsun Cha. Gongsun Cha finished speaking in one go and finally noticed the strangeness in Zuo Mo's gaze. He instantly felt uncomfortable. Had his thinking been incorrect somewhere? This shy and bashful Shitty in front of him had created such an insane and extreme cultivation spell. The contrast was too big. Zuo Mo felt it was very strange. Gongsun Cha's idea was very simple. First, he concluded what was most important to a battle general was the consciousness because the consciousness was of the greatest help to controlling the battle situation. This was also why Yao battle generals were the most outstanding of all battle generals. Of course, Ling power was necessary. Xiuzha battle generals had their own unique qualities. Where did spiritual power and Ling power come from? The core of the spell Gongsun Cha had created was one word, steel. When Zuo Mo understood this point, he had to sigh. As expected of a battle general's cultivation spell. It completely fit with the thinking of a battle general. He was even suspicious. Had the frequent raids in Little Mountain Jia left aftereffects on Gongsun Shitty? What surprised Zuo Mo even more was that while this technique was very rudimentary and not complete, there were no fatal mistakes. He now understood why those threads of soul-based source would enter Gongsun Cha's skin. Base source substances like the soul-based source were great nutrients for Gongsun Shitty. Somewhat interesting. Pu Yao couldn't resist praising. In Zhujian knows to create this spell, his future is limitless. He suddenly felt it was very absurd. Without noticing it, there was a great number of people with power and good talent that gathered beside Zuo Mo. And all of these people without exception had been unknown and disregarded before. Like Gongsun Cha. He only knew of a few rare battle generals that could comprehend spells on their own. This spell in his view was very rough and rudimentary, but as Gongsun Cha's knowledge and strength increased, the spell could be gradually perfected. It was also the beginning stages of this spell that caused Pu Yao to see the rise of a peerless battle general. Pu Yao was very emotional. Even he had never thought that Gongsun Cha would reach this step. Gongsun Cha's speed of improvement made him feel shock. Was this guy born to be a battle general? Such talent. There were only a few familiar names that he knew who could rival it. He couldn't help but glance at Zuo Mo. This boy had great luck. Pu Yao suddenly felt anticipation. He already felt amazement at Zuo Mo's talent. Now that he had the help of a battle general of limitless potential, what heights could they reach? At this moment, he deeply felt that he really made a profit in taking this student. The terrible accounts from the past, maybe there was the chance to get them back. Pu Yao rubbed his chin and smiled darkly. Zuo Mo did not know Pu Yao's schemes. After asking Pu Yao and being informed that there were no significant problems with the spell, he started to help Gongsun Shitty. Gongsun Shidi's spell did not have any major problems, but the most difficult part was the first step. The core of this spell was to steal the consciousness and ling power of other entities for themselves. But at the beginning, he was like an infant and did not have the power to steal. But right now, there was a great change. The soul-based sources of these fiend souls had no impurities, were warm and nurturing. Gongsun Sha had no problems absorbing them. After discussing with Gongsun Sha for a while, Gongsun Sha instantly wanted to try it out. Battle generals were really not normal people. Zuo Mo muttered inside. His actions were not slow as he continued his fishing. But this time, the soul-based sources were given to Gongsun Shidi. Gongsun Sha did not refuse and absorbed as much as possible. In a short while, 2 smears of red came onto Gongsun Sha's face as though he was drunk. He instantly sat down cross-legged. Zuo Mo stopped. Gongsun Shidi's cultivation was still too shallow. It would take time to completely absorb all of this soul-based source. So he started to swallow soul-based source himself. These were great food to him too. This patch of fiendish mist was endless, and it seemed there was no end to the fiend souls inside. They continuously leapt towards the 9-turn sky-earth disk. None of them were able to touch the 9-turn sky-earth disk before they were struck by little Yao arts and were dissipated like steam to only leave behind a thin thread of soul-based source. After 4 hours, Gongsun Sha opened his eyes. With a joyful expression, he leapt up and said shamelessly, "Shi Xiang, let's do it again." Zuo Mo nodded. He didn't waste words, and continued to cast little Yao arts. He used each of the 500 little Yao arts multiple times, and included some of the low-level Yao arts that he had learned from vast water clear skies, or he tried to combine different little Yao arts together. The amount of spiritual power expended by little Yao arts was very little. Zuo Mo was also very practiced. Adding on that he continuously absorbed soul-based source, his consciousness continued to grow and he became even more at ease. This time, Gongsun Sha absorbed 2/10 more soul-based source than last time before he sat down again. After 20 hours, Zuo Mo felt a bit tired and hurriedly put away the 9-turn sky-earth disk. Having lost their target, the fiend's souls instantly left. The surrounding became quiet. Zuo Mo sat down with crossed legs. Each of the 10 stars inside his body were bright, and the falling starlight seemed to turn as tangible as mist. He could feel his spiritual power was full as though it was going to spill. Was he going to level up? Zuo Mo's mind moved, and he started his scripture. Sword light flashed in Wei Shang's hands. The fiend's souls that leapt forward were instantly destroyed. The few threads of soul-based source flew into the flying sword in his hand. This long black sword in his hand was tall, standing up to his chest, and looked like a horse-chopping saber. It was simple in design. The black sheath did not have many adornments. He had found this black sword the first day he had been transported here. At that time, this black sword had been inserted into the ground. He had found the sword sheath nearby. This black sword was filled with a violent presence. Holding it in his hand, his mind would easily be affected. Originally, Wei Shang did not like such a vicious sword. However, he did not throw this black sword away but held it in his hand. He was using this vicious sword to train his resolve. His expression was calm, his steps unusually determined. The fiendish mist could not go within 1 zhang of him. He did not remember how long he had been in this patch of blood mist, but he was not nervous. He was actually very excited. The blood mist in his view was just a harder version of the sword cave. Going through the sword cave alone was very dangerous, but his strength had increased most rapidly in that period of time. Nothing could excite him more than increasing his strength. Also, being far removed from the common matters of the sect which irritated him, his mind was abnormally clear. He could feel his improvement. This feeling hadn't appeared for a very long time. Each step was a steady step he took towards the peak of the sword path. The first day he had been transported to this bloody mist, he had detected the strangeness of the bloody mist. After finding the black sword, he quickly found that the black sword was not affected by the bloody mist at all. When he found that the black sword could swallow the soul-based source, he was shocked. This meant that there was a sword spirit inside the sword. Flying swords that had sword spirits were the finest quality flying swords, but Wei Shang did not have much joy. This black sword had such a vicious and violent presence. If it had a sword spirit, it would be a vicious spirit. Strangely, no matter how he investigated, he could not find the existence of the sword spirit. His heart did not wallow in the strangeness of the black sword. Even the best flying sword was just a material object to him. If his sword heart was strong, it would not be corroded by external evils. After walking for multiple hours, he stopped and shoved the black sword in his hand into the ground beside his feet. He had discovered that the fiend's souls did not fear the black sword when it was in his hand. Once the black sword left his hand, there would definitely be nothing like the fiend's souls within 100 zhang. The surroundings were blurry. Wei Shang's brow furrowed. These past days, he tried to control his Ling power, but his Ling power was almost at its bottom. The Ling energy in this patch of bloody mist was very thin. He could only replenish his Ling power through Jingshi, but he usually did not carry much Jingshi with him. The situation wasn't good. Translator ramblings: if the chapter tomorrow is late, it's probably because I was too exhausted by the last few days to wake up in the morning. WordPress Old Editor is much easier to use to copy posts and schedule them. Gongsun Cha's new spell will be expanded on in the future, and Pu Yao is so delighted at having a good student. Gongsun Cha, Battle General Extraordinaire, Pretty Boy Extraordinaire, and now Stealer of Soul Energy. We also get a scene for Wei Shang. Lucky him to get transported to a dangerous place, but have the good fortune to pick up a mysterious weapon that is very helpful in this situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 342, Nanyu's Little Yao Arts. Chapter 342, Nanyu's Little Yao Arts. Nanyu walked into the Yao Art House as usual. Her expression was calm. She met many classmates and good friends along the way. Everyone chatted, but no one had the carefree expressions they usually had. The mood was slightly tense. Today was the annual house exam. The results of the exam would greatly determine their future fate. The Purple Lotus Yao Art House wasn't a famous house, but it had some influence in this Jia. This could not be separated from their strict exam. You! A familiar shout came from behind her. Without needing to turn her head, Nanyu knew who it was. She stopped walking, turned around, and said curiously, "Hong, aren't you exempt from the exam? Why are you here?" Hong was Nanyu's best friend. They knew each other from childhood and had a close relationship. Hong came from a very obscure little clan. However, this clan's Yao were all skilled in illusory Yao arts from birth. Hong naturally studied those Yao arts. Due to her outstanding talent, Hong had been accepted as a student by a teacher when she entered the Yao Art House. Hong did not need to go through the exam, so Nanyu felt shock at Hong's appearance. Hong was dressed colorfully and had a blooming smile on her face. "I came to see your exam. How can I miss such an important time?" Nanyu was very moved, and said, "It's just an exam. There is no need to be nervous. With a Yu's strength, it definitely wouldn't be a problem." Hong was filled with confidence. She suddenly came over with a secretive expression and said in a low voice, "They said that a Darren from the Creeping Sedges Corps." "A Darren from the Creeping Sedges Corps?" Nanyu stilled, and then her expression changed. "The Creeping Sedge Corps of Bing Lan Darren?" Hong was very satisfied with Nanyu's expression and giggled. "Other than Bing Lan Darren's Creeping Sedges Corps, where is there any other Creeping Sedges Corps? How about it, are you moved?" Other than being taken as a student by a teacher, going into the military was also a pretty good path. In the military, one would be able to learn many practical Yao arts, and when enough service was accumulated, it was possible to learn more profound Yao arts. Right now, the fighting at the front was raging, and this was the best chance to accumulate service. Nanyu smiled and didn't speak. If she had not encountered Darren, she would definitely be moved. But right now, she did not have any extraneous thoughts. It was great honor to be able to follow Darren. She was not clear to Elder's identity, but there was a point that was undoubtable: Elder had a deep history with the Wisteria clan of the South Sky. In these past days, she was left full of respect towards Elder. She could clearly feel her own strength leaping forward. The nondescript little Yao arts actually contained such deep meaning. Nanyu's indifference was unexpected to Hong. She made a sound of surprise and re-examined her good friend. Nanyu did not look any different than usual. She still wore plain clothing, but there seemed to be something extra to her. But what was it? Hong could not say. Did something happen recently?" Hong asked probingly. "Nothing." Nanyu shook her head. Seeing Hong's concern, her heart warmed. She hesitated but did not speak of Elder to Hong. Without Darren's permission, she did not dare to carelessly speak of it. However, Creeping Sedge Corps. In the past, entering Creeping Sedge Corps was one of her goals. The mood of the Yao Art House was tense, and slightly restless. The news that a Darren from the Creeping Sedge Corps came to see the exams made every student participating in the exams excited. Creeping Sedge Corps was very strong, and Bing Lan Darren was immeasurable in her power. Bing Lan Darren was also very beautiful, and the dream of countless male students. For female Yao, being able to enter the Creeping Sedge Corps was a good route. Afterwards, Nanyu saw the Darren that came from the creeping sedge core. This Darren's figure was upright and she was handsome and attractive. Her golden eyes were especially enchanting. This Darren most likely came from the Gold Clan. Standing on the stage, a sharp presence filled the room. Nanyu found that this presence was stronger than the great majority of teachers in this Yao art house. The Yao art house teachers may have deeper skill on the Yao arts, but compared to the combat Yao that came back from the front lines, they were lacking in their killing aura. Many students became excited. It was rare to be able to enter a military troop like the creeping sedge core that was known all over the Yao world. Without any encouragement, every Yao was filled with competitiveness. The exam began with this anticipation and restlessness. The exam this time was much fiercer than in the past, but Nanyu was not excited at all. Purple Lotus Yao Art House was not a famed house, and there were only those few familiar faces. There were no new people that made her eyes light up. Also, these novel Yao arts that she would have been excited about before could not cause any ripples in her heart. She felt very strange. It was the first time she felt so strange. In her eyes, those grand and dazzling Yao arts seemed to be insubstantial. Her mind would uncontrollably think of little Yao art combinations that could replace these dazzling Yao arts. This feeling made her uncomfortable. Before, she would be excited when she saw this Yao arts and she would constantly rehearse them in her mind. She silently warned herself to not be proud. She could not underestimate everyone just because she learned something. She suddenly thought about Elder talking of little Yao arts to her that day. She remembered every word that Elder had said. Suddenly, Hong poked her from the side. "You, it's your turn." "Oh," she responded. She refocused and looked at the exam area. Focusing her mind, she flew to the field. Her opponent was Shi Zhang. This was a familiar opponent. Shi Zhang's experiences were very similar to hers. He also worked very hard, but similarly, no teacher had accepted him. However, he was older than Nanyu, making his situation even worse. When Shi Zhang saw Nanyu, he was joyed. The Yao arts he was skilled in could subdue Nanyu to a certain extent. "Begin!" The teacher responsible for judging shouted. Shi Zhang's body lit up with light. This was the Yao art that he was most skilled in, rock driving flow. Shi Zhang's clan was Yao from rock, and was innately skilled in rock-type Yao arts. This, rock-driving flow, was Shi Zhang's best Yao art. The lights on his body could perform greatly in defense, and it could stop the enemy from harming him when it was cast. A light flashed at the other side. The corner of Shi Zhang's eye jerked. So fast, 1. Nanyu's Yao art was already completed. However, he did not panic. The higher the level of the Yao art, the more time it took to cast. Since Nanyu finished the Yao art so quickly, it definitely was a low-level Yao art, and couldn't stop rock-driving flow. Shi Zhang was full of confidence. He knew very few moves, but due to this, the power of his rock-driving flow was far greater than normal low-level Yao arts and was at the borders of intermediate Yao arts. Just as he was thinking, Nanyu's Yao art had already hit the light on his body. The presence of his body loosened. This was little Yao art, mist manifestation. The concentrated rock energy suddenly lightened and he almost lost control of it. Shi Zhang was shocked. Little Yao arts could be used like this? Several sounds of surprise occurred on the spectator stage. The eyes of the Darren from the creeping sedge core flashed with light. Shi Zhang was shocked but not panicked. Little Yao arts were just little Yao arts. Their power was very limited. If she thought she could use this little Yao art to make him lose control of the rock energy, that was a delusion. He hurriedly adjusted his consciousness to strengthen his control. He heard Pia Pia Pia, 3 Yao arts in a row which was cast with blurring speed. 2 of them hit his body, and 1 hit the ground under his feet. Little Yao art, compression. Little Yao art, gold transformation. Shi Zhang's consciousness gathered the rock energy to prevent it from dissipating. He hadn't expected a pressure to push over. When the 2 powers collided together, the rock energy immediately collapsed and turned to granite. In the blink of an eye, a thin layer of rock armor appeared on Shi Zhang's body. Yet when the rock armor took form, it blinked with a metallic gleam as though it was a thin metal armor that wrapped securely around Shi Zhang. Shi Zhang felt unable to breathe. His entire body was enclosed and separated from the outside. Gritting his teeth, he tried to absorb rock energy from below his feet when a great force suddenly came from under him. His figure instantly unbalanced and flew to one side. The others only saw a rush of water shoot up from under Shi Zhang's feet and throw him to the side. It was another little Yao art they were very familiar with, Spring Summon. Shi Zhang was hit with another light as he flew through the air. His figure was strangely pinned in midair. Little Yao art, Spider Restraint. Nan Yu's 10 fingers lit up with light like 10 little lanterns. The 10 fingers was poised to act, Little Yao Art, Wind Spear. Shi Zhang's head rang. He knew he lost. His body was unable to move, and was trapped and isolated by the metallic armor, meaning he could not absorb any rock energy. He would only be a sitting target. The power of wind spears was not high, but 10 wind spears were more than enough to penetrate him. I lost. His mind was blank. He didn't even know how he said the words. The spectators rumbled. The struggle they had originally imagined ended with such a strange way. Clap clap clap, on the stage, the Darren from the Creeping Sedge Corps clapped her hands as she rose, and said in praise, "Good. Little girl, are you willing to come to Creeping Sedge Corps?" Whoosh, countless eyes gathered at the same time on Nan Yu's body filled with admiration and envy. Many thanks for Darren's favor. Nan Yu respectfully bowed and raised her head. Her eyes were crystal clear. Nan Yu is planning on staying longer in the house. Darren, please forgive me. Hong shouted from below the field. She looked with disbelief at Nan Yu and thought she had heard it incorrectly. The Darren from the Creeping Sedge Corps was also surprised, but she was not angry. She said faintly, "Never mind then." Then she sat down. But those with eyes could see the dissatisfaction of this Darren. On the field, Nan Yu seemed unconcerned. Under the strange looks of everyone else, she casually flew off the field. The exam did not stop due to this little detour. When it ended, there were 3 students that were picked to enter Creeping Sedge Corps. This Darren did not stay. After picking the 3 people, she took them and flew away from Purple Lotus Yao Art House. And Nan Yu that shook all of the house was facing Hong, who had a terrible expression and felt a headache. Translator ramblings, Wu Kong Sword Sect and Zuo Mo's group are not extremely different. There is a lot of people around. It is better to focus on being good at one thing so you can differentiate yourself and also put your energies into making yourself more powerful in one field so you can trade for services. I imagine the elders and the other disciples get hired for protection jobs and such. They encourage other areas to specialize in, such as what Xian Yen Lu and Shi Fengrong has done in forging, business and danmaking, because it is also of benefit to their cultivation. Zuo Mo is in a different environment, one where he was isolated in Little Mountain Jie from any services. Unlike Wu Kong Sword Sect that could trade with other sects for services or hire people, he really had no allies or people to trade with. His only option was to forge and gather what he needed and train people. In this aspect, Zuo Mo's group is actually not too different from Wu Kong Sword Sect, who also trains disciples. However, both Golden Crow Camp and Vermilion Bird Camp have more members, and Golden Crow Camp in particular have become a workshop that is running a profitable business. Zuo Mo and Gongsun Sha have combined to essentially mass manufacture fighters with sword essence. In conclusion, Zuo Mo is just better at pumping out fighters to make an army and forging more products to sell than Wu Kong Sword Sect. Zuo Mo himself is better at cultivating in the way of Yao and Mo, but his group is essentially a forging and sword sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 343, Integration. Chapter 343, Integration. Zuo Mo was very tired, but Gongsun Sha looked as though he had just ate a full meal. At the side, Lil Pagoda was also very content. It may have been due to Lil Pagoda's urging that while Zuo Mo was fishing, the 3 little ones had come over and divided the threads of soul-based source among themselves. Lil Black was the first to become full, then it was Lil Fire. But Lil Pagoda's round body seemed to hide a bottomless pit. When his last bit of spiritual power was used up, Zuo Mo still didn't get even one bite. Lil Pagoda contently patted its body. Head had become slightly rounder, snuggled on Zuo Mo's body and ran off to play. Zuo Mo didn't even have the energy to swear. Dropping to the ground, he quickly started to meditate. The spiritual power in his body had been completely squeezed out. The 10 stars in his sea of consciousness started to slowly spin. As the starlight swirled, the void above the sea of consciousness seemed to become brighter. Pu Yao raised his head and his expression changed as he looked at the turning stars. If Zuo Mo could look into himself at this time, he would find to his shock the starlight given off by the 10 stars in his sea of consciousness was integrating into his flesh and blood. Threads of golden light suddenly flooded out from his flesh and blood. These golden lights were as thin as hairs, and were moving freely in the flesh. These golden lights might be small, but when they appeared, they had a domineering and fiery presence. Pu Yao did not understand much about Mo physiques, but he had deep cultivation, and naturally could recognize what these tyrannical golden lights were. The golden lights were the Great Day Essence energies that were born from Zuo Mo's cultivation of the Great Day Mo physique. The Great Day Essence energies nurtured his body and made it even stronger. At this time, these great day essence energies were like a school of fish that smelled blood and leapt at the dots of starlight merging into the flesh and blood. This was... Pu Yao was shocked. How could great day essence energies swallow star spiritual sand? Shocked, his expression became grave. What was happening in front of him was beyond the realms of his knowledge. He was skilled in all kinds of Yao arts. To his knowledge, spiritual cultivation and the Mo physique were clearly divided and never interacted. Who could have thought the two would actually integrate? It appeared as though the great day essence energies were swallowing the star spiritual sand, but Pu Yao clearly saw that the star spiritual sand did not put up any resistance. Otherwise Zuo Mo's body would have become a terrifying battlefield. The great day essence energies were tyrannical, but the star spiritual sand was profound. If the two conflicted, it definitely would be a fierce battle. This was what Pu Yao was worried about the most. In his predictions, the best result was the two sides were fine. Out of caution, he made up several plans to resolve this issue, but he had not expected that the great day essence energies and the star spiritual sand wouldn't conflict at all, but attracted each other. He looked dazedly at such a fantastical scene. Could the spirit and the Mo physique be cultivated together? But it had never succeeded in history. He actually knew of many great geniuses who had died on this path. The connection between Yao and Mo had never been broken. The two sides generally maintained a friendly relationship since they had the same enemy. Under this kind of cultural exchange, the idea of cultivating the spirit and the body at the same time naturally was produced. This idea had appeared many years ago, but there had never been one that actually cultivated the spirit and the body. The conclusion everyone made was that the combination of the two were fine in lower stages. But as one cultivated to higher stages, the drastic gap between the two sides would be expressed. The reason that Pu Yao had not restricted Zuo Mo from cultivating the Great Day Mo physique was because of how powerful the Great Day Mo physique was at this stage, as it was life-saving. The other reason was that his level was presently too low to cause significant problems. But the scene in front of him defied Pu Yao's expectations and knowledge. These Great Day Essence energies were not great in number, but each was peerlessly powerful. The dots of star spiritual sand could only be produced by Yao that had awakened their second spirit. How could they integrate? The entire process continued for 6 hours. Dots of starlight came continuously from between Zuo Mo's brows. The Great Day Essence energies swam everywhere and furiously swallowed the starlight. The starlight released between the brows gradually thinned. When the last bit of starlight was consumed, the Great Day Essence energies retreated back into the flesh and blood. Zuo Mo opened his eyes at this time. His body felt unspeakably comfortable and content. His spiritual power had completely recovered, and he felt it was slightly full, as though it had leveled up again. His body was also filled with strength. Had Great Day Mo physique also advanced? Zuo Mo felt it was strange. When he had been at Wukong Mountain, the feeling when he was cultivating, embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, was not so beautiful. Now, he felt very pleasurable each time, and it was really addicting. The difference between past and present was too great. He was worried that his cultivation had gone wrong somewhere. The slightly worried Zuo Mo hurriedly found Pu Yao in the sea of consciousness. There isn't any incorrect places in my cultivation, right? A strange look flashed across Pu Yao's face. He did not answer directly, and asked interestedly, what? Is somewhere feeling not right? No, that's not it. Zuo Mo shook his head. I feel that cultivation is becoming increasingly pleasurable. If cultivation is always this pleasurable, wouldn't everyone be intoxicated with cultivating every day? The dullness and hardship of cultivation was very securely rooted in Zuo Mo's knowledge. Pu Yao's expression was slightly displeasured. He felt Zuo Mo's words were too ungrateful. Despite his displeasure, he was very interested in this matter. Taking Zuo Mo's start, he followed along and said, then let me inspect you, but... As Zuo Mo's strength increased over time, Pu Yao could not manipulate Zuo Mo's body like he used to without getting permission. After the inspection, the strange expression on Pu Yao's face grew. Zuo Mo instantly panicked. What is it? Your Great Day Mo physique is almost at first maturation. First maturation? Maturation? This quickly? Zuo Mo still and was then overjoyed. The maturation of a Mo physique was the representation that a Mo physique was advancing. After each maturation was completed, the maturation level of the Mo physique would go up a whole level. The more mature a Mo physique was, the more power it contained. No wonder he felt a bit strange. So his Great Day Mo physique was maturing. Zuo Mo was very happy. He hadn't thought the first maturation of the Great Day Mo physique would come so quickly. He was also slightly surprised. He had only spent a short time with the Great Day Mo physique, and he was already facing the first maturation. As expected of the Great Day Mo physique that ranks second of all Brigadier Mo physiques. It wasn't just powerful, it was easy to cultivate. If Pu Yao knew what Zuo Mo was thinking at this moment, he would die from spitting blood. He didn't look any different on the surface, but there were tsunamis in his heart. It was true that Zuo Mo's Great Day Mo physique was facing its first maturation, but Pu Yao hadn't said the second part, which was the maturation of the Great Day Mo physique, had already begun. The maturation of the Great Day Mo physique this time was completely different than any of the Mo physique's maturations he knew about. Mo physique maturation was an extremely important and dangerous time for any Mo because the Mo physique would reorganize itself during this time. If it was successful, their strength would grow, but if it failed, then it was the end. So Mo were extremely sensitive to the maturation of their Mo physique. When it was the time for a Mo maturation, they would find a safe place to safely finish the maturation. Zuo Mo did not know that his Great Day Mo physique had entered the time of maturation. The Great Day essence energies were silently changing his body, yet he did not know. The maturation process that should have been strong and dangerous had become much slower in tempo, so slow that Zuo Mo could not detect it. As the tempo slowed, risk decreased to the point there almost was no danger at all. It was very clear to Pu Yao that Zuo Mo would have no problems in finishing the first maturation, but it would just occur over a longer time frame. Pu Yao knew what this meant. The percentage of Mo that died during their maturations was the highest of those that cultivated the Mo physique. His expression changed slightly. Zuo Mo did not notice Pu Yao's abnormality. Since it was a good thing, he was too lazy to think further. Just as he left the sea of consciousness, Lil Pagoda came over and glued itself onto him. Lil Fire chirped as it floated around his body. Lil Black was in deep slumber on a Gue's head, and Silly Bird was lazily lying beside a Gue. A black figure flew out of the fiendish mist like a sharp arrow in front of Zuo Mo. It was 10th grade. 10th grade exuded a killing energy all over. His black crescent had grown slightly. Zuo Mo couldn't resist praising him. 10th grade is really working hard. 10th grade clearly was very motivated by Zuo Mo's praise. He raised his little head. Just as he was going to start a speech, he suddenly saw a light flash through the narrow crack of Silly Bird's eyelids, who had been sleeping. He instantly shook, and the words that reached his mouth were swallowed back down. Just at this time, a strange sound came from the sky. The enormous egg-shaped fiendish mist ball suddenly cracked. A vast and viciously sharp presence exploded and spread like a gale wind. Such strong sword essence. Zuo Mo was shocked. Ma Fan was in that ball of fiendish mist. He hurriedly raised his head and looked at the sky. The noise disturbed the entire camp. Vermilion Bird Camp and Guard Camp all stopped. The vast yet vicious sword essence made them feel fear. Ma Fan looked to be in very sorry state. His clothing was in tatters, and was covered in wounds that seeped blood. What made others feel strange was that his face was unusually peaceful and calm without any hint of pain. He slowly opened his eyes. Even though he was very far away, Zuo Mo still clearly captured the joy that spilled from Ma Fan's eyes. Had he succeeded? Zuo Mo didn't get to think closely when he saw Ma Fan's body began free falling. He paled. The light void wings suddenly appeared on his back, and he disappeared from his spot. Almost at the same time, he appeared below where Ma Fan was falling. He caught the unconscious Ma Fan and flashed back to the camp. This change happened in a lightning flash. Before everyone could react, Zuo Mo had retreated to the campsite. He carefully placed Ma Fan on the ground. Xia Shan worriedly came over. "Darren, is Ma Fan all right?" Zuo Mo carefully inspected and said, "Nothing, he only fainted from exhaustion." Everyone finally was released from their worry. In the depth of the fiendish mist, Wei Sheng suddenly stopped moving and his eyes lit up. Sword essence. Translator ramblings. Yes, I was a bit off yesterday. I edited and then scheduled the post before dropping off into sleep. I'm still very tired but perfectly fine otherwise. Sitting on a car is tiring and so is driving even if there are brakes. I have never appreciated those long-distance bus drivers more than now. Unfortunately, I didn't translate it all on the trip, so I need to find my rhythm again. Wei Sheng senses Ma Fan's sword essence first. There's going to be POV switching going on in the upcoming chapters as we are introduced to new characters and stuff will be going on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 344, Yi Zheng. Chapter 344, Yi Zheng. Mu Shi observed the troop of Xiuzha in the distance and could not disguise the shock in her eyes. It wasn't just her, even Yen Feng, who usually looked down on everyone, had uncertain and shocked expressions. The formation of this Xiuzha troop was not organized, they appeared interlocked together, which gave Mu Shi the impression of teeth. The murderous intent was like an undercurrent. The continued fights between the two forces had left a deep impression of this troop. These shoujo were not powerful, and were of equal strength to her subordinates, but she had not won any advantage from this troop in their successive battles. Her eyes landed on the white-clothed youth at the very center. She suddenly had a feeling that this person may be her arch-rival. In their successive encounters, this young shoujo was cautious in command, slow and unhurried with the mannerism of a great battle general. She admired him. This person definitely was a core disciple of a large sect and had been well taught. It was possible to see hints of this from the shoujo around him. In order to protect him, they did not care for their lives. Mushi's eyes glittered. She suddenly floated out of the ranks and loudly said, "This one is Mushi. We will bid farewell today and meet on another battlefield. Sire, take care." The enemy ranks separated, and the white-clothed youth came forward. He said with a slightly smile, "No wonder. As expected of the Palace Lakewood clan. Lin Qian is honored." Mushi was shocked and did not disguise the shock on her face. "Brother Lin actually knows of the Palace Lakewood clan. You have vast knowledge. This little female is full of admiration." Wood clan was one of the 5 largest clans of the Yao world, and was the clan with the most branches. Even in the Yao world, not every person would recognize her origins. It was a testament to how powerful Lin Qian's background was to know her origins, especially since he was a shoujo. Lin Qian saw Mushi was straightforward and honest and was not putting on a performance. He couldn't help but show hints of admiration in his eyes. "Miss, take care." Mushi smiled brightly and gracefully bowed. "Have a good trip, Brother Lin." Seeing the people disappear, Yan Feng said with slightly anger, "We are just letting them escape like this?" Mushi glanced at him. "Can we stop them?" Yan Feng stopped. He argued, "If we can slow them down, when the other Darren rush over and surround." "Then we won't have completed our task," Mushi interrupted him. She said faintly, "Don't forget what we came to do." Yan Feng was speechless. This person will become a great enemy of Darren. The middle-aged person beside Mushi said worriedly with a grave face. Mushi combed her hair, and said with a smile, "There are so many Darren in the military, when would it ever be my turn to worry about this? Darren is too modest." The middle-aged person said smilingly. He deeply believed that Mushi had a bright future. Off to the side, Yan Feng dismissively twisted his mouth but did not say any words that would provoke public fury. Lin Qian's procession quickly traveled away. After fighting multiple times with this Yao military troop, they had sustained fatalities and injuries on both sides. Lin Qian's expression was as clear as water, calm and steady. No hint of hurry was shown. The shoujo that accompanied him were well trained and disciplined. No one spoke extraneously. Shen Kong Realm. The sound of bells echoed among the mountain range. A nondescript little temple was settled amongst the peaks. The yellow temple walls were covered in creeping vines, and were topped with gray-green terracotta shingles. There were many stone statues of lifelike Buddhas placed inside the temples. A small rainstorm had just passed, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of green grass. The rain remaining on the shingles flowed following the eaves like pearls off a broken string. As they hit the puddles on the stones, ding ding dong dong, the sound was very pleasing to hear. 2 Diana Shou were sitting in the main hall of the little temple. "Shixiang, I'm afraid I will have difficulty getting time to come visit Shixiang during this trip." The young Diana Shou was reluctant to leave. He was wearing blue monk robes. His features were handsome, untouched by mortal matters. A faint layer of light glistened over the pair of eyes. He looked to be about 20 years old, a kind of stillness within his handsomeness. Kneeling on the meditation mat, one could still feel his high spirits. The older Diana Shou smiled warmly and said, "It's good for you to go, you will return in the end." The faint yellow monk robe that he wore had been washed for innumerable times. The color was already faded and patchwork mending could be seen to dot the robe. There were no signs of Ling power anywhere on his body. He was not any different than a normal person. "And, I've already ordered the people below to deliver each month's allowance on schedule," the young Diana Shou said in a light voice. "I'll return very soon." Shixiang waved his hand and smiled lightly. He said, "You know that I do not need these material items, but that is not all right." The spine of the young Diana Shou straightened and he said seriously, "Shixiang needs to promise me to take care of yourself. Only then can I feel safe leaving. There are still some more Ling grasses needed for the 9 Song Dan. I can go and thoroughly search when I leave this time. When the 9 Song Dan is made, Shixiang's cultivation will recover. Humph, let's see who dares to harass Shixiang then." When he got to the end, a thread of violence flashed through his eyes. "Shitty, you have to avoid corruption," the yellow-robed Diana Shou said lightly. Shi Xiang is right to lecture me. The young Diana Xiu lowered his head and hurried to admit his wrongs. Even if you are out, do not slacken training your samadhi. Yes. Yi Zhang looked back at the little temple at the back of the mountain, leapt up and disappeared into the sky. He hadn't flown for a long time before he encountered some people. When he saw the people clearly, Yi Zhang's brows couldn't help but slightly furrow. The others quickly noticed Yi Zhang as well, and slowed down their flight speed. I heard that Shitty is going on a long trip, congratulations, congratulations. The person coming smiled as he bowed with folded hands. Yi Zhang calmly returned the greeting, it is due to the protection and love from all the Shi Xiang. The two sides chatted a bit more, and then left after detecting that the other had no intentions of talking more. Yi Zhang's mood hadn't been good to start with, and his mood now was even worse. This group of people were the disciples of Cui Shirshu's branch. The sect was prosperous right now. The number of disciples had increased, and the number of conflicts and inner struggles had grown. Yi Zhang's master had left on a mission and never returned. Shi Xiang had raised him alone. Shi Xiang was very talented, and ranked within the top 10 of this generation. All the elders of the sect thought he had a good future. Unexpectedly, Shi Xiang was heavily wounded during a mission. Even though his life had been saved, but his cultivation became non-existent. Starting from that point on, their branch declined even further. Shi Xiang came to Little Stone Buddha Temple to recuperate. Yi Zhang had been 13 then, and had worked even harder after that. Fortunately, while Shi Xiang's cultivation had disappeared, he could still guide Yi Zhang's cultivation. In the last Dhyana exam, he had claimed the 15th rank and re-entered the eyes of the sect elders to take on this mission. The rule of the sect was that each disciple had a monthly allowance, but this allowance was just enough for daily cultivation needs. The other disciples received gifts from their masters, but Yi Zhang could only rely on other avenues such as teaching lower disciples on cultivation. That was his primary source of income. The sect was still generous to its disciples, and the payment of every mission was very generous. However, there were many geniuses in the sect, and the competition for missions was the fiercest. In the past, he did not have the power to compete. Until now. After some preparations, he decided to leave the mountain. He had already memorized the contents of the mission. During his flight, he started to think. The mission this time was not complex. One of the smaller subordinate sects found a very deep and strange hole. Bloody light roiled in the deep hole. None of the people that went in had come out. What he needed to do was to investigate and see what the situation inside was like. Then he would have to report back to the sect. After flying for more than 10 days, he finally arrived at the sect of the incident, One Light Sect. Ma Fan still had not regained consciousness when Zuo Mo was pulled back into vast water-clear skies by Pu Yao. Pu, what connection does that Wisteria clan of the South Sky have with you? Zuo Mo asked. He could see that Pu Yao cared for Nanyu. With this guy's frugal personality, having him proactively passing on Yao arts was akin to the sun rising from the west. Zuo Mo also saw that Pu Yao didn't just intend to pass South Sky Arrow art to Nanyu. The descendants of old friends, Pu Yao said faintly. Pu Yao's answer provided the speculation Zuo Mo had. He then asked curiously, what Yao art is, South Sky Arrow art? A Yao art using arrows? A very strong Yao art. Pu Yao's answer seemed to avoid the point, but Zuo Mo pondered it. A Yao art that Pu Yao called strong, then it really was powerful. Just as Zuo Mo's gossiping soul was stirred by Pu Yao's scarce words and he was preparing to delve into this mystery, Nanyu came. Nanyu respectfully bowed to Zuo Mo Darren. She had shone in the spotlight in the last house exam and shocked all members of the house. Her status in the house had rocketed, and several teachers had come over requesting to take her as a student. However, she had refused all of them respectfully. She had not learned any profound Yao arts, but Darren's teachings had opened a completely new world to her. She believed that even if there really was no South Sky Arrow art, she would still find a path. It was the understanding she had gained during this past while that had caused her to become even more respectful towards Zuo Mo. Darren's strength was even more profound. In her eyes, there was a large chasm between the teachers of the house compared to Darren. Oh, you're here, Zuo Mo pretentiously responded and then asked, do you have any questions? If you have them, then ask. Nanyu suppressed the excitement inside, and raised up all the problems she had encountered and thought about in the recent days. Because they were all about little Yao arts, Zuo Mo did not slack off and try to answer them by himself rather than throw the questions to Pu Yao. Zuo Mo had been with Pu Yao for a long time, and through listening and watching, the Yao art theory that he had come into contact with was much more profound than Nanyu. Due to this, the perspective from which he approached at the questions was a few fractions deeper than Nanyu. Nanyu's eyes lit up upon hearing the explanations and continuously nodded her head. For Zuo Mo, this was also a significant test. There were 2 questions that Nan Yu raised which he had not thought about, and greatly affected him. After all the questions were resolved, Nan Yu smiled happily. Zuo Mo's head was covered with sweat as he released a breath. If he hadn't been able to answer a question, then it really was embarrassing. And to be embarrassed in front of a Yao, Just as this nonsensical thought came into Zuo Mo's head, he suddenly heard someone shout, "Nan Yu! Nan Yu!" Zuo Mo raised his head, and saw a group of people, a group of Yao wave their hands at Nan Yu as they excitedly ran over. Embarrassing here is, or lost person. So this is also lost person in front of a Yao, which has another meaning since Zuo Mo is a human and not a Yao. Translator ramblings, POV switching galore. Lin Xian and Mu Shi make an appearance, and so does a new character. Mu Shi is holding on hard to her mission, which means that she won't overstep. She is a very prudent person who isn't risking herself to make achievements, and no one can say her actions were incorrect because she stayed true to the words of her mission, even though her actions have already caused the true objective of her mission to slip away. Xian Kong is the second realm we are introduced to. It is the Xian Kong Temple or the Mystical Void/Space Temple, and so Xian Kong Sect is the strongest sect, hence its name is put on the realm's name, just like Kunluan Sect and Kunluan Realm. I'm actually uncertain if the Diana Xiao are monks and nuns. I can't remember if Song Rui shaved his head so he actually looks like a monk. There also hasn't been any mention of nuns. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 345, The Prison Battlefield. Chapter 345, The Prison Battlefield. Nan Yu hadn't expected to meet her schoolmates here, and silently thought this was a terrible situation. She discreetly looked to Darren. Inside, she secretly prayed that this incident would not infuriate Darren. This was the second time she had met Darren, and she did not know what Darren's temper was like. However, she had heard that many Darren did not like their movements to be known. "Student Nan Yu, this is?" A deep and calm voice suddenly sounded out by her ears. She raised her head and felt that the situation was now even worse. This was Teacher Qi. She had been one of the teachers that had sought her out after the house exam and wanted to take her as a student. She was born from the Fire Clan and was very skilled in Fire Yao arts. Among the teachers of the house, his power was enough to rank him in the top 5. Seeing so many Yao art once, Zuo Mo felt his vision was broadened. This group of Yao were of various shapes, most of which were humanoid. There were 2 individuals that were very eye-catching. One of them had the body like a crisp green tree. Their numerous roots were like unusually nimble feet. They seemed to have a very lively personality. The tree branches were like soft whips that waved in the air. The other one's body was made from hundreds of flowers that gathered and dispersed in the air as they changed shape. Looking like this, how was it possible to distinguish between the sexes? This slightly profound question troubled Zuo Mo. She's fire-red hair and lion-like features were not all that attention-grabbing in this group of weirdos. However, Zuo Mo noticed him at first glance because he was the strongest of this group of Yao, and wasn't just marginally stronger. Hearing what she called Nan Yu, Zuo Mo instantly understood Qi's identity. "Sir, is Nan Yu's teacher?" Sorry. I am Nan Yu's cousin," Zuo Mo raised his folded hands and said with a smile. "Cousin?" The group's gazes swept between Nan Yu and Zuo Mo, and their expressions instantly became suspicious. Darren's skill at lying really sucked. Nan Yu felt very ashamed. From any angle, Darren showed no hint of being of the same clan as her. However, since Darren had said it, she could only force herself to say, "My distant cousin." Distant, the Yao all had understanding expressions. Such a terrible lie could only fool naive students, but how could it fool an experienced old Yao like Qi? However, since the other was not willing to state his origins, she did not have to pry. Everyone had secrets. "Nice to meet you." She politely bowed to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's consciousness was not as high as his, but it was above these students. Considering the other's age, he clearly had great talent. Great talent. Qi's thought moved, and he pretended to unconcernedly ask, "Which house is Sir in?" "I'm not in a Yao art house." Zuo Mo shook his head honestly. "Not in a Yao art house." The Yao couldn't believe these words. "Why not?" The tree Yao waved its branches. This guy looked like an outgoing one, and it quickly rushed to be the first to ask. "I'm being taught by a teacher, but..." Zuo Mo's response instantly caused murmurs of admiration. Yao art houses were pretty good places for normal Yao, but students of a teacher could receive more guidance. She nodded his head inside. Zuo Mo had not lied this time. He suddenly thought of the string of little Yao arts that Nan Yu had showed during the exam. Had it been this cousin of hers that had taught her? The more he thought, the more Chi found it likely. He had taught Nan Yu's class before, and understood this student well. There was nothing to be said of Nan Yu's dedication and work ethic, but her talent could only be considered good. The dazzling performance of her last exam really was not her style. She finally realized why Nan Yu had refused his invitation. It must be that the teacher of her cousin had also chosen to take Nan Yu on as a student. "Can I ask for the name of your teacher?" she asked respectfully. That glimpse of the tip of the iceberg had been enough. Those little Yao arts had shocked Chi for a long time. "Oh, he's called Pu," Zuo Mo's thought moved as he said. "Pu?" Chi carefully searched his memory for this name but did not find anything. It didn't seem to be a very famous Yao. Nan Yu wanted to roll her eyes when she heard it. Darren's skill at lying wasn't just terrible. Nan Yu thought the Pu that Zuo Mo spoke of was just a random answer. Which Yao would be so casual with their teacher's name? As expected, the flower Yao snorted coldly. "If you don't want to say, don't say. There's no need to lie." The other Yao had expressions of agreement. Zuo Mo was confused, but he did not argue. He took the chance to go into the sea of consciousness and mock Pu Yao. "Pu, aren't you a sky Yao? How come no Yao knows you? You really ended up terribly." Pu Yao's expression was visibly unwell. Having gotten his face back from Pu Yao, Zuo Mo did not care for the cold snort of the flower Yao. Nan Yu secretly glanced at Zuo Mo and thought inside, Darren's lying skill was somewhat terrible, but his face was thick enough. She did not think that Zuo Mo was lying. He had met many powerful and great Yao before, and knew many Yao had weird personalities and did not care for these things. However, he did not plan on wasting too much time on chatter. He said with a smile, "I came today to show them the prison battlefield. It is getting late, so we will bid farewell." Zuo Mo hurriedly bowed with his hands. She took the bunch of little Yao and quickly disappeared. After they went far away, Zuo Mo turned to ask Nan Yu, "What is the prison battlefield?" Nan Yu's expression instantly became slightly strange. Did Darren not know the prison battlefield? She didn't quite believe it. What Yao didn't know the prison battlefield? However, she suppressed the suspicion inside and obediently answered, "The prison battlefield is the place for real combat practice. There are many Yao formations inside which can only be solved with Yao arts." "Yao formations?" Zuo Mo's eyes lit up. Just this phrase stirred great interest in him. Yao formation, true to the name, should be the formations that Yao use. Was there any differences compared to the seal formations that Xiuzhe used? He instantly said, "Oh, take me to see." Nan Yu found it even stranger, but still said respectfully, "Yes." 12 hours was plenty of time for Zuo Mo. He wasn't in a hurry and taught Nan Yu Yao arts along the way. He explained in great detail the many variants of the little Yao arts, and along the way, explained why he had deconstructed Yao arts last time. Nan Yu learned a lot, and unknowingly arrived at the prison battlefield. It was the first time she found time passed so quickly. "Darren, this is the prison battlefield." Zuo Mo curiously examined the prison battlefield. After the first glance, he couldn't move his eyes away. Countless curved streams and rivers crisscrossed and passed through the void like glowing pipes. Some of these water flows were slow, some soft, some flowed against the current, and there were all kinds of weird ones. Among the river flows, there were some that had all kinds of strange water grasses growing in them and others had multicolored fish that swam within. Zuo Mo's eyes landed on an enormous fish that was 30 zhang in size that occasionally opened its gigantic mouth. Zuo Mo's heart tightened as he looked at it. Other than the river flows, the other places were all filled with other things like lightning balls and clouds of fire which could be seen everywhere. Such powerful Yao formations. After looking closely, Zuo Mo felt dizzy and shocked. No matter if it was the river flows, the water grasses, the fish, the lightning balls or the clouds of fire, they were all part of the bigger formation. One move against them would affect the entire entity. This was a living great formation. Any change of one part of the formation would cause a change in the entire formation. After observing for a long time, he turned and asked Nan Yu, "How do you play?" "Play?" Nan Yu stumbled over Zuo Mo's strange way of asking. She could only say, "Just go in." There are 3 levels to the Clear Skies prison battlefield. If you can enter the innermost level, you can enter the second prison. The second prison? Zuo Mo was yearning to try. Were there 10 levels in 10-finger prison? He was already so amazed at the first prison. What was the second prison like? Come, let's go try it out. Finishing, he pulled Nan Yu and charged in. Nan Yu hadn't expected Darren to charge when he said so. She saw how excited Darren appeared. Had Darren really never came before? Thinking to that, she couldn't help but hurriedly remind him, Darren, if you fail, it may wound the consciousness. No problem. Before Darren's words landed, Nanyu felt the scenery in front change and become bright red. Not good, a fire cloud. Her expression changed drastically. In the prison battlefield, the Yao arts that she was most afraid of were those like the fire cloud. A dragon made out of fire seemed to smell them and with a burning presence, leapt over. Interesting. Darren's voice came over from the side. She finally remembered that Darren was beside her, and her heart instantly was greatly reassured. Zuo Mo really felt it was interesting. This fire dragon was made from 7 interlocking fire Yao arts and was very clever. The 7 fire Yao arts were all little Yao arts, and were not complex Yao arts. What it tested was the reaction abilities of those trying to go through the prison. There were many ways of dealing with the fire dragon. Zuo Mo chose the simplest one. Little Yao art water blade. A transparent water blade entered the center of the fire dragon. Boom. The fire dragon instantly turned to 7 balls of fire and exploded. Nanyu's eyeballs almost dropped out. She had clearly seen the little Yao art that Darren had just casted. She was able to generally estimate the power of the fire dragon from its presence. She did not doubt that Darren could overcome this fire dragon. But it was only a water blade. There wasn't any difference compared to the water blade she could cast. How was it possible? How was it possible? She looked dazedly as the balls of fire flew. Zuo Mo noticed Nanyu's expression and recalled that he had this follower. He explained, you have to look at the structure of the fire dragon. It was made from 7 interlocking fire Yao arts. If you can find the crux of this kind of Yao art, it really saves energy. There wasn't time to say more. A lightning arrow shot in front of Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo unhurriedly raised a finger, and a transparent water ball appeared in front of him. Little Yao art water ball. The lightning entered the water ball. Countless arcs of electricity sparked and crackled on the surface of the water ball. There is no trick to this. Just respond quickly. Zuo Mo flicked the water ball covered in layers of electricity and said sedately. When casting little Yao arts, the most basic point is speed. Before his words landed, countless water grasses in the surroundings suddenly and violently headed over. Zuo Mo flipped his hand and a fire dragon that was just the same as the one before swam around the two of them. Everywhere it passed, the water grasses turned to dust. You have to learn and use. He appeared to have the mannerisms of a master, and was very composed. He enjoyed Nanyu's awestruck gaze, and his ego was very satisfied. What Zuo Mo did not know that his 3 continuous attacks seemed to rouse the silent prison battlefield out of its slumber. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo is very ignorant, but it is not his fault. Who expects to be pulled into a completely different culture without their permission? Nanyu continues her education by a half-educated Zuo Mo. It is the blind leading the blind, except Zuo Mo is being led by someone who isn't but still likes seeing him trip. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 346, The Prison Breaking Battle. Chapter 346, The Prison Breaking Battle. Nanyu's cousin really looks weird. The tree Yao waved its branches and spouted words like a spring spouting water. Does it look anything like Nanyu? From a glance, you can see he isn't a good Yao. How can Nanyu have a cousin like this? It really is strange. A cold snort came from the ball of flowers floating in the air. Shut up. Don't you find it strange? The tree Yao was slightly puzzled. How can you not find such a strange matter strange? Don't you find it strange? She felt a headache and shouted lowly, shut up. The tree Yao's words stopped. He obediently closed his mouth. He didn't dare to disregard teacher's words. After being silent for a moment, he really couldn't stop himself and murmured, Teacher, don't you find it strange? Everyone wanted to faint. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The tree Yao was the descendant of one of his friends. If he had the chance, he would always take the tree Yao along. But this guy was a chatterbox, and had really strong sense of curiosity. If he was attracted by something, he definitely would not let it be. The prison battlefield is up ahead. Xi's topic changed as he pointed at the front to try to deflect this guy's attention. As expected, the tree Yao's attention turned to the prison battlefield. So this is the prison battlefield. The other Yao didn't feel much. Several of the Yao in this group had already gone through the prison battlefield already. After entering vast water clear skies, many people would give it a try. Even if they didn't have the strength, they wouldn't actually lose their lives in the prison battlefield, they would only be minorly wounded. If they were lucky, not even a hair would be damaged. Little Yao with guts liked to explore the prison battlefield. The Yao arts in the prison battlefield were a few fractions stronger than what was in other areas, and were suited for real combat. Also, if they wanted to enter the next prison, they must go through the prison battlefield. Go, let's go in. She saw the tree Yao was attracted to the prison battlefield and released a breath. He hurriedly took the Yao in. Entering the prison battlefield, the scenery instantly changed. The tree Yao waved its branches and said emotionally, "It is such a strange place." But no one paid attention to him at this time. The other Yao had come to the prison battlefield before and their nerves tensed. Teacher Qi was beside them, but he was responsible for teaching and guidance. Of course, in moments of danger, he would act and protect them. However, they all still hoped to become Teacher Qi's student, and naturally did not slack off. All of them paid attention as they started to defend. Due to their high numbers, the pressure was much less, and they appeared to be at ease. "All of you, spread out," she said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the Yao instantly spread out, and entered their own battle modes. The prison battlefield was a place to practice for real combat. In here, slacking off in shortcuts gave no benefits. Yao arts successively came at them. All the Yao were 120% alert as they carefully responded. The fire dragon is a commonly used fire Yao art, and has pretty good powerful. It will be suitable for your use for a long time. The most important place of this kind of fire Yao art is its structure. Different structures will form different fire dragons. Like this fire dragon, it is made from 6 different little Yao arts. Oh, not a bad combination. She casually stopped a fire dragon and reviewed it calmly. It needs you to be very familiar with little Yao arts. Nan Yu is very outstanding on this point. You need to learn from her. When the other Yao heard this, they worked even harder. Clearly, Qi's praise of Nan Yu motivated them. Do not copy these Yao arts. Zuo Mo's words shocked Nan Yu. She couldn't help but say, "Why not? Aren't these Yao arts good?" 3 lights flew out of Zuo Mo's hand like 3 sharp sword energies. They entered a mountain-like lightning cloud. In the blink of an eye, the lightning cloud brimming with astonishing primary lightning was like a bubble that popped and disappeared. Nan Yu's eyes almost fell out as she watched. Yao arts are full of innumerable transformations. There are 500 kinds of the most basic little Yao arts. This is unique among all cultivation methods. How many Yao arts are there now? No one, no Yao knows. But in vast water clear skies, there is no less than 10,000 kinds. If you just copy, you will forever be led by the nose by other people, and be exhausted by the pursuit. It is very simple, you will never finish learning. It was the first time that Nan Yu heard such a daring way of thinking. She listened extremely carefully and was afraid of missing a word. We will not copy them, we will deconstruct them. Zuo Mo's tone was faint and his attitude calm. With the flick of a finger, the Yao art heading towards him turned to dust as though it was an example of his perspective. The number of Yao art permutations is innumerable, but there are patterns to be found. What we need to do is to find their patterns. When we find their patterns, you will be able to create Yao arts that belong to you. And how do we grasp the patterns hidden behind the multitude of variations of Yao arts? Deconstruction. Nan Yu blurted out. Right, how did it go? The person that understands you the best will forever be your enemy and not your friend. This phrase also works with Yao arts. Oh, we need to first be the enemy of the Yao arts. Nan Yu understands. Nan Yu felt like she was filled with awareness, her face flashing with light. There had never been a moment like this when she was so aware that she had clearly grabbed the pulse of destiny. The respect and awe in Nan Yu's eyes made Zuo Mo feel as pleasurable as though he was in a hot spring. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao couldn't help but mock, "You're pretty good at learning and selling at the same time." But he clearly underestimated the thickness of Zuo Mo's face. This guy snickered and said proudly, "Right, I feel the same, but..." Pu Yao finally remembered little Moge was someone that could tolerate everything. Talking about face with him was never as good as talking about Jingshi. His happy mood assisted Zuo Mo's performance. His hands flew and streamed. No matter how powerful the Yao art was, none of them could get within 30 zhang of him. Just as Zuo Mo was having fun playing, the surroundings suddenly became silent. All the Yao arts seemed to have disappeared. Silence, a deathly silence. All the river flows became silent. Zuo Mo's hairs on end. The sudden stop of the prison battlefield bewildered Qi's students who stared at each other. Qi made a light sound and his eyes brightened as they widened. Prison breaking battle? You guys will get a great spectacle today. Prison breaking battle. All the students exclaimed in shock. Prison breaking. Most of the Yao who entered the 10-finger prison had heard of it. But most only heard of it. It was more like a legend. Prison-breaking battle. It referred to the prison battlefield that had detected an enemy that could pose a threat to it. It would then use the power of the entire prison battlefield to deal with the enemy. Prison-breaking battle, creation after destruction. If a Yao won this ferocious prison-breaking battle, vast water-clear skies would be reconstructed. Vast water-clear skies had been created 300 years ago when a great Yao skilled in water Yao arts had completed the first prison's prison-breaking battle. Those that could break the prison had a certain connection to power, but that was not the definite trigger. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many powerful great Yao that went through vast water-clear skies without activating the prison-breaking battle. Today, someone had activated the prison-breaking battle. Exclamations of shock sounded in the prison battlefield. They all understood what the unusual scene in front of them meant. The news that the prison-breaking battle was activated spread with astounding speed. Every Yao in vast water-clear skies was disturbed. Like a tide, they flooded towards the prison battlefield. At the same time, in the second prison that was neighboring to the first prison, many Yao raised their heads with shocked expressions. Immediately after, numerous figures flashed towards the door of the prison with astounding speed. Prison-breaking battle. The prison-breaking battle that had not appeared for 300 years. Darren, Nanyu's voice was shaky. She looked with fear at the deathly silent prison battlefield. You have to remember not to lose your calm at any time. The more you panic, the quicker you die on the battlefield. Darren's words caused shame to appear on Nanyu's face. Yes. If she was so timid, how could she follow Darren in the future? The terror inside decreased greatly. She raised her small face with a determined expression. What she didn't know was that Zuo Mo's entire scalp was prickling at this moment. He had rich battle experience. Even though the surroundings were silent and motionless, but the dangerous presence was rising. Pu, what is happening? He carefully asked Pu Yao. Pu Yao narrowed his blood-red eye and lightly said, "There's only this much stuff in the prison battlefield, what situation can happen? There really isn't anything?" Zuo Mo didn't quite believe it. Pu Yao's face was mocking. This is just the first prison. Hearing this, Zuo Mo changed his thinking. That was right, vast water-clear skies was only the first prison of the 10-finger prison. If it really was so dangerous, there wouldn't be so many people. He hadn't done anything. If something unfortunate happened, it wouldn't be his turn. Comforting himself so, his heart was reassured. Before the stone in his heart landed, a strange power passed over, and Nanyu disappeared from beside him. All the other Yao in the entire prison battlefield except for Zuo Mo were sent by this mysterious power out of the prison battlefield. Many of the Yao that were transported out had confused expressions, but when they saw the area surrounding the prison battlefield was filled with Yao, they all shook. But right now, no Yao paid attention to them. Everyone's gaze was staring into the prison battlefield. The rivers that followed constantly through the void of the prison battlefield, the lightning balls, the fire clouds, they had all disappeared. They could clearly see that figure that was at the very center of the prison battlefield. All the Yao widened their eyes. A Yao that could activate the prison-breaking battle definitely had a limitless future. Qi and his procession of Yao stared so much their eyes almost dropped out. The tree Yao excitedly waved the tree branches. Strange cousin. It's the strange cousin, ... Light flashed through Qi's eyes as waves were created inside his heart. The Yao that had activated prison-breaking battles before were all great Yao that had each left a deep mark on history. This person of average appearance was so powerful? When Nanyu was sent out, Zuo Mo instantly understood the situation was targeting him. Since the other had such powers, they definitely wouldn't give him the chance to leave the prison battlefield. He had been tricked. Someone dared to trick Ge. Zuo Mo's anger rose, and his stubbornness came out. The tendons in his neck bulged. His features enraged, he pushed up his sleeves, and murderously gritted his teeth as he uttered Dongfu slang. Come on, baby. This part was the Chinese homonym of come on, baby, and the baby part was, bye-bye, which means low, contemptible. Translator ramblings, Pu Yao is totally fine with seeing Zuo Mo in trouble if it isn't dangerous. Zuo Mo doesn't understand what is going on, but no one can trick Ge. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 347, One Battle. Chapter 347, One Battle. Zuo Mo was filled with battle intent, his blood boiling. His back arched forward, his hands placed in the air in front of his chest with his 10 fingers spread out like a wild beast waiting to pounce. He gave others the feeling of danger. This was the starting position of Great Mo physique for physical battle, which he instinctively used. The surroundings were deathly silent, and caused Zuo Mo's concentration to be highly focused. He was using all of his consciousness. Recently, his consciousness had greatly advanced. He had never used so much spiritual power at once as he was doing today. The usual fishing would always wring out his spiritual power, but the expenditure of little Yao arts was very low, so the process had been a drain of small increments. The movement this time was without keeping anything back, and he was going all in. The lively spiritual power wrapped around his body. Everything in the surroundings was quickly drawn out in his mind, and was as clear as it was a mirror image. The temperature of the surroundings rose, and the heated air grew heavy. The dark and deep void started to light up, and the surroundings turned crimson red. Zuo Mo was motionless. His eyes narrowed, the presence of his entire body was quietly restrained inside. He was like a statue. How many has it been years since someone activated a prison-breaking battle? He doesn't look very good, really a monster. Lan Yu said emotionally to his good friend Chang Jiang. The two of them had charged from the second prison to vast water clear skies. Before they even took a breath, they saw Zuo Mo standing alone in the prison battlefield. Lan Yu wore a black silk robe, the sleeves of which were woven with gold silk into complex patterns. His figure was upright and handsome. He was from a famous family, and was usually very lofty. Pride and condescension had already deeply entered his bones. However, he was not stupid. Facing the monster that was in the prison battlefield right now, he had no assets to be proud of. Individuals that could activate the prison-breaking battle were all monsters that stood above all monsters. If they could continue being monsters, after 1 or 2 centuries, they would even have the qualifications to enter the Council of Elders. Chang Zheng stared unblinkingly, and sked in wonder. As expected, a monster. I cannot even feel his presence. Just this method of concealment is nothing our generation can do. He then said suspiciously, but this position, why does it look like an MO skill? Lan Yu was from a famed family and naturally knew more. He examined for a long time before he nodded. It is a MO skill. Cultivating Yao Ma together? That is ridiculous. Chang Zheng's face was full of disbelief. Lan Yu was also filled with doubt. He did not dare to make a conclusion, and could only say, we'll know later. The two Yao stared unblinkingly at the prison battlefield. They had gone through vast water clear skies battlefield in the past. With their power, they naturally had not had a hard time. They were very curious. Was the legendary prison-breaking battle really that powerful? At this time, the prison battlefield started its first wave of attack. The red light seemed to be pulled by an invisible power. They came from all directions, drawing out lines of dazzling red light as they gathered into a red mark with astounding speed. The red mark of light dramatically expanded. An enormous ball of fire instantly floated about 100 zhang from where Zuo Mo was. The crimson-red flames continuously spat its fiery tongues. Rich fire elemental power spread following the waves of heat. Zuo Mo felt he was situated in a large Dan cauldron, and it was hard to endure the baking. The eye-catching red light, the meteor-like red energy, the burning ball of fire, the flickering tongues of flames, they all caused the Yao looking in from the outside to have expressions of praise. Qian Lu Darren of Peerless Water Yao Arts, I hadn't expected his fire Yao Arts to be so domineering. Chang Zheng's expression was full of admiration. Lan Yu also had a face full of respect, and said, supposedly, Qian Lu Darren was only 28 when he broke the prison and remade it into vast water clear skies. It really is worthy of respect and terrifying that he could set down the name of a prison when he was 28, if there wasn't someone having a prison-breaking battle now, we would not have the good fortune to watch. Chang Zheng suddenly smiled and said, I wonder what Qian Lu Darren would think if he knew his vast water clear skies is being challenged? The enormous ball of fire burned and spread a scorching presence. The fire element power that was able to wound the mind splashed in waves against everything in the surroundings. Zuo Mo's figure under the fireball was as minuscule as an ant. He seems to have confidence, Lan Yu suddenly said. Of course. Those who are average cannot activate the prison-breaking battle. Chang Zheng had a matter-of-fact expression, but then his tone changed. However, the fire Yao arts left by Qian Lu Darren's impression in the 10-finger prison is not so easy to deal with. Who are you helping? That's like not saying anything at all. Lan Yu rolled his eyes. We're here to see the spectacle. Chang Zhan laughed awkwardly. The two spoke quickly, but their eyes were unmoving as they locked onto Zuo Mo in the field. Zuo Mo narrowed his eyes and only showed a narrow crack. No one could see that there seemed to be a cold and eerie fire burning soundlessly in the depths of his eyes. The open arms, the spread fingers, the slightly curved figure, they all give the Yao a feeling that he was planning to hug this fatal and tyrannical ball of fire. Zuo Mo was not nervous at all. The burning and fatal presence given off by the enormous ball of fire in front of him did not cause any ripple in his heart. Of the 5 elements, the fire element was his most familiar element after water. From the firstly water sword scripture, to the golden crow fire after that, he was an expert at playing with fire. The fireball in front of him was somewhat similar to the fireball that Pu Yao had once demonstrated to him. In the beginning, Zuo Mo had encountered difficulties when he was comprehending the Li water sword scripture. When Pu Yao taught him, he had also created an enormous ball of fire. This familiar scene made his mind go slightly astray, but it was only a sliver. His body naturally entered battle mode. He no longer was that inexperienced Wu Kong Sword Sect disciple. After so many battles, he sensitively caught the opportunity. He attacked first. In the void, he stepped forward and then disappeared from the view of the Yao. The strange step stirred exclamations of shock. What the Yao were even more shocked about was his action. To charge straight at the ball of fire, wasn't that just going to find death? This fireball was formed from almost all the power of the entire prison battlefield. The fire element power contained within it reached a terrifying level. If he was touched by any of the streaks of flame, he most likely would not be able to retreat with his body intact. The fireball seemed to felt the threat. The tongues of flame rose, and crimson red whips of fire shot at Zuo Mo. In the void, the fire element power reached a horrifying level. Sweat rolled down Chi's forehead. The density of fire element power in the prison battlefield made him, someone skilled in fire Yao arts, feel his heart speed up. Zuo Mo stepped out of the void, his steps not slowing. He stepped forward and seemed to step into the void again. Without knowing it, a faint layer of gold covered his legs. The bursting tongues of fire furiously leapt at Zuo Mo, and he was almost struck a few times. There was only the difference of a few hairs. Such a risky scene made Nan Yu's face pale and she almost shouted a few times. Zuo Mo's expression was indifferent, as though he did not detect the danger. His steps were like a stroll, at ease and calm. The crowd of Yao watching did not lack those who had knowledge. Their expressions changed. None of them had seen such a strange walk before. Lun Yu and Chang Zhang felt their bodies freeze as their eyes shock. As all the Yao were shocked by Zuo Mo's steps, no one noticed layer of faint light on Zuo Mo's hands. With each step, the light on Zuo Mo's hand would become slightly brighter. When Zuo Mo made his 12th step, the light on his 2 hands was so thick it was almost tangible and could flow like liquid. What was this? The Yao's eyes were unconsciously attracted to the light covering both of Zuo Mo's hands. They were filled with curiosity. Everyone knew this was Zuo Mo's killing move. No matter how profound his steps were, they could not defeat the fireball. He still needed to rely on an offensive Yao art. The multicolored light created multicolored afterimages during Zuo Mo's high-speed movement. As Zuo Mo flickered in and out, it became broken sections of a rainbow. Killing move. It definitely was a great killing move. Everyone widened their eyes and didn't dare to blink. Nan Yu suddenly covered her mouth and muffled the shout that had reached her mouth. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Heavens, how was it possible? That was... Zuo Mo's mind was almost icy cold as he made another step. As he went closer to the fireball, continued to rise in temperature. His presence continuously grew with his steps. His figure slightly paused as it went against how people normally moved. 30 zhang away, the domineering and scorching heat hit his body as though it was incinerating him. He crouched down slightly and both of his hands dropped to his side. The slightly lowered eyelids were completely open now, revealing the calmness in the depths of his eyes. It was like cold butter thrown into the fire. The flame exploded. The boiling battle intent burned every one of Zuo Mo's nerves. All the tongues of fire of the fireball flooded towards Zuo Mo, the fire twisted into a burning sea. The continuously rising presence reached a peak. He suddenly raised his face. Kill. The rampaging and violent killing essence suddenly shot outwards with Zuo Mo as the center. Zuo Mo jumped up into the air like a flying sword leaving its sheath. Carrying a patch of multicolored light, he struck towards the sea of flame in front of him. Among the sea of flames that covered the sky, a multicolored smear carved out a straight and blinding line, causing sparks to fly like the rain. Among the sparks, the multicolored light struck the ball of fire. All of the domineering and explosive presence, all of the battle intent, it all seemed to enter the ball of fire along with this blow. The prison battlefield paused. Everything paused. Time seemed to have stopped. Pia. A sound like an eggshell being cracked. The domineering and terrifying crimson red ball lightly exploded and turned to a handful of sparks. The sparks were like rain and mist as they fell. Zuo Mo's figure floated in and out of view. The presence on his body disappeared, the multicolored light on his hands also disappeared. Silence, deathly silence. For 10 whole breaths, no one made any sound. Only 10 breaths later did the Yao seem to suddenly wake up. Exclamation rose and fell. Who saw what Yao art that was? Too powerful. Haven't seen it before. Definitely a secret Yao art. Such a weirdo. I wonder which hidden family he came from. Worth it. Didn't come for nothing. It is so worth it. None of the Yao in the surroundings could keep their calm. The crowd was very excited. Among the Yao, Nanyu tightly covered her mouth. There was only one thought repeating in her mind. That was. The discussion in the surroundings seemed to be far away to her ears. No one could have thought that among all of these many Yao, only she understood that move. That was. Little Yao arts. Translator ramblings, not really too much plot in this chapter, everything is action. Nanyu is the lone mind that understands among this group. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 348, Scheming. Chapter 348, Scheming. Little Yao art, a 16 Little Yao art combination. The rainbow-colored light lingered in Nanyu's pupils. She had almost stopped breathing. 16 kinds of Little Yao art versus the fire Yao art of Qianlu Darren. The difference between the two was like comparing a child and a battle-hardened warrior. Standing aloofly among the rain of light, there was no joy on Zuo Mo's face, nor smugness. Nanyu suddenly felt that Darren had a great presence. Lun Yu and Chang Zhang's were shocked, but the shock quickly turned to extreme passion and excitement. No one knew what Qianlu Darren's fire Yao art was called, but no one cared at this moment. Clear Skies Qianlu was a name that was legendary for the Yao. They had not personally seen how Qianlu Darren completed the prison-breaking battle 300 years ago, how he had reformed vast water clear skies. They could only imagine from hearing the tales and histories. Yet today, another Yao had activated the prison-breaking battle. A new legend was being created front of them. Zuo Mo's grand and dazzling lights and the fierce combat in the battle just now made every Yao present feel their blood boil. A new legend was going to begin. Even if this Yao of unknown origins was so young that it was almost outrageous, no one doubted his power at this time. Do you recognize his movement technique? Chang Zhang impatiently asked. Lun Yu's eyes and knowledge were just a bit higher than his. Lun Yu's face was serious. It's a bit like nether-stepping movement art, but his feet have a golden aura. This does not match the records of nether-stepping movement art. It is very strange. It must be another high-level Yao art. The organization of Yao arts was chaotic and complex because too many kinds of Yao arts existed throughout history. Additionally, after the Thousand-Year War, Yao arts gradually entered a phase of rapid development. All kinds of novel and wondrous Yao arts appeared, and this also became a huge problem for the ranking system of Yao arts. As the large Yao art houses developed, the house-taught Yao arts gradually replaced the clan-taught Yao arts. Due to this, the Yao art rankings finally settled. From the most basic little Yao arts, to low-level Yao arts, to intermediate-level Yao arts, to the astonishing high-level Yao arts, to the even stronger earth-level Yao arts, and then to the sky-level Yao arts. This complete Yao art system was constructed. This system had an extremely strict division. It wasn't just based on the power of the Yao arts but included such things as the difficulty of casting, and the amount of spiritual power used. There was a special bureaucracy whose purpose was to judge the levels of Yao arts. Chang Zhang's expression was solemn. Can you guess which Yao art house it is from? Can't see it. The use of clan-taught Yao arts had declined. Even the young Yao that came from the large clans mostly chose to enter a Yao art house to learn. The famed clan Yao arts of the past had been gradually merged into the Yao arts of the various Yao art houses, and became the ultimate skill of those houses. Sky-level arts mostly existed in the legends. Almost all the experts, including all of the Sky Yao, had died in the Great Battle thousands of years ago. The Earth-level and Sky-level Yao arts they knew were lost in the rivers of history. What the largest Yao art houses competed with were the high-level Yao arts. These were the trademark arts of each Yao art house. There were similarities between the basic and intermediate Yao arts between some Yao art houses, but it was rare that high-level Yao arts were the same between houses. Each Yao art house was extremely careful when passing down their house's high-level Yao art. Only the most accomplished and core disciples had the qualifications to learn. This kind of level is probably also the peak if it's in the Great Ten. Chang Zhang threw his confusion to the back of his mind and praised. Lang Yu asked in response, Great Ten? These 300 years, how come not even one of the students of the Great Ten activated the prison-breaking battle? True, Chang Zhang nodded his head, this Yao art house is going to be famous. It may even enter the Great Ten. This guy may not be from a Yao art house. Long Yu's words were shocking. Not from a Yao art house? Chang Zhang turned his face in shock. You mean that he's using clan-taught Yao arts? Maybe. Ling Yu's gaze focused. Look at his battle method. Does he look like one from a Yao art house? Chang Zhang pondered this and an expression of agreement grew. Since you mentioned it, I also had this feeling. It doesn't seem like the stuff from Yao art houses. He responded very quickly and said with a smile, I wonder which Yao art house will benefit this time. Clan-taught Yao arts like this were what the large Yao art houses desired the most. In the Great War thousands of years ago, the Yao Ma had lost and greatly suffered. Countless kinds of knowledge had been lost. The lost knowledge had formed through countless years and represented the highest level of Yao arts. They were the brightest pearl of the entire Yao art system. The Yao arts that were developed after the war had developed mostly from the remaining basic Yao arts and intermediate Yao arts. That was the origins of most high-level Yao arts. But higher ranks? The legendary Earth and Sky level? A few thousand of years was too short for them to be redeveloped. Other than the top Yao art houses, the great majority of Yao art houses only had high-level Yao arts. The Yao art houses that possessed Earth and Sky level Yao arts had not gained them through their own power, but were just luckier. The clan-taught Yao arts of the past were the best part of the ancient Yao arts. If they could regain these clan-taught Yao arts, it would be of great help in understanding higher-level Yao arts. Of course, there were differences between clan-taught Yao arts. What they needed the most were those outstanding clan-taught Yao arts. If this Yao really was using clan-taught Yao arts, he was a tasty morsel for any Yao art house. Nether stepping movement art was a high-level Yao art and one of the trademark arts of the Dragon River Yao art house. The amazing scene just now, in Long Yu's perspective, this movement art was not worse than the nether stepping movement art of the legend. Even he couldn't help start scheming. Behind the back of each Yao art house was the shadow of some large clans. When the 1,000-year war had just finished, due to the fact that the peak and high-level individuals of each clan had been lost in high levels, it led to the loss of large amounts of Yao arts. Many clans encountered difficulties in their cultivation paths, and lacking guidance, they had to openly discuss and study with other clans. This marked the rise of the Yao art houses. As the Council of Elders supported and administered it, the Yao art houses became even more popular. Now, a Yao art house was like a rope that tied several, or even a dozen, clans together to become a singular being with a common purpose. This was also why the clans were willing to share their clan Yao arts. In the Ice Day Yao art house that Ling Yu attended, the Western Mountain Cold clan occupied a seat on the Council of Elders of the Yao art house. If he could recruit this Yao into the Ice Day Yao art house, then he would have contributed greatly. He wouldn't just be able to receive the top art of the house, Cold Day Ice art, but maybe his clan would get another seat on the art house's Council of Elders. Even though Ling Yu was usually proud and cold, his breathing sped up when he thought about it. He wrung out his mind thinking of what conditions he could use to persuade the other. He felt lucky about this prison-breaking battle occurred in the first prison. Otherwise, even thinking about recruitment was a delusion. At his side, Chang Zhang looked with shock at his good friend. But then he thought and understood. However, he did not think well of Ling Yu's plan. In his view, those that could activate the prison-breaking battles were the top geniuses of each era. The two of them could see this, would the other Yao art houses not? In terms of competitive power, how could Ice Day Yao art house compare to those top Yao art houses? His gaze swept around, and found that there were more Yao around now than before. He was very calm. He wasn't from a large clan, just a normal student. Light continuously flashed. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were filled with Yao. This was really a spectacle. Chang Zhang thought inside. Nanyu was still immersed in the grand battle and did not notice Teacher Qi drift next to her. Seeing this, Qi could only cough. The startled Nanyu noticed Teacher Qi, and hurriedly bowed. Teacher Qi. Oh, Nanyu. Qi's masculine face was filled by a smile, and he said intimately, the role of the chief student elder in the school is empty. Are you interested? You are very young, and it is rare for you to have the strength you do now. With great power, you have to be brave and take on responsibilities, but... Nanyu stilled where she stood. Chief Student Elder meant being the elder of all the students. This was a role that every student dreamed about. The Chief Student Elder could receive the guidance of all the elders in the entire Council of Elders of the Yao Art House. When they graduated, they could enter the Yao Art House and take on a core role. Even though they were students, their status would be much higher than normal teachers. This role was far too important, so in the last 7 years, the Purple Lotus Yao Art House that Nanyu was in had kept its Chief Student Elder position empty. Now Teacher Qi was telling her she could be Chief Student Elder? She felt she was dreaming. Taking a few deep breaths, Nanyu tried to calm the excitement inside. This world changed so quickly. A few days ago, she was working to become a student of a teacher. Now, the position of chief student elder was being offered to her. All of this was so fantastical and unrealistic. But Nanyu quickly calmed down. Her experiences of hardship caused her to understand worldly matters better than normal students. The calm Nanyu did not need to waste much effort to understand Teacher Chi's motivations. Looking at the calm Nanyu, she was slightly shocked. For the first time, he properly looked at this student that didn't have outstanding talent. To be able to maintain calmness in the face of such a great temptation, she wasn't average. Maybe he had missed a good seed. Regret flashed through Chi's mind, but that dot of regret quickly disappeared. The role of chief student elder was far above anything he could promise. However, he was also very clear if they wanted to compete for the mysterious male Yao in the prison battlefield, the only advantage the Purple Lotus Yao art house had was Nanyu. Compared to an expert that could activate a prison-breaking battle, a position of chief student elder really was not anything. He believed those cunning and slippery elders of the house would see this clearly. If he could help bring this matter to a favorable conclusion, would his efforts be unrecognized? He looked with burning eyes at Nanyu. Translator ramblings, some major plot expansion to make up for last chapter. Essentially, the Yao lost a great deal of knowledge, but it has actually increased innovation. The problem is so much knowledge has been lost it is taking them a long time to recover, and they are technically weaker than they had been before the 1,000-year war. Zuo Mo isn't going to be the answer to this. He's a very weak Yao with great potential and some skills, but he can't make up for thousands of years of knowledge lost. Someone could be a great help, but they aren't willing. So we finally have the answer why the Yao were so desperate in searching. I have been slowly adding to the table of contents, but the linkage tool in the editor crashes every 3 links or so, making this a slow process. Please be patient. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.